Chapter 1. The Ruins. Rega struggled to open his eyes, which were clouded with a crimson veil due to the bloodshot state. A persistent buzzing echoed in his ears, and his head felt heavy and muddled, akin to a mass of sticky porridge. He shook his head vigorously, half rising to a sitting position while shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight. Squinting, he endeavored to survey his surroundings, only to behold a landscape of shattered walls and remnants. Rebar and concrete lay exposed in the frigid air, while the ground around him was charred and blackened. Scattered beneath the debris were what seemed to be scientific instruments, with shards of glass littering the area. In some places, wisps of smoke still curled upward, and the wind howled, sending snowflakes swirling through the air. Faced with the catastrophic scene before him, Rega found himself momentarily stunned. After considerable effort, he finally managed to articulate his astonishment. What in the world is this place? Struggling to his feet, Rega staggered forward, glancing around. After taking a few steps, he stumbled upon a trail of blood. To his horror, he discovered a severed arm protruding from the jagged edges of the ruined concrete, charred and blackened, yet unmistakably human. Following the arm's line of sight, he spotted a corpse partially concealed beneath a slab of concrete. Like the arm, the body bore the marks of scorching, its features irrevocably altered. Charred tissue mingled grotesquely with patches of unburned, pink flesh, a vivid tableau of red and black that churned Rega's stomach. Damn it, how can there be a human corpse here? Where on earth am I? Suppressing the urge to vomit, Rega turned away from the nauseating sight, attempting to compose himself. At that moment, as if the corpse had pressed an invisible button, a flood of information surged through his mind, accompanied by a debilitating headache. After a prolonged struggle, he straightened his back, pressing his hands against his head, gritting his teeth as a grimace of strained effort contorted his face. Soldier, experiment, explosion. And you're called Rega too? He muttered to himself. Could it be that I've crossed over? As a representative of the new generation in the 21st century, a successor to communism, Rega had encountered numerous crises. SARS, avian flu, earthquakes, tsunamis she had witnessed it all. Thus, the notion of crossing over was not foreign to him. Having read countless novels featuring protagonists who traverse dimensions, he had often fantasized about joining their ranks, never anticipating that his wish would manifest in such a manner. Yet, he had not engaged in any reckless behavior aside from his heart condition. He had always adhered to caution, being careful with electricity, avoiding heights, and checking the road multiple times before crossing. He had no family heirlooms or artifacts to account for this bizarre occurrence. The only peculiar moment had been a fleeting pain in his heart, but that was merely a familiar discomfort. As he contemplated this, the corners of Rega's mouth twitched involuntarily. Could it be that I am already dead? I must have crossed over after dying. But if this is crossing over, the surprise is far too overwhelming. Damn it! He cursed vehemently once more. Taking a deep breath, the icy air filled his lungs, sharpening his senses. Since I'm here, I must find a way to survive. What manner of hell is this? The wind continued to howl, and Rega cursed a few more times before steeling himself. He scavenged for clothing, donning a few items to shield himself from the elements. Only then did he take a moment to assess his new physique, tall and robust, far superior to his former self. His muscles were well-developed and proportionate, his hands calloused and thick, evidencing years of rigorous training. Is this fellow a martial artist? Rega mused, picking up a shard of glass to use as a mirror. Upon examining the reflection, he was taken aback. Did I ask that not me? Could it be that I haven't died? No, just moments ago, a flood of information filled my mind. Surely, this isn't my true self. Could it be a parallel universe? Do parallel universes truly exist? Regardless of the thoughts swirling in his mind, Rega understood that he had no time to ponder. The immediate priority was survival. He could analyze the situation later. He began to wander through the desolate expanse, which had been largely flattened. Numerous vehicles surrounded him, most having succumbed to flames. After a diligent search, he finally unearthed a morsel of food and a container of water. Although the provisions were meager, his current predicament left little room for scruples. After consuming a small amount, Rega felt his strength returning. He scanned the area for anything else of value and spotted a military knife lying atop a gray concrete slab. Though coated in dust, it still glimmered in the sunlight. Approaching the knife, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Unconsciously, he twirled the blade, watching it dance between his fingers, his astonishment gradually giving way to a smile. It seems this fellow has a story of his own. Well, I suppose I also have a tale to tell, considering he bears my likeness and now possesses my spirit. Yes, that's it. Nodding to himself, Rega secured the dagger at his waist, gathered some additional food, and located a usable vehicle to transport his supplies. Since I have no knowledge of this place, I shall simply follow the road. With that thought, he climbed into the vehicle, oriented himself, and pressed the accelerator, racing forward into the unknown, leaving behind a landscape of ruins as the wind continued to howl, sending snowflakes swirling in its wake. Chapter 2, Marvel. After an indeterminate amount of time, Rega finally discerned a trace of humanity. Upon sighting the tavern, he truly felt it was the most splendid day of his life. He hastily halted his vehicle, tumbling out and sprinting toward the entrance of the inn. With a creak, Rega pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, only to be momentarily stupefied by the sight before him. An assemblage of foreign individuals with prominent noses and deep-set eyes. The patrons at the bar also stared at Rega in astonishment. Encountering an Asian person in such a locale was indeed a rarity, especially one who appeared as disheveled as a vagabond, with unkempt hair and a face smeared with dirt, hardly the visage of a respectable individual. Would you care for a drink? Rega turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, noticing a man at the bar polishing a glass, observing him with keen interest. Is there anything to eat? I haven't had a meal in quite some time, Rega replied, only to pause in surprise as the bartender spoke in Russian. Having frequently watched television in his previous life, Rega could comprehend the language, but he was astonished to find himself responding fluently in Russian, as if it were a reflex of his very being. While Rega was still in disbelief, the bar owner was equally taken aback. A nameless Asian had appeared in Siberia, dressed like a beggar, yet speaking impeccable Russian without the slightest hint of an accent. A rare occurrence indeed. Does he even have the means to pay for food? The owner mused silently. Still hungry, are you? Do you have any money? A boisterous voice interrupted. Rega furrowed his brow and glanced toward the source, spotting a scruffy man, reeking of alcohol, swaggering toward him. The crowd around them began to shift their attention, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Although Rega possessed a sturdy physique, he felt dwarfed in comparison to the inebriated man advancing with an air of arrogance. The sight of that haughty expression darkened Rega's gaze. As the man swung a punch, Rega's body reacted almost instinctively. He leaned back to evade the blow, then seized the assailant's right wrist with his right hand, while his left arm arced in a sweeping motion, trapping the man's neck under his arm. In the blink of an eye, before the onlookers could react, Rega had the man's life firmly within his grasp. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rega chose not to release his grip. After all, the man had foolishly sought trouble. It was evident that Rega possessed a hidden history, likely as a spy or an assassin, for he had effortlessly subdued an ordinary person with lethal precision. The man trapped beneath Rega's arm was now fully awake and terrified, acutely aware that the young man before him was no ordinary foe, and an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him. Yet, it was too late for words. He dared not utter a sound, fearing that any misstep might provoke Rega's ire and seal his fate. Thus, while Rega contemplated his predicament, the instigator found himself dangling precariously, and the spectators held their breath in silence, rendering the tavern astonishingly quiet. Ahem, my friend, he was merely jesting, devoid of any malice. Perhaps you might consider releasing him. I shall procure some food and drink for you, complimentary, if you will. The tavern owner, perceiving the tense atmosphere, cautiously interjected. Rega glanced at the proprietor and nodded. After all, it was unwise to dispose of the fellow in such a public setting. He then relaxed his grip, causing the troublemaker to lose his balance and crash to the floor. However, the man dared not protest, hastily scrambling to his feet and bolting out the door, fearing that the demon might change his mind. From whence do you hail? The tavern owner inquired as he presented a platter of food and poured a glass of beer, his tone timid. I know not, Rega replied, swallowing heartily, washing down the morsels with beer. Where's this place? He continued. You do not know? The owner responded, astonished. Indeed, Rega replied with a grunt, returning to his meal. The tavern owner, at a loss for words, stood silently by. Sensing the silence was overly oppressive, the owner sought to dispel the discomfort by turning on the television, which erupted into a cacophony of sound, flipping aimlessly through channels. Rega continued to devour his meal, but upon noticing the television's activation, he looked up, speechless with astonishment. You must envy such spectacles. Even wealth cannot always procure them, the owner remarked, observing Rega's incredulous expression, which eased his own tension. Rega mumbled an acknowledgement and inquired, Do you know the direction of the Bering Strait? Are you venturing out to sea? The owner asked with curiosity. You should head north. There should be vessels there, and you may inquire further. I possess a map you may follow. It should not be too far. Thank you, Rega replied, promptly rising to take the map and hastily exiting. The owner, watching Rega's hurried departure with bewilderment, was about to speak when suddenly, a flash of cold steel pierced the air, a dagger embedding itself deep into a wooden pillar, quivering slightly. I have no coin to offer you. Let this dagger serve as my gratitude. Rega's voice echoed in the distance. outside the tavern, amidst the relentless snowstorm. Rega stood in the clearing, a smile breaking across his face as he reflected on the earlier events. Iron Man, a world of marvel? Life seemed to have become significantly more intriguing. He jumped into his vehicle and drove northward. Chapter 3, The Ability. The road north was not distant, yet not particularly close either. Despite some bumps along the way, Rega navigated these hurdles with the reflexes and memories cultivated over years in his body, overcoming the obstacles with ease. Now, he had finally arrived at his destination. Yulin, situated near the Bering Strait and facing the United States-Alaska across the sea, is the easternmost point of Russia. This location serves as a sentinel for Russia in the east, replete with defense infrastructure and station troops. Crossing the narrow Bering Strait from here leads directly to the United States-Alaska, representing the shortest distance for Rega to enter America. In Yulin, I wandered about, effortlessly earning a bit of extra cash. Although I did not require much money, these funds were indispensable for traversing the Bering Strait, especially since I intended to undertake this journey through clandestine means. Given its unique geographical position, the business of smuggling was not difficult to find in Yulin. Soon, leveraging my exceptional qualities, I located a smuggler. Although it was already April, the region remained in the grip of winter, with a thick layer of ice connecting the Bering Strait, allowing for direct access to Alaska via sled. However, caution was paramount, for with smuggling comes the countermeasures. The Americans were particularly vigilant in this regard, and the harsh natural conditions only heightened the challenge. I paid the smuggler a substantial sum in rubles, and spending someone else's money was, of course, of no concern. Enticed by the promise of wealth, the smuggler assured me, with a thump on his chest, that he would undoubtedly deliver me to Alaska. Thus, we set forth on our journey. The Bering Strait is merely a few dozen kilometers wide, and with a stroke of luck, one could reach the destination in a matter of hours. Indeed, our passage was smooth, devoid of significant obstacles. As we advanced further, the smuggler declared, "Just beyond this point lies Alaska, my friend. I could take you no further." I nodded in acknowledgement and dismounted from the sled. The remaining distance was short, and I was confident in my ability to traverse it alone. In fact, if my skills were enhanced further, I would not have needed such complications. Nonetheless, this was the best option available at present. The sled sped back in the direction from whence we came, while I trudged onward, step by step. The blizzard raged around me, rendering my figure appear frail from a distance, yet did not diminish my resolve. Gradually, a dark line emerged on the horizon. Alaska was within reach. My heart raced with anticipation, prompting me to quicken my pace. "Freeze! Don't move!" A thunderous roar erupted from behind me. I glanced back to see a contingent of armed soldiers advancing towards me, and I could not help but roll my eyes. The Americans were indeed timely, discovering my presence with remarkable speed. However, I had no intention of engaging with them at this moment. With that thought in mind, I focused on my escape route. With a powerful thrust of my legs, I found myself in front of a soldier, my right fist clenched tightly. I struck him squarely in the abdomen with such force that he immediately doubled over, expelling his stomach contents before collapsing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, I had incapacitated one soldier, while the others appeared momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react to the unfolding scene. "Open fire! Open fire!" A commander finally snapped back to reality, bellowing the order. Upon hearing his command, the soldiers hastily pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets that surged toward me like a tempest of steel. After decisively eliminating the soldier, Rega turned to face the remaining foes. As the commander bellowed orders to fire, he forcefully exhaled, triggering a violent explosion in the open ground before him. The powerful shockwave dispersed the bullets that were raining down upon him, causing the surrounding trees to tremble, while dirt, broken branches, and leaves were propelled into the air, obscuring the soldier's line of sight. All were knocked to the ground by the force of the blast. When the commander finally managed to rise and assess the situation, he was met with nothing but chaos, while Rega had long since vanished. Chapter 4, Saber-Toothed Tiger. Gazing at the thick, broken branch before him, Rega's eyes widened. Compared to his time in Russia, his strength had indeed increased. Not only had his power grown, but his speed now far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Though he was uncertain of the extent of his enhancements, to his astonishment, he discovered that he could even augment his physical abilities with his powers. Rega marveled at the prowess of the explosion fruit. It would be imperative to utilize it wisely and not squander its potential. Indeed, it was the explosive power that had enabled Rega to escape from the clutches of an American soldier previously. When he had watched One Piece in his past life, he had lamented the underutilization of the explosive fruit's immense potential, squandered by a fool. Had it been in the hands of one of the four emperors, it would undoubtedly have been a formidable weapon. In Rega's mind, This fruit was on par with the Logia types. The mere immunity to all explosions was already a grotesque advantage, not to mention its other capabilities. Thus, every time he reflected on this, a sigh escaped him. During his time in Russia, en route to the Bering Strait, Rega had encountered a significant explosion. It was a stroke of misfortune. While dining, he experienced a gas leak that sent the entire building soaring into the sky, leaving him no exception to the calamity. However, after the incident, he discovered not a single scratch on himself, nor any damage to his clothing. It was then that he realized his mind had acquired knowledge about the explosive fruit's abilities. Yet, it seemed his powers bore a resemblance to the explosive fruit's abilities, having mutated upon his arrival. Nevertheless, possessing such powers was undeniably advantageous. As he absorbed the information coursing through his mind, Rega mused to himself. Indeed, it was the privilege of a transmigrator, his inherent combat skills, combined with the explosive fruit's capabilities, made for a more thrilling existence. Rega laughed heartily. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he could not help but chuckle. While he had yet to delve deeply into other abilities, he believed that if he could unravel the mystery of his immunity to explosions, a series of new powers would surely emerge. However, whether it pertained to nuclear explosions or new capabilities, those matters lay in the future. For now, he would continue to tread steadily forward. After several days of travel, Rega had reached the border region between the United States and Canada, soon to cross in New York. Yet, he found himself amidst a dense forest. Just as Rega leisurely advanced, he unexpectedly encountered an unwelcome guest, a towering figure with a fierce gaze, muscles straining against a thick jacket emanating a primal aura. Rega fixed his gaze intently upon the man before him, harboring not a shred of carelessness in his heart. He sensed the palpable threat emanating from the burly figure, and judging by his demeanor, it was evident that he had taken many lives. Although Rega's own physique had undergone rigorous training, endowing him with exceptional combat skills, he lacked the corresponding combat awareness to match his opponent. Thus, he could only rely on instinct and habit to engage in battle, achieving perhaps a mere fraction of his potential. The adversaries he had previously encountered were trifling, easily subdued by him. Yet, the man before him was of an entirely different caliber. Relying solely on his physical prowess would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, he possessed the ability of the explosion fruit, and despite any past prowess, his opponent was still merely human. Now, however, his own strength had undergone a transformation beyond comparison. Moreover, he was convinced that no matter how formidable this man might be, he would not survive the ensuing explosion. With this thought, Rega's heart settled, and he relaxed his body, bracing himself for the impending assault. The man, perceiving Rega's demeanor, narrowed his eyes and let out a furious roar, lunging forward in an instant. Rega was taken aback by the sheer swiftness of the massive shadow hurtling toward him, leaving him no time to evade or ponder further. Clenching his right fist, he too roared, swinging forcefully forward. With a resounding explosion, Rega's fist struck the man's left shoulder with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Rega leapt aside to assess the situation. To his astonishment, the man, as if unfazed, turned and rose to his feet. What left Rega even more incredulous was the rapid healing of the wounds inflicted by the explosion. Within mere moments, the ghastly scar vanished without a trace. As the man stood, shaking his head and loosening his shoulders, his expression darkened ominously, seemingly enraged by Rega's assault. He spread his arms wide, his fingernails elongating menacingly, and with a fierce flick of his hands, he fixed a menacing glare upon Rega. Observing the saber-toothed tiger bend low, Rega inwardly lamented the predicament. This transformation signified that the beast was now genuinely intent on attacking, a dire development for him. With another furious roar, the saber-toothed tiger lunged at Rega with even greater speed than before. Rega's pupils constricted, and he swiftly dodged to the side, grateful for his enhanced physical capabilities. Otherwise, he would surely have met his demise in this dire situation. Engaging in a brief exchange with the saber-toothed tiger, Rega suddenly felt a spark of clarity. Though his combat awareness was lacking, this presented an opportunity to hone his skills. Despite the tiger's troublesome abilities, he was confident in his own powers. Even if he could not prevail, escaping unscathed was within reach. This chance to spar with a saber-toothed tiger was rare indeed. The tiger, infuriated by Rega's explosive punches, roared in rage, having never encountered such an adversary before. However, in his fury, he failed to pause and assess the situation, fixated solely on the desire to rend the loathsome figure before him to pieces. As Rega resolved to treat this encounter as an opportunity for practical combat training, he refrained from employing his fruit abilities and engaged in a purely physical confrontation with the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger, delighted to see Rega abandon his peculiar powers in favor of direct combat, quickened his movements, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks akin to a tempest, overwhelming Rega and leaving him breathless. In his moment of distraction, several lacerations marred Rega's skin. The scent of blood invigorated the saber-toothed tiger, igniting a fervent thirst for blood in his mind, and the glimmer in his eyes grew ever more avaricious. Thus, the two combatants exchanged blows for every punch Rega delivered. The tiger retaliated with a claw strike. The tiger seemed undeterred by his own injuries, while Rega could not afford such luxury. Fortunately, Rega's substantial strength proved effective against the tiger, and his superior speed allowed him to evade attacks more easily. As time passed, Rega grew increasingly adept, his actions becoming more fluid, and he executed various techniques with ease. The saber-toothed tiger, a product of raw instinct and experience, fought with a brutal yet effective style, marked by a reckless ferocity that made him perilous. A moment's inattention from Rega could lead to a fatal opening. After a prolonged exchange, Rega began to sense his stamina waning. Continuing in this manner would likely result in his demise. Having tested himself adequately, he recognized significant improvement compared to before. It was time to withdraw. With this thought, Rega clenched his fist and seized an opportunity to deliver a powerful strike to the tiger's abdomen. The saber-toothed tiger let out a lamenting howl as he was propelled 10 meters away, crashing into a tree before collapsing to the ground. Rega exhaled a breath of relief, waved at the tiger, expressing gratitude for the exhilarating bout, but stated he was pressed for time and would take his leave, promising to meet again. With that, he took off at once. The saber-toothed tiger, having endured a formidable blow, struggled to rise, helplessly watching as Rega departed, emitting a frustrated roar. Chapter 5. Hostage Situation. New York, the largest city in America, can be described as the epicenter of the Marvel Universe, teeming with numerous superheroes and the site of many significant events. Standing on the bustling streets of New York, Rega gazed at the flowing traffic and vibrant billboards, feeling a surge of excitement. After nearly half a month of travel, he had finally arrived. The border control between the U.S. and Canada was relatively lax, and with his exceptional capabilities, he had encountered no mishaps along the way. However, the issue of his identity remained unresolved as he continued to utilize someone else's credentials, a persistent problem regardless of location. While he bore no fear of the police, it was still an inconvenience. Fortunately, this inconvenience was soon to be rectified. Rega hailed a taxi and directed the driver to Stark Tower. During the ride, he engaged in casual conversation with the driver, learning that no significant events had transpired recently, which alleviated his concerns. After his encounter with the saber-toothed tiger, Rega had made a swift exit, only to realize that the tiger had pursued him, recalling that this creature possessed a beast-like sense of smell, and he had neglected to mask his scent, which led to being tracked down swiftly. Afterwards, the two engaged in yet another fierce battle. Although the saber-toothed tiger gained no advantage, suffering a broken bone at the hands of Rega, Rega was not unscathed either. The saber-toothed tiger was an exceptionally ferocious beast, especially when injured, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. In their confrontation, Rega also sustained considerable injuries. Fortunately, this body possessed remarkable resilience, and his wounds healed at an accelerated rate. Though still only in comparison to an ordinary individual, he was far from the saber-toothed tiger's league. Despite his injuries, the silver lining was his enhanced control over his body. Rega estimated that after a few more fierce encounters, he would be able to regain his peak condition. Subsequently, Rega took measures to erase any traces of his presence along the way, employing various tactics until he finally evaded the saber-toothed tiger. However, this endeavor consumed a significant amount of time, and he had initially worried about missing certain events. Fortunately, it seemed that he still had ample time to execute his plans. Though he had become Iron Man, Tony Stark was gradually succumbing to death. Palladium poisoning was no trifling matter. Had he not fortuitously discovered a new element among his father's relics, this debonair billionaire would have long since met his maker. Presently, it appeared that Tony had yet to uncover this new element, presenting Rega with an opportunity. Upon disembarking, Rega slowly made his way into Stark Tower. He understood that conventional means would not allow him to meet Tony, thereby rendering any attempt to alert him futile. Thus, he resolved to pursue an unconventional approach. However, it was wise to first employ diplomacy before resorting to force. With this in mind, Rega approached the reception desk, cleared his throat, and smiled as he said, "Excuse me, I am here to see Miss Potts. I have something of great importance to discuss with her." The receptionist maintained her professional demeanor, replying with a smile. "May I ask if you have an appointment?" No, Rega shook his head. "I'm sorry, but without an appointment, you will likely be unable to meet Miss Potts. She politely declined. This matter is truly urgent, Rega insisted, undeterred. Regrettably, without an appointment, it is not possible. However, you may share your message with me, and I can relay it to Miss Potts. I'm afraid I must speak with her directly to convey this information, Rega maintained resolutely. Oh, I see, the receptionist said, her expression shifting to one of understanding. I apologize, but Miss Potts is quite busy today. Perhaps you could return tomorrow? Sighing, Rega realized that the conventional route had indeed proven fruitless. I truly do not wish to resort to this. I apologize for the inconvenience, he said with a hint of regret. At that moment, as the receptionist remained puzzled, Rega suddenly exerted force with his left hand, flipping the reception desk aside, and seized the receptionist, pulling her toward him. In the blink of an eye, his right hand was firmly clasped around her neck. The entire event unfolded in an instant. The unfortunate receptionist barely had time to react before being taken hostage. Chaos erupted around them, with the crowd screaming and rushing for the exits, while the surrounding security personnel were stunned. This audacious individual had dared to take a hostage within Stark Tower, a bastion of the arms trade. At that moment, the receptionist, held captive by Rega, finally realized the gravity of the situation and emitted a piercing scream that resonated painfully in Rega's ears. Instantly, he tightened his grip, silencing her shriek. It must be noted that the security personnel at Stark Tower displayed remarkable swiftness. Within such a brief span, they had already surrounded him with firearms. Observing the formidable weapons in their hands, Rega couldn't help but smirk, recognizing them as the kind typically sold by arms dealers. However, he remained unfazed, for they posed no genuine threat to him. Even without his superhuman abilities, dealing with these individuals would be child's play. Surveying his surroundings, Rega declared loudly, "Listen closely. Summon Miss Potts to me at once, or I cannot guarantee the safety of this girl." Upon hearing his words, the girl in his arms turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Sensing her fear, Rega bent down and whispered gently in her ear, "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. Rest assured, I am not a maniac. You are merely a tool." Yet, to the girl, his words bore an entirely different connotation. She felt herself teetering on the brink of fainting, realizing that not only was her captor a killer, but also a pervert who spoke to her in such a bizarre manner before contemplating murder. Being regarded as merely a tool implied that her worth was negligible, leading her to the grim conclusion that her fate was sealed. The girl bit her lip tightly, fighting back tears, fearful that any misstep might provoke Rega, thus sealing her doom. She was young, with a myriad of beautiful moments ahead, and she could not allow her life to be extinguished by a deviant. Regrettably, Rega remained oblivious to her mental turmoil. Had he been aware, her chances of survival would have plummeted significantly. Rega, clutching the girl, gradually retreated to a corner. Although this was not typically a strategic position, he was not a genuine criminal, so he merely needed to guard against ambushes. With his back against the wall, he only had to focus on the front. Moments later, accompanied by security personnel, Potts made her entrance. She appeared remarkably similar to her cinematic portrayal, albeit with an even greater aura of sophistication. As he beheld her familiar silhouette, Rega momentarily lost his train of thought. "You wish to see me? Here I am. Release the girl, and I shall comply with your demands," Potts asserted with commanding authority. "Very well. My request is simple. You will take the place of this girl," Rega replied. The surrounding security personnel collectively gasped. While the girl's demise could be mitigated by compensation, the repercussions of anything happening to Potts would be catastrophic. Consequently, the ominous sound of weapons being readied echoed through the air, indicating they were prepared to act at a moment's notice. Hearing the commotion, Potts swiftly intervened. "Wait." Taking a deep breath, she slowly continued, "I agree to your terms. I will exchange myself for the girl." With that, she began to approach Rega. Rega raised an eyebrow, surprised by Potts's audacity and sense of responsibility in agreeing to his demand. Such bravery was not common. It was no wonder she was the head of Stark Industries, possessing qualities that set her apart. Upon hearing Potts acquiesce to Rega's request, the surrounding individuals were immediately engulfed in panic, fervently voicing their objections to such a reckless action. "Enough of this. I have made my decision," Potts reprimanded, then turned to Rega and inquired, "You assure me that once I comply, you will release the girl?" "Certainly. My objective is you. I harbor no interest in her," Rega replied with nonchalance. Potts advanced slowly towards Rega, and the onlooker's eyes brimmed with respect. Yet they seethed with resentment towards Rega. Witnessing this scene, Rega felt a twinge of disbelief. Indeed, villains are often despised. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he was nearing the completion of his goal. Upon reaching Rega, Potts calmly stated, "Release her." As you wish, Rega conceded, loosening his grip on the girl's neck, only to seize Potts in an instant. The girl escaped from Rega's clutches and dashed away in tears, while the nearby security personnel rushed to her aid. I advise against any sudden movements. A slip on my part could lead to dire consequences, Rega warned, fully aware that as the head of Stark Industries, he could not underestimate Potts' potential for self-defense. Upon hearing Rega's threat, Potts froze, realizing her initial intention to catch him off guard with a device Tony had provided would be unwise, given his evident vigilance. Relax, I do not wish to harm you. In fact, I am here to assist you. After our discussion, you might even find yourself grateful, Rega reassured her. With this, Potts felt a sense of relief. Having demands indicated that the situation was not a deadlock, making it more manageable. What do you wish to discuss? She asked. This hardly seems a fitting place for conversation. Does it? Let's find a more comfortable setting, just the two of us, for a thorough discussion. Your office would suffice, Rega suggested with a smile. The surrounding security personnel exchanged glances, astonished at his audacity. How brazen to flirt with Miss Potts in such perilous circumstances, seemingly oblivious to the numerous guns aimed at him. Potts, incensed by his words, clearly misconstrued Rega's intentions. This lad will regret it soon enough, she thought vengefully. However, she maintained her composure and replied with feigned calmness. Then let us proceed to my office for a proper discussion. Rega, unaware of the misunderstanding his words had caused, was unconcerned. His mind was fixated on the imminent success of his objective, and he readily agreed. Under the escort of numerous security personnel, Rega and Potts finally arrived at the office. Potts instructed the guards to remain outside, assuring them of her safety. Subsequently, as the security personnel outside cast menacing glances, Rega slowly closed the office door. Chapter 6, News. Potts' office was spacious, well-lit, and elegantly simple in its decor, aligning perfectly with Rega's aesthetic preferences. Although aware that this office is undoubtedly extraordinary, I remained unperturbed, thus releasing Potts and reclining on the sofa, crossing my legs nonchalantly. With a smile, I introduced myself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rega. At this thought, Potts swiftly regained her composure, gracefully approaching the bar to pour herself a drink, then inquired, Mr. Rega, what would you like to drink? Rega gazed at Potts, taken aback by the impression the woman before him had left. She was both courageous and astute, possessing boldness and decisiveness, not to mention her fair complexion and alluring figure. Indeed, Tony's discerning eye for women was truly remarkable. Potts, holding her glass, walked to the desk and took a seat. So, you mentioned wanting to talk. Let us converse. What is it you wish to discuss? Rega tilted his head slightly and asked, Is your office secure? Potts immediately understood. Rest assured, it is sufficiently secure. This is the Stark Group, she replied. Not necessarily, Rega replied ambiguously. However, since you say so, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. Potts regarded Rega with curiosity, sensing an underlying implication that the Stark Group might harbor issues. Yet, this was not the moment for such contemplations, as Rega was poised to speak. Why wish to discuss concerns, Iron Man? Tony Stark. Potts straightened herself. She was always deeply concerned about Tony. While the world perceived Iron Man as a figure of grandeur, I knew his health was far from robust, verging on dire. His days numbered, Rega stated slowly. Regrettably, these words did not capture Potts' attention. Instead, they incited her anger. Upon hearing Rega's statement, she immediately stood, indignantly declaring, Mr. Rega, such jokes are not to be taken lightly. Your ability to sit here safely is granted by my allowance. Should you continue with such nonsensical talk, I shall be compelled to take measures. Potts paused, realizing that Tony had indeed been behaving strangely of late. He had entrusted the Stark Group to her, and while she had performed admirably, Tony was still in the prime of his life. Although he showed little interest in the company's daily affairs, Tony was the very soul of Stark Industries. Without Tony Stark, could it still be called Stark Industries? The more Potts pondered, the more plausible Rega's words seemed. Her expression shifting to one of horror as she instinctively covered her mouth, finally exclaiming, Oh my God. Ah, it seems you are beginning to believe my words, Rega remarked, observing the change in Potts' demeanor, a relaxed tone in his voice. Mr. Rega, I implore you to save Tony. I cannot be without him. Whatever you require. I shall do everything in my power to meet your demands. Just please, save Tony's life and do not let him leave me. Potts rushed forward, grasping Rega's arm, tears streaming down her face. Do not worry, I will not stand idly by. While his situation is indeed peculiar, I know of a method that can save him, Rega reassured her. Potts clutched Rega's arm tightly. Is what you say truly genuine? Of course, Rega replied, maintaining his easy demeanor. Perhaps disturbed by the commotion within, a sudden knock echoed from outside, followed by a somewhat hoarse female voice. "Miss Potts, are you all right?" Upon hearing the name Natalie, a barely perceptible smile graced Rega's lips. He then inquired, "Who was that just now?" "Natalie, my assistant," came the reply. "Ah, it seems she cares for you quite deeply," Rega remarked with a knowing tone. "Natalie is an exceptional assistant," Potts responded, unaware of the implications in Rega's voice. This interruption dulled the fervor that had previously engulfed Potts. Rising to her feet, she inhaled deeply several times before stating, "If you can save Tony, the entire Star Corporation will owe you a debt of gratitude." Rega chuckled at this, saying, "I seek no favor from the Star Corporation, neither yours nor Tony's." This left Potts perplexed. A favor from the Star Corporation was of immense value, considering its significant influence. To refuse such a boon raised questions about what Rega truly desired. Did he covet Iron Man's armor? Though rare in Potts' eyes, it paled in comparison to Tony's life. With this thought, Potts exhaled, her beautiful gaze fixed intently on Rega. "Then what is it that you seek?" "To live, one must possess certain material resources, which necessitate a sound economic foundation. Thus, my first request is quite simple: money. I would like my future expenses charged to the Star Corporation. Rest assured, I am not overly concerned with money and require little, but I find myself short at present. So I am seizing this opportunity to make my request." Rega waved dismissively. Potts found herself at a loss for words. To forego a favor from the Star Corporation in favor of money seemed irrational, akin to ignoring a treasure trove to scavenge for coins. "That is not an issue. I will provide you with a credit card shortly, which you may use anywhere in the world," she offered. Rega nodded in satisfaction. "My second request concerns the manner in which I arrive in America. It was somewhat unconventional. Let's say I entered illegally. Therefore, I require your assistance in arranging a new identity." "That is no problem at all," Potts readily agreed. It posed no challenge for the Star Corporation. "Thank you very much," Rega said as he rose. "Those are my only requests. I have nothing further to add. I appreciate your help once again." Potts was taken aback, hardly believing her ears. After all the to and fro, only 2 requests? Such a trivial matter for the Star Corporation. "Are you certain there are no additional requests?" She could not help but ask. "None at all," Rega confirmed. "Now, if you would be so kind as to accompany me downstairs. While I am capable of exiting on my own, it would be more convenient this way." With that, he gestured for her to lead the way and prepared to open the door. "Wait, you haven't relayed the news to me yet," Potts urged, feeling anxious. "I shall inform you at the door," Rega replied, shaking his head playfully. After the office door swung open, Rega and Potts emerged with an air of calm, leaving the onlookers outside utterly astonished. They had been preoccupied with ensuring Miss Potts' safety, even alerting Iron Man, yet within mere minutes, the two appeared as if nothing had transpired. Spotting the crowd, Potts waved her hand and reassured them, "It's all fine now. You may return to your duties. It was merely a misunderstanding, Mr. Rega is not a bad person. Please disperse." "Mr. Rega? When did this fellow become Mr. Rega?" Although the assembled personnel were rife with skepticism, they complied with Potts' directive and gradually departed. As the crowd receded, Rega caught a glimpse of a flash of red, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Once outside the building, Rega turned to Potts and inquired, "Miss Potts, you mentioned your assistant earlier?" Potts replied inquisitively, "Natalie? What about her?" "Nothing of great consequence. I merely had another request, and I assure you it is the last one. Would you be so kind as to arrange a meeting between me and your assistant?" Rega proposed. Though intrigued, Potts acquiesced, of course. "Splendid. I shall take my leave then. I hope to see you again soon." "You still haven't shared the information with me," Potts interjected, her impatience evident. Rega turned back, leaning closer to her ear, and whispered, "The solution lies within your office, consisting of just 5 words, your father's legacy. Farewell, Miss Potts. I look forward to our next encounter. Oh, and here's my number. Please don't forget to arrange that meeting with your assistant." With a wave, Rega departed, leaving Potts standing at the entrance, murmuring to herself, "Father's legacy. Father's legacy. What could he possibly mean? This man is truly enigmatic. At least I now know his name, Rega. I wonder what his intentions are. Regardless, I should inform Tony about this. I hope the information proves useful." With that thought, Potts hurried back to her office. Chapter 7. Capability Analysis. After exiting Stark Industries, Rega meandered through New York. Lacking a formal identity, purchasing property was impractical, so he opted for a hotel stay, seizing the opportunity to explore the city. After all, New York's reputation was renowned, and since he would be residing here, familiarizing himself was essential. He hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him on a tour, which the driver eagerly obliged, recognizing the lucrative potential of such a venture. After wandering around Manhattan, Rega disembarked, reluctantly leaving the driver behind, and selected a star-rated hotel, opting for a presidential suite. Comfort was secondary to the spaciousness and brightness of the room, which provided a sense of ease. Besides, he was not short on funds, given that Stark Industries was footing the bill. After a refreshing shower, Rega reclined on the sofa, contemplating the path that lay ahead. It now appears that the Marvel Universe is not merely a realm of Avengers. After all, characters like Sabretooth have already made their appearance, implying the existence of the X-Men. Consequently, Spider-Man must also exist, and perhaps even Deadpool. The thought of these two, the Marvel world's quintessential chatterboxes, brings a smile to Rega's face, as their meeting would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. However, the pressing matter at hand is to analyze and enhance his own abilities, for the challenges ahead will escalate in difficulty, and the adversaries he encounters will grow increasingly formidable. His current capabilities are insufficient for the trials that lie ahead. Rega rested his left thumb against his jawline, with his index finger poised at his temple, a habitual gesture during his moments of contemplation. Out in the world, he dared not experiment with immersing himself in water. The variables outside were too great. If it were indeed a devil fruit, his fate would be sealed. It was only until recently that he fully submerged himself in water. Yet he did not experience the debilitating weakness typically associated with it, suggesting that his abilities resemble those of an explosion fruit, lacking the debilitating flaw of succumbing to water. This was indeed fortuitous news. In essence, his power revolved around explosive force. However, his development in harnessing this ability was still in its infancy. He had merely enhanced his physical attributes, enabling him to unleash explosive punches. Coupled with his training as an agent, he could manage typical situations with relative ease. Based on his estimations, he should be at level 6. Yet, due to the fusion process, while he possessed knowledge of various combat techniques, he was unable to fully mobilize them. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the time being. Regarding his abilities, he currently could only execute explosive punches, and he needed to ponder the principle behind his immunity to explosions. After all, explosions generate various forms of energy. The most fundamental bombs propel shrapnel at tremendous speeds, inflicting harm through kinetic energy. Additionally, the flames produced by a typical explosion can cause fatal injuries, not to mention the myriad of radiation from a nuclear explosion or the high-energy particle beams from a planetary detonation. So, is his immunity to explosions due to his ability to absorb energy, or could he be capable of converting energy? Regardless of the method, it was certain that he could release energy, albeit at present, he could only manifest it in the form of shockwaves. The enhancement from his explosive abilities was comprehensive, significantly boosting his strength, speed, endurance, and neural reflexes compared to before. If he wished to grow stronger, energy absorption was essential. In the Marvel Universe, the most significant source of energy is undoubtedly the Tesseract, the space stone among the Infinity Gems, which harbors boundless power, a treasure trove for him to absorb. Although he could release energy based on his innate qualities, even if he were to achieve the legendary strength of the Sentinel, capable of unleashing the energy of a million suns, it would pale in comparison to the Tesseract. Thus, acquiring this gem had become imperative. Currently, it resided in the possession of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he lacked the strength to seize it. Even if he were to obtain it, he could not safeguard it, especially with the likes of his guardians around. A solitary Thor was already far beyond his capabilities, let alone the impending threats from the Kree and Thanos, whose mere gestures could spell his doom. However, at that time, Loki would come to Earth. Even if he couldn't acquire the Tesseract, he could still seize the opportunity to absorb some energy. Therefore, it was imperative for him to become significantly stronger. Otherwise, he might find himself overwhelmed by the excessive energy, which would be rather embarrassing. With a substantial reserve of energy, his confidence would naturally grow. In the following days, Rega ventured outside, engaging in boxing practice, albeit merely for basic training. This was to swiftly regain his former prowess and rediscover lost techniques, while continuously exploring and developing his abilities. Remarkably, he managed to unlock a new skill, the ability to release energy from the soles of his feet, enabling him to momentarily levitate. Although he had yet to achieve flight, this newfound capability was exhilarating nonetheless. Since discovering this power, Rega dedicated himself to practicing within his home. To enhance his control, he began ascending an imaginary staircase using this ability. In essence, it resembled climbing stairs, but instead, he propelled himself through energy release, stepping onto nothingness with each stride, creating the illusion of ascending a heavenly ladder. Walking in midair was another method he explored, though it was comparatively simpler, requiring less exertion. Building on this ability, Rega developed several derivative skills, harnessing explosive energy to increase both his speed and strength. The underlying principle was straightforward, primarily revolving around control, which necessitated prolonged practice. Moreover, Rega noticed that he was consistently being followed. No matter where he went, he was under surveillance. However, he remained unfazed and had a good inkling of the identities of these watchers, continuing with his life as usual. Meanwhile, in a certain location in the United States, a tall man of African descent, clad in a black eye mask, scrutinized the reports delivered by his subordinates, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Although Rega's abduction of Pepper Potts had not stirred much commotion externally, it had certainly captured Fury's attention. What was this enigmatic individual up to? His origins were entirely unknown. There was no trace of him online, only a jumble of irrelevant information. This mysterious figure had suddenly taken Pepper hostage, and then they both emerged as if nothing had transpired. What could be his intention? Was he perhaps after the armor as well? Fury lowered his gaze, staring impassively at the image of the young Asian man on the screen, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Continuing down this path would likely yield no results. It seemed prudent to have Natasha make contact. Resolute in his decision, Fury pressed a button on his special communication device. Chapter 8, A New Element. Hello, is this Tony? Where are you now? Pepper asked anxiously. Pepper, are you all right? I just received a report stating you were abducted. I'm on my way. You needn't worry, came Tony's urgent and concerned voice. He himself was battling a terminal illness and was determined not to let anything happen to the woman he cherished. Upon receiving the message, Tony felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Pepper Potts was undoubtedly the person he cherished most. How dare anyone attempt to abduct her in the glaring spotlight of Stark Industries? Such audacity could only stem from a reckless disregard for life. Should he discover the identity of the perpetrator, he would be more than willing to greet them with 100 missiles. Tony seethed internally. Tony, I'm fine. It was merely a misunderstanding. I cannot explain everything over the phone. Just hurry to my office, Pepper urged, her voice laced with urgency. I'm on my way, Tony replied curtly before ending the call. With a decisive clang, Tony stormed into Pepper's office, fully equipped, only to find her seated safely. A wave of relief washed over him as he rushed to embrace her tightly. Pepper, deeply moved, felt a pang in her heart, especially knowing the peril Tony had recently faced. She kissed him softly, cradling his face in her hands, her gaze piercing into his eyes as she spoke. Tony, I know. At her words, Tony stiffened, awkwardness creeping in. What do you know? Are you deceiving me? He asked, bewildered. I'm aware that your situation is extremely perilous, that you might be in danger at any moment, Pepper replied, tears glistening in her eyes. Tony was taken aback. This information was supposed to be a secret known only to him, and that insufferable Russian, as well as those agents from S.H.L.D. Reflecting on it, the matter seemed less of a secret than he had thought. Yet how did Pepper come by this knowledge? Seeing the sorrowful expression in her eyes softened Tony's heart. Indeed, I have been dishonest with you, as I wish to shield you from worry. I am actively seeking a solution and am close to finding it. Pepper's eyes brightened. Really? What is it? Stop lying to me, she declared, recognizing his attempt to deceive her once more. Frustration flared within her, yet upon witnessing his demeanor, her resolve softened. That strange man mentioned he knew how to save you. What? You must be jesting. How could he possibly know? And who is he? Do you even know him? How can we trust the words of a stranger? Tony interjected, waving his hands dismissively. Truly, Tony, I do not know him, but he was the one who informed me of your life being in danger. He also spoke of a solution, albeit with some conditions. However, those are trivial to us. The method is right here. It's your father's legacy, Pepper insisted eagerly. Your father's legacy? Tony echoed in confusion. Yes, that is precisely what he said, Pepper affirmed with a firm nod. Tony turned to observe the enormous city model draped in white fabric beside them. Releasing Pepper, he approached and yanked the covering away. Beneath the pristine glass, a small wooden plaque adjacent to the conceptual drawing bore a line of golden inscription. The key to the future is here. Tony's gaze fixated on the model as a spark of clarity ignited within him. He sensed that the stranger was indeed correct. This object could undoubtedly be the key to his salvation. Although the precise method remained elusive, he felt certain that the answers lay within this model. Regardless of the stranger's intentions, one thing was clear. He had spoken the truth. Once again reassuring Pepper, Tony eagerly began to meticulously dismantle the model, securing it with ropes before slinging it over his shoulder and soaring skyward towards his abode. Upon returning home, he promptly instructed Jarvis to initiate a scan. As the operational interface was set up, Tony discerned something unusual. After a series of calculations, an extraordinary new element unfolded before him. Dad, gone for 20 years. Yet still imparting lessons, he mused, gazing at the ethereal blue sphere. Thank you, Dad. The new element seemed poised to replace palladium. However, Jarvis's mechanical voice interjected, lamenting its inability to be synthesized. Filled with renewed vigor, Tony embarked on a quest for various materials, engaging in what appeared to be chaotic endeavors, including drilling into walls. After what seemed like a frenzied escapade, he successfully constructed the prism accelerator. At that moment, a suave and gentle man entered, exchanging a few pleasantries before announcing, "Farewell. I have been reassigned. Director Fury has summoned me to New Mexico." If Rygor were present, he would surely exclaim, "Coulson, a most unconventional agent, whose previous popularity spawned a television series." Undoubtedly, New Mexico held significance, heralding the imminent arrival of Thor. Coulson was merely a brief interlude. Tony soon immersed himself in his work. Thus, day after day, he dedicated himself entirely to the synthesis of the new element, neglecting even to meet with Potts. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after numerous failures, Tony ultimately triumphed. A new element was created. Witnessing the new element merge with the arc reactor filled him with exhilaration. This was his salvation. Yet, he pondered how that stranger possessed such certainty about his predicament. Never mind. There will be time to seek him out later. I must first heal myself. While engrossed in his work, Tony received a phone call. "Hello." A heavy Russian accent resonated. "Tony, how are you? I've doubled the rotation speed." A jolt of alarm surged through Tony. "What? You suggest doubling the rotation speed to generate more energy? Excellent idea." Ivan Vanko, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, gripped the phone with bloodied hands, the lifeless bodies of two Hammer Industry security personnel swaying behind him. "The Stark family legacy is about to be rewritten. Everything your father did to my family over the past 40 years, I shall return to you in 40 minutes. Ivan removed his glasses, his icy gaze brimming with malice. "I hope you are prepared." Panic surged within Tony. He had failed to trace the call, but had gleaned a rough location. Though the new reactor had yet to be tested, there was no time to hesitate. Pepper was in danger, and he could not remain idle. Firmly pressing the new reactor against his chest, Tony declared resolutely, "Aren't we supposed to test it? Let us do so now." Chapter 9, Dr. Lizard. Since leaving the Stark Group, Rega has been living quite comfortably. A few days ago, Pepper informed him that matters regarding his identity had been resolved, and now he needed to acquire a proper residence. There's an English saying, home, sweet home, and in Chinese, it is said that a golden nest or a silver nest is inferior to one's own doghouse. While staying in a hotel is convenient, it is ultimately someone else's space. No matter how comfortable it may be, a lingering sense of weariness and discomfort remains. Rega sought out a real estate agency, and after careful comparison, he purchased a spacious 2-story loft with a hefty price tag, which was not a concern for him. He then replaced all his previous belongings with items that reflected his personal style and specifically left an open space for his daily boxing practice. Following that, he bought a Ford Mustang, powerful and robust in appearance. Though a civilian sports car, it exuded youthful vigor, perfectly suited for Rega's current needs. After this grand shopping spree, he finally established a home within the Marvel Universe. Recently, he noticed that the individuals who had been watching him had vanished, likely having concluded that there was nothing of value to be found and deciding it was a waste of time to linger, as Rega practiced indoors with great caution, ensuring minimal noise. Thus, that group had come away empty-handed. Although life felt somewhat constricting, the improvement in his abilities was evident. Due to the need for careful control over his strength, Rega's control skills had significantly enhanced. He could now walk and stand in midair, and even manage short bursts of running, though the limited space hampered his practice. As for flying, his current stamina could not support the immense energy expenditure required for long-distance flight. He was quite satisfied with his current progress. That evening, free from surveillance, Rega prepared to formally test his abilities outside and to procure some food. Ever since awakening his powers, he found himself consuming several people's worth of food daily. Were it not for Pepper providing him with a credit card, he would have nearly depleted his finances. Am I to become a glutton like those characters in One Piece? Rega mused. Shaking his head, Rega sought out a secluded corner, exerting force beneath his feet to leap 2 or 3 stories high. As his powers activated, the explosive force propelled him even higher. Continuously increasing his output, he ascended further until, feeling a hint of fatigue, he finally stopped. At this point, he had reached a considerable altitude, with the surrounding buildings appearing diminutive below him. Gazing down at the radiant lights, Rega's spirit surged. To stand atop the highest peak and behold the mountains diminutive, he exclaimed, spreading his arms to embrace the night breeze. He couldn't help but marvel at the allure of heights. It was not merely the expansive view that captivated one, but also the intoxicating sense of control over the world below. However, this state could not be sustained for long, as his body began to protest. Alas, still too weak. After just a few minutes, he was already struggling. It seemed he needed to train more. For endurance is vital for a man. One cannot engage in a prolonged battle without it. As Rega pondered, he nodded vigorously, preparing to descend gradually to the ground. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a commotion on a nearby bridge. Fortunately, it was not too far away, allowing him to hasten there to discern the situation. The towering buildings beneath provided him with an ideal vantage point, enabling him to leap from their rooftops. Although it could not compare to flying, it was certainly much swifter than navigating the streets below. Rega landed atop one of the buildings, oriented himself, and swiftly made his way towards the scene of the disturbance. The location was the Williamsburg Bridge, one of the thoroughfares connecting Manhattan and Brooklyn, currently choked with traffic. Upon the bridge, a reptilian creature staggered forward, casually pushing vehicles aside, and in a fit of rage, effortlessly lifted a compact car and hurled it into the river. Rega observed in astonishment. A compact car weighs over a ton, and the ease with which the creature overturned it suggested a strength exceeding several tons. He quietly assessed that, while he too could flip vehicles, he could not do so with the same ease as this lizard man, indicating that his strength, though formidable, fell slightly short. Nevertheless, he believed he was not far behind. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Just as Rega prepared to intervene, a slender figure clad in red and blue zipped overhead, launching a web that ensnared the falling car, swiftly pulling it back up and anchoring the other into the bridge. Seeing this familiar figure, a smile broke across Rega's face. His friendly neighborhood Spider-Man had arrived. The power, speed, and reflexes displayed were indicative of a burgeoning superhero. Despite the short time he had donned a mask, Rega had intended to pay a visit. Now seemed the perfect opportunity. Tearing a strip of cloth, he masked his face and dashed toward Spider-Man. The young hero was preoccupied with rescuing people when he looked up to see a figure running through the air towards him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Rega, unfazed by Spider-Man's astonishment, reached him and declared, "You focus on saving lives. I will handle that beast. Our collaboration will minimize casualties." Spider-Man, still marveling at the sight of someone running in midair, quickly responded, "Oh, okay, buddy. Just be careful." Rega chuckled, nodded, and sprinted toward the lizard man. The creature, venting its fury on the bridge, suddenly noticed Rega charging at it. Harnessing his momentum, Rega unleashed a powerful punch, catching the lizard man completely off guard and sending it flying, colliding with several vehicles. However, this damage was trivial for the lizard man. With a furious roar, it regained its footing and charged at Rega, claws bared. To Rega, the creature's combat style seemed rudimentary. It relied solely on grappling, unable to match his speed, thus posing no significant threat. Rega, with his agility and swiftness, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the lizard man, akin to striking a punching bag, causing the creature to wail in despair, filled with rage yet utterly helpless. At that moment, the young spider had successfully rescued everyone and was preparing to assist Rega, only to be taken aback by his ferocity. This monster appeared formidable, and he doubted his own ability to contend with it. The masked man before him seemed to be schooling a child, effortlessly overpowering the lizard man, reducing him to mere defense. Realizing this, the lizard man let out a furious roar, feigning a strike, prompting Rega to retreat in evasion. However, he was unprepared for the swift lash of a thick tail that sent him flying against the side of a car. Seizing the opportunity, the lizard man leapt off the bridge with a splash, vanishing into the river below. All of this transpired within mere seconds, leaving Spider-Man momentarily stunned as the lizard man disappeared without a trace. Seeing Rega endure a heavy blow, Spider-Man rushed over to assist him, expressing concern. "Are you all right?" "My friend? I'm fine, just got a bit careless," Rega replied, shaking his head, realizing too late that the lizard man could attack with his tail so swiftly. It seemed Dr. Connors had adapted rather quickly. Glad to hear it, the young spider assessed Rega, and, seeing he was indeed unharmed, felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you for your help earlier. Otherwise, many innocent civilians could have been hurt. It was merely a small effort." Rega dismissed modestly. "No, I mean it. Most would have run away in such a situation, but you charged in without hesitation to aid those poor souls. And you made that monster flee. Truly impressive." Spider-Man exclaimed eagerly. Rega chuckled, glancing at the young spider. "Aren't you the same?" This made Spider-Man slightly bashful, though his mask concealed his embarrassment. He scratched his head and suddenly burst forth with excitement. Hey, how did you manage to run in midair just now? That was incredibly cool. I can move swiftly in the air too, but only with my webbing. How did you do it? Can you teach me? If I could run in the air like that, it would be so stylish. Rega, somewhat speechless, found the young spider's exuberance amusing yet overwhelming. After a battle, he had much to say. With a hint of resignation, he replied, "That's unique to me. Others cannot replicate it." Disappointment washed over Spider-Man upon hearing this, as he'd hoped to learn and impress Gwen with his newfound skill, but it now seemed unattainable. However, this fleeting sentiment quickly gave way to renewed vigor as he queried, "By the way, I still don't know who you are. If you tell me who you are, I shall reveal my identity in turn," Rega teased. Spider-Man fell silent, aware that he could not divulge his secret identity. After all, being Spider-Man was a closely guarded secret. The more who knew, the greater the risk. Moreover, if others bore ill intentions, it could endanger not only him, but also Aunt May and Gwen, who had no such protection. Upon observing the silent demeanor of the young spider, Rega could not help but chuckle. The matter of identity was not urgent. Time was plentiful ahead. Ah yes, Rega procured a piece of paper and a pen from a nearby vehicle, inscribing his phone number and handing it to the young spider. "This is my number. Should you find yourself in a precarious situation, feel free to call me." Is it not rather bold to offer one's number upon first meeting? The young spider mused, unaware that Rega possessed knowledge of his character, which made such a gesture less reckless. After all, there would indeed be moments when the young spider might struggle alone, in light of the deaths of Captain Stacy and Gwen. Rega hoped to extend a helping hand when necessary, for both the young spider and the city of New York. As he tucked Rega's number away, the young spider earnestly declared, "Brother, you are a good man." Rega stumbled slightly at the remark. "Of course, I'm a good man. But why does that sound so peculiar?" Suppressing his internal commentary, he turned to leave. "I'm off now. Call me if needed." With a swift leap, he ascended the bridge's supporting structure, vanishing into the night, leaving the young spider alone, filled with profound reflections. Chapter 10. Visitors from all quarters. The Williamsburg Bridge incident momentarily dominated the headlines of New York's major newspapers, sparking fervent discussions about the newly emerged creature, causing widespread concern for public safety. Captain Stacy publicly vowed to investigate the matter thoroughly and bring those responsible to justice. Meanwhile, various accounts of Spider-Man and another enigmatic masked figure circulated widely, particularly the scene of the mysterious man battling the creature, relayed by fortunate survivors. Footage revealed this individual could run through the air, exhibiting strength and speed beyond the ordinary, thus quickly becoming a focal point of public discourse. One Spider-Man is already a headache. Now we have a lizard creature and a being resembling a superhuman. When did New York turn into a circus? Captain Stacy pondered with resignation. The New York police were not the only ones feeling the strain. The lizard incident had captured the attention of many. Rega, however, was unconcerned. His intention was to showcase his prowess, fully aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. was observing nearby. Demonstrating his abilities could serve as a prelude for future endeavors. This encounter with Dr. Lizard was an opportune moment to make a significant impression. Although he concealed his identity, it posed little hindrance to those determined to investigate. Now, he would patiently await the outcome. Despite the uproar surrounding the news, Tony remained oblivious, engrossed in synthesizing a new element. Only upon achieving success and allowing himself a moment of leisure did he stumble upon the headlines. As he contemplated the peculiar emergence of such phenomena in New York, intending to investigate once he was well, he was abruptly interrupted by a call from Ivan Vanko, which instantly alarmed Tony. Tony is in a state of urgency, while Rega is equally occupied. As he gazes upon the striking red-haired beauty before him, Rega is somewhat taken aback. "Jean Grey, it is an honor to finally meet you," he expresses. Indeed, the woman before Rega is none other than the famed Phoenix. Jean Grey, a level 5 mutant whose power, when unleashed, is simply extraordinary. However, at this moment, she remains bound by Professor X's constraints, presenting herself as the innocent and unassuming girl she is known to be. She has tirelessly advocated for the improvement of the status and conditions of mutants, making her one of the more publicly recognized mutants. A flicker of surprise crosses Jean's lovely face. "You know me?" she inquires. "I often see your efforts for mutants on television, so of course I'm familiar with you," Rega replies, weaving a small deception. Upon hearing this, a blush graces Jean's cheeks, and without further contemplation, she continues, "I come on behalf of Professor X." Rega merely acknowledges her with a noncommittal grunt, prompting Jean to grow increasingly anxious. "We are aware that you were the one at the Williamsburg Bridge last time. This is exceedingly dangerous. If others were to discover your identity, fear not, They will not harm me, Rega assures, waving his hand with confidence. How can you be so certain? You must understand that we mutants are not exactly welcomed. Jean presses, her worry intensifying. Apologies, but I'm not a mutant, Rega interjects. What? Jean responds, incredulity etched on her features. I'm not a mutant. While I do possess certain unique abilities, I'm not classified as one, Rega clarifies, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. Noticing that Rega does not appear to be lying, Jean calms down. Although she yearns to delve into Rega's mental landscape, she refrains from doing so, knowing it may provoke his displeasure and that her current abilities are insufficient to extract information like Professor X. She must concentrate and physically connect with a person's mind to do so. Disappointment washes over her. She had initially hoped to recruit a new member for the X-Men after learning of Rega, believing it would bolster their chances against Magneto. However, it seems that plan may be thwarted. Perhaps her disappointment is palpable, as Rega finds the situation somewhat amusing. The Phoenix is rather entertaining in this moment. Jean emits a sound of realization, noting that this individual is not so bad after all. Although she has not succeeded in recruiting Rega, the outcome is not entirely unfavorable. At least there is clarity. Yet, she wonders how he is aware of Professor X's character, considering that ordinary people typically regard mutants with trepidation, if not outright hostility, making coexistence challenging, let alone admiration. Sensing Jean's confusion, Rega chuckles softly. I possess some knowledge of Professor X's endeavors. While I cannot disclose how I came upon this information, I assure you that I hold him in the highest esteem. Intrigued, Jean questions, what is your perspective on mutants, Mr. Rega? Mutants are akin to humans, merely another form of existence. With good comes bad, and with kindness comes malevolence. They simply possess unique abilities, Rega articulates. Rega was well aware that the universe teems with a myriad of races. The great wars he had witnessed were true annihilations, where entire planets fell into slavery. In comparison, the conflicts between humans and mutants felt like mere child's play. Farewell, perhaps we shall have opportunities for collaboration in the future, Rega remarked. Shortly after bidding farewell to Jean, the doorbell rang once more. Upon opening the door, he was met by a young woman of striking beauty, her golden hair flowing like a cascade of waves. Are you Mr. Rega? She inquired. Indeed, and may I ask who you are? Rega replied. Without answering, the woman strode past him and elegantly reclined on his sofa, adopting a languid pose. Rega found himself at a loss for words, yet he refrained from displaying any aggression, confident in his own strength. Closing the door, he settled into a seat opposite her, intrigued by her presence. Regardless of her identity, she was undeniably pleasant to behold, since she remained silent. He did not mind gazing a little longer. Are you not curious about who I am? She asked. Are you not about to introduce yourself? Rega countered. With a raised eyebrow and a hint of amusement on her face, she smiled mischievously. Then, to Rega's astonishment, her skin began to ripple, revealing a shimmering wave of scales, transforming her into a blue-skinned mutant with chestnut hair. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mystique, representing Magneto, and I invite you to join us. Observing Rega's reaction, Mystique felt a sense of satisfaction. Rega soon realized the implications of her presence. Could it be that the infamous Mystique had taken an interest in him, and Magneto, that rascal, had set his sights on him as well? However, having already declined Professor X's invitation, joining Magneto's Brotherhood was out of the question. Just as Rega was about to speak, Mystique preempted him. Do not be too hasty in your refusal. I am aware that Charles sent Jean to seek you out. Our offer is far superior to theirs. Rega found himself at a loss again. This was rather brazen, a direct attempt at seduction. I must decline your invitation. Not due to the inadequacy of your terms, but as I informed Jean earlier, I am not a mutant. You are not. Mystique was taken aback. Indeed, you may have come in vain. Even if I were, I would still refuse to join you. Setting aside my disagreements with your ideology, it is simply impossible to stand alongside Sabretooth. I harbor no fondness for him, Rega thought to himself. Disappointment washed over Mystique, and her interest waned. Since he was not a mutant, she contemplated leaving. However, she reconsidered. The Brotherhood currently lacked strength and could benefit from external allies. Although Rega was not a mutant, he was certainly not an ordinary human. In the eyes of the average person, he posed a significant threat, making him a potential candidate for recruitment, albeit not just yet. With this in mind, Mystique's smile returned. Since you are unwilling to accept our invitation, I will not press the matter. However, this does not preclude us from maintaining a friendship. Would you not agree? Rega chuckled. Mystique was quite thoughtful. His current combat prowess was formidable enough to be of assistance to the mutants, and he could serve as a powerful ally if necessary, even though he might not fully embrace their cause. You are right. When business fails, friendship prevails. It is always beneficial to have an additional friend. Rega extended his hand. Goodbye, Mr. Rega, Mystique replied, shaking his hand before transforming into a captivating blonde, casting him a flirtatious glance before departing. Despite knowing her true age, Mystique truly embodied her name. Rega marveled at her. Chapter 11. Tony Stark. After encountering representatives from the two factions of mutants, Rega returned to his previous routine, indulging in food, honing his abilities, and familiarizing himself with his surroundings. However, his ordinary life was soon interrupted by a significant revelation. Upon waking and glancing at the headlines of the newspaper, Rega burst into laughter. It appeared Tony had succeeded in eliminating whiplash, meaning the new element had been successfully synthesized, and his life was no longer in jeopardy. The forthcoming days promised to be even more exhilarating. In the afternoon, Rega received a call from Pepper Potts. Mr. Rega, thank you for your message. Tony's life is now secure. I wonder if you might have time to meet. We would like to express our gratitude in person. Not at all. I'm available right now. That's wonderful. Would you like me to send someone to pick you up? Pepper asked, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. No need. I shall make my way there myself. Where shall we meet? Originally, we intended to host you at our home, but due to the chaos from the last incident, it remains in disarray. Therefore, we can only meet at Stark Industries. I hope you won't mind. Pepper replied with a hint of regret. That is perfectly fine. Stark Industries will suffice. I am on my way, Rega reassured her, unfazed by the change of plans. Excellent. I shall see you shortly. Oh, and regarding your last request, I have made the necessary arrangements, Pepper inquired. That would be splendid. Thank you, Rega responded, genuinely pleased. You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you. See you soon, Mr. Rega. See you soon. With that, Rega ended the call. Rega approached his wardrobe and donned a more formal outfit, recognizing the significance of this first official meeting with the future Avengers. His usual athletic attire would not suffice for the occasion. After selecting his attire, he set out, driving towards Stark Industries. Upon arriving, Rega entered Stark Tower. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than Pepper greeted him, clearly having been waiting. Mr. Rega, welcome. Pepper beamed, extending her hand. Ms. Potts, hello. I apologize for the necessity of my previous actions, Rega said, returning her smile as they shook hands. Oh, it's quite all right. Without you, Tony might have faced grave danger. Pepper waved her hands dismissively. There is no need for such formality. Just call me Pepper. Rega chuckled softly. Pepper. Her smile widened at the mention of her name. Let us head upstairs. Tony is very eager to speak with you. The two individuals ascended to the top floor of Stark Tower, a place that Tony regarded as another home, often retreating here during his busy workdays, accompanied by Pepper. Upon entering, Rega noticed Tony standing at the bar, pouring himself a drink. You two converse. I shall not intrude, Pepper remarked as she escorted Rega upstairs, adding, Thank you once again, Mr. Rega. With her departure, the atmosphere between Rega and Tony became palpably delicate. Mr. Rega, welcome. Your message truly saved my life, Tony declared, lifting a bottle of liquor. Care for a drink? Rega shook his head, reflecting on Tony's evident narcissism. It was amusing how he could be so frivolous. Yet, even without Rega's intervention, he would have discovered this element. Rega merely expedited the process. Not drinking? What a pity. Your life must lack much joy, Tony said playfully. May I inquire where you hail from? China, Rega replied. I've heard of it, but never visited. Tony chuckled. Rega settled onto the sofa, observing Tony across from him. Might I ask why you invited me here? Casual banter is not characteristic of the Iron Man, is it? Tony took a sip of his drink. Your words wound me. I specifically invited you to express my gratitude. Is that so? Rega replied, noncommittally. Indeed, Tony insisted. Did I not express my thanks the moment you arrived? Rega felt a wave of exasperation. Such a gesture hardly constituted a dedicated expression of gratitude. Aside from conveying my sincere appreciation, Tony continued, taking another sip. I have several inquiries I wish to pose to you, Mr. Rega. Here it was, Rega thought, finally getting to the crux of the matter. Pepper is quite naive. She wouldn't ponder deeply, nor would she articulate her thoughts. After all, you saved my life, and I comprehend that, Tony said, his expression growing serious as he fixed his gaze on Rega. However, how is it that you are aware of my circumstances? How did you know that my father's relic could save me? What are your true intentions? Rega reclined on the sofa, listening to Tony's almost accusatory inquiries, reflecting that this was indeed more complex than it seemed. I possess my own methods of knowledge. In truth, I'm not the only one aware of your situation. Am I? Rega retorted. Tony paused, realizing that the Russian he had dispatched was aware of her individuals from S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that Rega was informed as well. So how did you learn about my father's relic? Tony pressed further. Apologies, but that remains a secret. I cannot divulge it, Rega shrugged nonchalantly. Tony's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure upon hearing Rega's response. Relax, Tony. Rega shifted to a more comfortable position. I am not your enemy. Otherwise, I would not have saved you, would I? True, Tony conceded, his expression softening slightly. Of course. Do not assume your iron armor will be of any use. Since I dare to come here, I have my own means of assurance. With that, Rega extended his right index finger towards a nearby vase, applying a subtle force. A visible, translucent shock wave emanated from his fingertip, shattering the vase into countless fragments. Upon witnessing Rega's prowess, Tony's eyes revealed a hint of apprehension. You see, if I wished to act against you, I could do so at any moment. Yet, I have refrained from such actions and even save your life. I believe my sincerity is sufficient, Rega remarked with a smile, turning his head. After a brief contemplation, Tony inquired, what is your objective? My goal has already been achieved, has it not? Did Paywood not inform you? Rega feigned surprise. Indeed, Paywood did tell me, but I find it hard to believe that it is so simple, Tony replied, lifting his gaze. Doubt does not equate to falsehood, Rega countered, shaking his head. As a billionaire, you may not perceive these matters as significant, but my circumstances differ. I am destitute and did not arrive in America through conventional means. Hence, what may seem trivial to you is of utmost importance to me. Rega paused before continuing, of course, I could pursue alternative methods to fulfill my needs. Yet nothing would be as expedient as the Star Corporation, would it? Moreover, in terms of financial gain, what profession could be easier than having Star Corporation subsidize my future? Furthermore, I have more pressing matters at hand. Earning a living is an extravagant waste of time. Tony fell into a thoughtful silence. Indeed, what he deemed inconsequential was precisely what Rega found most suitable and necessary. Although he claimed not to want favors from Star Corporation, both parties understood that the value of the information Rega provided far surpassed the demands he currently made. Should Rega have future needs, Star Corporation would find it impossible to decline. After a moment of silence, Tony gazed deeply at Rega, then raised his glass with a smile, saying, You are correct. I was overly suspicious. I apologize. Rega smiled in response. Although Tony did not fully trust him, it was of little significance, as Rega had no expectations. He understood that Tony would not extract further information from him, nor could he impose any consequences, thus allowing the matter to pass. Whether or not Tony would investigate discreetly was of no concern to Rega. He knew nothing would come of it. They shared a silent understanding and exchanged smiles, a mutual accord in itself. At that moment, Pepper entered and, seeing Rega and Tony engaged in pleasant conversation, remarked with a smile, It appears you two are getting along well. However, I must interrupt, Mr. Rega. Natalie is waiting for you downstairs. Rega thought to himself, You already know who Natalie is, yet still feign ignorance. Truly, a master of deception. However, he did not expose her and laughed heartily. Then I must extend my gratitude to Paybois. All right, Tony, you truly are incorrigible, Pepper chided, playfully slapping Tony. Let us descend and not disturb Mr. Rega and Natalie's rendezvous. Natalie is waiting, after all. With that, she winked at Rega. Rega chuckled and then entered the elevator. Chapter 12. Natasha. Looking at Natasha seated before him, Rega felt an overwhelming sense of reflection. Ultimately, his primary objective this time was none other than the Black Widow. The previous two were merely ancillary pursuits. As Rega gazed intently at her, Natasha let out a soft chuckle, for she had encountered such looks far too often. As a female operative, Natasha wielded not only exceptional combat skills, but also her beauty and physique as potent instruments in the execution of her missions. This woman possessed an uncanny ability to read the hearts of others, adeptly seizing upon the psychological fluctuations of her adversaries and exploiting their vulnerabilities to extract intelligence. Even those who had undergone rigorous training could find themselves unwittingly divulging secrets in her presence. Previously, she had received directives from Nick Fury to infiltrate Stark Industries and gather pertinent information. Not long ago, she had received another message from Fury, instructing her to devise a means of approaching Rega and probing into his origins. According to reports, this man was likely the mysterious figure seen on the Williamsburg Bridge, possessing skills that surpassed even those of Spider-Man. An enigmatic and formidable Asian man, he posed a significant threat in Fury's eyes until his intentions could be ascertained. However, the importance of this matter paled in comparison to events unfolding in New Mexico. Feeling the intensity of Rega's gaze, Natasha tilted her head slightly, brushing her hair behind her ear, and smiled, saying, Miss Potts mentioned that you wish to meet me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Natalia Rushman. Rega, he replied with a smile, musing to himself about her name, curious how long she could maintain her facade. I am aware of your name, Natasha thought to herself. Rega, may I inquire about your surname? Natalia gently probed once more. Is simply Rega, he replied, devoid of any additional moniker. Oh, Mr. Rega, from whence do you hail? Natasha inquired. I am Chinese, Rega answered. Ah, China, Natasha mused, resting her chin on her right hand and casting a sultry glance at him. So, Mr. Rega from China, may I ask what brings you to me? Listening to her slightly husky, alluring voice and observing Natasha's enchanting demeanor, Rega felt an overwhelming rush. His cheeks flushed and heart racing. Natasha immediately sensed the shift in his demeanor. A slight smile gracing her lips as she thought to herself that her mission appeared to be progressing smoothly. Taking a deep breath to steady her excitement, Rega finally spoke. Well, I have several reasons for wanting to meet you. Oh, pray tell, Natasha encouraged, extending her left hand to gently caress the back of his hand. He silently noted her playful teasing, thinking to himself how he would relish seeing her composure falter later. There was little he could do. Natasha's allure was simply too potent for him to resist. Had he not known her true nature, he would have surely succumbed long ago. Raising an eyebrow, Natasha pondered the unexpected nature of his first reason, wondering what his true intentions were. Yet, she maintained her poise, pursing her lips before tilting her head and inquiring with a smile. How would you prefer to address me, Mr. Rega? He felt a surge of triumph at having hooked her interest. How about calling you Natasha? Or perhaps Natalia? What do you think? At hearing Rega's suggestion, Natasha's previous calm and alluring demeanor vanished, her expression shifting dramatically. She would not naively believe that Rega merely wished to change the way he addressed her. If he truly intended to alter her name, why would he choose these two? It is crucial to note that Natasha Romanoff is her name within S.H. I.E.L.D., while Natalia Alexievna Romanova is her original name. Why would he utter these specific names, if not to remind her that he knows her true identity? How could he possibly be aware of it, considering her identity is classified information that few could ever uncover? Could it be that there is a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Countless thoughts flashed through Natasha's mind in an instant, her expression shifting continuously. Observing the captivating changes in her demeanor, Rega nearly burst into laughter. Just moments ago, he had felt embarrassed and flustered, almost succumbing to his feelings. Perhaps Natasha never anticipated he would pose such a question. Although this was not about revenge. Witnessing such a vivid display of emotion on Natasha's typically composed face brought Rega a sense of delight. Seeing Rega's smug expression, Natasha felt a pang of resentment. Since becoming the Black Widow, she had lost track of the last time she had been the subject of ridicule. She was always the one playing tricks on others, never the target of someone else's jest. Did this fellow already know her identity? If so, his earlier shyness must have been feigned. How dare he toy with her? Watching her folly for so long? Infuriating. Now that her identity had been exposed, Natasha saw no reason to continue the charade. She quickly composed herself, sitting upright, her gaze now calm and steady as she regarded Rega, devoid of her earlier allure. Witnessing Natasha's transformation back in her cold, stoic self, Rega silently marveled at her swift change of demeanor. However, he found her composed gaze even more unbearable and could only awkwardly say, I apologize. I did not mean to laugh at you. Your charm is simply irresistible. Natasha chuckled softly at this, surprised to discover that this fellow was rather amusing. It was the first time during her mission that she had encountered someone displaying such innocence. Gazing at the young man before her, who seemed to be a couple of years her junior, she suddenly felt that this mission might not be so dreadful after all. The tension that had previously permeated the air dissipated with their shared laughter. Natasha's light-hearted giggle left Rega momentarily speechless as he murmured a phrase in Chinese. A smile can conquer the city. What? Natasha inquired. That's a Chinese saying. A smile can conquer the city, Rega replied. Compared to other languages, Natasha's proficiency in Chinese was limited, prompting her to curiously ask, what does that mean? This left Rega feeling even more awkward, and he mustered the courage to explain, in simple terms. It means that when a beautiful woman smiles, everyone in the city is captivated by her. Upon hearing this, Natasha smiled even brighter. Every girl enjoys receiving compliments. And despite her role as a spy, Natasha was no exception, especially when it came to such lofty praise. A smile can conquer the city, you say? I shall remember that phrase, Natasha remarked, reverting to her original enchanting demeanor. Rega internally chastised himself for the blunder he had just made. Rega took a deep breath, composed himself, and said, the second reason is that I wish to assist you. Assist me? In what way? Natasha inquired. To restore your physical form. Rega replied, earnestly once more. At his words, Natasha's expression shifted dramatically. This was a matter she found exceedingly difficult to articulate, a secret she could hardly divulge. The average person could never fathom it, and even among S.H.I.L.D. operatives, few were privy to such knowledge. "How do you know this?" she asked. Her voice strained as she moved her dry throat. "Because we hail from the same origin," he explained. "Aren't you from China?" Natasha questioned. "Indeed, I am Chinese. But in another sense, we come from the same place. Are you also from there?" Natasha trembled as she asked. "Yes, Siberia. Those scientists conducted experiments on our bodies, which spiraled out of control, resulting in an explosion. I was the sole survivor," Rega said, lowering his head and feigning sorrow to conceal any inconsistencies. "My God," Natasha murmured. As someone who had escaped Hydra, she understood the depths of depravity exhibited by those scientists. She was merely a victim of their madness. To her astonishment, this boy before her had endured a fate similar to hers, perhaps even worse. The thought of the human experiments he had suffered through filled her with dread. His experiences must have been harrowing, possibly more so than her own. Rega intentionally revealed this information, knowing it was no secret that would remain hidden forever. Eventually, it would come to light, sooner or later. Although Natasha was affiliated with S.H.I.L.D., she did not harbor animosity towards the organization. Nor did she feel similarly about the Avengers. In fact, she had contemplated joining them, as she looked forward to training with Captain America, a master of hand-to-hand combat, to hone her own skills. "I apologize for bringing this all to mind. I had no idea you had endured such experiences," Natasha said softly, extending her hands to grasp Rega's right hand in a gesture of comfort. She empathized deeply with Rega's plight. Sharing a similar past forged a bond between them, and Natasha felt an unexpected closeness to him. "It's all right. It's all in the past. I survived and even gained superpowers from the ordeal. The outcome isn't too grim," Rega said, lifting his head and smiling. As Natasha beheld the forced smile on his face, her heart swelled with tenderness. To still smile after such experiences showcased his remarkable inner strength. Unbeknownst to her, Rega was struggling to suppress a hearty laugh, fearing that succumbing to joy might lead to sorrow, resulting in a rather awkward expression that Natasha misinterpreted. "Now, do you believe me?" Rega inquired. "I do," Natasha replied, her voice soft yet resolute. "Then, do you desire my assistance?" Rega asked once more. Natasha fell silent. As a woman, she naturally longed to be whole again. But her life had been saved by Nick Fury, to whom she had sworn an oath of gratitude. If she were to make such a decision, she felt it necessary to inform him first. Rega gazed at Natasha, who was lost in thought, choosing to remain silent. After a long pause, Rega softly remarked, "You have the right to pursue your own happiness. It is what you deserve. Should you reach a decision, please feel free to contact me anytime." Rising from his chair, he gathered his clothing and added, "By the way, kindly inform Nick Fury that if he wishes to recruit me, he should act swiftly and not dither. I am quite in demand now." Natasha couldn't help but smile at his words. "I will," she replied. Rega looked at Natasha and nodded. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Natasha." "Farewell, Rega," she echoed, watching his silhouette fade into the distance. Chapter 13. A call from the little spider. Rega lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Although the outcome of his meeting with Natasha was as he had anticipated, he could not shake off a sense of disappointment. Memories of his past life with Hydra flooded his mind. Adopted by them as a child, his days had been filled with rigorous training and the acquisition of specialized knowledge, culminating in his selection for horrific human experiments. Ultimately, those experiments spiraled out of control, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that claimed the lives of everyone involved. Had he not fortuitously occupied this body, the name Rega would have long been forgotten, perhaps lost to the wilderness, erased from existence. He turned over, his expression somber. In comparison, Natasha was somewhat more fortunate. Despite enduring severe training from a young age and being left incomplete due to a so-called graduation ceremony, she had managed to survive. In their line of work, survival was the greatest aspiration. Each mission bore the risk of death. The more skilled the agent, the more perilous the assignments they undertook. A single misstep could lead to demise, and Hydra showed no mercy to its agents. After all, they were merely tools to Hydra, replaceable and expendable. A wave of anger began to swell within Rega's chest, a reaction of this body. He sighed, realizing that Hydra had become a thorn in his side. Only by eradicating this organization could he hope to alleviate the resentment that plagued his heart. To save the world and become a superhero, Rega could do good deeds. Yet he did not believe he could shoulder the burden of others' happiness as Spider-Man did. To grow ever stronger, he was well aware that the might of Marvel's heroes was limitless. No matter how formidable one became, There would always be someone more powerful, often embodying similar rules. The thought felt distant and unattainable. To live a stable life? What significance would that hold in the Marvel Universe? To protect someone? Alone and unanchored. He had nothing to safeguard, even if the Earth faced a global crisis. With the Avengers and various superheroes in the limelight and entities like Doctor Strange lurking in the shadows, his presence or absence would make little difference. Yet, his encounter with Natasha had instilled in him a newfound sense of purpose, revenge. As long as Hydra existed, he could find no peace. Rega silently vowed that the destruction of Hydra would become his life's mission. Upon contemplating this, Rega felt an immediate lightness in his mind, as if an invisible burden had dissipated, allowing his thoughts to become clearer than ever before. The discomfort that had lingered within him vanished, and it was only at this moment that he realized he was truly himself, wholly Rega. With his thoughts clarified, he experienced a profound sense of liberation, and life appeared to unfold with newfound clarity. It seemed that his impulsive decision to meet Natasha was not a misguided one after all. Leaping from his bed, he threw a few punches and took a shower, his eyes regaining their sharpness. After dinner, Rega decided to take a stroll, intending to hone his abilities. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number. "Hello. Hey, I need your help," came Spider-Man's urgent voice. A smile crept across Rega's face. It seemed little Spider had encountered some trouble. "What's wrong?" Rega inquired. "It's hard to explain over the phone, but please hurry to Oscorp. The lizard plans to turn the entire city into a replica of himself." Spider-Man's voice grew more frantic. Rega understood the gravity of the situation and reassured, "Don't worry. I'm on my way." "Thanks, man," Spider-Man replied hastily before hanging up. The following day, Peter sat at the dining table, eating breakfast while watching the news. The police's nonsensical rhetoric ignited a simmering anger within him. Despite his relentless efforts to save lives, he received no acknowledgement. If it weren't for him, countless people would have perished that night. Had it not been for that enigmatic masked figure, the devastation caused by the lizard would have been far worse. It was infuriating that the police, instead of expressing gratitude, were intent on apprehending him. Overwhelmed by these distressing thoughts, Peter lost his appetite, grabbed his backpack, and headed straight to school. He needed someone to confide in. After all, he was merely a high school student, not yet the future superhero he aspired to be, and his mental fortitude was not as resilient as it would become. Upon arriving at school, Peter sought out Gwen and led her to the playground. They sat on the steps together, and gazing at Gwen's enchanting face, her gentle eyes, and caring tone, Peter felt all his grievances evaporate. Every moment spent with her was undeniably worthwhile. "By the way, I encountered a mysterious individual on the bridge," Peter said, his voice brightening at the mention of Rega. "Is this the mysterious person you mentioned?" Gwen inquired, intrigued. "Yes, I'm not sure where he came from, but he is undeniably powerful. I sense that at the very least, I am no match for him." Gwen's eyes widened at his words. "He can run through the air. It's incredibly cool. And he effortlessly defeated the monster," Peter exclaimed, animatedly recounting the encounter. "Peter, are you certain this mysterious person isn't dangerous?" Gwen expressed her concern for safety. "I believe he is not a bad person," Peter replied confidently. "Why do you think so?" "It's just a feeling. My instincts are usually quite accurate," Peter smiled. Gwen couldn't help but laugh at his assurance. "I enjoy kissing you," Peter said, gazing at Gwen's radiant smile, his eyes filled with happiness. "Your kissing skills are simply superb." Upon hearing Peter's candid remarks and recalling the moment they shared a kiss on the rooftop, only to be interrupted by her mother, Gwen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Lowering her gaze to mask her awkwardness, she soon lifted her head again, affirming, "It's wonderful for me as well." "Is it?" Peter replied with a mischievous grin, inching closer to Gwen, only to be abruptly interrupted by a flying football. He instinctively caught the ball and tossed it aside, striking the goalpost with such force that it bent, eliciting gasps of surprise from the unsuspecting players nearby. The moment's distraction drained the atmosphere between them, leading to shared laughter before they parted ways. Stumbling towards Gwen's home, Peter revealed 3 alarming scars on his chest, causing Gwen's eyes to widen in shock. After tending to his wounds, they shared a tender moment, during which Gwen grasped Peter's hand and expressed her concerns. "I understand," Peter said gently, cradling her face. "I comprehend your sentiments, but I must put a stop to him, for I am the one who created him." Gwen looked on with confusion. "I provided him with the equation that made all of this possible." Overwhelmed by regret, Peter declared, "This is my responsibility, and I must rectify this error." Hearing this, Gwen lowered her head in contemplation. "Let's speak no more of this. How about we go for a walk?" Peter suggested, noticing her somber demeanor. As he endeavored to uplift her spirits with his abilities, the lizard, feeling thwarted by Peter, had succumbed to the influence of the reptilian side. His human emotions replaced by primal ferocity. To fulfill his plans, Peter Parker had to die. In the lizard's yellow, slitted eyes, a chilling intent to kill simmered. It was during school hours that the lizard emerged from the sewers, rampaging through the school in search of Peter, unafraid of revealing his identity. For soon everyone would become like him, faster, stronger, and smarter. As the upright, lizard-like creature appeared in the hallway, students screamed in terror, fleeing towards the exits, while Peter charged headlong into the fray. The two engaged in a fierce battle, clashing from the hallway to the classrooms and then into the library. Peter, clearly outmatched in strength by the lizard, struggled against its formidable regenerative abilities, yet his agility allowed him to evade capture. Though covered in bruises, he narrowly escaped but refused to give in, following the lizard's trail through the sewer until he uncovered its sinister plot. Acknowledging he could not face this threat alone, he called Gwen before dialing Rega. Chapter 14, Oscorp Tower. Upon receiving Peter's call, Rega leaped to the rooftop of a nearby building, swiftly making his way towards Oscorp Tower. Running his fingers over the mask atop his head, Rega felt a sense of resignation. This peculiar item, purchased from a shop, featured only 3 holes, perfectly aligned for his eyes and nostrils, making him resemble a rather fearsome figure. Yet, for the time being, I wish to keep my identity concealed. Thus, I must make do with this arrangement. The mask can wait. I must first address the immediate situation. As Rega traversed the streets, he observed that the police had mobilized in full force. Armed personnel patrolled with vigilance, their weapons at the ready, not only to apprehend the lizard man, but also to pursue another objective, Spider-Man. Since the incident at the Williamsburg Bridge, Rega had faded into obscurity, leaving the police with no leads. Moreover, Spider-Man's notoriety far eclipsed Rega's. The New York police had long sought to capture this outlaw. Rega exerted force beneath his feet, elevating himself slightly. Leaping from rooftops would draw too much attention. Instead, he harnessed his abilities, employing retroactive thrust to propel himself upward and forward, subsequently engaging in free fall. As he descended, he activated his powers once more, gliding through the air in a graceful arc. Though this method was slower, it required less energy, serving as a form of aerial gliding while he was still unable to sustain long-distance flight. Turning a corner, Rega spotted a helicopter hovering above, its powerful searchlight slicing through the night sky, illuminating a motionless figure on the ground. A cadre of heavily armed officers had encircled the person, gradually closing in. One of the officers cuffed the individual's hands behind his back and pulled him to his feet. Meanwhile, Officer Stacy, clad in a bulletproof vest, approached at a deliberate pace. The figure on the ground was none other than Peter. With so many officers on the streets, he had been detected by a patrolling officer while en route to Oscorp Tower. Under the onslaught of police fire, Peter was struck, the overwhelming electric surge incapacitating him, sending him plummeting from the sky. Officer Stacy stepped forward, yanking Peter's mask away. At that moment, Peter's eyes flew open. He exerted force and broke free from the handcuffs. Swiftly, he engaged in close combat using his web shooters, incapacitating the surrounding officers in mere moments. It turned out Peter had already regained his strength, patiently awaiting this opportunity. Though he had overlooked Officer Stacy. "Don't move," Officer Stacy shouted, gripping his firearm tightly, directing it at Peter. "Hands on your head. Get down on the ground. Now." Peter's face reflected a struggle. The gun posed no real threat to him. If he so desired, he could easily overpower Officer Stacy and escape. However, Stacy was the father of his girlfriend, and Peter could not bring himself to harm him. Gritting his teeth, he slowly raised his hands and stood, turning to face Officer Stacy, his expression a tumult of anger, confusion, and perhaps a hint of resentment. Under the blinding searchlight, Officer Stacy stared at Peter's bloodied face, momentarily frozen. Parker. He had not anticipated that the criminal he had pursued so fervently was, in fact, his daughter's boyfriend. He did not harbor ill feelings towards this young man. Otherwise, he would not have invited Peter into their home. However, Peter Parker is Spider-Man. How could such a thing occur? Captain Stacy's heart was a tumult of emotions. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he remained an outlaw, a threat. And thus it was her duty to apprehend him, even if he was Gwen's boyfriend, even if it would cause Gwen heartache. This was her obligation as a police officer. With this thought, Captain Stacy tightened her grip on her firearm. It was heading towards Oscorp Tower, where your daughter is right now. Observing the expression on Captain Stacy's face, Peter quickly called out. Upon hearing news of Gwen, Captain Stacy froze. Seizing the opportunity, Peter slowly picked up his mask and whispered, "You must let me go." Although she still had her gun trained on Peter, Captain Stacy's mind was in disarray. Gwen was in danger, and she could not stand idly by. Taking advantage of Captain Stacy's moment of distraction, Peter leaped, preparing to shoot away on his web. At that moment, an officer, regaining his senses, raised his handgun, ready to fire at Peter's retreating figure. "Cease fire," Captain Stacy shouted. Just as the officer was about to pull the trigger, Rega crashed down from above, landing between the two, creating a web-like crack in the ground beneath him. The tremendous impact caused everyone to stagger, and Rega swiftly approached, delivering a swift strike that incapacitated the officer. Sensing the astonished expressions of Captain Stacy and Peter, Rega couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He had made a superhero-like entrance, and it felt rather exhilarating. "Spider-Man, you owe me a life," Rega jested. "Who are you, unknown man?" Peter exclaimed. Observing the figure before her, clad like a terrorist, Captain Stacy swiftly raised her gun and demanded, "Who are you?" "Captain Stacy, there's no need to be alarmed." "I harbor no ill intentions," Rega replied. "In fact, I am here at Peter's request for assistance." "What have you done to him?" Captain Stacy remained unyielding, still aiming her weapon at Rega. "He's fine. He's merely unconscious," Rega shrugged. Peter, witnessing this, quickly interjected, "Captain Stacy, he is my friend. I called him to help deal with the lizard. He means no harm. In fact, during the Williamsburg Bridge incident, had it not been for him, there would have been far more casualties." Captain Stacy still bore a skeptical expression. "Captain Stacy, you need not trust me. In fact, you need not even trust Peter. But you must understand, the longer we delay, the more perilous your daughter's situation becomes. The lizard will not wait for us," Rega stated. Hearing this, Captain Stacy suddenly gasped. "Gwen, right? She's in danger." Although the peculiar figure before her did not appear to be a good person, Peter knew him. And he was correct. Confronting the lizard was the foremost priority. Observing Captain Stacy's wavering resolve, Rega turned to signal Peter, and with a nod, Peter launched his web, while Rega propelled himself forward, swiftly departing. Both demonstrated remarkable agility, and soon they arrived near Oscorp Tower. Rega stood aloft, gazing from a distance, beneath the spotlight. The lizard man was scaling the side of the building, burdened by an object. It appeared he was nearing the apex of a launcher. "You go find Gwen. I shall handle the lizard man," Rega addressed Peter. Peter, stationed beside the building, replied, "Hey, since we're fighting side by side, I still do not know your name." "I am unaware of yours either," Rega fibbed. "Peter Parker." Rega. Chapter 15. A Fierce Battle. Gwen, clutching the antidote, fled the Osborn building in a state of panic. She could not fathom why the lizard man had spared her life upon seeing her inside, but she had no time to ponder. The crucial matter was that the antidote had been successfully created, and now her task was to deliver it to Spider-Man. As she burst through the doors of Oscorp, she spotted Captain Stacy hastening toward her in a vehicle. "Dad, I need to get the antidote to Spider-Man," Gwen urged breathlessly. "Get in the car first." Captain Stacy replied coolly, reaching for Gwen. "This can stop the lizard man. You do not understand," Gwen protested while struggling. "I know Spider-Man is your boyfriend," Captain Stacy asserted. "Taking the antidote. Give it to me. You need to get in the car." Gwen froze. He knew. "All right," Captain Stacy reassured her. "Dad, please don't let anything happen to him." Gwen's voice trembled slightly. Captain Stacy nodded and prepared to enter the building. "Hey, there's no need to be like this. I'm perfectly fine," a flippant voice chimed in. Gwen turned to see her boyfriend perched on the side of a nearby car. "Peter," she exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him tightly. "Oh my God, how did you find the time to come? Remember that guy I told you about? I called him for assistance." Peter gently caressed Gwen's face. "But first, I must ensure your safety." "Ahem," Captain Stacy interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. Upon hearing the cough, both felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, Peter's mask concealed his expression, while Gwen buried her head against his chest, unable to face her father. "Thank you, Captain Stacy. I'll take the antidote from you. You need to get Gwen out of here as quickly as possible." Peter stepped forward to accept the antidote from Captain Stacy. "I misjudged you, Peter," Captain Stacy apologized. "This city needs you." Hearing the apology, Peter scratched his head awkwardly. "Go stop that lizard man," Captain Stacy encouraged, patting Peter's shoulder. Nodding resolutely, Peter shot a web and swung toward the top of Oscorp. Meanwhile, as Peter ensured his girlfriend's safety, the lizard man was nearly at the launcher, poised to insert the toxin. Rega, calculating his angle, extended a finger, and a transparent shockwave erupted from his fingertip, instantly piercing the lizard man's wrist, causing the toxin to plummet from his grasp. As the pain surged through him, the lizard man plummeted from the launch tower. Rega swiftly activated his abilities, catching the verdant toxin and gracefully landing atop the skyscraper. Upon seeing this unexpected visitor, the lizard man instantly recognized Rega, as the one who had mercilessly beaten him on the bridge. The amalgamation of old grievances and new animosities ignited a furious roar from the lizard man as he lunged toward Rega. Startled by the approaching lizard man, Rega noted with alarm that this assault was markedly swifter than their previous encounter on the bridge. Moreover, with one hand occupied by the toxin, he was forced to engage with only one hand, which proved to be quite inconvenient. The lizard man initiated his attack with a powerful vertical slash, his massive claws gleaming ominously. Even before their clash, the fierce wind generated by his arm swept over Rega. Not only was the lizard man faster, but his strength had significantly increased as well. Rega leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the lizardman's ferocious strike. Undeterred, the lizard man raised his left arm and delivered a brutal swipe, sending Rega hurtling like a cannonball into a nearby steel pillar. This was no longer the same scenario as on the bridge. I am swifter and stronger now, the lizard man mused. If not for this toxin I protect in my grasp, do you truly believe you could best me? Rega inwardly scoffed. Disentangling himself from the scattered steel bars, Rega rose to his feet. Humans are hypocritical and feeble beings, destined to be supplanted by superior races, the lizard man continued. I am aiding the entire human race in its evolution, yet you foolishly seek to thwart me. Evolution? Into a clumsy, grotesque, giant lizard like you? Rega retorted mockingly. With a fierce glare, the lizard man let out a roar and charged again, prompting Rega to hastily evade. He braced himself against the lizardman's lethal claws with his left hand while delivering a punch to the creature's abdomen with his right. The impact sent the lizard man staggering back a few steps, igniting his fury once more as he lunged forward again. It appeared the lizardman's resilience had also grown. Although Rega had not unleashed his full strength, it was still impressive. Had this been their initial encounter, the lizard man would undoubtedly have been sent flying. Thus, Rega continued to dodge and counter, acutely aware of the lizardman's evolution. The creature's movements were increasingly agile, his primal instincts sharper, and his combat intuition more acute. Particularly, his tail was employed with remarkable dexterity, landing several painful strikes on Rega when he least expected it. The rooftop became a chaotic battleground, littered with debris, and several containers filled with liquid nitrogen were shattered during the fray, causing nitrogen to spill everywhere. At that moment, Spider-Man ascended, greeting Rega with a cheeky remark. Hey there, how's it going? Upon seeing Peter clutching the antidote, Rega rolled his eyes. Finished being affectionate with Gwen? Cough, cough, not at all. I'm just here to deliver the antidote. Peter quickly denied. The lizard man, noticing the blue vial in Spider-Man's hand, realized the peril of the situation. Should this antidote be successfully launched, all his efforts would be in vain. Panic surged in his eyes as he charged toward Peter. Rega, recognizing the urgency, tossed the toxin upward. Take this and launch the antidote. I will hold him off. He then propelled himself directly into the lizard man. Peter drew the toxin towards him with a slender thread, then waved his hand, signaling, It's up to you now, my friend. He then climbed towards the launcher. Distracted by Rega, the lizard man failed to seize the antidote. His heart filled with rage as he turned to glare fiercely at Rega. Clenching his fists, Rega felt liberated from any hesitation and was ready to engage in battle. Both combatants, intent on vanquishing one another, ceased their verbal exchanges and collided with fervor. Punches, claws, kicks, and tails were unleashed in a flurry of strikes. Rega needed to dodge the lizard man's lethal claws, yet his own fists landed blows that elicited cries of pain from his opponent. With each passing moment, Rega grew more exhilarated. This marked his first true battle since his powers had surged, allowing him to gain a more visceral understanding of his enhanced abilities through the formidable lizard man. The lizard man, increasingly anxious, found a masked figure before him to be stronger than he had ever anticipated. In truth, had it not been for his remarkable healing ability, he would have been defeated long ago. With Spider-Man preparing to launch the antidote, a sense of urgency washed over him. An idea struck him. If he could not seize the antidote, he would destroy the launcher instead. With newfound resolve, he glanced at the support structure frozen in liquid nitrogen and made up his mind. Unbeknownst to Rega, the lizard man charged forward, absorbing a punch from him before using the momentum to propel himself towards the support. Extending his claws, the lizard man shattered the now fragile structure into pieces. Upon witnessing this, Rega's heart sank. He realized the impending disaster. Indeed, it was too late to intervene. If the support were destroyed, the launcher would also be obliterated, thus preventing many mutated individuals from recovering. Therefore, Rega dashed forward, bracing himself against the falling support. The pure steel structure weighed well over 100 tons, a burden far beyond Rega's current strength. Fortunately, he was positioned at the side, which alleviated some of the pressure. Nevertheless, it remained a monumental strain for him, compounded by the necessity of using his powers to levitate in the air. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging in his neck. He strained with all his might to support the tilting column, unable to suppress a loud cry from the exertion. Meanwhile, Peter, having installed the antidote, prepared to assist Rega when he suddenly felt a jolt coursing through his body, nearly tumbling to the side. He then beheld the lizard man demolishing the support and Rega bracing against it. Locking eyes with the lizard man, Peter understood the threat directed at him and promptly leaped down from the pillar, charging towards his foe. Compared to Rega, the lizard man harbored a deeper hatred for Peter and unleashed fierce attacks. Lacking sufficient strength, Peter found himself at a disadvantage, especially as the lizard man's speed matched his own. After taking a tail swipe, Peter shouted, "Hang in there, buddy. The antidote is almost ready to launch." The lizard man, alarmed by Peter's words, realized he could not allow the launch to proceed and was determined to stop him. If that young man was distracted, he would be unable to hold the support, leading to the destruction of the launcher. Peter, sensing the urgency, did everything in his power to buy Rega some time. In an intense struggle between Peter and the lizard man, one aimed to strike while the other sought to defend. However, Peter ultimately succumbed to the lizard man's might, and in a moment of distraction, found himself ensnared by the creature's claws, his hands gripped tightly, and his neck ensnared by its tail, leaving him suspended in midair. Poor Peter, devoid of a father, a mother, or an uncle, felt the weight of profound loneliness. The lizard man tore off Peter's mask and mocked him aloud, declaring that he was not alone. Yet, a voice resonating with justice echoed through the air. Captain Stacy, wielding a shotgun, cocked it with a decisive click and obliterated the connecting liquid nitrogen pipe. Seizing the opportunity, Peter grasped the pipe and unleashed a torrent of nitrogen upon the lizard man. A cloud of white mist billowed forth, encasing the lizard man in a frigid embrace, ultimately granting Peter his salvation. Captain Stacy, seizing the moment, fired repeatedly, shattering the lizard man's arm. With a swift kick, Peter propelled the lizard man into a nearby pit. "Thank you," Peter remarked. "It seems you can't do without me." Captain Stacy chuckled in response. As a countdown began, 10, 9, 8, an electronic female voice chimed, a melodious sound to Rega's ears. The lizard man, endowed with a terrifying regenerative ability, swiftly reformed his body and, upon rising from the pit, was startled and enraged by the countdown. "No," he bellowed, with a resounding explosion akin to fireworks. A dazzling blue cloud erupted. Subsequently, a rain of what appeared to be ash-like blue substance descended. Observing his now hollow right arm, the lizard man, known as Dr. Connors, could not suppress his tears. He genuinely wished to heal his affliction, aspiring to create a world devoid of imperfections. Alas, he had failed. A world without flaws is synonymous with perfection, and perfection is an unattainable ideal. Upon hearing the sound of the explosion, Rega swiftly sidestepped, finally able to catch his breath. The colossal launch tower toppled, crashing heavily against the building's edge, splitting in two before plummeting downward. "It's finally over," Rega collapsed on the ground, initially believing this would be a straightforward task, only to find himself embroiled in unforeseen complications that nearly exhausted him. Being a superhero was far from easy. Rega glanced at Peter, who gave him a thumbs up. With a roll of his eyes, Rega tilted his head back to gaze at the blue cloud above, closing his eyes in reflection. Chapter 16, Aftermath. Yet, the panic instigated in the hearts of the populace would not dissipate swiftly. Dr. Connors would have to face the consequences of his recklessness. Following this incident, the New York police's perception of Peter underwent a complete transformation. Once regarded as an outlaw, obstructing justice and engaging in vigilantism, he was now celebrated as a hero, Spider-Man, the savior of New York. Captain Stacy lauded Peter's bravery, yet Peter felt no joy, for he had lost his girlfriend. Despite her admiration and gratitude towards Peter, Captain Stacy, out of a protective instinct for her daughter, subtly expressed her hope that Peter would distance himself from Gwen. If Peter were merely Peter, he would refrain from intervening. In fact, he might even bestow blessings upon the two. However, as Spider-Man, he inevitably attracts a plethora of adversaries, and this time it is the lizard, who has placed Gwen in grave peril. What will the next threat be? This situation poses an undeniable danger to his daughter. As a police officer, Captain Stacy is acutely aware of the implications that executing a mission has on family. The constant anxiety gnawing at his daughter is already burdensome enough. Adding Peter into the mix would not bode well for Gwen. Therefore, Captain Stacy hopes that Peter will distance himself from Gwen. Peter is deeply saddened, even weeping bitterly, for he believed that vanquishing the lizard would enable him to be with his beloved girl, only to find such an unfortunate conclusion. Yet, he rationally comprehends that Captain Stacy is correct. If he truly loves Gwen, he must choose to let her go. Thus, Peter concocts a reason to end their relationship. While Gwen may disregard external obstacles, Peter's intentions weigh heavily on her heart. Since Peter has chosen to release her, she must accept it. As for Rega, the battle that night occurred well past dark, with the surrounding populace evacuated and the conflict taking place atop Oscorp's building. Furthermore, Rega donned a mask and had requested Captain Stacy to keep his identity under wraps, resulting in scant media coverage about him, with all attention directed towards Spider-Man. After enduring 2 battles together, Peter and Rega forged an extraordinary friendship. Peter greatly admires Rega for his bravery in withstanding the launch tower's assault, while Rega is touched by Peter's relentless efforts to thwart the lizard during his moment of peril. With Rega already harboring a favorable impression of this civilian superhero, their camaraderie deepens significantly. After breaking up with Gwen, Peter finds himself without a confidant and seeks Rega to vent his frustrations, feeling quite despondent. Each time, Rega simply listens, offering no words of comfort. At such moments, Peter does not seek solace, but rather a means to express his internal turmoil. Subsequently, in an effort to divert Peter's attention, Rega initiates combat training, which serves to enhance their fighting skills while achieving dual benefits. To this end, Rega acquires a spacious warehouse in the suburbs for their training sessions. Peter's abilities rapidly improve, the effects of the spider virus becoming increasingly pronounced. Their battles leave the place in disarray, and on one occasion, their ruckus nearly destroyed the warehouse. Throughout their sparring, Rega's physical prowess continues to strengthen, and his stored energy gradually accumulates. If conserved judiciously, his explosive punches could sustain an entire fight. It is at this juncture that Rega truly ascends to a higher echelon of skill. The energy required for explosive punches is considerable, and previously, he could not maintain it for extended periods, using it merely as a trump card to evade crises. However, the situation has transformed, with a significant increase in energy reserves. Rega's confidence has grown. After all, the ability to effectively unleash energy is a crucial benchmark. In the past, Rega could merely be considered a skilled individual. Yet he had no effective means to contend with beings like Iron Man. As for Captain America being able to match or even surpass Iron Man, Rega could only attribute that to the demands of the narrative. In reality, even the various missiles contained within the steel armor would be enough to overwhelm Captain America. If it could be said that Rega once shared the same tier as Captain America, now he had undeniably ascended a level, capable of inflicting damage upon Iron Man with his explosive fists. Should he unleash his full power in an instant, even with armor for protection, Tony would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. As time marched on, Peter's mood did not improve significantly. His heart remained awash with confusion and distress. Did becoming Spider-Man truly mean he could not be with his beloved? Could one not have both fish and bear his paw? Must he choose between duty and love? Occasionally, during his moments of leisure, he would scale the rooftops to catch glimpses of Gwen, watching her as she turned the corner, entered her favorite shops, and shared laughter with her classmates. Peter's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions: discomfort, grievance, envy, and love. At times, he even contemplated forsaking his role as Spider-Man to simply be Peter Parker, to accompany Gwen, to share in her laughter and tears. Yet, he could not abandon this path. With great power comes great responsibility, a lesson imparted by his late uncle through the ultimate sacrifice. He could not betray his uncle's memory. On one side lay duty, on the other, love. One path was for the greater good of the public, the other for personal happiness. Each encounter with Gwen intensified his anguish, and the only solution seemed to be to avoid her entirely. Yet he found himself incapable of doing so. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Peter's mind, leaving him in disarray. Rega crossed his arms, blocking Peter's whip-like kick, the force of which sent a tingling sensation through his arms, making him aware that Peter was not in the right state of mind. Peter absent-mindedly murmured in acknowledgement, preparing to swing away on his web. Then, Rega rose and retrieved a bottle of beer from the refrigerator, offering it to Peter. After a brief glance, Peter accepted it, twisted off the cap, and took a hearty swig. Rega sat opposite him, silently observing. "Brother, must this world truly force us to choose one path?" Peter slowly articulated. "Is it so difficult to have both?" Rega, perceiving Peter's sorrowful demeanor, sighed. "Sometimes we must make choices. That is the nature of life. Perfection is a rarity. But I desire perfection." Peter suddenly stood, his voice rising with fervor. "I want to be both Spider-Man and to be with Gwen." I understand your feelings. Peter took another swig of beer, collapsing onto the sofa in despondence. I genuinely relish being Spider-Man. It is not merely a duty, but a choice I willingly embrace. I yearn to aid others, especially now that I possess such formidable abilities. Yet, I yearn to be with Gwen. I have cherished her for considerable time, and I truly miss the moments we shared. Brief though they were, they hold immense value for me. However, now, due to Spider-Man and the perils he may face, I cannot be with her. I cannot allow her to be endangered. I simply cannot. This reality brings me profound anguish. My friend, what should I do? Please, tell me what I should do. Peter lamented, tears streaming down his face. Rega sighed once more, pondering the impossibility of achieving a perfect balance, of not forsaking either the divine or the beloved. Observing Peter's heart-wrenching tears, Rega felt a deep sorrow himself. We all aspire to attain all that is beautiful. Yet life seldom aligns with our wishes. Everyone encounters such moments, though Peter's decision arrived far too early. In truth, if you are willing, there are indeed avenues available. After a lengthy silence, Rega finally spoke. Peter abruptly lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes sparkling with hope, and eagerly inquired, "Really? Is there truly a way? Please do not deceive me. There exists a means by which you can remain Spider-Man and still be with Gwen. That is splendid. I always knew you would not let me down. What is this way? Please, tell me swiftly." Peter's sorrow transformed into a smile. Rega sighed again. "This method is not as you envision, nor is it as favorable as you might think. Regardless, as long as it fulfills my desire, I shall accept it." Peter replied hastily. "Very well." Rega adjusted his demeanor. "The solution is to seek out Gwen and express your desire to be with her. She will undoubtedly agree." Peter was taken aback. "What sort of solution is this?" "It is precisely because I cannot approach her that I am so tormented. And now you suggest I seek her out?" Noticing Peter's confusion, Rega continued, "It is entirely natural to feel perplexed. Allow me to elucidate further." Chapter 17. Untangling the Knots. "Peter, how much do you cherish Gwen?" Rega inquired. "I am uncertain," Peter stammered. "There is a second question. Do you know how much Gwen cares for you?" Rega pressed on without pause. Peter was rendered speechless. How could he possibly know the depth of Gwen's feelings for him? Furrowing his brow, Peter remained silent. "Peter, you are a good person, an exemplary superhero, a paragon of civic virtue. Due to your contributions, the citizens of this city hold you in high esteem," Rega continued. "But with such glory comes an even greater responsibility." "I understand," Peter replied calmly. "In the recent lizard incident, fortunately, Gwen was unharmed, but let us be honest. Do you believe you are a match for the lizard?" "No." Peter's tone was somewhat subdued. "If you were alone, do you think there would have been any unfortunate incidents?" Rega probed further. Peter fell silent. He was fortunate to have Rega's assistance this time, for he truly could not guarantee success against the lizard. In fact, in the film, it was Officer Stacy who sacrificed her life to buy Peter time. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly failed. I can unequivocally assert that the existence of lizard people pales in comparison to the myriad of dangers that lurk in the shadows. If something were to happen while Gwen is with you, what would your course of action be? Conversely, should Gwen's family encounter any misfortune, how would you feel then? Peter lowered his gaze, clenching his fists. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" he inquired. Rega paused momentarily before continuing. "Gwen is an exceptional girl, unlike any ordinary female. She possesses a bravery and resilience that most lack. If you desire to be with her, she would undoubtedly agree." "I understand, but I cannot," Peter replied, his tone heavy with disappointment. "No, you can," Rega insisted resolutely. "What?" Peter asked, bewildered. "If you wish to be with Gwen, then be with her. Nothing can stand in your way," Rega urged. Yet Peter sought to elucidate his concerns. "I know that Captain Stacy disapproves, but he is not insurmountable. No matter how formidable he may seem, he cannot dictate your life or Gwen's, regardless of his status as her father." Rega gazed at Peter, asserting, "The true barrier preventing your union is not others, but rather yourself, Peter." Peter was taken aback. Rega's words rang true. Captain Stacy merely wished for Gwen to distance herself from him, yet he could not forcibly separate them, nor would Gwen allow it. Through recent events, you have come to harbor the notion that Gwen's presence in your life is fraught with peril. The dangers are overwhelming, and you fear your inability to safeguard her. Even without the monstrous mutated lizards, should they uncover your identity, ordinary criminals could pose a threat to her. You recognize this reality, which inevitably leads you to contemplate ending the relationship. Captain Stacy is merely a catalyst in this regard, Rega remarked. "You are correct," Peter admitted, his eyes dimmed with trepidation. "I am genuinely concerned that I may fail to protect her, causing her harm. If anything were to happen, I would never forgive myself. Yet separation is equally painful." Rega countered. Peter remained silent. Thus, I assert that the solution is quite simple. If you wish to be with Gwen, merely express your desire, and your wish will undoubtedly be fulfilled. After a moment, Rega continued. However, you must comprehend that being with Gwen entails not only joy, but also responsibility and suffering. When you propose a relationship, you are inviting her onto a path fraught with danger and hardship. Peter cradled his head in his hands, lost in contemplation. That is why I initially inquired about the depth of your feelings for Gwen and hers for you. Is the bond between you strong enough to traverse this treacherous journey? You are Spider-Man, endowed with superhuman abilities, capable of self-preservation even in the face of formidable foes. Yet Gwen is merely an ordinary girl. This path is exceedingly arduous for her, and the dangers she faces far outweigh your own. It is profoundly unjust to her, Rega articulated. Observing the anguish etched across Peter's face, Rega gently remarked, however, just because this path is arduous does not render it a dead end. Peter lifted his head. The path of thorns is indeed fraught with obstacles. Yet if you were to clear the thorns ahead, would that not suffice? Peter's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed. If all the thorns were to be cut down, Gwen could proceed. How shall I achieve this? Strength, Rega replied slowly. Focus on augmenting your power, becoming stronger. And then strive fervently to protect her, severing any impediments in your way. Is that all it takes? Peter questioned, somewhat incredulous. Powerful strength is essential. Yet it constitutes merely one facet of the matter, Rega continued. What else is there? Peter inquired eagerly. Most importantly, in the event of unforeseen circumstances, will you harbor regrets? Will you, personally, experience remorse? Understand that even with immense strength, you cannot entirely eliminate all danger. Rega's gaze bore intently into Peter's. Will I regret? Peter murmured. The situation is not as convoluted as it seems, Rega asserted. Every individual, whether a superhero or an ordinary person, faces myriad choices, and each choice inevitably yields various outcomes, some favorable, others unfavorable. In the absence of foresight, one must rely on the information at hand and their intuition to make decisions. However, regardless of the eventual outcome, you must ask yourself at the moment of choice, will I regret this? Peter listened, entranced. People frequently experience regret, lamenting their decisions, wishing they could start anew, though such desires are often unrealistic. Our feelings of regret stem from the disparity between the current outcome and our initial expectations, a gap that can be difficult to accept. In such moments, many tend to blame others, the circumstances or external factors, failing to recognize that the choice was ultimately theirs. We naturally aspire for positive outcomes, which is certainly not misguided, but one must also be prepared for unfavorable results, especially when aware of their potential occurrence. Resilience in the face of adverse consequences is paramount, Rega stated firmly. The capacity to endure unfavorable outcomes, Peter echoed. Bad outcomes and good outcomes are inextricably linked. If you're cognizant of the possibility of negative results, yet still make that choice, then at that moment, you perceive the benefits to outweigh the risks. Just as you find now, being with Gwen undoubtedly poses a threat to her safety. Yet if you choose to invite her, you believe that the joy of your companionship surpasses those threats, or you feel equipped to mitigate them. Rega softened his tone, emphasizing that if you are together, it signifies that Gwen is aware of the dangers, yet willingly embraces this choice, believing that the happiness you share outweighs the threats she faces. A flash of insight struck Peter. He had never contemplated such notions before. Adverse outcomes are not inherently frightening. What is truly daunting is the regret that follows, which can inflict greater harm upon both individuals. Should you choose to be together, then embrace the moment wholeheartedly, free from remorse, and savor the time spent in each other's company, relishing the beauty of this world. Rega spoke softly, stating that when the time comes, even in the face of danger or unexpected events, though one may feel sorrow and shed tears, they will never regret their decisions. This is not only a lack of respect for oneself, but also for the other party. Therefore, Peter, my solution is to strive to become stronger, to bear greater responsibilities, to respect the choices of others, and most importantly, to avoid regret. One must deliberate carefully and not act on impulse. If you can achieve that, then go seek her out. Peter, bent over with his arms resting on his knees, stared vacantly at the ground, while Rega observed him from across the way. After a long silence, he lifted his head and remarked that Rega reminded him of Uncle Ben. Rega chuckled lightly. Peter smiled in return and declared his decision. Have you thought it through? Rega inquired. Yes. Peter nodded emphatically. Then go ahead. I wish you both happiness. With a leap, Peter sprang to the wall, opened the window, and gazed outside at the passing vehicles beneath the blue sky adorned with white clouds. His smile radiated warmth and sincerity, marking the first time since the Lizard Man incident that he appeared so carefree. "Thank you, my friend," Peter waved as he launched himself through the window. It seemed effective. He had not anticipated his latent talent for being a psychological counselor. Chapter 18. Nick Fury arrives. Since their conversation that day, Rega had only seen Peter once, and that was with Gwen. Witnessing the couple's reconciliation filled Rega with a sense of accomplishment. After getting to know Gwen, Rega had tactfully excused himself, recognizing it was best not to intrude upon their intimate world. However, the leisurely days did not last long, as yet another guest arrived at Rega's home. Gazing at the imposing one-eyed African-American man before him, Rega sighed, acknowledging the arrival of the main figure. Yet, his gaze quickly shifted from the S.H.I.E.L.D. director to the formidable Natasha beside him. Her fitted combat attire accentuated her curves perfectly, complemented by her fiery red hair and enticing gaze, prompting Rega to inwardly exclaim in admiration. Noticing Rega's reaction, Natasha smiled and introduced, "Rega, this is Nick Fury, my superior." "I know who you are, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Welcome." Rega extended his hand. Fury's one remaining eye regarded Rega as he reciprocated the handshake. "Cool mean. What would you like to drink?" "I have a variety of juices available," Rega offered. Natasha let out a soft laugh, while Fury remained unfazed. "How about orange juice? I enjoy it, sweet and tangy, a refreshing source of vitamins." Rega continued as he opened the refrigerator. "Of course, if you prefer something else, I also have milk." Natasha struggled to contain her laughter, while Fury's expression darkened slightly. After hearing Natasha's report, he had come to regard Rega with considerable importance. Like Natasha, he hailed from Hydra and possessed formidable strength. Listening to Natasha's briefing, Fury sensed that Rega was privy to many secrets. He suspected that the first agent he had dispatched to surveil Rega had likely been detected long ago, which is why they had been cautious not to reveal any clues. When an ordinary person encounters themselves, discomfort is inevitable. After all, one is not a paragon of virtue, having emerged from a veritable sea of corpses and blood. Yet, this individual exhibits no such feelings. Furthermore, the fact that I serve as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is highly classified information, inaccessible to the general populace, yet this person seems to be aware of it. Coupled with my observations of the recent battle between the Osborn group and the Lizard people, my assessment of Rega has ascended to new heights. Such formidable prowess surpasses even that of Captain Rogers. To overlook this would be a grave error. Moreover, according to Natasha, this individual does not seem averse to joining S.H.I.E.L.D., even expressing a willingness to enlist, an opportunity one cannot afford to miss. Unexpectedly, this character displays a rather humorous side, prompting a whirlwind of thoughts in Fury's mind, though his expression remains inscrutable. As the king of espionage, he has mastered the art of maintaining composure in the face of calamity. When confronted with Rega's somewhat frivolous inquiries, he merely replied, "I'll pass, thank you. I would like a glass of juice." Natasha chuckled. "It will be ready shortly," Rega replied with ease. Handing the juice to Natasha, Rega regarded the imposing Fury across the table and, eschewing small talk, directly inquired, "Are you here to invite me to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? This fellow is rather straightforward," Fury mused silently. "So you are Rega? I have taken a keen interest in you after hearing Natasha's report." "Apologies, but I hold no interest in you," Rega responded with a shrug. Natasha laughed once more, surprised by this facet of his personality. Fury's facial muscles twitched slightly, and a glimmer of helplessness flickered in his remaining eye. Natasha had not mentioned that this individual possessed a sense of humor. Nevertheless, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., engaging in verbal sparring was trivial for him. "Let us not rush to conclusions, Mr. Rega. The future is long, and who knows what interests may arise." Rega's eyebrows shot up, his lips twitching in disbelief at Fury's unexpected words, which seemed inconsistent with his established persona. "Rest assured, I have absolutely no interest in you," Rega interjected as he noticed Fury's lips moving, preparing to speak again. "I'm only interested in Natasha." Natasha felt a slight flush creep across her face. Such direct declarations were not unfamiliar to her, yet those had always been mere flirtations, circumstances now vastly different. This individual was distinct, and to voice such sentiments in front of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and her immediate superior, felt rather audacious. Stealing a quick glance at Fury, she observed no reaction from him, which eased her tension somewhat. "You have feelings for Natasha?" Fury inquired. "Why is that?" He pressed further. Does one need a reason to like someone? Rega countered. Is it unnecessary? Must there be one? Perhaps for others, it may not be essential, but for you it is. Natasha is my employee. I cannot allow her to associate with someone of dubious origins. Rega felt a twinge of frustration at the insinuation of being an individual of unclear background. What do you mean by dubious origins? Rega asked. Where do you hail from? A subtle smile crept upon Fury's lips, recognizing the youthfulness of the boy, who had surrendered so swiftly. Siberia. What's Siberia? How could I possibly know? That vast expanse is shrouded in secrecy, and the location of our experiments remains classified. Furthermore, it is in the desolate wilderness. Who knows what lies there? I care little. For merely surviving is the greatest fortune, Rega remarked. At his side, Natasha's eyes brimmed with complex emotions upon hearing his words. Unmoved, Fury pressed on, inquiring, how do you know of Natasha's past? Such intelligence is not accessible to the average Hydra soldier. Of course, I am no ordinary Hydra soldier, Rega replied with pride. Though the original owner of this body had perished and the suffering inflicted by Hydra was immeasurable, that pride remained deeply embedded in his very being, intertwined with his flesh and blood. And what are you? Fury's gaze bore into Rega. Winter Soldier. The utterance of that term ignited a peculiar sensation within Rega. Indeed, he was a Winter Soldier, a premier warrior of Hydra. While Bucky was the most renowned among them, he was by no means the sole Winter Soldier. This cohort of Winter Soldiers was meticulously trained and selected for human experimentation, aimed at forging even more formidable human weapons to further Hydra's ambitions. Alas, fate took a different course. The experiments failed, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that claimed the lives of all but himself, including Hydra's elite warriors, the Winter Soldiers. Upon hearing Rega utter that term, Fury's eyes widened in astonishment, while Natasha gasped in surprise. Chapter 19. Joining. The term Winter Soldier within the Hydra organization signifies unparalleled combat prowess, representing the pinnacle of existence. Even for Hydra, the number of Winter Soldiers is exceedingly scarce. The title embodies a prestigious brand, synonymous with might, boasting a 100 mission success rate that leaves others in Hydra in awe. If a situation proves insurmountable, dispatching a Winter Soldier ensures that all obstacles dissolve. This encapsulates the essence of the title. No wonder he displayed a sudden surge of pride. It was indeed a delightful revelation that he was a Winter Soldier. Contemplating this, Natasha's admiration for Rega ascended to new heights, entirely devoid of romantic implications. Rooted instead in a profound respect for a top-tier warrior. Fury exhaled, realizing that this individual was indeed a Winter Soldier, a significant matter in its own right. This revelation elucidated how he might possess numerous secrets. As the epitome of Hydra's might, knowledge of certain clandestine truths was to be expected. Fury remained silent, his mind racing through various possibilities. Aside from Rega's identity as a Winter Soldier, he was not entirely convinced of other claims. This was the fundamental instinct of a spy, particularly for someone as suspicious as himself. For if Rega were truly an undercover agent of Hydra, his speech would not be so casual. He would tread with utmost caution. Unlike Natasha, Rega was not someone he had rescued, and thus, he held no familiarity with him. Better to be overly cautious than to overlook potential dangers. Once Rega is truly an undercover agent, it would spell considerable trouble. The devastation that such a top-tier warrior could unleash is beyond my capacity to withstand. Rega observed Fury in silence, instantly comprehending the thoughts swirling in his mind. This fellow is indeed suspicious, still doubting my intentions. Clearing his throat, Rega remarked, I understand that you find my words hard to believe, which is entirely reasonable. After all, you are not one to easily place your trust in others. Fury cast a brief glance at Rega, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. This comment was far from simple. Due to his inherent skepticism, even as an agent, he occasionally seemed overly cautious. This tendency had its reasons, and Rega's awareness of it was unexpected. Ignoring Fury's internal musings, Rega continued. What if I told you that your S-H-I-E-L-D is not as secure as you think? Fury remained unresponsive. The enormity of S-H-I-E-L-D made it implausible for there not to be a Hydra mole, a fact he did not need to be reminded of. Do you think I'm stating the obvious? Rega took a sip of the juice before him, and Natasha, witnessing this, felt a pang of exasperation, for it was her juice he had deliberately poured. Sensing Natasha's gaze, Rega maintained his composure and added, What if I told you that the Hydra infiltrator within S-H-L-D is not an ordinary agent, but a high-ranking operative? At that moment, Fury could no longer maintain his stoic demeanor. His expression shifted dramatically, and with disbelief, he inquired, "What did you say?" Fury stood abruptly, gripping Rega's shoulders, his excitement palpable. "Are you serious?" "You heard me," Rega replied, tilting his head back with a smile. This man was indeed tall. Standing at 6 feet, Rega felt dwarfed next to Fury, who towered at nearly 6 feet 4. With the weight of this explosive revelation, Fury found it impossible to remain in that place. He had always assumed that even if Hydra had infiltrators, they would be low-ranking individuals, unlikely to cause significant upheaval. However, the prospect of a high-ranking operative being a mole represented an entirely different level of seriousness. He didn't even need to ask Rega how he knew. Given his nature, he would naturally act upon any suspicion, especially when the matter at hand concerned the very survival of S.H.O.D. Compared to this, the situation in New Mexico paled in significance. Fury thought to himself that with Coulson on site, one of his most capable subordinates, and Hawkeye dispatched to provide security, the New Mexico situation was secondary. Noticing Fury's agitation, Rega discerned his intentions. After a moment's consideration, he added, "There are 2 individuals you can trust completely, Hill and Coulson. They are beyond reproach, though whether you choose to believe that is entirely up to you." Upon hearing Rega's assurance, Fury suddenly felt a wave of calm wash over him. The search for the mole was a monumental task. His impatience would serve no purpose and could lead to errors. However, this young man could indeed be of use. With this thought in mind, Fury regarded Rega with a newfound focus. As Rega began to feel somewhat uneasy, Fury suddenly remarked, "Did you not just inquire whether I was inviting you to join S.H.O.D.? I now formally extend that invitation. Will you accept?" Rega raised an eyebrow, questioning whether such a simple gesture sufficed, without any assessments or evaluations. "Will you accept?" Fury reiterated. "Of course, why not?" Rega replied with a smile. "Then, welcome to S.H.I.L.D. Fury extended his hand with satisfaction, noting the shortage of personnel, and this individual had arrived just in time. "Thank you," Rega responded, shaking his hand in return. "Now that you are a member of S.H.I.L.D., I have a task for you," Fury stated matter-of-factly. Rega's eyes widened in disbelief. He had only just joined moments ago, and already a task was being assigned to him. Was this his true intention all along? Why did it feel as though he was being so blatantly used? He glared at Fury with a mixture of resentment. "Some issues have arisen in New Mexico, and I have sent Coulson there, but I still feel we lack sufficient manpower. Given your combat capabilities, I would like you to assist. You can discuss the specifics with Coulson upon your arrival," Fury continued, seemingly oblivious to Rega's expression. "New Mexico, is it Thor's territory? This task isn't so bad. I had intended to go there anyway." Rega mused, yet he felt unwilling to let Fury off easily. "I can go, but I require Natasha to accompany me," he stipulated. Natasha, overhearing, cast a furtive glance at Rega. "Very well. Agent Romanoff will also be involved in this mission," Fury agreed without hesitation. He seemed to relish the opportunity for Natasha to observe Rega closely. One might feign for a time, but not indefinitely. Rega felt once more as though he had been ensnared, though he could not articulate why. He now understood why Fury was not particularly well-liked. He had a knack for ensnaring others. Natasha, comprehending the situation, accepted the task without objection, viewing it as an opportunity to learn more about Rega. Once Fury departed, Rega exhaled deeply, muttering, "That annoying fellow has finally left." Natasha chuckled softly, having lost count of how many times she had laughed since arriving. She was not typically one to smile, yet this boy had a peculiar ability to evoke joy within her. Just as Rega was about to speak, Natasha interrupted. "The mission is urgent. We must not delay. Let's hurry to New Mexico." Rega felt a twinge of frustration, but refrained from voicing it, simply murmuring, "Then let us go." Observing Rega's dejected demeanor, Natasha chuckled again, quietly repeating, "New Mexico." She had a premonition that this mission would indeed prove to be quite intriguing. Chapter 20, New Mexico. Upon Rega's arrival at the destination, Coulson had already established a restricted zone, complete with barbed wire, patrolling soldiers, and searchlights. Everything in place. "They certainly work quickly," Rega remarked, standing atop a hill. "We should hurry to meet Coulson. He is awaiting us," Natasha urged. Observing Natasha's graceful figure, Rega felt a twinge of helplessness. The two had traveled here by plane, and their time together had only spanned a few hours. Although the journey had been enjoyable, it was not the kind of pleasure Rega sought. It was essential to remember that Natasha was a top-tier agent. Conversing with others was a fundamental skill for her. They had engaged in numerous discussions, yet Rega had not achieved the desired effect he longed for. "No worries, there will be ample time," he thought to himself. Coulson was already waiting at the entrance, evidently having received word of their arrival and standing by to greet them. Beside Coulson stood a man with piercing eyes, carrying a compound bow. Even from a distance, Rega could sense the sharpness of his gaze. Truly, it was Hawkeye. Few could withstand such an intense stare. I wonder how he compares to the Hawkeye from the Pirates, Rega mused, unable to suppress a chuckle at the imagined scene of the two engaged in a staring contest. Natasha cast an unusual glance in Rega's direction. Although she had frequently witnessed his sudden fits of laughter throughout the journey, she still found it difficult to acclimate to such behavior, deeming it rather lewd. At times, Natasha even questioned whether this man had truly once been the Winter Soldier. Wasn't the Winter Soldier supposed to be a stoic, humorless assassin? Such silly laughter seemed to tarnish the reputation of the Winter Soldier. Coulson and Hawkeye scrutinized Rega as well. They had received a call from Fury, informing them that Natasha and a newcomer were coming to assist and replace Hawkeye. They harbored some reservations, considering it rather inappropriate for a newcomer to undertake a mission so soon after joining. However, Fury had insisted on the arrangement, leaving them with no choice. Furthermore, Fury had assured them that this newcomer was no ordinary individual and possessed formidable abilities, advising Coulson and the others to treat him with caution. This revelation stirred a sense of discontent within Hawkeye. How could a rookie replace a seasoned agent like him? It seemed absurd. Coulson, however, remained indifferent to the situation, as he was likely the only agent of his kind, graceful and composed, on a global scale. The sight of Rega's silly laughter only deepened Hawkeye's displeasure. Surely, they had not sent a fool to take his place. A flicker of unease crossed Coulson's mind, but since Fury had vouched for Rega's capabilities, he assured himself that there would be no issues. With his own uncertainties regarding the situation, he thought perhaps this newcomer could bring some unexpected surprises. Regardless of his internal musings, Coulson maintained a warm smile. Mr. Rega, it is a pleasure to meet you. Director Fury has informed us of your and Natasha's arrival, and we extend a heartfelt welcome. Agent Coulson, Rega replied with a beaming smile, feeling the warmth radiating from his counterpart. Thank you. I am eagerly looking forward to being here. Natasha, it has been a while, Coulson said after greeting Rega, turning his attention to her. Coulson, Natasha responded with a smile. I apologize for the trouble we may cause you. Not at all. You are most welcome, Coulson replied cheerfully. However, Hawkeye did not share the same amiable spirit. He merely acknowledged Natasha with a nod before standing at attention, pointedly ignoring Rega. In truth, had it not been for his commendable skills as an agent, Rega would likely have found himself embroiled in conflict with Hawkeye, rather than extending him a courteous greeting. Hawkeye, feeling somewhat slighted, had distanced himself, and Rega sensed his displeasure. It seemed that Hawkeye was being rather petty, casting a disapproving glance in Rega's direction. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Coulson promptly intervened, explaining that Agent Barton was in a foul mood due to certain matters, and asked for their understanding. Rega waved it off, indicating that he was indifferent. If Hawkeye chose to ignore him, he would return the sentiment, as it mattered little to him. Natasha, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned the reason for Hawkeye's discontent. However, she chose to remain silent, merely offering Hawkeye a subtle gesture. Responding to Natasha's cue, Hawkeye reluctantly greeted, Agent Rega, welcome. Rega nodded in acknowledgement, but that was the extent of their exchange. An air of awkwardness swiftly enveloped the group. Coulson, attempting to ease the tension, suggested they proceed inside, as a multitude of tasks awaited them. I shall not accompany you inside. Since Natasha and the others have arrived, it is time for me to take my leave, Hawkeye stated, having already seen the newcomer, deeming his presence unnecessary. With a nod, Coulson watched Hawkeye depart. Rega quickly understood the source of Hawkeye's attitude. After all, no one would feel pleased if their superior suddenly assigned a newcomer to take over their responsibilities. With a shrug, Rega shook his head and said, All right, Agent Coulson, let's go and take a look at that item. Chapter 21, The Hammer, Myth? Perhaps it was worth a try. Gazing upon Thor's legendary hammer, Rega could not suppress the thought. It was no wonder he felt this way, as this was the fabled hammer of legend. To see it and not attempt to lift, it would surely leave Rega with a lifelong regret. Despite knowing the improbability of success, he was determined to give it a shot. With Thor's consent, all members of the Avengers had previously attempted to lift the hammer, but aside from Captain America, who managed to make it budge ever so slightly, none could move it even a fraction. Of course, Vision could lift it, but his unique nature as a synthetic being exempted him from consideration. After steadying himself, Rega rolled up his sleeves, grasped the hammer's handle firmly, assumed a stable stance, and prepared to pull Thor's hammer from its resting place. Coulson chuckled at Rega's earnestness. It was a natural reaction for anyone confronted with such an extraordinary object. Yet, regardless of their efforts, no one could lift the hammer. They had tried everything from towing it with cars to lifting it with cranes, even attempting to transport it with helicopters, yet all their efforts were in vain. They even speculated whether the hammer had somehow fused with the earth beneath it, attempting to uproot the surrounding soil, but to no avail. With no other option, Coulson established a temporary camp at the site, setting up layers of security to prevent prying eyes from encroaching. He summoned a group of scientists from SHIELD to conduct research, yet thus far, aside from a knowledge that the hammer is indestructible, they have achieved no results. We have attempted various methods, but no one has been able to move that hammer even the slightest bit. Observing Rega's face turn crimson, with veins bulging on his arms and neck as he exerted himself in vain, Coulson chuckled from the side, remarking, "It truly is a weapon for the god of thunder." Rega released his grip, exhaling deeply and muttering, "What?" Coulson immediately inquired. "Nothing, just wondering what a ridiculous hammer this is," Rega replied with a grin. Natasha watched Rega with a smile, thoroughly enjoying the scene before her. This boy had a way of making her feel at ease, which was indeed a luxury for her. "Natasha, won't you give it a try?" Rega called out. "No, thank you. It's best left to you gentlemen." Natasha waved her hand dismissively. "All right," Rega remarked, not surprised, as he had merely been asking out of curiosity. "Of course," he affirmed. "Really? What is it?" Coulson asked excitedly. Natasha was once again astonished, wondering if this fellow truly knew everything. "Mythology? I haven't studied it much. Those tales are merely products of human imagination," Coulson said, puzzled by the sudden shift to mythology. "You are mistaken. Mythology has its foundations," Rega countered, shaking his head. "Some myths and legends are indeed fabricated, but others are not." "Are you suggesting that myths are real?" Coulson exclaimed, quickly grasping Rega's arm. Natasha, too, felt a wave of astonishment. If this were true, their worldview would be turned upside down. A subtle smile crept across Rega's lips as he turned to gently pry Coulson's eager fingers away. "If you have time, you should explore Norse mythology. It will greatly benefit your future endeavors." With that, he disregarded Coulson's expression of contemplation and shock, continuing to walk forward. "By the way, you may expect some guests in the upcoming days. Remember to inform me." In the following days, Rega was diligently gathering strength, for the arrival of Thor was imminent, along with Sif and the companions of the god of thunder, and more importantly, the destroyer would also be coming. A fierce battle was certain, and Rega needed to be in peak condition. Ever since Rega mentioned Norse mythology, Coulson had promptly arranged to acquire a book on the subject. Within the pages of this substantial tome, Coulson discovered the origins of the mysterious hammer, Mjolnir, the exclusive weapon of the god of thunder, which none could lift but him. He lifted his gaze to the hammer lying in the mud outside the window, pondering if it truly was the weapon of the thunder god, deity of lightning and storms. The legendary Asgard, did it truly exist? If so, they were in for serious trouble. Coulson's mood grew heavy, for according to the book, Norse mythology encompassed not only the thunder god, but also the world tree, the all-father Odin, the malevolent Loki, frost giants, fire giants, and more. If these individuals were to invade, the current Earth would be utterly defenseless. Thus, he could only hope that the myths were true and that Odin and his kin were indeed safeguarding the planet. However, relying solely on such hopes was not a sustainable strategy. One must ultimately depend on oneself. With these thoughts in mind, Coulson steadied himself and exited his chamber. Rega was in his own room, immersed in meditation. Ever since he discovered that entering a meditative state accelerated his energy absorption, he frequently employed this method to draw in power. At that moment, he sat on his bed, palms facing the sky, eyes closed, attuned to the subtle currents of energy gradually flowing into his being from the atmosphere. This could be considered a means of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, a notion that suddenly sparked in Rega's mind. Just then, a rapid knocking interrupted his solitude. Rega rose to answer the door, revealing Coulson. "Have I disturbed you?" Coulson inquired. "Not at all. Please come in," Rega replied, stepping aside to welcome him. "Since you share the information about Norse mythology, I've been delving into it these past few days." Coulson spoke with urgency and gravity. "Oh, what have you discovered?" Rega asked with a playful smirk. "I simply wish to know how you're certain that the hammer outside belongs to Thor," Coulson pressed, his gaze fixed intently on Rega. Rega chuckled softly. "Be patient, Coulson. It won't be long before the truth reveals itself." Coulson was dissatisfied with this answer, furrowing his brow. Rega continued, "I understand you have many questions, but do not rush. With time, the truth will naturally unfold." Although unsure of Rega's intentions, Coulson decided to bide his time. After all, as Rega suggested, the truth would emerge in due course. Chapter 22. The Hammer Brother that evening, two small figures approached the restricted area established by S.H.I.L.D., a male and a female. Despite their efforts to conceal themselves, Coulson, who had been prepared for their arrival, spotted them early on. However, to avoid alarming them, he feigned ignorance. Rega stood on the iron walkway, observing Thor and Jane on a small hill under the night sky, a smile creeping across his lips. They had indeed arrived. He would have the opportunity to observe the god of thunder up close. This was the first true deity he would encounter, and the thought filled him with excitement. Natalie stood beside him, noticing his enthusiasm and feeling a twinge of curiosity. Is that person really Thor? Aside from being taller, more muscular, and more handsome, he seems no different from an ordinary man. Coulson, watching the unfolding scene, turned to Rega and asked, Mr. Rega, are you certain he is the god of thunder? We shall soon find out, will we not? Moreover, even if he is not, the security here is formidable. We need not fear any disturbances. Rega chuckled in response, nodding in agreement, and fell silent. On the hillside, Thor removed his own garment and draped it over Jane, saying, You will need this shortly. Jane wore a perplexed expression, questioning why. After all, this was New Mexico, where the weather was exceedingly hot, rendering a heavy coat unnecessary. At that moment, a rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. Thor glanced upward, seemingly sensing the arrival of the god of thunder, as dark clouds began to gather above. This is unbelievable, Jin thought, assuming Thor had lost his mind. Look at the situation over there. Do you honestly believe you can waltz in, grab something, and stroll back out? Of course not, Thor replied, raising an eyebrow. I will fly out. With that, he stood and departed, leaving Jin in a state of utter confusion. Rega looked up at the sky, noting how the clouds thickened and the lightning became increasingly frequent. He internally scoffed, recognizing that Thor was indeed different. His entrance came with its own special effects, and the sheer force of his presence overshadowed others. Coulson and Natasha also took note of the unusual weather, yet they remained skeptical that a single individual could alter the climate. They quietly awaited the outcome. Inside the base, the computers and staff mobile devices began to malfunction, rendered useless by a powerful electromagnetic pulse emanating from Mjolnir. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm blared throughout the camp, with guards reporting an intruder. In an instant, the entire base sprang into action. Accompanied by a tremendous clap of thunder, the sky was illuminated by another flash of lightning, and rain began to pour. Thor looked up, unable to suppress a grin. As the god of thunder, the howling wind and crackling lightning were the very elements he adored. Did Mjolnir also sense his arrival? Fueled by excitement, Thor boldly stepped into the passage. Ultimately, he was still a god, and even without his powers, he was far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. He dispatched everyone he encountered with ease, even causing an unfortunate soul to tumble down from the passage. Witnessing this scene, Rega chuckled and remarked to Coulson and Natasha, We're about to get to the main event. As agents, Coulson and Natasha quickly found themselves impressed by Thor's formidable prowess. With his golden locks and piercing blue eyes, tall stature, and striking features, Natasha couldn't help but exclaim, regardless of whether he is a god, at least his appearance is worthy of divine status. Rega rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, I know Thor is handsome, otherwise he wouldn't have had so many fans in his previous life. But Natasha, your blatant admiration is rather inappropriate. It's quite discriminatory. Noticing Rega's reaction, Natasha chuckled softly before resuming her observation of the situation unfolding below. Thor had reached the edge of the passage. Gazing at Mjolnir amidst the rain, his heart racing with anticipation as he prepared to rush forward and retrieve his hammer. At that moment, Thor was struck fiercely in the chest, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. He looked up to see a large African-American man standing before him. Unfazed, Thor grinned and said, You may be big, but I've fought against bigger. With that, he unleashed a right hook. The imposing man absorbed the blow and immediately retaliated, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, crashing through the plastic covering the passage and tumbling into the muddy ground. The slippery mud made it difficult to maintain one's footing, adding a layer of challenge to the skirmish. The two combatants grappled on the ground, rolling and twisting, but ultimately, Thor, the god of thunder, prevailed. With a swift kick, he sent his opponent crashing to the ground, following up with another strike to conclude the conflict. Wiping the mud from the corner of his mouth and shaking his hair, Thor gazed longingly at Mjolnir, shrouded in the rain. He pulled aside the plastic tarp and approached the enchanted hammer. Thor's earlier display of strength had left onlookers in awe. His raw, visceral fighting style exuded a commanding presence, explaining Natasha's captivated gaze. Even Rega had to concede that Thor's entrance was undeniably impressive. As he looked at Mjolnir on the ground, a smile crept across Thor's face, filled with anticipation, excitement, and nostalgia. He extended his right arm, slowly grasping the hammer's handle, and exerted gentle pressure, preparing to lift Mjolnir as he had done countless times before. Yet the hammer remained immovable. The smile on Thor's face faltered, replaced by disbelief. While it was understandable that others could not lift it, how could he, the god of thunder, be unable to do so? Reluctant to accept defeat, he extended his left arm, gripping the handle with all his might, his teeth clenched, legs bent, muscles straining, veins bulging, and letting out a series of guttural roars in a desperate attempt to summon the strength to lift the hammer, but to no avail. After several futile attempts, Thor released Mjolnir, stepping back. He looked at his hands, his heart heavy with sorrow. He was the god of thunder. This was Mjolnir, his sacred weapon. How could he not lift it? Was it his father's doing? Had Odin forsaken him, compelling Mjolnir to reject him as well? Did Odin truly intend to leave him with nothing? The more Thor pondered, the angrier he became. He raised his head to the relentless rain falling from the heavens, unleashing a mournful roar into the dark night, venting his resentment and frustration. Then, as if all his strength had drained away, he sank to his knees before Mjolnir. His once proud head bowed low, his face indistinguishable from rain or tears, allowing the guards assigned by Coulson to restrain him. His tragic demeanor evoked deep sympathy. Natasha observed the towering figure kneeling in the rain, her brow furrowed. Her sorrow for Thor transcended mere pity. It was his origin that intrigued her. If he truly were, as Rega claimed, the god of thunder, he should be able to lift the hammer. Yet he could not. If he were not the god of thunder, the exhilaration upon seeing the hammer and the subsequent despair and disillusionment were emotions that could not be feigned. They were sentiments reserved for those who had genuinely possessed something. This left Natasha bewildered. Who exactly was this man? It seemed necessary for her to inquire directly. Rega watched as Thor was taken away by security personnel, his heart heavy with reflection. Odin's intentions for his son were clearly profound. He sought to temper his proud and haughty air. Odin had gone to great lengths, stripping Thor of his divine powers to render him mortal, and even tampering with Mjolnir, Thor's very lifeblood. The inability to lift his own hammer was a profound blow indeed. At this moment, far away in Asgard, Heimdall observed the unfolding events with a heavy heart. If circumstances permitted, he would not wish for Thor to endure such anguish. Yet, it was an inevitable aspect of growth. To mature, one must weather storms, though this punishment seemed excessively harsh. He could only hope that Thor would emerge from this experience with growth, ensuring that his suffering was not in vain. Chapter 23, Communication. Thor sat silently in a chair, his head bowed. The walls around him were stark white, and the room contained nothing of color, a stark environment crafted specifically for him. Such extreme cleanliness, prolonged over time, could drive a person to madness. Natasha stood before Thor, scrutinizing him intently, while Rega remained at his side, observing Thor on the chair. Thor possessed a lineage of pure descent. His hair was golden, his beard was golden, and his eyebrows were also golden. His azure eyes sparkled with clarity, rendering him exceptionally handsome. Yet, the once vibrant spirit was now entirely absent, replaced by despondence and dejection, with an overwhelming aura of sorrow surrounding him. At that moment, Natasha glanced at Rega, her eyes questioning, to which Rega nodded in affirmation. "What is your name?" Natasha inquired. Thor remained silent, his head still lowered. "My friend says your name is Thor. Is that true?" Natasha gestured towards Rega. Upon hearing his name uttered, Thor raised his head, casting a brief glance at Rega, surprised that someone knew him, as he had never spoken it aloud. Earthlings had long deemed myths as untrustworthy, mere superstition, and now, with the supremacy of science, it astonished him that anyone was aware of his existence. Seeing Thor's gaze shift towards him, Rega smiled warmly in a gesture of goodwill. After a fleeting glance at Rega, Thor returned his focus to the ground. His spirit felt extinguished. The loss of Mjolnir had dealt him a devastating blow. His earlier surprise at someone knowing his name quickly faded, as he had no desire for conversation. Noticing Thor's reaction, Natasha's expression tightened. He truly was named Thor. Could Rega's claims be authentic? Was he indeed the god of thunder? The hammer outside bore a striking resemblance to the legendary artifact, as described in tales. No one could lift it except Thor. Upon hearing Natasha's words, a flicker of pride flashed across Thor's face, only to be swiftly subdued. Although this moment of pride was fleeting, Natasha captured it instantly, her conviction deepening. "However, you cannot lift it. I believe that even if you're named Thor, you cannot be the god of thunder, can you?" Natasha countered. Thor's expression grew more anguished as he lowered his head further, murmuring, "I am no longer." The words were barely audible, akin to a self-reflection meant for his own ears. Had Natasha not been professionally trained, she would have missed it entirely. Natasha's demeanor shifted dramatically. She could no longer conceal her astonishment. No longer? What did that imply? He once was. He truly was the god of thunder. Did this mean that the existence of deities in this world was real? Were the myths and legends of humanity indeed truthful? Did magic truly exist? Moreover, if the deities from mythology truly exist, one can only imagine the multitude of formidable beings that inhabit the vast cosmos. In the event of an extraterrestrial invasion, humanity would find itself utterly incapable of defending its sanctuary. Earth is perilously vulnerable. What can be done? Observing the myriad emotions flitting across Natasha's face, fear, urgency, astonishment, Rega found it somewhat amusing. Yet, it was understandable. Upon hearing such explosive news, anyone would be taken aback, especially an organization like S.H.L.D., whose mission is to safeguard the planet, would undoubtedly feel a surge of anxiety. Natasha had likely conjured a series of alarming associations, leading to her evident trepidation. Rega approached her, gently placing his hand upon her shoulder. Lost in her own panicked imaginings, Natasha was startled by the warmth of a hand resting on her. She looked up to find Rega smiling down at her with tenderness. "Do not fret. The mysteries of this world far surpass your imagination," he whispered soothingly. His voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, prompting Natasha to relax at once. Indeed, her worries were futile. Besides, this man had evidently been aware of these matters for some time, yet he maintained an air of unwavering confidence. He must possess some hidden strength, or perhaps there are many powerful beings in existence. Regardless, she found herself reassured that there was no need for concern at present. Calming, Natasha smiled and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Rega replied, turning his head slightly. "Let us step outside. I have matters to discuss with you." Thor cast a glance at Rega. This man felt distinctly different from the earthlings he had encountered before. He couldn't quite articulate why, but an instinct told him so. As the god of thunder, though stripped of his divine powers, he sensed an undeniable strength within Rega that should not be underestimated. Under normal circumstances, he would enthusiastically invite him to spar. Yet at this moment, Thor lowered his head once more. Rega and Natasha stepped outside, leaning side by side against the railing, observing the bustling staff below. "Do you believe now?" Rega inquired. Natasha nodded in affirmation. Rega sighed, contemplating the vastness of the universe, teeming with countless life forms. Some species are endowed with extraordinary gifts, while others are utterly unremarkable. The powerful can traverse the stars, while the weaker ones remain in the Stone Age. There exist beings capable of shattering celestial bodies, enslaving planets, and annihilating worlds with ease, as effortless as consuming a meal or quenching their thirst. Truly, Earth is exceedingly fragile. Turning her gaze, Natasha quietly studied Rega's profile. "Look at us. We are consumed by our petty intrigues, whether it be S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, or mutants. To those celestial beings, our struggles resemble mere child's play. With a mere wave of their hand, they could obliterate us." This sentiment resonated with Rega as well. The Marvel Universe is replete with formidable entities. While he felt his own power had grown significantly, in the eyes of those beings, he remained but an insignificant insect. Each time he pondered this, a wave of self-mockery washed over him. "However, I possess an ability reminiscent of the explosive fruit. Drawing from my past experiences, I have come to realize that devil fruits are bound only by one's imagination. There are no limits to what can be achieved if one dares to dream and strives diligently to cultivate their potential. One day, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the pyramid, never to be at the mercy of others." As these thoughts coursed through my mind, a surge of unwavering confidence ignited within Rega's eyes. Natasha, witnessing this absolute self-assurance, felt a stir within her heart. "Do you think there really are aliens invading Earth?" Natasha inquired. "Indeed, although Earth is fragile, it holds immense significance. Aliens will inevitably come," Rega replied slowly. "When that time arrives, it will surely herald a great catastrophe." Natasha shivered at the thought. If such a day were to come, if that day truly arrives, I shall ensure they regret their actions, Rega declared. Clenching his fist, Natasha chuckled softly, observing the boy before her. At times, he appeared remarkably mature, while at others, he seemed rather childlike. "What can you possibly do alone when the aliens arrive?" she teased, yet she refrained from shattering his illusions, quietly admiring the unique charm that radiated from him. "You alone may not suffice. Count me in when the time comes," Natasha said lightly. The smooth progression of events had surpassed her expectations. Perhaps she had underestimated her own allure. Rega began to daydream, lost in contemplation. Natasha, recognizing his distracted demeanor, playfully nudged him and rolled her eyes. I must seek out Coulson. He needs to be informed of the situation here. With that, she turned to leave, casting a lovely silhouette as she departed. Chapter 24. Visitors from Asgard. As Rega watched Natasha walk away, an overwhelming joy surged within him. He had drawn closer to success. Though much remained to be accomplished, there was no need to rush. Just as he reveled in his excitement, he suddenly sensed an energy fluctuation in the air. To his astonishment, the impeccably stylish Loki strolled past him, effortlessly passing through the closed door and entering Thor's chamber. Rega found it difficult to believe. Clearly, no one else had noticed Loki, or they would not have allowed him to enter so brazenly. Loki must have employed a minor spell. It was well known that this trickster god possessed exceptional magical prowess. Hastily, Rega pulled out his phone and activated the front camera. His reflection remained unchanged. No pallor, no redness, and his pupils were still a normal shade of black. This was indeed peculiar. Could it be that his ability also affected his vision? Why would this occur? Could he be capable of seeing through magic? Rega was perplexed. Yet regardless of the mystery, this revelation was advantageous for him. After all, one can never have too many skills. While Rega was lost in thought, Loki had already breached Thor's psychological defenses, instilling guilt within him, compelling him to willingly remain on Earth, forever exiled. This way, Loki's claim to the throne would face no threats. As Loki approached Mjolnir, he cast a glance at the hammer before grasping its handle with one hand. He pondered whether, now that he was the king of Asgard, he could lift this mighty weapon. Yet, no matter how hard he strained, gritting his teeth and flushing with effort, the hammer remained utterly unmoved. At that moment, a soft chuckle echoed from above. Loki froze, a sense of humiliation washing over him. Was someone here to witness his folly? Anger surged within him as he glared in the direction of the laughter, only to find an Asian man laughing heartily at his phone. He couldn't help but smirk. He was being overly sensitive. After all, he was currently invisible, unseen by any eyes. That fool must have stumbled upon something amusing to elicit such laughter, startling him in the process. Shaking his head, Loki mused that lower beings truly were just that. Wasting their finite lives on the trivial pursuit of scrolling through their phones was utterly foolish, undoubtedly deserving of subjugation. Just wait. I shall soon conquer the 9 realms, and then all shall kneel before me. With his head held high, Loki departed from the SHIELD camp. As he walked away, Rega diverted his gaze from his phone. Witnessing Loki's futile attempt to lift Mjolnir had been amusing, prompting an involuntary chuckle from him. Fortunately, he had quickly thought on his feet, pretending to be engrossed in his phone, thus avoiding any slip-up. After all, he had no desire to provoke Loki at this juncture. The timing simply wasn't right. However, had Rega known the thoughts swirling in Loki's mind, he would have undoubtedly delivered a resounding punch to make him remember the encounter for a lifetime. To dare call me a fool? No, it is you who is the fool. Following this brief interlude, Rega received a message from Coulson, informing him that someone wished to meet Thor and urging him to hurry. Standing at the camp's entrance, Rega and Coulson exchanged glances as they observed Sylvig prattling on with a serious demeanor. They were now aware of Thor's true identity. Yet this balding old man continued to babble nonsense. However, it was likely that he did not know who Thor truly was, even if he harbored suspicions. They remained just that, suspicions without certainty. He was a good man, merely burdened by some pain. Sylvig continued his charade. Rega and Coulson shared a knowing look, and Rega nodded slightly. Very well, you may take him, Coulson stated. Sylvig's face lit up with joy. As he and Thor began to exit, Coulson called out once more. Dr. Sylvig. Sylvig's expression shifted. Had he been exposed? Do not let him back into the bar, Coulson commanded. I will not, Sylvig replied, struggling to steady his trembling voice, before swiftly departing with Thor. Well, let him leave. Now that we have confirmed this Thor, he represents a significant asset, truly an extraterrestrial being, Coulson remarked as he watched Sylvig and Thor depart. Coulson, do not be hasty. We must look at the bigger picture. There are plenty of extraterrestrials. One does not matter much. Besides, who knows, he might reclaim his status as the Thunder God one day. Being kind to him now could yield no negative consequences. Rega replied with ease. So what shall we do now? Coulson's expression remained grave. After all, you are an ace agent. Do I really need to instruct you on what to do? Rega waved his hand dismissively. Coulson was rendered speechless by the response. Well, it's getting late. Getting a good rest is paramount. The real show has just begun. Wait for it. The main act is yet to come. Rega yawned widely, declaring, I shall retire for the night. Don't disturb me unless it's urgent. I need to recuperate. Days passed, and Coulson hurriedly sought out Rega. There has been an incident. We require your expertise. Oh, and bring Natasha along. With that, he practically shoved Rega into a vehicle, racing towards the scene of the occurrence. What has transpired? Natasha inquired. We have detected an extraordinarily immense energy signature, far beyond your imagination. Coulson's countenance was serious. What? Natasha was still trying to comprehend. This energy could potentially open a wormhole, Coulson elaborated. Natasha gasped, not expecting such rapid developments. Are aliens truly upon us? She cast a worried glance at Rega. Let's first assess the situation on site, Rega replied, his expression impassive. The group swiftly arrived at the location, a barren desert dotted with a few scraggly bushes, with nothing but exposed yellow earth in sight. In one area, several SUVs were parked, surrounded by individuals clad in black, all engrossed in discussion around an object. Rega and Natasha exited the vehicle, hastening towards the gathering. On the ground lay a perfect circle adorned with intricate, enigmatic lines, exuding an unusual beauty. This was discovered earlier today, clearly not of human origin. We are currently seeking linguists to decode these complex symbols, Coulson explained. No need for that, Rega remarked, studying the pattern before him. Natasha raised an eyebrow, imploring, Don't tell me you know what this is? The Rainbow Bridge, Rega replied solemnly, noticing Rega's uncharacteristic seriousness. Natasha's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Nothing. The main event is about to commence. Rega fixed his gaze upon the sky. Coulson and Natasha followed suit. As thick, ominous clouds began to gather overhead, curiously confined to this specific area while the rest of the sky remained clear. The clouds began to rotate slowly, forming a vortex, the center of which erupted in a dazzling light, accompanied by thunder and howling winds. At that moment, all personnel gazed upwards, mesmerized by the rare and terrifying spectacle. The clouds thickened, dark enough to seem as if they could drip ink. As the clouds continued their slow rotation, it felt as though the very essence of those present was being drawn in. Yet, Rega understood that the purpose of this ominous cloud was precisely the opposite. I suspect this is not a favorable omen, Natasha said, shielding her eyes as she observed the unprecedented phenomenon above. Rega remained silent, his focus unwavering on the center of the clouds, his demeanor vigilant, for the destroyer was imminent. Chapter 25, The Destroyer. At this moment, the inhabitants of the distant town were irresistibly drawn to the rare spectacle, hastily emerging from their homes to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, within Jane's abode, Thor, Sif, Jane, Sylvig, Darcy, and 3 other valiant warriors witnessed the unfolding scene, their expressions darkening with unease. They had traversed the Rainbow Bridge to Earth, and the sight before them was all too familiar. It was the harbinger of the Rainbow Bridge's activation. Could it be that Loki had sent someone to apprehend them? Suddenly, an unknown entity descended from the heavens, exuding a formidable presence as it crashed onto the barren ground, generating ripples of shockwaves that sent dust swirling into the air. In the hazy atmosphere, a towering figure gradually came into view at the center. It had arrived, Rega silently exclaimed, his body quivering slightly with anticipation. The destroyer had come. As the swirling dust began to dissipate, the form of the destroyer became increasingly discernible to the onlookers. Standing approximately 3 meters tall, its armor bore a striped pattern, enveloping its body completely, save for 2 small voids for its eyes. The silvery metal shimmered under the sunlight, casting a chilling glint that was disconcerting. Although the destroyer exuded an aura of coldness, the presence of Iron Man, the armored figure, rendered the S.H.I.L.D. agents, including Coulson, somewhat unfazed. To them, it seemed merely another of Stark's eccentric inventions. Thus, upon recognizing the visage of the destroyer, despite a twinge of unease, Coulson calmly grasped the megaphone and stepped forward to address it. As he approached, the destroyer appeared to awaken, its eyes suddenly igniting with brilliance. Then, without any forewarning, its mask instantaneously retracted, unleashing a massive golden beam that sped towards Coulson. Rega stood behind Coulson, having refrained from intervening as he wished to witness the extent of the destroyer's destructive power. Observing the incoming golden beam, Rega's heart sank. He swiftly yanked Natasha closer, and with a motion of his right hand, released a surge of energy that yanked Coulson down, causing the 3 of them to collapse onto the ground. The golden beam swept past their heads, striking parked vehicles and igniting a series of explosions. Several unfortunate agents were directly hit, their bodies vaporized in an instant. Rega rose from the ground, surveying the chaos around him, and gasped in astonishment. The destroyer was far more potent than depicted in the films. However, it was likely not beyond their capability to confront. Though he knew he himself would be ill-equipped, Hulk, on the other hand, would surely manage without issue. Do you know what this creature is? Natasha queried, spitting out the dust from her mouth. Yes, this adversary is formidable, Rega replied gravely. Is that even necessary to mention? Natasha rolled her eyes in exasperation. As the two conversed, yet another beam of destructive energy was unleashed. The surrounding vehicles had already suffered extensive damage, and panic ensued among the crowd as they frantically shouted for their lives. Coulson, you take Natasha and find shelter. I will handle this foe, Rega shouted resolutely. The sudden turn of events left Coulson momentarily stunned. He refrained from asking further questions, since Rega had proclaimed his intention to confront the adversary. He would allow him to do so. The immediate priority was to facilitate personnel evacuation. Both he and Natasha would only serve as burdens in this situation. Thus, he cast a deep, appreciative glance at Rega, imbued with trust. Have you lost your mind? Taking on that creature alone, Natasha exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. Although their acquaintance was brief, she could not fathom the thought of Rega facing death in such a reckless manner. Rest assured, I shall be fine, Rega replied, turning his head to offer a reassuring smile. With you worrying about me, I must ensure my survival. Natasha, both exasperated and somewhat amused, found it hard to believe he could jest at such a time. Hurry, we must leave. This is just the beginning. If that creature goes berserk, I won't be able to hold it back, Rega urged, waving his hand dismissively. Natasha opened her mouth as if to protest, but thought better of it, ultimately uttering only, "Be careful." With that, she and Coulson swiftly climbed into the car. Remember, head towards the town, Rega shouted, then turned his gaze back to the destroyer with unwavering intensity. The destroyer, crafted by the celestial realm, boasted an indestructible form. Although under the command of the All-Father Odin, who had succumbed to slumber, it was Loki who truly wielded control over the being. From his throne, Loki observed Rega, a flicker of familiarity crossing his mind, as if he had encountered this individual before. This fleeting doubt caused the destroyer's movement to falter. Unfazed by such intricacies, Rega understood he was no match for the destroyer. His aim was merely to ascertain the extent of his own strength. In an instant, he launched himself into action, seizing the initiative. With a few powerful strides, Rega propelled himself into the air, his right fist clenched tightly as he delivered a formidable explosive punch to the destroyer's abdomen. The impact reverberated, and even the massive form of the destroyer was sent sprawling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. A victorious grin spread across Rega's face. Loki, seated upon his throne, was left astounded. He had never witnessed the destroyer being struck down in such a manner. For years, it had only been the destroyer delivering blows. Never had he seen it on the receiving end, let alone being sent flying, a notion bordering on the absurd. After the initial shock, wrath coursed through Loki, his fury boiling over. A mere insect dares to resist? Truly, they are oblivious to their own mortality. Your previous carelessness granted you a moment of success, but such a situation shall not arise again. With that, Loki summoned the power of his scepter, divine energy emanating forth. The destroyer, receiving its command, rose from the ground and unleashed a golden beam towards Rega. Rega remained vigilant, acutely aware that the previous encounter had only been a moment of Loki's negligence. Now, the true battle had commenced. Sure enough, a golden beam emerged from the dust, hurtling towards him. Anticipating the attack, Rega swiftly leaped aside. At that moment, a colossal silver metallic fist loomed before him. Rega's eyes widened in realization. There was no time to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the destroyer's fist crashed violently against his face. Rega felt as though he had been struck by a train, sent flying several meters away. Rubbing his swollen cheek, he spat out a mouthful of blood, wincing at the pain. Despite his belief that he had taken the destroyer seriously, he had not anticipated such a vast disparity in power. He could not withstand many more attacks of this nature. It seemed that guerrilla tactics were his only option. In a matter of moments, the destroyer had closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Rega. Still on the ground, Rega summoned energy beneath his feet, gliding along the surface as the destroyer's strike missed its mark, causing the ground to collapse beneath its weight. Witnessing this exaggerated display, Rega's lips twitched in irritation. Loki was being excessively ruthless. After all, it was not a matter of life and death. However, he quickly refocused and advanced toward the destroyer. Though the destroyer was imposing and immensely strong, it lacked agility. Rega capitalized on this, skillfully dodging and weaving, engaging in a strategic dance around the destroyer. Observing this spectacle, Loki roared in frustration from the celestial palace, yet found himself powerless to intervene, for he was not Odin, the All-Father, and could not command the destroyer. On the other hand, Rega felt equally helpless. His punches were ineffective against the Destroyer's formidable metallic form. Additionally, he had to remain vigilant against the Destroyer's beam attacks, leaving him only able to tenuously hold his ground. Victory was an impossibility under such circumstances. Thus, the two opponents found themselves locked in a stalemate. Chapter 26. The Four Warriors. Following Rega's suggestion, Natasha and Coulson sped toward the town. Natasha sat in the passenger seat, glancing back through the rear window just in time to witness Rega being hurled by the Destroyer. She instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with mounting concern. Coulson's expression was grim as he checked the rearview mirror, then turned to Natasha, offering words of reassurance. "Do not worry. I have a feeling he will be all right." Natasha swallowed hard, nodding emphatically. Yes, he would be fine. He had to be fine. After all, he was the Winter Soldier and would not perish so easily. The location of the battle was not far from the town, and they arrived swiftly. In the distance, Coulson and Natasha spotted a group of individuals ahead, including 4 oddly dressed figures, 3 men and 1 woman. Alongside the tall man they had encountered at the camp in Sylvig, as well as 2 unknown women. "I can't believe my ears. There are people here capable of battling the Destroyer. Surely, this is a jest?" The rotund man with a red beard chuckled. Upon hearing the mockery directed at Rega, Natasha's gaze turned icy. This was not merely an insult to Rega, but a slight against all humankind. That insufferable fat man. Natasha seethed inwardly. "Whether true or not, you can see for yourself. Nonetheless, our immediate priority is to stop the Destroyer you speak of," Coulson interjected, though his own displeasure remained concealed beneath a calm facade. He spoke rightly. Thor, standing by, played the peacemaker. He was no longer the arrogant, immature, and reckless figure he once was. Having lost his divine powers in Mjolnir, he had endured the tumultuous highs and lows of life, leading to significant personal growth. "My friends, we must halt the Destroyer," he declared, turning to Natasha. "Rega is indeed the man you were with at that time, isn't he? I can sense he is a formidable warrior." At this, Natasha's face displayed a hint of pride. The 4 warriors exchanged glances, their expressions varied. It is worth noting that few have earned Thor's acknowledgement, and for Rega to be regarded as a powerful warrior by Thor suggested he possessed remarkable prowess. Consequently, their interest in Rega intensified. "Without delay, let us depart swiftly. We cannot afford any unforeseen events," urged Coulson from the side. The group split into 2 vehicles, hurrying towards the scene of the incident. From a distance, they saw dust swirling, debris flying, and the continuous rumble of explosions, punctuated by brilliant golden beams of light streaking across the sky. The ground appeared as though it had been furrowed, riddled with gaping wounds. Upon their arrival, they were met with an astonishing scene. A young man was locked in fierce combat with the Destroyer. He relentlessly struck the creature, while the Destroyer retaliated with both fists and feet, unleashing energy beams from its face that narrowly missed the young man several times, evoking gasps from the onlookers. Natasha's anxiety and concern deepened. Rega skillfully maneuvered, evading the Destroyer's attacks. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed 2 vehicles approaching, followed by several individuals disembarking. A quick glance revealed Thor, and his heart steadied. The principal had finally arrived, and he could escape his predicament. Witnessing Rega's prolonged battle against the Destroyer left Sif and the others exchanging astonished looks. After all, even they found it exceedingly challenging to contend with the Destroyer. When had humanity grown to such strength? Thor erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, he is a powerful warrior. The Destroyer is one of the top-tier battle automatons from our realm, and he is able to hold his ground to such an extent." Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances, equally surprised by Rega's might. Natasha's eyes reflected both worry and pride, while Coulson's expression was one of astonishment. Such destructive potential could only be rivaled by Iron Man within S.H.I.E.L.D. It seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had struck gold this time. "Sif, you all must hurry and assist. Eliminate the Destroyer," Thor commanded loudly. Although Rega appeared strong on the surface, Thor discerned the underlying truth. Lacking a suitable weapon and faced with the Destroyer's impenetrable material, Rega had not inflicted any substantial damage, merely managing to temporarily hinder his adversary with his peculiar abilities. Despite having lost his divine strength, to Sif and the others, Thor remained the powerful and proud god of thunder. Upon hearing Thor's command, she rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. As she advanced, Sif turned to the remaining 3 and instructed, "Divert his attention. I shall handle the rest." Upon seeing Sif and her companions approach, Rega exhaled in relief, grateful for their timely arrival, as he was nearing the limits of his endurance. The Destroyer, with its formidable resilience and impenetrable defense, was a daunting adversary. It could effortlessly unleash energy beams, rendering it fearsome in both close and range combat. Apart from its inability to fly, it was seemingly devoid of weaknesses. At that moment, the trio had reached the heart of the battle, and the red-bearded warrior bellowed, "My friend, take a breather. We shall take it from here." Rega glanced at them, bemused, uncertain of the source of their confidence. Nevertheless, he was fatigued and saw this as an opportunity to recover. Thus, he seized a momentary gap, unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks, and then gracefully exited the fray. Far away in Asgard, Loki, observing through the destroyer, felt his rage intensify. These wretched fools dare to defy my orders and secretly venture to Earth to seek out Thor. Is he truly worth such a treacherous journey? Loki seethed. If you wish to accompany him, then may you be forever entwined. With that, disregarding Rega, Loki commanded the destroyer to charge towards the trio. Chapter 27. The Greater Good. Although Sif and her companions had heard tales of the destroyer's might, they had never faced it in battle, having primarily targeted enemies of Asgard. Once engaged, they painfully realized the despair of being adversaries to the destroyer, gaining a deeper appreciation for Rega's earlier struggles and strength. The destroyer hardly exerted itself. With a mere flick of its hand, it sent two of them hurtling away. The last, wielding a rapier, appeared unlikely to inflict any significant harm. Truly pathetic, Loki scoffed, shaking his staff dismissively. Suddenly, the destroyer's visor opened, golden energy swirling within, poised to annihilate these bothersome fools. Abruptly, a sharp blade descended from above, piercing through the destroyer's neck and pinning it to the ground. Instantly, the energy within the destroyer seemed to extinguish, halting all movement. Sif stood triumphantly atop the destroyer's back, a serene smile gracing her lips. The destroyer is but this, she declared. This was the strategy they had devised. The three would restrain and create a facade to draw the destroyer's attention, while Sif executed a lethal ambush from behind. Their coordination was instinctive, honed through countless encounters. Faced with formidable foes, they had always employed such tactics, but this time, their opponent was the destroyer. Before Sif could savor her triumph, the destroyer suddenly seemed to come alive, its body twisting a full 180 degrees. The visor opened once more, and golden light flashed anew, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Sif, who had no time to evade. "Be careful," the others cried out. To think one could so easily vanquish the destroyer is indeed naive and laughable. In the Celestial Palace, Loki regarded the situation with disdain. At a critical moment, Rega leapt forward, delivering a swift kick to the destroyer's midsection, causing it to lose its balance and redirect its energy beam, which instead struck the ground, carving a deep trench into the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Sif hastily leapt away from the destroyer. Her expression was a mixture of emotions as she glanced at Rega, surprised that this earthling had saved her life. Has Earth truly become so formidable without my knowledge? Rega, however, was unfazed by Sif's thoughts. He held a favorable impression of the valiant Valkyrie and felt compelled, both morally and emotionally, to save her. After all, there would be many dealings with the Celestial Palace in the future. It was prudent to earn a favor now for easier negotiations later. Sif! Thor exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Sif in peril, rushing over to assess the situation. He too had not anticipated the destroyer's overwhelming strength, which even the four warriors could not contend with. As he observed the destroyer gathering energy once more, preparing to obliterate them all, Thor felt a deep anguish. "Loki, do you truly intend to annihilate everyone?" He looked around. The surroundings had become scorched earth, riddled with craters from battles and explosions. Thankfully, this was not a town, or countless innocent civilians would have undoubtedly suffered, perhaps even perished. Grateful, he cast a glance at Rega and nodded in acknowledgement. Rega reciprocated the nod, given his current state. Engaging the destroyer was still a daunting task. The destroyer remained unscathed while he was utterly exhausted, with less than 30% of his stored energy remaining. Barely enough for a desperate escape. "And what of you?" Sif felt an ominous premonition. Thor smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I have a plan." Rising to his feet, he approached the destroyer, locking eyes with it. As Thor drew near, the golden energy enveloping the destroyer's face gradually dissipated. The two brothers regarded each other. One a mere mortal, the other seated upon the throne of the Celestial Palace. Thor sighed and spoke softly, "Brother, regardless of any wrong I may have done to you that compelled you to resort to such desperate measures, I sincerely apologize. But these individuals are innocent. Their deaths would bring you no benefit." He raised his head. "In my life, if you must, put an end to this." Loki gazed at Thor. his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. After all, this was his brother, with whom he had shared countless years of life, and now he was to kill him? Loki felt a pang of hesitation. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to weave lies that persuaded Thor to willingly remain on Earth. Alas, these few individuals remained undeterred, still seeking him out. As a ruler, Thor represented an unstable element for Loki, even stripped of his divine powers. Thor still held a revered status in the hearts of the Asgardians, a reality Loki could not abide. As long as Thor existed, Loki's position would remain precarious. With this thought, Loki's gaze hardened. "Forgive me, my dear brother. Do not blame my ruthlessness, blame your brothers instead." As Loki resolved to act, the light of the destroyer reignited, and with a dismissive gesture, he sent Thor hurtling away as if swatting a fly. Thor soared through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before collapsing, his face smeared with blood. At that moment, he was merely a mere mortal, unable to withstand such a brutal blow. Even a casual strike from the destroyer was beyond his capacity to endure. "No!" Jane cried, witnessing this scene as she rushed over, tumbling and throwing herself upon Thor, anxiously gazing at him. "It's over." Thor managed a faint smile. "No, you'll be fine. It can't end like this." Jane shook her head vigorously, her voice trembling. "I mean, you're safe now." Thor smiled gently again, his breath fading like a whisper. "It's over." He bore no resentment towards Loki. Surely, Loki had his own reasons for his actions. Nor did he harbor any ill feelings towards his father. Without his father's decisions, he would never have come to Earth, nor would he have met Jane. Dying in her embrace seemed worth it, though he lamented that he would never again indulge in hearty drinking or abandon himself to battle. The Earthling seemed quite admirable, a worthy opponent. If he were to survive, he would have relished the chance to spar with him, drinking until oblivion. "Farewell, Jane. Farewell, Selvig Darcy. Farewell, my friends. Farewell, Asgard. Farewell, mother. Farewell, father. I regret I could not become the son you hoped for. Farewell, Loki." As Thor's consciousness grew increasingly dim, he slowly closed his eyes. "No!" Jane cried out in anguish. Though their time together was brief, she had already fallen for this extraterrestrial man. Upon seeing Thor lifeless, the destroyer turned and began to depart. "No," Jane murmured, unable to fathom that Thor had truly perished. She wished to express her fury, but found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she buried her head against Thor's chest, her low sobs evoking profound sorrow. The others shared her grief. After all, Thor had sacrificed himself to save them. The four warriors were heartbroken, yet simultaneously filled with boundless hatred for Loki. Nearby, Natasha and Coulson supported Rega, who, despite his sorrow, had known Thor for a shorter time than the others and did not share their depth of despair. Rega, however, was convinced that Thor was far from dead, and thus felt indifferent, internally critiquing Odin for being so reckless as to allow Thor to experience death, fearing the potential consequences of such a gamble. Chapter 28. The God of Thunder. Natasha assisted Rega, observing the sorrowful expressions around her, and felt a pang of sadness herself. After all, it was a noble warrior who had met such a fate, which seemed a grave loss. Yet, when she turned her head, she found Rega wearing an unconcerned expression and couldn't he help but ask, "Do you not feel grief for his death? With so many dying each day, if I mourned every one of them, I would be utterly exhausted." Rega replied with a dismissive shrug. "Besides, this guy is not really dead. Why should I feel sad?" "Not dead." Upon hearing Rega mock the God of Thunder, the crowd initially wore expressions of fury. However, upon catching the latter part of his remark, their astonishment turned to delight. "Is it true?" "Of course, for he is the God of Thunder. How could he possibly perish so easily?" No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than, as if to corroborate Rega's words, the previously inert hammer began to tremble, and then, like a comet, it soared into the sky, swiftly breaking the sound barrier and tracing an elegant arc in the air as it hurtled toward the prostrate Thor. Selvig, witnessing the spectacle, promptly pulled Jane away from Thor's side. Just as the hammer was about to strike Thor, he seemed to awaken in an instant, extending his right hand to grasp the hammer's handle. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Thunder roared, and ominous clouds rapidly congregated above Thor, casting shadows over the land. Subsequently, a formidable bolt of lightning burst forth from the heavy clouds, striking down towards Mjolnir. The lightning enveloped Thor entirely, and amidst the blinding blue radiance, the resplendent armor of the God of Thunder gradually adorned his form. Jane stood in stunned silence, while Sif and the others erupted in ecstatic jubilation. Rega merely smirked, remarking, "See, he has risen from the dead." Natasha chuckled at this. Far away in Asgard, Loki was both astonished and enraged. He had not anticipated Odin possessing such a stratagem. Ultimately, that man had never intended for himself to become the heir to the throne. In his eyes, there was only Thor, while Loki remained but a pitiable half-breed. Thor. Loki's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with an intense fury and hatred. Faced with the god of thunder, who was gradually completing his transformation, Loki promptly commanded the destroyer to unleash its energy beams. However, as the destroyer activated its visor and prepared to attack, a hammer burst forth from the lightning, striking the destroyer squarely in the face, causing its energy beam to veer off course. Thor then delivered a sudden, powerful blow, sending the destroyer crashing to the ground. Enraged, Loki quickly directed the destroyer to retaliate. Beams of energy erupted recklessly, bathing the entire sky in a brilliant golden hue. Thor, wielding his hammer, deftly evaded the onslaught. He swiftly closed the distance to the destroyer, arriving at its forefront, his right hand tightening around the hammer as he lifted it upwards, delivering a devastating strike to the destroyer's jaw, propelling it skyward. Following this, he swung the hammer once more, taking advantage of the destroyer's inability to regain its footing mid-air, and struck again, sending it flying as a torrent of attacks rained down upon it. Thus, leveraging his ability to fly, Thor relentlessly pummeled the destroyer in the air, rendering the once mighty adversary as helpless as a rag doll, enduring the assault passively. At this moment, the clouds in the sky thickened further, the thunder grew deafening, and the lightning intensified. Thor soared high, gripping the hammer with both hands, and with the force of 1,000 storms, he brought it down upon the destroyer, driving it into the earth and creating a profound crater from the tremendous impact. Thor, wielding his mighty hammer, descended gracefully from the sky, exuding an air of proud triumph. Emerging from a cloud of dust, he walked forward slowly, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. They had never anticipated the god of thunder to be so formidable. The destroyer, whom they had found utterly insurmountable moments ago, stood before Thor without a shred of resistance. Rega, equally awestruck, could scarcely believe his eyes. He had first-hand experience of the destroyer's might, yet to witness it so effortlessly subdued by Thor was beyond comprehension. While Mjolnir undeniably played a crucial role in this victory, it simultaneously underscored Thor's immense power. As his weapon, it was an extension of his strength. Thus, it was clear that Rega still had a long way to go to match Thor's prowess. The exhilaration was palpable. The god of thunder truly lived up to his legendary reputation. As Thor approached, Rega's eyes sparkled with admiration. Though he currently lacked the strength to challenge Thor, he was resolute in his belief that the future held promise. With continued growth in his abilities, he mused, even the god of thunder might find himself outmatched. After all, in the comics, Thor had once reduced Sentinel to ashes, while the Sentinel was reputed to possess the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns, a testament to Thor's formidable nature. While it seemed unlikely that Thor's current strength would rival his comic book feats, it was certain that he was not as weak as portrayed in the films. Given that the destroyer was significantly stronger than depicted, Thor's triumph over it suggested an even greater strength. Witnessing the commanding presence of Thor, both Natasha and Coulson wore serious expressions, fully aware that the might of the Asgardians far exceeded their expectations. Until today, they had not fathomed that one individual could wield such overwhelming power, akin to a nuclear bomb, or rather, even more terrifying. After all, this was a mobile nuclear weapon, possessing greater lethality than any on Earth. Although Natasha had heard Rega speak of such extraterrestrial strength before, it was only now that she truly grasped its implications. The thought that such beings might surround Earth left her increasingly uneasy. Coulson, preoccupied with how to report this to Fury, felt the urgency to devise countermeasures. Otherwise, if an alien invasion were to occur, Earth would be defenseless, leading to catastrophic consequences and potential apocalypse. Observing the somber expressions of his companions, Rega chuckled lightly, reassuring them that there was no need for such anxiety. The Asgardians were, after all, quite amicable, and not all extraterrestrials were as overwhelmingly powerful as Thor. Most were relatively weak, and besides, their own strength was not to be underestimated. Coulson raised an eyebrow, surprised by Rega's confidence. Rega grinned mischievously, choosing not to elaborate. Natasha joined in the laughter, questioning whether Rega's bold claims held any merit. What? Regarding the aliens, Rega replied, of course, just give me time. I will trample the destroyer and the god of thunder alike underfoot. Meanwhile, the four warriors extolled Thor's virtues to the heavens. And Jane could hardly contain her joy. Her admiration for a true hero left her utterly defenseless. as a few individuals engaged in light-hearted banter. A sudden clattering of metallic sounds resonated from the depths of the pit, causing their smiles to freeze in place. Turning to investigate, they beheld the destroyer emerging slowly from the abyss, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Its once pristine metallic armor was now marred and pockmarked. Yet this did not hinder its movement. Rather, the pressure it exerted upon them was now even more formidable, akin to a wounded beast growing increasingly ferocious and bloodthirsty. As the destroyer approached with deliberate slowness, Thor spoke gravely. Sif, you and the others should depart at once. This place is far too perilous. Sif nodded vigorously in agreement. Rega, too, gazed intently at the destroyer. Natasha, Coulson, you should leave first. The ensuing battle may cause considerable collateral damage. And you? Natasha inquired. I must remain here. Thor may require my assistance. Natasha wished to voice more, but upon seeing Rega's serious demeanor, she ultimately said, be careful, before swiftly departing with Coulson. At this moment, Rega found no inclination for jest. He sensed the destroyer was immensely more powerful than before, its internal energy surging like an unfathomable ocean. He speculated that had it not been for the destroyer's unique material, it might have been overwhelmed and ruptured by the vast energy within. The destroyer came to a halt approximately 5 meters before Thor, who gripped his hammer, bracing himself, while Rega tensed, adjusting his breath and preparing to react. The tension hung palpably in the air, signaling that a monumental clash was imminent. Chapter 29. The Icebound Destroyer. Thor fixated on the destroyer, acutely aware that the entity before him was on an entirely different plane of existence. Previously, he had sensed the immense energy contained within, but now it emanated an excruciating cold, a profound chill seeping through the heavy metallic exterior. Suddenly, the destroyer instantaneously retracted its visor, unleashing a torrent of deep blue energy that surged directly toward Thor. His eyes widened, and he swiftly leaped aside to evade it. Once he regained his footing and turned to look back, he was astonished to find a chasm over 100 meters long where he had just stood. Even more alarming, both the chasm and its surroundings were enveloped in a thick layer of frost, glistening like a blue ribbon under the sunlight's embrace, a sight both stunning and terrifying. What is this? Thor exclaimed, his countenance a mask of shock. Witnessing the destroyer unleash such frigid energy, Rega too felt a pang of confusion. Was it not supposed to emit golden energy? Why did it now carry an icy effect? Unless, a thought struck Rega, when Odin vanquished the frost giants. He claimed the frost giants' treasured artifact, the icebound chest, and stored it within the celestial treasury. Now that Loki had become the master of the celestial palace, he could readily access the treasures within, including the icebound chest. The malevolent deity Loki possesses within him the bloodline of a frost giant, granting him the ability to wield the frost box, an artifact inaccessible to others. Could it be that Loki harnessed the energy of this frost box, resulting in the transformation of the destroyer? Cursed be Odin, cursed be Thor, and all you pitiful insects, none shall escape today. Upon the throne of the celestial palace, Loki brandished a cerulean box, his voice resonating with authority. This box, the cherished treasure of the frost giant lineage, was indeed the frost box. Lacking the strength to confront Thor directly, he sought to channel the power of the box to animate the destroyer. The frost box is reputed to possess the capacity to freeze an entire planet, and the energy contained within is formidable. This explains the aberration of the destroyer. Today, he intends to eradicate all who stand in his way. As the attack missed its mark, the destroyer did not falter. With a swift turn, it unleashed a robust surge of energy, sweeping horizontally towards Thor and Rega. Thor wielded his hammer and ascended into the sky, while Rega propelled himself upward to avoid the strike. Observing the two airborne figures, the destroyer launched another icy energy blast, blanketing the entire area. With no refuge available, Thor and Rega braced themselves against the onslaught. However, the strength of the energy far exceeded their expectations, sending them hurtling away. Once the two were cast aside, the destroyer moved with remarkable speed, pursuing them relentlessly despite its inability to fly. In mere moments, it closed the gap and delivered a devastating downward punch upon Thor, embedding him deeply into the ground. In contrast, Rega fared considerably better, perhaps because Loki's primary target was not him. He merely fell to the side. The icy energy not only delivered a tremendous impact, but also carried a freezing effect. Having just endured a direct hit, Rega found himself enveloped in frost. Grimacing, Rega stood, attempting to regain his composure. He acutely sensed a significant decline in his agility. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have been frozen solid. shattering at the slightest touch. Yet, Rega's physical prowess far surpassed that of the average man, and with a hastily conjured energy shield to mitigate the blow, he escaped grave injury. Nevertheless, the earlier strike had inflicted considerable damage, proving the destructive capacity of the icy energy to be formidable. As the blue energy surged once more around the destroyer, preparing to strike Thor again, Rega, disregarding his need to recover, acted swiftly. He delivered an explosive punch to the destroyer's flank, interrupting its assault. Loki had initially intended to eliminate Thor in one decisive blow before turning to Rega, underestimating the latter's potential to thwart his plans. Consequently, he abandoned Thor, charging directly at Rega, determined to crush this insignificant insect with his own hands. Realizing the destroyer's shift in focus, Rega inwardly cursed. Regrettably, there was no time for remorse. He had to evade swiftly. Against Rega, the destroyer need not even exert itself. The energy was now abundant and could be unleashed without hesitation. In this age of boundless energy, the concern of depletion has become obsolete. Thus, the destroyer stood resolutely, lifting its visor to unleash an overwhelming torrent of icy energy. As the colossal energy column enveloped the entire expanse, Rega was momentarily rendered speechless, for it was an exaggeration beyond belief. Yet, reality demanded his immediate attention. Survival was paramount. He turned on his heel and fled. The destroyer remained stationary, like an immovable artillery piece, relentlessly discharging its assaults. Rega had never experienced such arduous flight for his life. It was akin to an ordinary person sprinting 1,000 meters at the pace of 100. Soon, fatigue began to grip him. The exertion from earlier had drained him. And now, with every ounce of strength devoted to escape, the burden felt insurmountable. As Rega darted and dodged desperately, Loki savored a sense of delight. "You insignificant insect, today marks your demise." With Loki's intent, the destroyer escalated its energy output once more. Rega, unable to evade in time, was instantly engulfed by the surging wave of energy. When the destroyer ceased its onslaught, Rega had been completely encased in ice, transformed into a colossal ice block. The once barren plain was now blanketed in a thick layer of frost, and the chilling air prompted delicate snowflakes to begin falling from the sky. Rega, Natasha, witnessing the transformation of Rega into an ice block from a distance, was filled with disbelief. Anxious and frantic, she prepared to rush to his side. "Calm down, Natasha. Going there now would be tantamount to suicide," Coulson urged, grasping her arm. "I know, but Rega." Tears shimmered in Natasha's eyes. "We are powerless now. All we can do is trust him," Coulson sighed. "Rega, please don't die," Natasha pleaded, her hands tightly clenched as she gazed towards the battlefield. Though her acquaintance with this young man had been brief, an inexplicable bond formed due to their shared origins. It was not a romantic inclination, but rather a profound sense of kinship, a recognition of mutual suffering. The harrowing experiences with Hydra were comprehensible only to those who had endured them, and both were elite members of Hydra, one a Black Widow, the other a Winter Soldier. Previously, Natasha had been the sole representative of Hydra within SHIELD, and despite the warmth of her colleagues, a profound loneliness persisted, for no one could truly fathom her past. The others were directly recruited by SHIELD and underwent systematic training, while she had joined from the ranks of their adversary. Thus, she had always focused intently on her missions, filling her life with tasks. Even when saved by Nick Fury, a glimmer of distance remained, not solely due to his status, but also because of their divergent backgrounds. Her existence had always been thus, first serving Hydra, then SHIELD, never living for herself until Rega's arrival. In her fleeting moments with Rega, she experienced a sense of ease she had never known before. For the first time, her life seemed to blossom with color, and she realized she could truly live for herself. Rega imparted to her the profound essence of existence. And now, his fate remained uncertain. Chapter 30, Battle. Thor. A furious roar echoed from the pit, prompting the destroyer to turn its gaze, only to witness a hammer rapidly enlarging in its view, striking fiercely against its visage and sending it crashing to the ground. Thor leapt from the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes blazed with fury, enveloped in crackling lightning, exuding an overwhelming presence. Loki's heart brimmed with malice and hatred. While Thor seethed with rage, the two stood poised, each unwilling to yield. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, as jagged bolts of lightning accompanied thunderous roars that streaked across the heavens. Thor raised Mjolnir high, drawing down the myriad thunders from the firmament, within mere breaths. He was surrounded by a tempest of lightning, obscuring his form. Meanwhile, the destroyer was encased in swirling ice and snow, the howling wind lifting a flurry of snowflakes, creating a blinding white expanse. Lightning clashed against Frost, Asgard against Jotunheim. As the two unleashed a torrent of blows, the surrounding terrain was irrevocably transformed. Blackened earth and blue frost littering the battlefield. The crackling of thunder and the howling blizzard resonated from their clash, rendering the area a no-go zone. Natasha and Sif stood speechless, even gripped by fear, utterly astounded by the cataclysmic confrontation unfolding before them. The sheer force capable of altering climate and terrain in a mere instant was nothing short of overwhelming. Rega remained encased in a thick layer of ice. Though his body was immobile, his consciousness remained alert. He witnessed the fierce battle between Thor and the destroyer, feeling both astonished and increasingly anxious. Their movements grew more intense, and he realized he could be caught in the crossfire at any moment. If this continued, his safety would be in jeopardy. At that moment, a surge of lightning struck with a crack, the immense energy causing fissures to form in the thick ice. This was fortuitous, Rega thought to himself. The ice released from the frostbox was not ordinary. It was infused with potent magic, granting it formidable strength. With the dwindling power he possessed, Rega knew he could not break free from the icy prison the destroyer had forged. However, Thor's lightning provided him with an opportunity. He gradually worked to widen the crack, ultimately breaking free. Rega braced himself against the ground, kneeling on one leg. The influence of the ice weighed heavily upon him. The energy he had barely retained was consumed in his desperate efforts to escape, defend, and shatter the ice. Now he lacked the strength to rise, trembling uncontrollably, his body taking on a faint blue hue. Loki! Rega gritted his teeth, tightly clenching his fists. Thor, engaged in battle with the destroyer, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Rega's return. He had believed Rega to be dead, yet here he was, emerging from the ice, his power and spirit deeply admired by Thor. "Hey, my friend, are you all right?" Thor shouted. Rega, lacking the strength to respond vocally, merely waved his hand. Loki, hearing Thor's words, shifted his attention to Rega and was immediately struck with both surprise and fury upon seeing him unharmed. Noticing the destroyer's gaze fixed upon Rega, Thor felt a pang of concern. Rega was in no condition to withstand any assault, prompting Thor to deliver a powerful blow that sent the destroyer flying before rushing to Rega's side. Thor himself was not faring well. His once magnificent red cloak lay tattered, and the gleaming armor of the god of thunder was now partially shattered, his body marred by numerous wounds, each adorned with glistening ice crystals. The destroyer, though battered from Thor's strike, remained in a slightly better state thanks to its inexhaustible energy reserves. Despite Thor being the god of thunder with exceptional physical prowess, there remained a disparity when compared to the destroyer. "You alone are hardly my equal, and now you bring an additional burden. I wonder how you plan to challenge me." Loki sneered. "We shall see," Rega replied, a hint of cold amusement flickering across his face. Seeking death, Loki's expression darkened at Rega's defiance, commanding the destroyer to resume its assault. "Last time, you were fortunate to escape. This time, I shall finish you without hesitation. Is that truly wise? It is far too perilous. Rather, allow me to engage him, and trust that I will ultimately prevail," Thor expressed, a mix of astonishment and concern evident in his voice. "Thor, I have faith that you can conquer the destroyer, but look around. The town cannot withstand much longer. The ice may descend at any moment, and then it will not be just one life lost." Rega gestured to their surroundings. Thor surveyed the scene, recognizing it as a veritable apocalypse. "Moreover, I have compelling reasons to secure victory in this battle," Rega stated solemnly. "An alien brazenly trespassing on Earth must be taught a lesson, else it would render us the subject of mockery. Is Earth truly devoid of defenders? This is not merely a contest of victory or defeat, but a matter of honor for all of humanity. You, my friend, are not the only alien here," Thor chuckled. Rega responded with a grin. "Very well. I shall not hold it against you," Thor said with earnestness. "You are right. As a warrior, it is my duty to uphold the honor of my planet. I shall lend you my full support." "Excellent." Rega beamed. "Then let us commence." Without waiting for the destroyer to react, Thor swung his hammer and charged forward. Once again with this routine, "Brother, have you nothing new to offer?" Loki disdainfully remarked as Thor surged towards the destroyer. At that moment, Thor executed a sharp 90-degree turn, soaring into the sky, summoning thunder and gathering all the lightning upon Mjolnir. Amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of the crowd, he aimed the hammer at Rega. Subsequently, a formidable bolt of lightning surged toward Rega. Faced with the oncoming lightning, Rega neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he extended his arms and closed his eyes. For he understood that this flash of lightning bore no malice, but rather sought to aid him, to bestow energy upon him. The blue thunder enveloped Rega completely, and before the incredulous eyes of the onlookers, the electricity surrounding him gradually infiltrated his being, ultimately vanishing without a trace. What is this? Loki, observing from the distant celestial palace, furrowed his brow. Rega clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous power surging within him, and could not suppress a wave of exhilaration. The might of the thunder god was indeed formidable. His previously depleted energy was now replenished. However, the overwhelming nature of the lightning's power still sent sharp pangs coursing through him. This is impossible. Loki's eyes widened in disbelief as he tightened his grip on his staff, muttering in a low growl. Rega lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the destroyer. This time it is my turn. Channeling energy from beneath his feet, Rega gradually ascended into the air, surveying the destroyer from above. Perhaps incited by Rega's fierce gaze, the destroyer's form ignited with blue light, preparing to unleash another energy beam. At that moment, Thor swiftly spun his hammer, generating a powerful spiral wind that gradually lifted the destroyer off the ground, causing the storm clouds above to swirl in response. From a distance, it appeared as if a colossal black funnel spanned the heavens. Before the destroyer could mount an attack, Thor unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes, each crashing down upon the destroyer. Initially intent on targeting Rega, the destroyer was forced to abandon that notion, now fully focused on fending off Thor's relentless assault. Witnessing the clash of energy between Thor and the destroyer, Rega took a deep breath, raising his arms overhead, palms facing each other as if cradling an unseen sphere. Gradually, he summoned the energy within him, directing it toward his palms. Before long, a blue energy orb materialized above Rega's head, radiating an astonishing aura that stood out against the stormy sky. What is that? The expressions of the distant onlookers varied greatly. The destroyer, now aware of Rega's burgeoning power, was taken aback by the orb's immense energy. Thor, witnessing this, erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming what a valiant warrior Rega had become, achieving the impossible. Yet despite the awe-inspiring spectacle he presented to the outside world, Rega felt a deep struggle within. The magnitude of energy he was channeling far exceeded his expectations. Even though the energy orb had not reached its zenith, the violent power was already tearing at his muscles, blood streaming down his arms. No, to give up now would mean to squander all he had achieved. Rega tensed his arms, gritting his teeth, his facial muscles twitching as he emitted a low, guttural roar. Resolute, he accelerated the energy output once more, and the orb above his head grew, increasingly radiant. Loki observed the unfolding events in the celestial palace, his unease growing with each passing moment. He realized that Rega could no longer be allowed to continue. The destroyer turned its body, aiming its energy cannon at Rega. Seeing this, Thor swiftly intervened, disrupting the destroyer's attack with remarkable agility. He laughed heartily, utilizing his ability to soar through the skies to engage the destroyer in a relentless dance. Yet he was severely wounded, and after having expended considerable energy on behalf of Rega, his own strength dwindled rapidly. The destroyer, in a fit of fury, pressed the advantage, leaving Thor in a precarious position, teetering on the brink of disaster. Hold on just a little longer, Rega thought, observing Thor's dire state. The energy sphere's radiance intensified, surpassing even the sun above. At last, it had come to fruition. Rega's face betrayed an uncontrollable ecstasy. However, he too was in a dire predicament. His arm muscles were nearly shredded, and his shoulder and back were torn by the violent energies, covered in a multitude of small wounds, blood flowing freely. Now, Thor! Rega shouted with fervor. Thor, evading the relentless energy blast from the destroyer, perked up at Rega's call. He turned, summoning his remaining strength, and raised Mjolnir before his chest, charging towards the icy energy beam unleashed by the destroyer. The blue energy cannon was forcefully split by Thor's thunderous might, dispersing into two streams. Thor advanced towards the destroyer, swinging his arm, encrusted with thick frost, and Mjolnir towards Rega with great ferocity. Seeing the destroyer staggered by Thor's blow, Rega's face lit up with excitement. He let out a mighty roar, pressing both hands down with great force, sending a colossal blue and white energy sphere hurtling towards the destroyer. Boom! It was as though a nuclear explosion had transpired. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, the earth-shattering roar of the explosion reverberating through the heavens. The ensuing shockwave upheaved the ground, dirt mingling with snow, roaring outward in all directions. The onlookers were momentarily blinded by the brilliance, left unable to see anything. As the smoke cleared and the dust settled, those watching from afar beheld a crater resembling one formed by a meteor impact, measuring over 100 meters in diameter and plunging several meters deep. The once indomitable destroyer had been reduced to mere heaps of scrap metal, strewn across the pit's floor. Rega lay at the edge of the crater, bloodied and unconscious, his neck tilted at an unnatural angle. Rega, Natasha rushed forward, supporting him, her eyes filled with concern. He fine. He merely unconscious. Thor's voice, though weak, resonated with assurance. However, his body has sustained damage from the overwhelming energy and requires rest. All in all, he will be all right. Natasha glanced at Thor, who was also battered and bloodied, his once imposing stature diminished. Mjolnir lay discarded nearby, yet his condition was far superior to Rega's. Thank you. Natasha expressed her gratitude with a nod. Do not thank me. I merely fulfilled my duty. It is he who deserves your gratitude, were it not for his relentless efforts. The devastation wrought by the destroyer would have been far greater, Thor proclaimed, regarding the true warrior with respect. Natasha lifted her gaze, surveying the desolate surroundings, where icy shards glimmered amidst a landscape devoid of integrity, with remnants of smoke lingering in certain areas. In the vast pit lay the remnants of the destroyer. Witnessing the scene before her, Natasha resolved silently within herself. Thor, Sif, and the other three warriors, along with Jane, gathered around, inquiring with concern. Thor responded with hearty laughter, addressing each query in turn. As Coulson approached Thor, poised to speak, Thor raised a hand, interrupting him, and stood up. Jane, harboring no fondness for the suited men who had appropriated her research, promptly corrected, "You mean stole." Borrowed. Sylvie interjected quickly to smooth things over. Coulson paid little heed to the exchange. Undoubtedly, she required those materials to continue her work. Thor nodded in satisfaction and turned to Jane. Would you care to see the rainbow bridge I mentioned? Absolutely. Jane replied with a gentle smile, eager to see it. Thor wrapped his arm around Jane and turned back to Coulson, saying, Inform Rega that this time it's forgiven, but next time I shall challenge him to a duel. And by the way, since he has vanquished the destroyer, that creature now belongs to him as a trophy. Without waiting for Coulson's response, Thor ascended into the sky, cradling Jane in his embrace. Their display of affection went unnoticed by Natasha, who was solely focused on Rega. She held Rega close, gently caressing his cheek, anxiously watching him, hoping for him to awaken. Yet, Rega remained unresponsive, his head tilted as he lay in a deep slumber. Coulson, he has yet to awaken. We must devise a plan. Natasha exclaimed. Coulson gazed at the departing Asgardians, a sense of helplessness filling his heart. Nonetheless, it was imperative to attend to Rega's needs first. Although Thor assured him that Rega was not in immediate danger, it was essential to verify this. Losing such a formidable ally without explanation would not sit well with their superior. Coulson retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 31. Conversation. Rega slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he perceived being a pure expanse of white. The walls, the ceiling, and the sheets all in pristine whiteness. As he sat up to survey his surroundings, the door to the infirmary swung open. Natasha entered, holding a glass of water. You must be no stranger to hospitals, she remarked, her voice slightly hoarse. Turning toward her, Rega noticed the glass in her hand and the charming smile gracing her lips. She still wore her agent attire, the form-fitting black suit accentuating her exquisite figure. Well, every hospital has its own character, Rega replied, somewhat bashful under her scrutiny. Natasha, unfazed, smiled wider, pulling up a chair and sitting down, her gaze fixed intently upon Rega. Feeling slightly embarrassed under her intense stare, he scratched his head, preparing to speak, but Natasha interjected with a question. How do you feel? It's fine. I don't feel much. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. A brief silence ensued. Thank you for saving me that day, Natasha said softly. Huh? Rega appeared somewhat perplexed. You saved me when that metal man attacked, Natasha reiterated. That's nothing. Even without me. Without you, I would likely have perished, Natasha interrupted. Not just me, but also Coulson and the entire town. Everyone is alive because of you. Rega chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, he quickly added, and thank you for saving me. Natasha, following Rega's cue, asked, how do you know it was me who saved you and not Coulson? Rega's expression froze. Natasha, observing this, chuckled softly. Well, since you're all right, that's what matters. Natasha said earnestly, Nick Fury wishes to see you. You were unconscious before and had no opportunity. Now that you've awakened, it's time to inform him. Upon hearing this, Rega grew anxious. Why rush to notify that guy? I've just awakened and don't want to see him so soon. After saying this, he pressed his right hand against his forehead. Actually, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. I might not have fully recovered yet and can't meet anyone for the time being. Seeing him groan and feign illness, Natasha remained unfazed. Her words stemmed purely from professional obligations. It wasn't her intention to hasten Rega's meeting with Fury. She still had matters to discuss with him. Rega, Natasha said softly, I truly feel I'm not yet fully recovered. Rega, mistaking her concern for persuasion, began to mumble. I have a question for you. Noticing Natasha's unusual tone, Rega ceased his pretense, turning to her with a puzzled expression. Do you think all aliens are that powerful? Natasha's gaze fell to the ground, her eyes somewhat unfocused. Rega's demeanor turned serious. The previous battle had profoundly impacted Natasha. Despite her origins with Hydra and later joining SHIEL, she had always understood the nature of her dangerous missions. The only distinction lay in the caliber of individual operatives. However, the last confrontation was entirely different. The Destroyer, the God of Thunder, and even Rega had utterly upended her prior understanding of combat, forcing her to reevaluate her perception of the world. She was uncertain about what to do if such a situation were to arise again. If aliens were to descend upon Earth once more, what then? This time, Rega had fought desperately to save her, but what about next time? Would things unfold as smoothly as they had this time? Was there nothing she could do? For the first time in her life, Natasha felt a yearning for power. She despised the sensation of helplessness in the face of circumstances, feeling like a lamb led to slaughter, with no choice but to await her demise. Thus, she desired to alter this reality. She wished to gain strength, not for the sake of destruction, but for the purpose of protection. What shall we do if extraterrestrials invade Earth again? Natasha inquired softly, recalling their recent encounter, which had been thwarted. Do not worry, Rega reassured her. This world possesses far greater strength than you can imagine, and there are many who can aid us. Yet they did not appear, did they? Natasha abruptly lifted her gaze. Rega noticed the unease in Natasha's demeanor, but was at a loss for words. You have told me that this world is mysterious and powerful, and I believe you. However, those formidable beings cannot always guarantee their presence when needed, just as in this instance. We required their assistance, yet no one came to our aid, Natasha expressed, her voice tinged with agitation. I understand, Rega replied, equally uncertain of what to say. Natasha spoke the truth. While Earth is home to many strong individuals, their presence cannot be assured in times of dire need, not to mention that many remain indifferent to such matters. A silence enveloped them. Rega, you know I was raised within the Hydra. Natasha's tone softened unexpectedly. In such an environment, I have grown to detest missions. Yet I had no choice but to accept them, for that is my fate. Rega remained silent. My aversion to missions led to a disdain for power. At times, I wished to escape it all, to flee to any place far removed from these burdens, Natasha continued. Rega listened in silence. But now I have changed. I yearn for strength. I abhor the feeling of helplessness when confronted with dire situations. You have stated that you can assist me. Natasha fixed her gaze intently on Rega. Yes, he affirmed. Then, can you do me this favor? Natasha asked eagerly, her eyes shimmering with hope. Observing her transformation, Rega's expression grew complex. Natasha, after her graduation, bore physical scars, and among the few who could mend such injuries in the Marvel Universe, the most effective was Wolverine's healing factor. Moreover, their previous encounter with Sabretooth had confirmed the existence of the X-Men, thus opening the possibility for Natasha to acquire the healing factor. If she successfully assimilated it, she would inherently possess significant power, ensuring her survival in future battles, if not total annihilation. However, he had not anticipated Natasha would make such a request. Bowing his head, Rega wrestled with his thoughts. Witnessing Natasha's disappointment grow as he remained silent, she nearly relinquished hope when he finally looked up. There's a method to assist you. Rega sighed. Natasha's eyes brightened. But it may very well cost you your life, he stated solemnly. Upon hearing Rega's words, Natasha's resolve remained unshaken. Observing the determination in her eyes, Rega felt a sense of resignation. Since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. Before we proceed, I will need to prepare. I will come to find you when the time is right. Natasha nodded. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness. However, I genuinely wish for this not to be the case. Rega leaned back, acknowledging that assisting you in restoring your body inherently carries a certain degree of risk. Yet this risk would escalate exponentially under the current circumstances. If it were within my power, I would prefer not to undertake this task. Natasha's expression softened, and she reassured him, do not worry. Even if something were to go awry, it would be my own choice, and I will not hold you accountable. Yet I shall. Rega tilted his head back, eyes closed. Natasha was taken aback by his words, pausing momentarily before attempting to feign nonchalance. Well, this is merely the worst-case scenario. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us, and we shall navigate through unscathed. Rega opened his eyes, gazing into her light green irises, and offered a faint smile. You are right. Nothing will happen. Chapter 32. The Plan. After Natasha departed, Rega soon encountered Nick Fury, who exhibited a noticeable shift in demeanor towards him. Evidently, the battle in New Mexico had significantly altered the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's impression of Rega. Regardless, the selfless act of rescuing civilians is always worthy of respect. Naturally, this also included Rega's formidable strength, which had garnered Fury's particular attention. Rega, however, was unconcerned with Fury's thoughts. His mind was wholly consumed with the objective of empowering Natasha. First and foremost, a healing factor was indispensable. Both Wolverine and Sabretooth possessed this trait. According to Marvel's lore, Wolverine's healing factor was markedly superior, and thus, it was imperative to obtain it. Secondly, should Natasha be transformed into a female Deadpool, or should an entirely new path be forged? Rega furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Deadpool's strength was formidable, yet fundamentally, his greatest asset lay in his immortality. However, such a capability would undeniably fall short of Deadpool's level in Natasha. Deadpool was cursed by Thanos with eternal life, while Wolverine relied on his healing factor. Two fundamentally different natures. Next was Cyclops with his laser vision, a highly practical skill capable of obliterating a meteorite, thus qualifying as powerful. Teleportation was, of course, essential, as this ability proved exceedingly convenient. Yet, what Rega valued most were the powers of Iceman and Jean Grey. Both were classified as Class 5 mutants. Iceman was reputed to have the capability to freeze the entirety of the universe, while Jean Grey's atomic disintegration was exceptionally potent, augmented by her telepathic abilities. However, Jean Grey's might was primarily attributed to the presence of the Phoenix Force within her, immensely powerful, yet notoriously difficult to control. It was best to avoid it until a certain level of mastery was achieved, lest complications arise. Rega shook his head, dismissing it from consideration. The remaining abilities were indeed impressive. If successfully merged, they would undoubtedly yield a devastating force, particularly Iceman's powers, which held potential for further enhancement. Rega meticulously plotted, solidifying his intentions. Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States, was home to many military and political officials. That evening, as the night breeze howled, Rega stood aloft, surveying a heavily guarded compound from a vantage point, meticulously scrutinizing the surroundings and the interior. The security measures in place were substantial. In addition to fixed sentries, Rega noticed numerous mobile patrols. Yet, he regarded these defenses with disdain. In the eyes of a winter soldier, all conventional forces' defenses and security measures appear utterly futile. Rega, born of the winter soldier lineage, naturally possesses such formidable confidence, especially now that he wields peculiar abilities. Suddenly, the door to one of the rooms in the courtyard swung open, revealing a man of modest height, slightly portly, with graying hair and beard, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. His gaze sharp and commanding. His movements were decisive, exuding the unmistakable aura of a soldier. Beside him, an Asian woman remained steadfastly close. Rega's eyes narrowed. It was William Strick, and the woman beside him was likely a mutant under his control. Ever since that fateful day, Strick had harbored an intense loathing for mutants. Vowing to eradicate them all, he had extracted a liquid from the brain's secretions of his own flesh and blood, harnessing it to command numerous mutants for his purposes while conducting various experiments. The Asian mutant at his side was a product of his modifications, serving as his personal bodyguard. Rega hovered silently in the air, observing as the two entered a car, which then roared to life and sped out of the courtyard towards the city outskirts. An opportunity. Rega activated his abilities and swiftly followed the vehicle, soaring toward the city's periphery. Since his last encounter with the destroyer, Rega's strength had ascended to new heights. His combat experience had deepened, his command over his powers had matured, and his energy reserves had significantly increased, now capable of sustaining short-distance flight. The arduous battle had bestowed upon him numerous advantages. The car continued its journey beyond the city limits, and Rega leisurely trailed behind. As the vehicle exited the urban area, darkness enveloped the surroundings save for the dim glow of streetlights. Rega rapidly descended from the sky, crashing on a Strick's car roof, causing a substantial dent to form instantaneously. He then raised his right arm and thrust it through the windshield, seizing the steering wheel and yanking it upward with force, wrenching the entire wheel into his grasp. A grin spread across Rega's face as he discarded the steering wheel and leaped again, landing gracefully beside the car. The now uncontrollable vehicle swayed unsteadily on the road, quickly losing its balance before it overturned with a thunderous crash, rolling several times due to inertia, the friction against the ground producing a deafening screech and sparks flying. As the force of inertia gradually waned, the car's rolling slowed, coming to a halt, upside down. Rega sauntered towards the overturned vehicle, which had been flung far from its original position. Strick, still in a daze and shock, could hardly comprehend that someone would dare to hijack his car, let alone in such a brutal manner. However, he did not panic. His female bodyguard was his pride and joy, and he was confident that even Wolverine would be no match for her. As Strick regained his composure, he issued commands to his female protector. Rega, however, remained unfazed by Strick's thoughts, knowing that even if he were aware, it would not sway him in the least. He strode directly to the front of the car, grasped the door with one hand, and with a slight exertion, effortlessly wrenched it off. At that moment, 5 slender needles shot towards him, their tips glistening with a cold shimmer under the moonlight. Rega leapt back, narrowly evading the strike, and silently observed the commotion within the vehicle. Suddenly, the car's chassis was torn apart like a tattered cloth, and to Rega's astonishment, an Asian woman assisted Strick to his feet. Strick, feeling a bit dazed, had blood streaming from his head and various abrasions on his face and arms. Fortunately, aside from these superficial injuries, his body remained largely unscathed. He regarded Rega with indifference and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Rega remained silent, still intrigued by him. Strick's expression turned icy. It was fine if he chose not to respond, for soon enough he would wish to speak. He then calmly issued a command to the bodyguard beside him, instructing him to keep Rega alive. After delivering this order, he moved aside and sat down, as if Rega's fate had already been sealed. The mutant, receiving the command, exhibited no emotion, yet his movements were deliberate. Extending his hands, 10 sharp claws emerged from his fingertips, made of Edelman metal. Then, he lunged towards Rega. Under ordinary circumstances, Rega might have found amusement in their skirmish, but time was not on his side today. With a swift motion, he too charged at his opponent. The attack was fierce, but for Rega, it was still lacking. Skillfully evading the onslaught, Rega increased his speed, appearing as if he had teleported to the left side of his adversary. He then lifted his right leg, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to the opponent's midsection. With a resounding explosion, the foe let out a piercing scream, sent flying through the air in a graceful arc, disappearing into the distance. Strick, seated nearby, had anticipated watching Rega being subdued, but was stunned when his bodyguard was suddenly launched away before he could even settle in. After dispatching his opponent, Rega slowly approached Strick. "You are quite formidable," Strick remarked. "You need not waste time. She will not come to your rescue." Rega shattered his illusion directly. "Even that woman would require time to recover from my assault, not to mention traversing the distance to assist you, which complicates matters further. Of course, you need not entertain any other notions." Strick's expression shifted. "It seems to me well. My understanding of you surpasses your imagination," Rega replied with a smile. Strick was prepared to retort, but Rega raised a hand to interrupt him. "Enough of the idle chatter. We have matters to attend to." Supporting Strick with one hand, Rega rummaged through his pockets with the other, eventually retrieving an object resembling a syringe filled with a pale yellow liquid. Satisfied with what he held, Rega nodded. Chapter 33. Controlling Strick. Feeling someone calling his name, Strick slowly opened his eyes, and through his blurred vision, he saw Rega looking at him with a smile. Strick shook his head, still feeling somewhat disoriented, and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an abandoned warehouse, cluttered with various disordered items. A thick layer of dust covering everything, and flickering yellow lights casting an eerie glow. This was a temporary hideout I had found, situated in a remote area with limited conditions. My apologies. Upon noticing that Strick had regained consciousness, Rega spoke. "William Strick, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Rega." Despite being bound to a chair, Strick remained remarkably composed. He had fought in countless wars and had been captured by enemies before. Thus he was no stranger to such situations. Yet, he always managed to escape and retaliate fiercely against his captors. He lifted his head and refrained from asking the foolish question of who Rega was. Instead, he coldly inquired, "What do you want?" "Indeed, you are Strick. Your mental fortitude is commendable," Rega remarked, "but unfortunately what I seek is something you cannot provide, at least not willingly." As he spoke, Rega moved to stand behind Strick. A wave of intense unease washed over Strick, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, asking, "What do you want?" Leaning down, Rega whispered softly in Strick's ear, "Your loyalty." Strick's complexion changed dramatically upon hearing this. He understood all too well what it implied. There are numerous ways to obtain a person's loyalty, but Rega's approach was undoubtedly far from honorable, having acquired the loyalty of many mutants through direct and violent means. Rega's mindset led Strick to believe he would employ the same tactics to gain his allegiance. Strick began to struggle violently, desperately attempting to free himself from the binding ropes. But to no avail, he only toppled over with the chair. "It seems you have guessed it," Rega chuckled lightly, producing a syringe from his pocket and removing the plastic cap. Seeing this, Strick intensified his struggles, unable to suppress his cries, a mixture of anger and fear. Rega swiftly lifted the chair and delivered a punch to Strick, causing his head to buzz with pain. He then pressed his left hand against Strick's neck while holding the syringe in his right, aiming it at the nape of his neck, and gently released a few drops of the liquid within. The droplets hissed as they made contact with Strick's skin, reminiscent of cold water meeting a scorching iron plate. Upon touching his neck, the liquid spread out in a neat circular shape before seeping into Strick's body. Strick's struggles diminished gradually until he completely relaxed. "It appears to be effective," Rega noted, stowing away the syringe and observing Strick, now slumped in the chair. Strick's gaze had become vacant, and his expression blank, devoid of any desire to resist. Rega nodded in satisfaction, pulling up another chair to sit opposite Strick. "Now, Colonel Strick, we must discuss matters of importance." Rega grinned before inquiring, "What is your name?" "William Strick." "What is your son's name?" "Jason Strick." "What is your weight?" 83 kilograms. "What is your rank?" "Colonel." "Who was that woman beside you moments ago?" "She is a mutant, whom I have modified and controlled with a serum, assigning her as my personal bodyguard." Rega nodded, finding the situation satisfactory, and continued to inquire, "What are your plans for leaving the city?" "I intend to visit a secret base to prepare for certain undertakings." "What kind of undertakings?" "Assassinating the President of the United States," Strick replied mechanically. Rega, upon hearing this, was struck with realization that this individual was already plotting such matters, though he did not express concern. "Are you conducting experiments on mutant genes?" "Yes." "What are the results?" "The success rate is rather low," Strick answered vacantly. Rega felt a weight in his heart upon hearing this. "Why?" "The primary issue lies with the infusion of adamantium. Many cannot endure the agony, leading to fatalities during the experiments. Adamantium is indeed a formidable weapon, but it demands exceedingly high physical standards from the subjects. Even a saber-toothed tiger would find such a painful process unbearable." "What if adamantium is not used?" Rega asked, his tone a touch urgent. "Without the injection of adamantium, the success rate could reach 70%. At this point, seemingly moved, Strick added, "However, without adamantium, the value of the test subjects would significantly diminish." Rega, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Strick. His obsession with adamantium was undeniably profound. "You need not concern yourself with that." Rega waved his hand dismissively. Strick remained silent, still appearing dazed. "What if you were to merge for different genes?" Rega inquired. Strick's expression, previously blank, flickered with astonishment at Rega's proposition, evidently, even in his controlled stupor. He was apprehensive of Rega's plan. "The risk associated with 4 genes is immense, and the success rate would be exceedingly low," Strick stated. Rega's countenance darkened slightly, though he had anticipated this. Only one successful case had been recorded in the past, which involved the merging of 3 genes along with the infusion of adamantium. Strick continued. "Even with current experience, the estimated success rate for merging 4 genes would only be 20%. Rega nodded, aware that Strick was referring to Deadpool. His most successful creation thus far, a super weapon embodying laser vision, teleportation, and self-healing, along with adamantium. What if it were 3 genes? Rega pondered before asking. "The probability for 3 genes is approximately 50%, Strick replied. 50%, Rega thought to himself, nodding subtly. This success rate was quite acceptable, exceeding his own estimation. He had initially anticipated only a 30% chance, considering the merging of 3 distinct mutant genes. Nevertheless, a 50% success rate was only achievable by Strick, who had spent years studying mutants and conducting experiments, thus amassing considerable experience. For anyone else, let alone 3 genes, even one would likely prove exceedingly difficult. What genes do you currently possess? Teleportation, self-healing, laser vision. Strick enumerated a plethora of genes. Rega couldn't help but marvel. Strick indeed had a rich repertoire, still possessing such ample reserves. Whose self-healing factor is it? Rega inquired. Wolverine was obtained back in the day. Will its efficacy diminish? Rega was profoundly concerned about this. No. Wolverine's healing factor is exceptionally potent and highly active, Stryker remarked. Is there no gene from Iceman? He inquired further. No. That individual was absent from the genetic repository at the time. Rega felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. However, the situation was still somewhat favorable. Aside from Iceman's gene, all others were accounted for. The next step would be to devise a means to acquire Iceman's gene. It seemed that a visit to the academy was inevitable. Rega thought to himself with a nod. Having secured the desired outcome, he untied Stryker and led him out of the warehouse. Chapter 34, Wolverine. At Lake Acalia in Canada, what appeared to be an abandoned dam was, in truth, Stryker's clandestine stronghold, one of the earliest laboratories he had established. It was here that Stryker conducted various experiments on mutants and completed the transformation of Wolverine. As Rega walked through, he observed the well-equipped facilities, heavily guarded by armed soldiers, all loyal adherents of Stryker. Turning a corner, he entered a grand hall where a metallic recess was situated at its center, connected below by numerous rubber tubes and needles. Within the recess lay a bubbling silver liquid, emitting a continuous, gurgling sound. Idola metal, Rega mused. Indeed, to utilize it, one must maintain it in its primordial state through high temperatures. Otherwise, once cooled, it becomes indestructible. Stryker said, standing respectfully beside Rega. Rega acknowledged him with a mild grunt, and then turned to ask, "How is the arrangement proceeding? In accordance with your directives? Multiple teams have been dispatched to monitor the entire area. Should any disturbance arise, we will be immediately informed." "Well done," Rega commended. "Is my honor, sir," Stryker replied, increasingly deferential. Rega approached a chair, seated himself, and closed his eyes, contemplating the next course of action. Ever since he had taken control of Stryker, a rough plan had begun to form in his mind. He brought Stryker to Lake Acalia, aware that Stryker had another base, though he had forgotten its precise location. Thus, he deemed it necessary to first subdue Stryker, especially since the forthcoming plan required his assistance. Upon arrival, Rega ordered Stryker to arrange for the entire area to be surveilled, instructing them to focus on a muscular man and a little girl. Prior to this, he had scouted around the Mutant Academy and found no trace of Wolverine, leading him to deduce that Wolverine had yet to join the X-Men, and thus, he was likely in this vicinity. The net had been cast. All that remained was to wait. Rega remained in Stryker's base, patiently biding his time while familiarizing himself with the surroundings. Meanwhile, on the other side, Natasha had sought out Rega to inquire about the situation, but found him perpetually absent, leaving her with no choice but to give up. On that day, Rega was engrossed in a discussion with Stryker regarding the complexities of gene fusion when a soldier rushed in to report the appearance of their target. Rega's excitement surged at the prospect of encountering Wolverine, prompting him to rise eagerly and inquire about the location. Aware that the young man was Stryker's superior, the soldier promptly indicated the position on the map. Rega turned to Stryker, instructing him to remain at the base while he ventured forth with Nightcrawler to investigate. Stryker nodded in agreement and summoned a peculiar mutant, adorned in blue with a long tail and intricate patterns, who possessed the ability to teleport. Gazing at Nightcrawler, Rega pointed to the marked spot on the map and asked, "Are you familiar with this place?" "Indeed," Nightcrawler replied. "Take me there," Rega urged without a moment's hesitation. Nightcrawler nodded, grasped Rega's hand, and activated his power, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a swirl of azure mist. As Rega blinked, he found himself enveloped in a wintry landscape, the air thick with falling snowflakes. Towering pines were draped with icicles, and the roadsides were blanketed in deep snow. In the distance, a vehicle approached, and instinctively, Rega and Nightcrawler concealed themselves within the nearby woods. The car glided past without pausing, prompting Rega to signal to Nightcrawler, and the two stealthily followed. To Rega's surprise, Sabretooth had arrived at this moment, indicating that their plans would require adjustment. The imposing figure, who had fallen to the ground, stood as if unscathed, his facial wounds healing almost instantaneously. Suddenly, he halted, alertly sniffing the air. A furious roar erupted from the forest, followed by a wild beast with flowing hair. The creature seized Wolverine, twisting and flinging him away with tremendous force. Subsequently, he picked up a broken branch from the ground and struck Wolverine, rendering him unconscious. Rega watched in disbelief. For someone of Wolverine's caliber, this encounter was a dismal failure. Just then, Rega sensed the winds above growing increasingly tumultuous. Storm and Cyclops had arrived. Following orders, Nightcrawler appeared behind Storm in an instant, delivering a swift kick that brought her down. Cyclops, startled by the sudden turn of events, saw Storm collapse and immediately ceased his attack, rushing to check on her condition. With one less adversary, Sabretooth seized the opportunity and relentlessly attacked, leveraging his fearlessness to soon overpower Cyclops as well. He then turned his attention towards the mischievous child in the vehicle. Naturally, Rega would not allow him to abscond with the girl. Emerging from the woods, he strode toward the now flaming car, forcefully tearing off the door. In the astonished gaze of the child, he exerted his strength to pry open the jammed seat, dislodging it from the impact, and cradled her in his arms. Upon seeing Rega, Sabretooth could not contain a roar, clearly recalling their previous encounter. Rega chuckled softly, gently placing the mischievous child on the ground. "Please wait a moment while I deal with this grotesque creature." The child, filled with uncertainty, nodded hesitantly. Rega turned to face the saber-toothed tiger, lunging towards him, and smirked disdainfully. He was no longer someone of such a lowly caliber that could be defeated. The disparity between them was insurmountable. With a swift movement of his foot, he delivered a kick that sent the saber-toothed tiger hurtling backward at a speed greater than before. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Rega promptly followed, arriving beside the tiger as it lay on the ground, still struggling to rise. With a powerful punch infused with energy, he struck the tiger's face, causing its head to explode like a smashed watermelon. Rega did not relent. After all, this creature would not perish easily, and allowing it to take longer to recover suited him just fine. Gripping the saber-toothed tiger's right leg, he dragged it along. Behind him, the deformed head of the tiger began to slowly mend itself. Witnessing Rega's effortless defeat of the villain, the child widened her eyes, though the scene was somewhat too gruesome. Could he also be a mutant? She had never encountered such a formidable mutant before. Rega approached the child and offered a gentle smile, which somewhat eased her anxiety. For compared to that monster, Rega appeared rather benevolent. "Nightcrawler," Rega called out. Without warning, Nightcrawler materialized at his side. The child gasped in surprise, instinctively covering her mouth. Nightcrawler nodded in acknowledgement. Observing the child's evident fear, Rega reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Although he may look peculiar, he possesses a kind heart and means you no harm." The child, still shaken, instinctively nodded. Rega responded with a satisfied hum. Shortly thereafter, Nightcrawler seized the child's clothing and vanished in an instant. At that moment, Wolverine was gradually regaining consciousness, albeit still disoriented. Just as he prepared to ascertain who had knocked him out, he received another heavy blow to the head and succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Glancing at the incapacitated duo on the ground, Rega smiled, then lifted one of them with ease and leaped into the air, carrying the brothers toward the base. Chapter 35, Magneto. Stryker gazed at Wolverine with uncontainable excitement, for he was the proud architect of this creation, never expecting to see him again after so many years. "Sir, thank you," Stryker expressed sincerely. "No need for thanks. I assume you have much to discuss, so I shall not intrude," Rega replied as he set Wolverine down, preparing to depart. He added, "I trust you have a means to control him?" "Of course, rest assured," Stryker replied respectfully. Rega nodded and, with the saber-toothed tiger and the child in tow, proceeded toward another room. The child, surrounded by armed soldiers, appeared quite anxious, closely shadowing Rega's every step. Reluctant to fall behind, seeing that Wolverine had been left behind, she timidly inquired, "Who is that person?" Upon hearing this, Rega turned his head to glance at Stryker, who was eagerly observing Wolverine, and remarked that he had once been Wolverine's superior. Little Mischief, upon hearing this, ceased her inquiries and closely followed Rega. "Where's this place? Who are you?" she asked again. "My identity is of little consequence, and the location is not important either. What truly matters is that you are safe, and there is no need for you to fear being captured anymore." "That is sufficient," Rega replied. "Who want to capture me?" Little Mischief immediately grew anxious. The accomplice of that fellow, Rega indicated towards Sabretooth. Following his gesture, Little Mischief caught sight of Sabretooth's ferocious visage and quickly averted her gaze. "All right, now you should rest quietly. If you need anything, just inform them." Rega pointed to the two soldiers beside him and then prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" Little Mischief asked nervously. Rega smiled, crouched down, and assured her, "Do not worry. They are all my subordinates, military personnel you can trust. I must assess the situation to prevent any further attacks." After saying this, he gently patted Little Mischief's head before standing up to depart. Although reluctant, she could only comply with Rega's words and remain there obediently. After ensuring Little Mischief was settled, Rega pointed at the nearly recovered Sabretooth and instructed the two soldiers beside him, confine him to a cage. "Understood," they replied, seizing Sabretooth and tossing him into an iron cage. Rega had a purpose for capturing Sabretooth. The original plan was to apprehend both Wolverine and Little Mischief, and then find a way to contact Magneto for the next phase of their scheme. However, he had no leads on how to reach Magneto. Yet, encountering Sabretooth during this outing sparked an idea within Rega. With his thumb and forefinger supporting his chin, he formulated a comprehensive plan in his mind. Everything was in place. awaiting Magneto's dispatch of assistance. Indeed, days later, his soldiers reported that someone was on site investigating the situation. Upon hearing this, Rega promptly rushed over. Upon arrival, he hovered in the air and observed a figure wandering through the woods below, then stealthily descended. "What are you searching for?" he inquired. The individual, busy scrutinizing the scene for clues, suddenly turned upon hearing Rega's voice. Overcome with tension, their form transformed from that of an ordinary Caucasian male into one of blue hue. Rega chuckled. The other person laughed as well. "Mystique," Rega greeted. "Long time no see." "Indeed, what brings you here?" she asked. "This is my question first," Rega replied with a grin. "What are you doing here?" Mystique chuckled softly, looking for someone. "Oh, I hope it's not a long-haired fellow who resembles a beast," Rega teased. Mystique's smile vanished as she inquired, "You have Sabretooth in your possession?" Her tone was laced with disbelief. Mystique's expression was one of astonishment. While she doubted Rega's earlier jest, she was undoubtedly aware that Sabretooth had been captured by him. To understand, the saber-toothed tiger is a formidable third-level mutant, a powerful entity even among mutants. The fact that Rega can effortlessly capture a saber-toothed tiger suggests that his strength is even more terrifying, warranting a re-evaluation of his capabilities. A flurry of thoughts raced through Mystique's mind as she observed the myriad expressions flitting across her face. Rega continued, "Oh, I almost forgot. I also caught a Wolverine last time and saved a little girl." At this, Mystique's expression darkened further, while she held no concern for Wolverine. The fate of the little girl weighed heavily on her mind. "What happened to that girl?" she asked in a low voice. "She is perfectly fine, currently very safe," Rega replied with a smile. Observing Rega's demeanor, Mystique suddenly realized that she had perhaps underestimated this young man in the past. Then, to Mystique's astonishment, Rega soared into the sky and vanished in an instant. As his presence faded, Mystique's emotions gradually settled, and after a brief contemplation, she departed as well. "What do you think of Rega?" inquired Magneto, his silver hair framing his face inside a cavern. "He is enigmatic and immensely powerful. Far stronger than when we last encountered him," Mystique responded. A hint of amusement curled at the corners of Magneto's lips. "Oh, very powerful?" Mystique offered a slight smile in return. Though Rega was indeed formidable, she did not believe he could rival Magneto's prowess, especially considering that the saber-toothed tiger had been utterly powerless before him. "What demands do you think he will make?" Magneto questioned again. "I am uncertain, but since he has taken little mischief, it stands to reason he seeks something from us. He likely wishes to exchange her for something of value," Mystique replied. 3 days later at noon, Rega stood quietly in the woods, awaiting Magneto's arrival. A car came to a halt by the roadside, and Magneto, along with Mystique, emerged, their eyes meeting Rega as he stood patiently nearby. "Greetings, Rega." "Hello, Magneto." A tense atmosphere enveloped them as their gazes locked. Chapter 36, Negotiation. The howling wind and swirling snowflakes set the scene as Rega and Magneto stood in silence, staring at one another, neither speaking nor moving. Suddenly, Magneto raised his hand, and a silver iron sphere shot towards Rega with lightning speed, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. Rega remained unfazed, having anticipated this move. After all, his youth made Magneto's probing actions quite reasonable. If he wished to negotiate with Magneto, he needed to possess at least a semblance of strength. Otherwise, Magneto would forego discourse and resort to direct confrontation. As the iron sphere hurtled closer, Rega seized the opportunity, tilting his neck slightly, allowing the sphere to whistle past his ear and collide with a sturdy pine tree behind him, piercing its trunk with ease. Seeing Rega effortlessly evade the attack, Magneto felt no surprise. If Rega could not even dodge that, there would be no point in negotiation. After evading the strike, Rega remained vigilant, carefully monitoring his surroundings. Suddenly, his waist bent sharply forward, causing his stature to shrink significantly as the iron bead narrowly grazed his back once more. Yet, the ordeal was not over. The sound of slicing air followed closely, and this time, 2 iron beads hurtled towards him from both sides while he remained in a hunched position. Rega let out a cold snort, bending his legs in a half-squat, his fists crossed before his chest. He then tensed his arms and forcefully struck the air on either side. This move was reminiscent of Whitebeard's quake from the renowned One Piece, which had once stirred a massive tsunami at sea. However, unlike Whitebeard's attack, which caused the air to fracture like a mirror upon impact, Rega's assault resulted in a violent explosion. Boom! The thunderous blast erupted, sending a powerful shockwave that scattered the thick layer of snow on the ground, causing the surrounding trees to topple and shedding branches and leaves everywhere, while the 2 iron balls aimed at Rega were reduced to dust in the explosion. "Rega, Undeterred by the force of his initial strikes, boldly declared, "Magneto, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Allow me to offer you a taste of my power." With that, he leapt high into the air and, from his elevated position, delivered a fierce punch towards Magneto. Rumbling, the ground shook once more as another explosion ensued. As Rega descended, he fixed his gaze ahead. The swaying trees gradually stilled, and the falling snow and dust began to settle, clearing his view. The spot where Magneto had stood had transformed into a gaping pit, devoid of his presence, yet a metallic wall loomed behind it. Suddenly, this wall began to move slowly, morphing into a multitude of small steel particles, revealing the hidden Magneto and mystique behind it. Soon, those tiny steel beads underwent another transformation, coalescing into flowing streams of iron. As if animated, gracefully drifting through the air, they surged towards Magneto's form, ultimately converging into a cloak draped over his shoulders. Magneto extended his hand, gently brushing off the remnants of dirt and leaves that clung to the cloak, lifted his head, and smiled slightly, saying, "Young man, you possess considerable skill." With a hint of regret, he added, "Alas, if only you were mutant, we could have achieved great things together." Rega chuckled softly, but remained silent. Magneto continued, regaining his former haughty demeanor, stating arrogantly, "Now, to the matter at hand. Since you have come to negotiate, you must possess the Tinkerer, correct?" "Of course. And the evidence?" Magneto inquired, observing the somewhat anxious and unsettled Tinkerer. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What about Sabretooth?" "Right here." Rega pointed at a screen, and the camera abruptly shifted to reveal Sabretooth roaring furiously in a cage, surrounded by armed guards, their weapons trained on him. The living conditions are rather poor. But after all, wild beasts must be confined, Rega remarked with a smile. Magneto remained unfazed and inquired, "How did you come to know that I require the presence of Quicksilver?" "That, of course, is a secret," Rega replied enigmatically. "However, rest assured, my intentions are not malicious. I merely wish to negotiate a transaction with you." "What kind of transaction?" Magneto asked. "Quite simple. I shall release both Quicksilver and Sabretooth, and in return, you will assist me in dealing with Professor X." Upon hearing this, Magneto's expression shifted. "You intend to confront Charles?" A smirk crossed Magneto's face as he fondled his helmet. Deep in contemplation, "To demonstrate my sincerity, I can release Sabretooth first," Rega added. Magneto lifted his gaze, searching for further insights in Rega's eyes. Rega held his gaze steadily. Finally, Magneto offered a slight smile. Seeing this, Rega reciprocated. A pleasant collaboration, they both stated as they shook hands, solidifying their agreement. In the cage, Sabretooth roared upon noticing Rega's arrival, lunging forward, yet unable to breach the confines of his prison. Rega chuckled lightly, raising his right arm and extending his index finger, releasing a translucent wave of energy that pierced through Sabretooth's left eye, creating a gaping hole in the wall behind him. "Open the cage," Rega said calmly. He stepped inside, grasped Sabretooth by the collar, and dragged him out of the base. Then, he ascended once more, soaring towards Magneto. Upon witnessing Rega approach while holding Sabretooth aloft, Magneto squinted. Rega was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Although he remained confident in his ability to overcome Rega, he surmised that a true confrontation would likely leave him at a disadvantage. With a resounding thud, Rega dropped Sabretooth to the ground and, hovering in midair, declared, "Here, Sabretooth for you. Do remember our agreement. I await your favorable news. Farewell, Magneto." With that, he turned and departed. Magneto raised his head, watching Rega's retreating figure in contemplative silence. After a moment, he turned to Mystique and remarked, "Let us go. It is time to pay Charles a visit." Chapter 37, The Academy. Upon hearing the news, the professor's expression grew grave as he asked, "Did you not see the face of that individual?" "No. His speed was too great. We could not react in time," Cyclops responded. "Was Logan also taken?" The professor inquired further. "It seems so. When we regained consciousness, both Logan and the girl had vanished, along with Sabretooth. They must have been captured," Storm replied. The professor pondered quietly. Could it be that Magneto has other subordinates of which we are unaware? Cyclops and Storm exchanged glances, remaining silent. "Let us proceed. Follow me, and we shall search for Logan's whereabouts." With that, the professor activated his wheelchair and made his way towards the secret chamber. As he approached the verification of his pupils, a synthesized electronic voice announced his entry into the chamber housing the cerebral wave machine, with Cyclops and Storm trailing behind. He slowly approached the device, donned the signal enhancement helmet, closed his eyes, and began his search. The scenery around gradually transformed, and red figures began to emerge. Soon, the professor pinpointed Logan's location. How peculiar, he remarked. What is it? Storm inquired. Logan is alone outside. He has not been captured, the professor replied, eyes closed. That little girl is by herself, and she appears to be thriving. The people around her treat her well. He paused momentarily before continuing. Sabretooth is elsewhere, and I am currently unable to locate that mysterious individual. Cyclops and Storm exchanged puzzled glances, surprised that even the professor couldn't track someone down. Perhaps Logan managed to escape on his own, Cyclops suggested. Understood. Cyclops and Storm nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he swiftly relocated the mischievous one to another location, releasing Nightcrawler as well. With his teleportation abilities, the professor could not yet ascertain his identity. All these measures were taken to prevent Professor X from using the mind wave amplification device to trace their whereabouts. He could not afford to expose this place just yet. Despite his growing concerns about everything that had transpired, his primary focus remained on that little girl. He believed that whoever had taken him must have also abducted her. Therefore, he knew he had to rescue her. The problem was, he had no idea where the girl was, and having been a lone wolf for many years, he had no partners to assist him. For the time being, he could only ensure his own safety and await an opportunity. After waking up in the woods, he aimlessly chose a direction to wander. After enduring a cold and hungry night, he finally stumbled upon a bar. Just as he ordered a beer to warm his stomach, two unexpected guests, a man and a woman, approached him. He glanced up at them, but chose to ignore their presence, continuing to drink his beer. Cyclops and Storm, noticing his complete disregard, felt somewhat helpless. Storm then spoke up. Logan, I am Storm, and this is Cyclops. The professor sent us to bring you back. Logan set down his beer and, fixing his gaze on Storm, asked, How do you know my name? Storm felt slightly uneasy under his beast-like stare and replied, The professor informed us. Who is the professor? Logan inquired. Like you, the professor is a very powerful mutant, and he was the one who found your location. We tried to reach you last time, but unforeseen circumstances arose, Cyclops explained. Having been unconscious during their last visit, Logan was unaware of their previous attempt to find him. He took a puff of his cigarette, preparing to tell them to leave as he usually did. Suddenly, he recalled the mischievous little girl who had been captured, prompting him to reconsider his stance. I'll come with you, he declared, tossing his cigar into his beer with a sizzling sound. Cyclops and Storm exchanged glances of delight. Let us hurry. Jean is waiting for us. Upon seeing the futuristic-looking aircraft, Logan felt a sense of awe. But it paled in comparison to the impact of the stunning red-haired woman who appeared as the hatch opened. Is she Jean? Logan fixed his gaze upon the striking figure standing at the hatch, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. Indeed, she's my girlfriend. Perhaps sensing the discomfort of Logan's gaze, Cyclops spoke with a hint of hostility. Oh, Logan raised an eyebrow. Under the guidance of Cyclops and his companions, Logan was introduced to Professor X. Welcome, Logan, the professor greeted in a remarkably gentle tone. Logan examined his surroundings with skepticism, inquiring, Are you the professor they spoke of? Indeed, came the reply. How did you find me? You are not the only one with abilities. The professor's voice unexpectedly echoed in Logan's mind, startling him. Now you are aware? The professor smiled. What is this place? Logan's curiosity piqued. He sensed these individuals could assist him. First, we need to conduct a physical examination, and then we can discuss further, the professor stated, indicating that Dr. Jean Grey would handle the requisite assessments. Logan chuckled. In the ensuing days, Logan underwent examinations at the academy and swiftly acclimated to his surroundings, while the professor gained deeper insights into him. What does Magneto want from me? Logan queried, perplexed. Within the confines of Professor X's office. Unclear. We merely noted that he has been searching for you, the professor replied. Contemplating, Logan asked, Do you think this relates to the metal those individuals implanted in my body? I do not know, but I will assist you in uncovering the truth. The professor reassured him. Nodding, Logan continued. Do you know the whereabouts of the girl who was with me? She is safe. Those around her treat her well. Safe? Logan reflected on their shared abduction, recalling the hazy images of the saber-toothed tiger. Oh, the professor remarked, somewhat surprised, but as far as I know, the saber-toothed tiger and Rogue are not in the same place. Why do you care so much for that little girl? The professor inquired, viewing Rogue as merely another ordinary mutant among many. I understand, the professor chuckled. There's no need for haste. Let me verify her location. Thank you. Although he did not show it outwardly, Logan was indeed deeply concerned for Rogue. The professor then entered the enhancement chamber alone, donning his helmet as usual, preparing to locate Rogue. However, at the very moment he closed his eyes to activate his abilities, an intense pain surged through his head, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Subsequently, He collapsed from his chair, unconscious and unresponsive. Chapter 38. Iceman's Gene. The unconscious professor was soon discovered by others, who promptly took him under care. Watching the pained expression on the professor's face, Logan was filled with guilt. Though his time here had been brief and his emotions remained concealed, he had developed a fondness for the kindly elder, who had fallen into a coma while striving to aid him. Thus, regardless of his rebellious nature, he lowered his head and offered an apology to Cyclops and the others. The mood was somber among the group, for the elder had not only saved them, but had also nurtured them to maturity. In their hearts, the professor was an unparalleled figure, and they were taken aback by the current turn of events. In the following days, they remained by the professor's side, hoping for a recovery, yet he remained unresponsive. One evening, Logan and the others gathered to deliberate their next course of action. We cannot continue like this. Magneto's intentions remain unclear, and we must uncover the truth, Cyclops asserted. But how do we investigate? We have no idea where he is, Storm replied. Yet we cannot simply wait idly, Cyclops responded, growing anxious. Suddenly, Logan spoke up. Let's go to that base. Though we lack its precise location, it should be in proximity to where I regained consciousness. We might find those who were there last time. They could possess vital information. That is far too perilous, and we cannot ascertain their intentions. What if they harbor malice and refuse to share any news? Storm remained hesitant. Anything is preferable to sitting here in vain. At least it provides us with a lead. Cyclops, unusually supportive of Logan's suggestion, insisted. Logan was taken aback by Cyclops' endorsement. As he prepared to respond, Cyclops suddenly furrowed his brow. Where is Jean? The group scanned their surroundings, only to find that Jean had vanished. A sense of foreboding washed over Cyclops. He hurried outside and witnessed the door to the cerebral enhancement chamber slowly closing, with Jean standing before the device, ready to don a helmet. Jean! Cyclops shouted, racing toward her, but he was too late. When the door finally opened, he found Jean collapsed on the floor, her face etched with exhaustion and pain, as if she had endured a grave illness. Cyclops rushed to her side, anxiously inquiring about her condition. I know where Magneto is, Jean said, her brow furrowed and her voice weak. Professor Xavier's coma is undoubtedly the handiwork of Mystique. According to an agreement with Rega, Magneto sent Mystique to infiltrate the X-Mansion using her shape-shifting abilities, and she tampered with the cerebral enhancement device. Once the professor utilized the machine, he fell victim to it. Upon the professor's incapacitation, Magneto immediately sought out Rega, demanding that he fulfill his promise and deliver Rogue. Upon viewing the evidence provided by Magneto, Rega did not falter and handed over Rogue. I do not wish to go with him, Rogue said, fear evident in her voice as she faced Magneto and Mystique. Do not worry, Rogue. I assure you, you will be safe, Rega assured her. How can you be certain? Rogue asked, visibly anxious. Do you remember that kind gentleman who was with you? Rega inquired. Rogue nodded. I have already released him. For now, follow this person, and he will come for you. Rega said softly. Logan? Rogue thought of Wolverine, feeling a flicker of hope. Indeed, he will come for you in due time. Rogue looked at Rega, then lowered her head with a sigh. I understand. With that, she slowly approached Magneto. Suddenly, she halted and quietly asked, will I die? Rega's body tensed at her words. He was acutely aware that his actions were unscrupulous, using a young girl as leverage to achieve his aims. However, he could conceive of no alternative. With Professor X present, acquiring the Iceman's genetic material within the Academy was virtually impossible. Moreover, Iceman was still quite young, and the professor insisted on keeping him at the Academy, leaving no opportunity outside. Furthermore, the procurement of Iceman's genetic material was exceedingly sensitive, necessitating his direct involvement, or at least that of someone he trusted. To realize this objective, the obstacle posed by Professor X must first be addressed. As for stealthily infiltrating the Academy, Rega could think of no one with that capability besides Mystique. Upon hearing the mischievous child's inquiry, Rega paused momentarily before resolutely assuring her, you will be unharmed, I promise. He then added, I apologize. However, I assure you, should you ever have a request in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. If it lies within my power, I will assist you. The young girl regarded Rega, nodded, and continued on her way. Magneto watched her approach with satisfaction. He then gestured for Mystique to escort the girl onto the aircraft, turning to say, a fruitful collaboration, young one. I hope for our next encounter. With that, he too turned and boarded the plane. Rega observed Magneto's helicopter ascend and recede into the distance until it became a mere speck vanishing against the horizon, remaining silent. Upon returning to the base, Rega instructed Stryker to assign Nightcrawler to monitor Magneto. If the girl were in danger, she was to be rescued. Stryker nodded in acknowledgement. The following day, Rega received a report from his subordinate. It transpired that after reaching an accord with Magneto, Rega had proactively dispatched personnel to surveil the vicinity of the Mutant Academy, keeping a vigilant eye on any developments. That evening, the surveillance team unexpectedly detected an aircraft departing from the Academy and promptly reported it to Rega. Utilizing his teleportation abilities, Nightcrawler slipped into the Academy under the cover of darkness. Although the Academy housed numerous individuals with powers, the X-Men were all away, leaving only children behind, whose abilities posed no threat to Nightcrawler. Thus, Iceman's genetic material was successfully acquired by Rega. Holding the vial of brilliant red blood, Rega felt a surge of exhilaration. At last, he could implement his plan. Stryker, observing the scene, inquired, "Sir, what is this?" "This is the blood of Iceman," Rega replied. Stryker gasped in surprise. "I never imagined you could obtain Iceman's blood. I had been collecting it myself back in the day, but yielded no results." Rega remained silent, his gaze fixed on the crystalline vial of blood. "What do you intend to do with this blood?" Stryker asked cautiously. Rega slowly rotated the test tube in his hand, the red hue shimmering beautifully under the light. "Do you recall the question I posed to you?" he inquired. Stryker responded, puzzled. "About gene synthesis," Rega prompted. Stryker's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you suggesting?" Rega tossed the vial in a gentle arc before catching it, suddenly asking, "Is there any news regarding Magneto and his associates?" Strick was momentarily taken aback, seemingly finding the question somewhat abrupt, but quickly replied that Magneto and his allies appeared to have been intercepted by the X-Men. "What about the little rascal?" he inquired. "She seems to have encountered some complications, but overall, she should be fine." Rega nodded, feeling a sense of relief. He then rose to his feet, handed the test tube to Strick, and issued the command. "Prepare yourself. The next steps are in your hands." "Yes, I shall not disappoint you," Strick responded respectfully. Chapter 39. The Search for Natasha. Consequently, upon departing the base, he made his way directly to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, where he needed to seek Nick Fury to ascertain Natasha's whereabouts. Observing the imposing edifice before him, Rega strode confidently inside. The lobby was bustling with activity, and at its center stood a striking emblem of an eagle with outstretched wings, causing Rega to smirk. After all, it was an organization founded by Americans, and they never missed an opportunity to display their eagle. Navigating around the emblem, he proceeded through identity verification and then took the elevator straight to Fury's office. Upon entering, he found Fury seated with his back to him, gazing out the window. "Hey, Fury, where's Natasha?" Rega boldly inquired. "I suppose one should extend courtesy to others, but not to you," he added nonchalantly. Fury turned around with a scowl, fixing a penetrating gaze on Rega. Sensing Fury's unfriendly demeanor, Rega waved dismissively. All right, next time I'll knock." Fury's expression softened slightly. "Let us dispense with the trivialities. I have some matters to discuss with Natasha, but I haven't been able to reach her. Do you know where she is?" Rega asked. "Agent Romanoff has gone on a mission." Fury leaned back, making himself more comfortable. "I had a feeling," Rega muttered. "Where exactly did she go?" "Apologies, but for confidentiality reasons, one agent cannot inquire about another agent's mission. It is one of our principles," Fury replied. "I understand that you adhere to principles." "Many principles," Rega said impatiently. "But I need to contact her urgently." "What sort of urgency?" Fury queried. "Sorry, that's classified information and I cannot divulge it." Rega shook his head. Fury's expression hardened. "Where has Natasha gone on her mission? Just provide me with the address, and I can go find her myself. With my presence, the mission would likely be more successful." "Not necessarily," Fury replied impassively. "While you possess considerable strength, you lack in other areas, and Agent Romanoff possesses certain abilities that you do not." "I understand. It's probably some undercover assignment." Rega waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this banter. Tell me where she is." Fury remained expressionless. Seeing Fury's continued silence, Rega felt a sense of frustration. After all, he couldn't resort to violence with this man, and even if he did, it likely wouldn't yield any results. At that moment, he couldn't help but envy Professor X's ability to extract information directly from one's mind, regardless of consent. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Rega's mind, and a smile crept across his face. "What are you smiling about?" Fury inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. Just suddenly remembered the internal issues regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. How is your investigation progressing?" Rega chuckled lightly. Fury's expression turned serious as he commanded the computer to seal the office. He then rose and approached Rega, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. Rega felt somewhat uneasy under such scrutiny and murmured, "You're standing too close. I'm not accustomed to a man being this near." Unmoved, Fury inquired, "What do you know?" There's been some progress. Oh, there's someone, Jasper Hightower, Fury replied in a low voice. Rega remained non-committal. What's the matter? Fury noticed Rega's expression. Nothing. Who else do you know? Fury pressed, a hint of urgency in his tone. I might have an inkling. Rega turned, plopping down on the sofa and crossing his legs. Fury's demeanor grew colder. Meanwhile, Rega feigned interest in the surroundings. I can tell you where Natasha has gone. And then? Rega scoffed. In exchange, you reveal who else you know, Fury stated. I must say, your business acumen is rather impressive, Rega derided as he uncrossed his legs. What do you mean? Fury raised an eyebrow. You're trading information of little value to you for potentially critical intelligence regarding S-H-I-E-L-D-S survival. That seems quite a bargain for you, Rega smirked. Fury's expression faltered. You need to understand the magnitude of the loss that person could inflict on S-H-I-E-L-D. Fury insisted, urgency creeping into his voice. I know, and so what? Rega suddenly stood, his tone grave. I couldn't care less about S-H-A-L-D-S fate. Fury appeared taken aback. What did you say? I said, whether S-H-I-L-D exists or disappears, I really don't care. Rega repeated slowly. Then why did you join S-H-I-L-D? You should know quite well. Natasha. Not entirely, but that is close enough. So, if Natasha weren't here, you wouldn't have stayed? Fury's expression darkened. To put it plainly, if I no longer wish to be in S-H-L-D, I simply wouldn't remain, Rega corrected him. Fury's face turned as dark as stormy waters, his gaze becoming somewhat menacing. Rega met his stare without flinching. After a lengthy silence, Fury suddenly relaxed, seated himself, and uttered a few words. Natasha has gone to Iran. Iran? Rega inquired, puzzled by the mention of the location. What's she doing there? She is escorting a nuclear physicist out of there, Fury stated matter-of-factly. Good grief, Rega muttered under his breath. What's wrong? Fury asked, puzzled by Rega's agitation. It's only Iran. Why the uproar? Although the U.S. and Iran are adversaries, that is precisely why S-H-I-E-L-D agents frequently operate there. Has she been in contact with you recently? Rega asked hastily. Yes. Where is she now? Rega stepped closer, gripping Fury's arm tightly. His hold so intense that even a seasoned individual like Fury found it somewhat unbearable. Fury furrowed his brow and instructed the computer to display Natasha's real-time location. A world map suddenly appeared on the large screen before him, highlighting a blinking red dot near Odessa. Send me her location, he said, but before he could finish, Rega turned and dashed toward the exit. Chapter 40. The Winter Soldier? After departing from the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, Rega followed the map Fury had provided, locating a Quinjet and racing at full speed toward Natasha's location. Odessa, the second largest city in Ukraine, lies in the southern part of the country. The mention of this city sent a wave of anxiety through Rega, as it reminded him of a scene from a film in his previous life, when Natasha had encountered the Winter Soldier during a mission there. This Winter Soldier was no ordinary foe. He was the infamous Bucky Barnes, the metal-armed assassin and Hydra's premier assassin, a mythical figure, the epitome of a soldier. Rega whispered Bucky's name in the confines of the cockpit. Presently, Natasha's confrontation with Bucky would likely spell doom for her. However, this time Bucky's target was not Natasha, but an engineer, which afforded her a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that Bucky might whimsically decide to eliminate Natasha as well. While Natasha had survived in the movie, reality offered no such guarantees. Natasha, you must stay alive, Rega silently implored. Commander, we have reached the target's coordinates. The crew member's report interrupted Rega's contemplation. He sprang to his feet, disregarding any semblance of decorum, and swiftly opened the hatch, leaping from the aircraft, leaving the crew members gaping in disbelief. Rega activated his abilities, soaring through the air, the wind howling in his ears as wisps of cloud obstructed his view. Squinting, he searched for traces of vehicles on the ground. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. On a narrow path not far from the cliff, an off-road vehicle sped past, trailing a plume of dust behind it. Elated, Rega directed his descent toward it. His eyes reddened with urgency as he shouted, Natasha, and accelerated downward. Meanwhile, Natasha was escorting the engineer along the road, the mission having encountered its share of obstacles. Fortunately, they had safely exited Iran, and now it was imperative to deliver the target to safety. To evade pursuit, Natasha had deliberately chosen a secluded route. Just as she drove, a gunshot rang out, and she felt the car slip from her control, plunging down the cliff. With a resounding crash, the vehicle struck the ground and flipped over. Thankfully, The cliff was not exceedingly high. Though Natasha sustained minor injuries, she was largely unscathed, albeit somewhat dazed. The car caught fire, and she struggled to drag the engineer from the wreckage. Simultaneously, she shielded the engineer with her own body, instinctively acting in the manner of a seasoned agent to guard against any further gunfire. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the air, and Natasha felt a searing pain in her left abdomen. Glancing down, she saw that a bullet had penetrated her flesh, blood oozing forth in a relentless stream. She had anticipated the dangers, yet the prospect of dying here was unbearable. With her hand pressed against the wound, cold sweat poured down her brow, and her consciousness began to wane. In her haze, she heard a heart-wrenching cry. Natasha? Could it be a hallucination? The voice struck a familiar chord within her. Straining to open her eyes, she caught sight of Rega, descending swiftly from above, drawing nearer with palpable urgency and concern etched across his face. Rega. Natasha managed a faint smile. What are you doing here? She mused inwardly before slowly closing her eyes once more. Without losing momentum, Rega landed beside Natasha, creating a crater upon impact. He swiftly emerged and cradled her in his arms, checking her breath. Thankfully, though feeble, she was still alive. Gently placing her down, an overwhelming rage surged within him. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Rega felt a sharp pain in his back as a fierce impact jolted him, causing him to stumble. He turned to retrieve the bullet, then clenched his fist tightly, crushing it into a mere shard of metal. Rising slowly, he fixed his gaze on the direction from which the bullet had come, where a silvery glimmer reflected ominously. Gritting his teeth, the muscles in his face twitched with tension as he glared menacingly at that spot. Then, with a powerful push from his legs, he shot upwards like a cannonball, hurtling towards it. Bucky, Rega bellowed, you're seeking death. His voice, a tempest infused with unbridled rage, surged toward Bucky, the very agent dispatched by Hydra to thwart Natasha. Initially, Bucky believed his task was complete and was preparing to withdraw when an unexpected adversary emerged, prompting him to aim and fire once more. To his astonishment, the bullet was intercepted by this newcomer. Although brainwashed and stripped of his own thoughts, reduced to mere obedience, he recognized the gravity of life and death situations. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, hastily stowing his weaponry to retreat. Just as he began to distance himself, a thunderous roar echoed behind him, laden with an intense animosity that could be felt from afar. Yet, why did that name sound so familiar? Bucky had no time to ponder these thoughts. He quickened his pace, reached his vehicle, flung open the door, and pressed the accelerator, the car shooting away like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing Bucky attempt to flee the scene only fueled Rega's fury further. Without hesitation, he charged forward in a direct line, obliterating every obstacle in his path. Trees and stones alike were reduced to mere fragments. Bucky glimpsed through the rearview mirror at Rega, who was pursuing him with ferocity, prompting him to accelerate once more. He was acutely aware that he was no match for this monstrous adversary. Rega descended from the sky, fists clenched, and approached Bucky with a deliberate pace. With a resounding crash, Bucky smashed the car door open with a punch and emerged from the vehicle. Upon exiting, Bucky did not linger. The training of a winter soldier urged him that now was not the time for hesitation, but rather the imperative to eliminate the enemy. He swiftly retrieved a submachine gun from behind and concealed himself behind the car, firing at Rega. Witnessing Bucky's actions, Rega's fury intensified. Before Bucky could truly pull the trigger, Rega moved with an inhuman speed, launching a punch that sent the wrecked vehicle flying and appeared directly before Bucky's eyes. As he beheld Rega's velocity, Bucky's pupils dilated in shock. Then Rega seized Bucky by the shoulders, bent his right leg, and struck Bucky's abdomen with a knee like a flash of lightning. Although Rega did not employ his powers in this attack, his strength was formidable and unrestrained. Even with Bucky's enhancements from the super soldier serum, the impact forced his body into a contorted shape, leaving him sprawled on the ground in a state of paralysis, cold sweat pouring down his face. Rega gazed down at Bucky, who writhed on the ground, clutching his belly, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes frigid. His gaze then settled upon the exquisite metallic left arm adorned with a red star on the shoulder. A flicker of disdain crossed Rega's eyes as he contemplated the metallic limb. He raised his right leg and stepped upon Bucky's back, immobilizing him. Then, gripping Bucky's left wrist with his left hand, he clenched his right fist, channeling energy within him, and struck down fiercely upon the metallic arm. With a resounding crack of breaking metal, Bucky's left arm was shattered by Rega's blow, leaving only a small portion at the shoulder sparking with electricity. Since the installation of this steel arm, Bucky had faced no adversaries capable of withstanding its might. This arm, a masterpiece of Hydra, was crafted from meticulously chosen metal, forged to perfection. Yet today, it was reduced to ruin by Rega's singular strike. The sudden pain elicited a cry from Bucky, as the mechanical arm was connected to his nerves, allowing him to maneuver it with precision. The abrupt severance felt akin to the loss of a natural limb. Rega held the broken arm in his left hand, coldly observing the writhing Bucky on the ground, remaining silent. Having concluded his actions, Rega discarded the arm, the heavy metal crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Then, amidst Bucky's expressions of rage and confusion, Rega turned and departed. Chapter 41. The Unfathomable Origin of Emotion. Natasha slowly opened her eyes, her hazy vision gradually sharpening. To her right, Rega sat in a chair, engrossed in a book. Observing Rega's tranquil demeanor, Natasha was unexpectedly enveloped by a sense of serenity, a feeling she had never experienced before. Her life had been a relentless cycle of deception, combat, and evasion, always preoccupied with the instinct for survival, existing in a constant state of tension. In the past, I had suffered injuries, but at that time, my thoughts were not of rest, but rather of a swift recovery. For if I could not heal, or if my recovery were inadequate, I would be heartlessly abandoned by Hydra or forced to undertake suicidal missions. However, this time, as she opened her eyes and beheld Rega engrossed in his book, Natasha felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. "Hey," she murmured, her lips moving as she managed to extract a single word from her throat, her already slightly hoarse voice now sounding even more feeble. Upon hearing the greeting, Rega hastily closed his book and turned his head, discovering that Natasha had awakened and was smiling gently at him. "What are you reading?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing much, just passing the time," Rega replied, shaking the book in his hand before quickly asking, "You're awake. How do you feel?" "I'm all right." Natasha attempted to shift her body to sit up. "Don't move. You sustained an abdominal injury and should minimize your activity," Rega cautioned, noticing her movement. "All right, I'll call the doctor." With that, he rushed out in a flurry. Natasha smiled again. She was essentially fine now, and all that remained was to recuperate peacefully. After a doctor examined her, he stated, "All is well." "Thank you," Rega said respectfully. The doctor smiled amicably and then departed. Natasha tilted her chin and asked, "Whose flowers are those?" Following her gaze, Rega saw a bouquet of tulips in a vase on the table. "Of course, they are for me," he said proudly. "Who else could it be?" "Yes, who else indeed?" Natasha's mood suddenly darkened. Observing her despondent demeanor, Rega couldn't help but chastise himself for his thoughtless words. "Don't misunderstand. I meant to imply that I am the only one who would give flowers. Do you expect Fury and Hawkeye to bring you flowers?" Natasha's eyes brightened. "Have Fury and Hawkeye visited as well?" "Yes, you were gravely injured and unconscious. I first took you to a hospital for initial treatment, then transferred you to the SHIELD facility. I informed Fury, and he came with Hawkeye to see you. However, they did not stay long, as they had missions to attend to." Rega added, "Besides, I wouldn't have let them stay. I'm enough company on my own, especially given how uncomfortable I feel around Fury." Natasha smiled gently and tilted her head, gazing at Rega thoughtfully. "What's the matter?" Rega asked. "You saved my life again," Natasha replied. The impact of Rega saving her life was profound for Natasha. As during her previous missions, she rarely saved others. That was considered a waste of time. Hydra prioritized the completion of their missions above all else. As for the injured, they were left to fend for themselves. Having both experienced abandonment and having abandoned others, Natasha understood Rega's actions on a deeper level than most. "Well, do you think I'm quite heroic?" Rega's smile suddenly took on a mischievous quality, his eyebrows raising playfully. "Rest assured, should any unforeseen circumstances arise again, I will be there to save you." Natasha looked at Rega with an amused expression, his peculiar laughter causing her multitude of thoughts to vanish. How could this fellow always be so unexpectedly frivolous? Natasha found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, Rega's playful antics lightened the previously heavy atmosphere, lifting Natasha's spirits considerably. She pressed her lips together, observing Rega chuckle heartily, and suddenly realized that perhaps this was quite delightful after all. She adjusted her mood, ignoring Rega's jests, and inquired, "How did you know where to find me?" "Oh, I initially sought you for a matter, but when I couldn't reach you, I went directly to Fury and had him inform me of your whereabouts. I hurried over and happened to witness your ambush." "What a perilous situation," Rega explained, his tone laced with concern. "That bastard Fury wound spilled the beans at first. He is truly asking for a beating. If I had been any later, you would have been in grave danger. If so, I certainly wouldn't have let him off lightly." Natasha smiled at the concern directed towards her. "Do you know who the gunman was?" she asked. Rega paused, nodding seriously. "Who?" The Winter Soldier. Natasha's eyes widened in shock. He is unlike me. While I am also a Winter Soldier, I came later. He is the original Winter Soldier, the quintessential embodiment of his kind. The ace among aces, Rega stated gravely. Then you must be. Natasha exclaimed. Have you forgotten my prowess? Rega's tone lightened once more. I am quite formidable now, not just one, but even 8 or 10 Winter Soldiers would be insufficient to challenge me. Natasha chuckled at his bravado, casting him an exasperated glance. Rega appeared momentarily taken aback. What did you do to him? Natasha pressed again. Rega exaggeratedly shook his head. Apologies, you shocked me earlier. What did you say? Natasha burst into laughter. Rega, feeling triumphant, continued. I let him go, but I left him with just his left arm. Natasha acknowledged this with a hum. It was Rega who pursued the adversary, and his choice was his own. She merely sought to understand, without casting judgment. Fear not. I have a premonition that we shall meet him again. At that time, you can personally take action and make him pay for that gunshot, Rega declared, shaking his fist. Natasha gazed at him with a mix of resignation and amusement. How do you know this? My sixth sense, Rega feigned surprise, looking at Natasha. Are you not aware that a man's sixth sense is quite strong? Natasha rolled her eyes, rendered speechless, yet unable to suppress her laughter. I truly feel relaxed when I am with you, she remarked, tilting her head to look at Rega. Ah, really? Rega suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. That's because the people around you used to be far too serious. Natasha nodded in agreement. Indeed, in her recollections, everyone around her had a singular focus. Mission, mission, mission. The expressions on their faces were uniformly stern, perpetually masked in seriousness. Everyone was calculating, living cautiously. Never before had Rega exhibited such flamboyance and carefree joy. Rega, may I pose a question to you? Natasha inquired softly. How could you possibly like someone like me? Natasha gazed intently at Rega, her voice tinged with disbelief that anyone could harbor affection for her. Rega found himself momentarily taken aback by her unexpected query. Natasha reiterated, How could you come to like me? After a brief silence, Rega replied, There are myriad reasons. I adore your voice, your smile, your eyes, your allure, your charm, and we share common experiences. Natasha remained silent, her eyes still fixed on him. Rega continued, Yet, all those reasons pale in comparison to the essence of it all. Natasha appeared puzzled. Rega chuckled softly and said in Chinese, In China, there's a saying, love knows not its origin, yet runs deep. Indeed. What does it mean? Natasha asked. In simple terms, I cannot explain why I like you or when it began, but I know that from the moment I fell for you. My heart has belonged to you, Rega elucidated, striving to convey the concept in a manner Natasha could grasp. Natasha's smile radiated brilliantly. So, your heart belongs to me now? Rega scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness evident in his demeanor. Observing Rega's awkwardness, Natasha's smile grew even brighter. Then, she playfully urged, Keep it up, Winter Soldier. Perhaps one day the girl you fancy will feel the same way. Rega's eyes widened in surprise. He was about to respond, but Natasha swiftly interrupted him with another question. You mentioned you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Rega, elated by Natasha's insinuation, was eager to seize the moment and express his feelings. Yet he was interrupted again. He had to temper his excitement and, with a hint of disappointment, said, Regarding your proposal the other day, I am prepared. Once you arrive, we can commence. Natasha's breath quickened with anticipation. Chapter 42, Entering the Base. Once she felt rejuvenated, Natasha immediately sought out Rega, eager to embark on the next phase of their plan. Rega, however, was exceedingly cautious. After all, this involved genetic fusion, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he first needed to ensure that Natasha's body could endure the risks associated with the transformation. After conducting a thorough and meticulous examination of Natasha, Rega escorted her into the secret base located in Canada. Surrounded by armed soldiers and vast operations, Natasha felt a surge of astonishment. What is this place? She asked, surveying her surroundings. This is the place where your wishes can be realized, Rega replied, though I apologize that it doesn't appear as splendid as you might have envisioned. That's quite all right. I am not concerned about that, Natasha responded, shaking her head. Right this way, Strick gestured, leading the way. I had no idea you possessed such a secret base, Natasha remarked as they walked. This is not mine. It belongs to him, Rega indicated toward Strick ahead. But that story is for another time. Natasha nodded, choosing not to press further. What is that? Rega followed Natasha's gaze to a rusted groove, filled with green pond water. Ah, this is where a legend began, Rega remarked. The tale of Wolverine indeed commenced in this unremarkable pool. It was here that his entire being was infused with adamantium, transforming his original bone claws into sharp metal talons. This metamorphosis significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. The combination of accelerated regeneration and the indomitable adamantium proved to be a perfect match, allowing Wolverine to inscribe his own legendary narrative. As Natasha traced her fingers over the 3 claw marks on the pillar, she inquired, "Is this the mark he left behind?" "Indeed." Rega gently placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke softly. "There is still time to reconsider." Natasha swallowed hard, gritted her teeth, and replied, "No, I wish to continue exploring." Rega nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Strick led them to a room reminiscent of an operating theater. The expansive space buzzed with a flurry of medical personnel engaged in preparations. At the center stood an operating table, flanked by various surgical instruments. Though Natasha seemed to disregard them entirely, she walked directly to a table where a heavy box lay, containing 3 vials of different colored serums that shimmered alluringly under the light. Picking up a blue vial, Natasha asked, "What is this?" Rega sighed, responding, "This is what has been prepared for you." After hearing this, Natasha picked up the other 2 vials, one clear and the other a pale yellow. Rega approached slowly, leaning against the table, and said, "Before we begin, there are a few things I wish to share with you." Natasha turned her head at his words. Looking into her lake green eyes, Rega sighed again. "Natasha, you must understand that the world we inhabit is not simple." "Yes, you've mentioned this before," she replied. Rega continued, "On a cosmic scale, we humans are not the only intelligent species on Earth. Or rather, we Homo sapiens are not the sole intelligent beings. I know, during my missions, I've encountered some rather peculiar individuals. Then you must be aware of the existence of mutants." Natasha nodded, acknowledging, "Most of them appear similar to us, yet they possess a unique gene within them. It is this gene that grants them an array of extraordinary abilities, soaring through the skies, traversing walls while invisible, reading minds, and controlling objects. This gene is referred to as the X gene." "Are you implying that this is what you mean?" Natasha suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, her eyes widening as her hand trembled around the serum. Rega nodded affirmatively. "The pale yellow serum you now hold belongs to the individual whose claw marks you observed in that room. His name is Logan, known as Wolverine, endowed with the power of accelerated regeneration." "Wolverine, I feel as though I've heard that name before," Natasha pondered. "He has lived for an extended period, having participated in countless wars, which is no surprise to you. His fame is attributed to his extraordinary ability, accelerated regeneration." "Accelerated regeneration?" Natasha was somewhat taken aback, as it seemed a universal desire to recover swiftly from injuries. Although she had heard of it, she had never witnessed it firsthand. Hydra had invested immense effort into research in this area, and SHIELD also spared no expense. The super soldier serum granted Captain America a semblance of such power, yet it fell far short of true accelerated regeneration. Indeed, if one successfully integrates, they can reclaim what was lost. Rega smiled, adding that one would no longer fear blades, guns, or bombs. Any injury would heal completely, and one could even retain eternal youth. "Is that true?" Upon hearing Rega's words, Natasha felt her throat dry. The thought of soon returning to normal brought moisture to her eyes. "Of course, the method I had prepared for you was precisely this." Rega gestured toward another vial of serum in Natasha's hand, a clear substance derived from the Nightwalker. After speaking, he raised his arm to signal. Strucker, observing this, promptly summoned the Nightwalker. Seeing the blue figure, adorned with intricate patterns and resembling a devil, materialized before her startled Natasha. "This is the Nightwalker. His ability is teleportation," Rega explained. Natasha scrutinized him closely. This was her first encounter with someone possessing such a power. Moreover, this vial of blue serum originates from a remarkably powerful mutant known as Iceman, whose ability, naturally, is ice manipulation. "Why are you telling me all this?" Natasha inquired. "Because I wish for you to understand the source of your abilities should you succeed," Rega replied, pointing to Strucker beside him. "Did not just ask who he was?" Natasha nodded. "He is an expert in mutant studies, a colonel in the military. One could say no one is more knowledgeable in the field of gene integration than he." Natasha gazed in surprise at the plump, graying man before her, a fact she was previously unaware of. This was understandable, as Strucker's clandestine research into gene integration was little known even within the government, given its unsavory nature. Only a select few directly involved were aware of it. Furthermore, his son is also a mutant. Without pause, Rega continued solemnly, "And yet, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for mutants." "What?" Natasha was astonished. "How could that be?" "This is a long story," Rega sighed. "You need not concern yourself with it now. You only need to know that the transformation you are about to undergo derives its power from these mutants. Our society is too narrow-minded to accept them, but we must not follow suit. Natasha nodded, understanding. They are despised and loathed by ordinary people due to their powers. Yet in truth, ordinary individuals are often envious of them, as they possess extraordinary abilities that could, in fact, move mountains, fill seas, and even annihilate all of humanity on Earth. Natasha spoke softly. Are you referring to Professor X? Rega nodded silently, but fortunately, he is a pacifist. Otherwise, humanity would have long been extinguished. Natasha opened her mouth as if to speak, yet no words emerged. The SHIELD had indeed placed Professor Charles on their list and had even dispatched agents for some tentative approaches. However, his abilities were far too formidable, as Regan noted, capable of effortlessly annihilating everyone. In the face of SHIELD agents, the professor expressed his sentiments. He wished to have no entanglements with SHIELD and desired that his life remain undisturbed. It was best for all parties to coexist without interference. Faced with such overwhelming power, Fury had no choice but to acquiesce to the professor's demands. Though powerful mutants were scarce, it was precisely this terrifying strength that instilled fear in ordinary humans. Fear that often morphed into exclusion and disdain, which then led to oppression and even slaughter. This tendency we humans exhibit not only towards them, but also towards ourselves. Natasha nodded, acknowledging the multitude of examples of genocide throughout history. Yet, who decreed that the world must be ruled by humanity? Rega shook his head. We are far too presumptuous. The Industrial Revolution bestowed upon humanity the means to tame nature, instilling confidence, even arrogance within us. However, life has evolved over 4 billion years. While human history barely spans a few million years, and that is merely a fraction of Earth's biological history, in the grand expanse of the universe, it is of even lesser significance. Technology has rendered us excessively brazen, stripping away our sense of reverence. It was not until mutants emerged that we rediscovered a fear long forgotten. Rega chuckled softly. How ironic. Natasha quietly observed Rega's lengthy lament, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. Apologies, I tend to ramble when it comes to them, she said. Let us not dwell on that. Rega turned to her. Now, I ask you once more, are you truly prepared? This transformation does not guarantee absolute success. Natasha glanced down at the serum in her hand, then grasped it firmly, nodding resolutely. Which one do you choose? Rega inquired. I want them all. Chapter 43. Fusion. Natasha lay bare upon the operating table, her curvaceous form accentuating captivating lines. Rega, however, was not in the mood to admire such sights. The surgery was about to commence. Even with Strucker himself wielding the scalpel, Rega felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension. He approached the table, leaning slightly forward, anxiously gazing into Natasha's eyes. She offered a subtle smile. You needn't be so tense. I'm not anxious. Rega did not return her smile, but rather spoke earnestly. Although anesthesia will be administered, you must remain conscious during the procedure. Thus you will still feel discomfort. Focus on a memorable event or person and concentrate all your attention on that. It will help somewhat. I understand, Natasha replied, squeezing Rega's arm, soothingly assuring him. Do not worry, I will endure. Rega nodded and stepped aside, signaling Strucker to commence. Strucker instructed his subordinates begin. Then, the transformation process officially commenced. Rega watched anxiously from the sidelines, lacking understanding of genetic modification, and could only place his hopes on Strick, praying that no issues would arise and that they would navigate this period smoothly. Strick first drew forth a substance extracted from his son's cerebral secretions, slowly injecting it into Natasha's body. To Rega's surprise, he then administered the teleportation serum. Natasha's body exhibited no reaction. Strick nodded, indicating that all was well. He proceeded to inject Wolverine's genes. The potency of Wolverine's genes was formidable, and Natasha soon displayed a pained expression. Rega's heart tightened. After a moment, her complexion returned to normal. At this point, her body began to undergo some transformations. She appeared to have gained a slight increase in height, the scars from previous battles gradually fading, and most notably, her crimson locks were rapidly growing. Rega estimated that if she were to stand now, the tips of her hair would nearly reach her waist. It looked promising. Strick observed for a while before continuing the procedure, producing the final vial of blue serum. The Iceman's genes. Given the power of Iceman's genes, Strick became increasingly cautious. As time passed and the genes fused, Natasha's body began to tremble violently. Unexpectedly, upon the introduction of Iceman's genes, a mutation seemed to occur in conjunction with Wolverine's genes. Natasha's skin appeared to ripple as if insects were moving beneath it, forming grotesque protrusions. Suddenly, 2 bone blades extended from her wrists, catching several nearby medical staff off guard and causing them to sustain cuts. However, unlike Wolverine's bone blades, Natasha's were translucent, interspersed with a faint blue hue, which rendered them not only fearsome but also strikingly beautiful. This unexpected transformation astonished everyone. No one anticipated such a deviation from the fusion of the 2 genes. Confusion ensued, and all eyes turned to Strick. Strick re-examined Natasha's vital signs, confirming that everything was normal, and then nodded at Rega. Gritting his teeth, Rega signaled Strick to proceed. As they neared the conclusion, Strick wiped his brow, when suddenly he noticed a layer of ice crystals beginning to form on Natasha's body. "Be careful, get back," Strick shouted. The medical staff, realizing the situation, screamed and scrambled for cover. The ice crystals proliferated rapidly, swiftly engulfing the entire operating table and spreading outward. Strick and the others had already vacated the room, while Rega remained motionless, fixated on the operating table. The frost soon reached Rega's feet, quickly climbing up his legs. His muscles tensed, and he shattered the ice crystals with a forceful tremor. Finally, the encroaching frost ceased its advance. Strick stood outside the door, witnessing the entire room enveloped in a thick layer of ice. The temperature indoors had plummeted to the point where one could see their breath, and he felt an involuntary shiver of dread. Rega slowly approached the operating table, gazing at Natasha. She was entirely encased in ice and snow, resembling a figure entombed within a frosty coffin. Her fiery red hair and flawless white skin appeared even more exquisite amidst the pale blue ice. Then, with a series of cracking sounds, the ice surrounding Natasha began to shatter, eventually disintegrating into fragments that fell away. Natasha opened her eyes, the first sight she beheld being the concerned face of Rega. She smiled, suddenly sitting up and embracing him tightly. Rega, taken aback by her sudden action, felt the warmth of her hug and knew that the danger had passed. The fusion had been successful. As his hands caressed the smooth skin of her back, a wave of emotion surged within him, eliciting a physical response. Noticing Rega's reaction, Natasha stifled a laugh and promptly pushed him away. Feeling a bit awkward, Rega scratched his head, suddenly recalling that Natasha was still completely nude, and he braced himself to appreciate the moment. However, his anticipation was dashed when he saw that Natasha had donned a white nurse's coat, concealing her perfect figure. Natasha glanced around and inquired, "Did I cause this?" "Yes," Rega replied, nodding. "It seems this ability is quite formidable," Natasha remarked, touching the shattered ice on the operating table. "Indeed, very powerful," Rega affirmed, secretly adding in his mind that it would only grow stronger in the future. But Natasha's attention swiftly shifted. "The operation was a success, right?" "Yes." "And my body?" Natasha asked, her excitement palpable. "Let's get an X-ray. Everything will be clear," Rega suggested. Natasha nodded vigorously. He beckoned Strick to take Natasha to the radiology room. It was a simple task, and soon Natasha held a large black and white photograph. She stared intently at a specific area on the image, fully aware, as both a spy and a woman, of its significance. "It worked. It truly worked," she murmured. "Indeed, Natasha, it was a success. I succeeded. I am no longer a monster." Natasha's body trembled slightly, her eyes shimmering with tears. Rega smiled gently, genuinely happy for her, yet a wave of sorrow washed over him. The Hydra had inflicted immense harm on so many. In a sudden rush, Natasha leapt towards Rega, enveloping him in a tight embrace, whispering in his ear, "Thank you." A kiss was softly placed upon his left cheek. Then, she released him. In her eagerness, Natasha had yet to dress properly, her enchanting form subtly visible beneath her coat. With her sudden movement, the allure became even more pronounced, captivating Rega's gaze. Natasha, clearly pleased with his reaction, let out a triumphant hum. Then, she exclaimed in surprise, "I think I've grown taller." "Indeed, it seems that the genetic mutations of Wolverine have manifested within you." Rega reluctantly concealed his lecherous gaze. Natasha remained somewhat astonished. Despite a mere 5-centimeter increase in height, the difference felt markedly significant to her. Once she had digested the surprise brought about by the surgery, Natasha swiftly regained her composure. Donning the attire that Rega had procured, she stepped lightly toward the door. "Where are you headed?" Rega inquired hastily. She turned, beckoning him with a playful gesture, a charming smile gracing her lips. "Now that the operation has succeeded, it is only fitting to test the results." Rega shook his head and quickly followed her. Chapter 44, Ability Test. To minimize any potential disturbances, Rega deliberately sought out a secluded locale. Situated above the snow line, the area was beset by howling winds. At noon, the sunlight was just right, and as far as the eye could see, the eternal snow blanketed the lush, coniferous forest, glimmering resplendently in the bright sunlight. Natasha gazed at the golden expanse that enveloped the earth and found herself somewhat entranced. Perhaps due to the integration of the Iceman's genes, she felt an unusual affinity for the surrounding ice and snow. I've always been quite fond of ice and snow, Natasha murmured. Really? Why is that? Rega asked, his curiosity piqued. Because of its purity. Rega fell silent upon hearing this. Those born from darkness yearn more profoundly for the light. Natasha felt that she no longer possessed such purity, which prompted her remark. The mountain winds whistled, causing their garments to flutter. Rega suddenly laughed. I too appreciate ice, though merely for its aesthetic beauty. Natasha chuckled softly in response. All right, time is of the essence. Let us hasten to test your abilities, Rega urged. Very well, Natasha nodded. First, they would test the ability of teleportation. Rega pointed toward a nearby rocky platform, saying to Natasha, Do you see that stone? Yes. Concentrate your focus there, and then teleport. Natasha fixed her gaze upon the massive rock and slowly closed her eyes. As she activated her ability, her form transformed into a swirl of blue smoke beside Rega. Observing Natasha's sudden disappearance, Rega hurriedly glanced toward the rock. He soon witnessed her elegant figure materializing above the stone. Clenching his fist, he exclaimed, She succeeded. However, Natasha felt an overwhelming sensation of vertigo as she found herself suspended in midair, surrounded by uneven rocks and pristine white snow below. Being her first attempt at utilizing this power, she was still unaccustomed to such a method of movement. Consequently, upon realizing her unexpected elevation, she became disoriented and plummeted to the ground. Rega, witnessing this from a distance, rushed over in alarm, fearing for her safety. By the time he reached her, Natasha was attempting to rise. A trickle of blood had emerged from her forehead, revealing a wound of moderate size. Then, under Rega's delighted gaze, the wound healed at an astonishing rate, visibly mending within a single breath. Aside from the dirt smudged on her face, there was no trace of the injury that had just occurred. Natasha had just collided heavily with a protruding rock, feeling a sharp pain in her forehead. When she lifted her head, she noticed some bloodstains on the stone. Instinctively, she touched her forehead, only to find that aside from a bit of dirt and snow, there were no signs of injury. It truly healed, Natasha exclaimed with joy. The speed of recovery exceeded my expectations. It seems the genetic fusion is remarkably effective. Rega remarked with a smile. Natasha chuckled. Never did I imagine you would witness me in such a disheveled state. Not at all. This is what one might call chaotic beauty. Hearing Rega's compliment, Natasha laughed again, exuding charm. That was my first attempt, and I'm still unpracticed. With more practice, it will improve, Rega said with some excitement. Now, let's test the next ability. I hold great anticipation for this. Natasha nodded in agreement. Before that, however, I'm going to share a story with you. Rega raised his hand. Natasha paused her preparation, looking at Rega in slight confusion. Once upon a time, Rega began, but Natasha couldn't help but laugh. Once upon a time? Rega scratched his head. I'm not exactly sure when, so let's just say it was once upon a time. Natasha continued to smile, tilting her head playfully. Ignoring Natasha's teasing, Rega continued. Once there was a tall man, a formidable figure, whose power was ice. Natasha's expression shifted to seriousness at his words. He created many things from ice. Ice blades, ice hammers, ice spears, ice dragons, and so forth, pushing the boundaries of ice to their utmost potential. He could not teleport, so when faced with ravines, he adapted, using ice to form bridges. And even while navigating short distances across the sea, he laid down an icy path upon the water, riding along it. Natasha's eyes sparkled with interest. Through these techniques, he became a renowned powerhouse. Yet, these feats pale in comparison to his proudest move called the Ice Age, Rega whispered. The Ice Age, Natasha echoed softly. The Ice Age, indeed, was a move that astonished the entire world, Rega mused, for he had once used it to freeze an entire sea. Before Natasha could express her astonishment, Rega continued. There was also a time when a volcanic eruption unleashed torrents of lava, threatening a nearby town with imminent destruction. At that moment, he happened to pass by and witnessed the chaos. He approached the searing lava, gently extending his hand, and with a single ice age, he instantly encased the fiery magma that threatened to engulf the town, averting disaster. Natasha's eyes widened. If such a feat were truly accomplished, it would be fitting to call him a god. Where did this story originate? I have never heard of it before. Rega cleared his throat. Such inquiries are best left unpondered. Subsequently, with a serious demeanor, She began, "The tale I share with you serves to convey that ice is the most liberated of elements. Its potential boundless, with the only limitation being your imagination." Imagination, Natasha murmured. "The capacity for this is immense, beyond your comprehension. Therefore, Natasha, simply unleash your creativity." "Yes, I understand," Natasha nodded earnestly. "Very well, let us commence." Upon hearing this, Natasha turned, crouched down, closed her eyes, and gently placed her hands upon the ground. A blanket of ice and snow quietly materialized, gradually spreading from beneath her feet. The formation of the ice and snow accelerated, accompanied by a continuous crackling sound. From a distance, the entire hillside had become entirely enveloped in frost, transforming into a crystalline realm. Natasha exhaled softly and slowly rose to her feet. Instead of pausing to admire the icy world she had conjured, she extended her hand once more, causing the smooth ice surface to stir, and towering ice stalagmites soon emerged. But that was not the end. The motion of the ice intensified, and before Rega's astonished gaze, a house of ice slowly ascended from the ground, standing amidst the vast forest. Though the structure was modest and somewhat misshapen, it undeniably resembled a house. After completing this feat, Natasha felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed. Observing this, Rega hurriedly supported her, the soft sensation stirring something within him. Natasha tilted her head and inquired, "How is it?" Gazing upon her exquisite visage, an impulse surged within Rega, and he could not resist leaning down to kiss her. Natasha did not recoil. It was a kiss pure and uncomplicated. Following this, Rega seated himself, cradling the somewhat weakened Natasha in his embrace. As they gazed upon the enchanting world beneath them, with a double entendre, he remarked, "Magnificent." Chapter 45, The Call of Shield. In the days that followed, Rega and Natasha spent their time inseparably together, while Natasha continued to familiarize herself with her abilities, with Rega providing theoretical support at her side. Natasha's learning and progress were swift, particularly with her teleportation ability, which she now wielded with ease. "Rega, come here quickly," Natasha called out. Rega chuckled helplessly and quickened his pace to catch up. Utilizing her teleportation ability, Natasha was able to effectively glide through the air. With a few flashes, she could traverse considerable distances, though still limited in duration and range due to her recent development of the skill. At that moment, she called out to Rega from a distance. Natasha reveled in this sensation. She adored the feeling of free-falling through the air after teleportation, the wind rushing past her ears, the exhilarating sense of weightlessness captivating her. But most importantly, the essence of freedom enchanted her. She closed her eyes, spread her arms wide, and allowed her body to descend freely, watching as the forest below drew nearer. Then, she activated her ability once more, suddenly reappearing high above. "Aren't you afraid of a heart attack doing that?" Rega laughed from the air. "Have you forgotten about my self-healing ability? Even in the face of heart disease, I remained unperturbed." Natasha proudly turned her head. Rega, thoroughly defeated, gazed at Natasha, who was reveling in her amusement. Suddenly, Rega's phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket, the screen illuminating with Fury's name. Furrowing his brow, he pressed the answer button. Natasha, noticing Rega's serious demeanor as he took the call, swiftly moved closer and wrapped her arms around him, gazing into his face. "All right, I understand. Yes, I will inform her," Rega concluded before hanging up. "What happened?" Natasha inquired. "Loki, the one you told me about in New Mexico?" she asked, tilting her head. "Yes, he was the one who caused the trouble last time. That damn fool is back to stir chaos," Rega replied, his tone icy. Natasha squeezed Rega's arm. Feeling the pressure, Rega looked down and smiled. "However, this presents an opportunity to test your combat prowess." Natasha beamed with confidence. "Of course, no problem." Upon returning to the base, Rega went directly to Strucker. "Is it complete?" "Indeed. Please take a look," Strucker replied, retrieving a dagger from a nearby box. The dagger was exquisite, adorned with intricate patterns, its silver-white body gleaming with a blade sharp enough to slice through hair, reflecting a cold light. "As per your request, crafted from adamantium." Rega picked it up, twirling it gracefully, and nodded in approval. He then handed it to Natasha. "Here, this is for you." A look of surprise illuminated Natasha's face as she accepted the dagger, her heart brimming with joy. The elegant appearance alone was enough to capture her interest, and moreover, it was Rega's first gift to her, leaving no room for dislike. Watching Natasha play with the dagger, Rega smiled softly. Natasha was not accustomed to utilizing the bone spikes that extended from her wrists, though the skill proved highly convenient. Thus, Rega crafted this dagger for her. As an agent, proficiency with a dagger is an essential skill, even in this era of firearms. The allure of such an ancient weapon remains undiminished with many admirers. Furthermore, the dagger size is just right, not overly conspicuous and easily portable. All right, put away for now. Rega said, we must depart. A significant trouble awaits us. The dagger danced briefly on Natasha's fingertips before she stowed it away. Subsequently, Rega struck her on certain matters before departing with Natasha. They wasted no time on their journey, swiftly arriving in New York by plane. At a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Rega and Natasha met Fury, whose face was grim and his left arm was evidently injured, suspended in a medical sling around his neck. Natasha rushed over upon seeing Fury's injury, asking urgently, what happened? Fury glanced at his arm and replied nonchalantly, I accidentally got shot. It's nothing serious. Rega inquired slowly behind Natasha, what precisely happened? Has he betrayed us? Natasha felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. After all, Barton is a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could he so easily turn traitor? To be precise, he was controlled by the other party. Loki had pointed his spear at their chests, thereby seizing control over them. Fury elucidated. A surge of anger welled up within Natasha. Her feelings for Barton ran deep. After all, when Fury sent Barton to confront her, he had the opportunity to kill her, but chose to spare her life. In that regard, she felt indebted to him. Where is he now? Natasha quickly asked, her tone somewhat sharp. Fury shook his head somberly, indicating that he did not know. The gamma rays emitted by the Tesseract were too faint for our agents to track. Gamma rays? Rega queried. Indeed, hence we require him for this task. Fury's tone was tinged with both resignation and resolve. We must send someone to retrieve him, and it is imperative that we succeed. Natasha gasped. My goodness, you mean Dr. Banner? Rega thought to himself. Have you decided who will go? Rega asked, understanding that he was not someone who could be easily persuaded. I have. Fury pointed to the two of them. Thus I intend to send you both. You and Agent Romanoff. Us? Rega was somewhat taken aback, wondering if he would also be going. Agent Romanoff will be responsible for persuading him, while you will ensure her safe extraction in case of any unforeseen circumstances, Fury explained. Rega smiled at this. That would not be necessary, for although he might not be able to defeat her, Natasha was more than capable of protecting herself. Natasha also smiled confidently. Oh, Fury appeared puzzled. He then sensed something was amiss. He had been focused on Loki's situation and had not paid attention to Rega and Natasha until now. Natasha, have you grown taller? Fury asked uncertainly. Yes, Natasha replied with a smile. It was then that Fury noticed Rega's smug expression. Could it be between you two? He found it hard to believe. Us? Rega feigned nonchalance. Well, it is as you suspect. Oh. Fury raised an eyebrow and turned to Natasha, surprised that she had taken a liking to him. Hey, what do you mean by that? Rega shot Fury an indignant look. I am quite remarkable, you know. Natasha chuckled lightly. I did not expect it either, but it is indeed the case. Seeing Natasha in this manner, Fury ceased to dwell on the matter. There were no prohibitions from S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding such affairs, and even if there were, there was little he could do to intervene with Rega. Congratulations to you, Fury said, managing a rare smile. You might want to refrain from smiling. It's rather terrifying, Rega quipped playfully. Fury's expression darkened. This guy. You need not concern yourself with that. Just know that it is true, Rega said, shaking his head. Natasha? Noticing Rega's reluctance to speak, Fury turned to Natasha instead. Apologies, boss. But this secret belongs to him. Since he is unwilling to disclose it, I am equally at a loss, Natasha shrugged. Fury felt a wave of helplessness once more. Well, it seems I have no choice but to trust you, he uttered, though the thoughts swirling in his mind remained a mystery to all. He then inquired of Natasha, do you need me to send someone to escort you? No, I can manage alone. This way, I won't provoke them, and the chances of success are greater, Natasha replied. Shaking her head. Hey, Natasha, Rega said softly as he approached her. If things go awry, retreat immediately. Safety comes first. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Natasha reassured him. Sensing his concern. Time is of the essence. You should set off now, Fury interjected, eager to assert his presence as he observed Rega's audacity. Rega shot Fury a discontented glare, prompting a slight smile from Natasha, who then unexpectedly vanished from sight. It seems I underestimated you, Fury remarked, his gaze fixed on Rega. Are you surprised? It's too soon for astonishment. Greater surprises await, Rega replied, taking a few steps and seating himself at the table opposite Fury. Ignoring the inquisitive look on Fury's face, he continued, You must know where Captain America is. I wish to meet him. How do you know of his existence? Fury queried. I possess knowledge of many things. There's no need to divulge every detail, Rega replied cryptically. Fury narrowed his eyes, but refrained from pressing further. The plan was already in motion, and they would meet eventually. It was better to foster rapport sooner rather than later. Nodding, he said, "Follow me. I happen to be on my way to see him." Chapter 46, The Captain. Rega followed Fury into a modest underground gym. Upon entering, he was greeted by the dull thuds of punches being thrown, punctuated by intermittent grunts. The imposing figure before them was none other than Captain America. His strikes grew increasingly vigorous, causing the heavy bag to tremble under the force of his sharp fists. Before long, with a powerful right straight, he sent the bag flying. The bag was now tattered, with a substantial dent in its center, from which brown iron sand began to trickle. "Can't sleep?" Fury called out loudly, gasping for breath. The captain turned at the sound of Fury's voice. "After sleeping for 70 years, sir, I believe I've had my fill." As he spoke, Rega and Fury approached the captain. Rega remained silent, studying him closely. Standing at 188 meters, with golden short hair, blue eyes, and well-defined facial features. The captain's muscular physique evoked admiration in Rega. Especially striking were the captain's eyes. They were pure and resolute, emanating an indomitable spirit. While Rega scrutinized the captain was equally assessing Rega. An Asian, slightly shorter than myself, his muscles not as exaggerated but remarkably well-proportioned. Even through his clothing, one can sense the astonishing strength he possesses. His movements are steady, and his gaze unwavering. A formidable opponent, the captain mused, forming his judgment. As for Rega's appearance, he held little interest in that aspect. Fury glanced at the two individuals observing each other and spoke. "Rega, allow me to introduce you to Captain America, Steve Rogers, a living legend." Steve smiled modestly at the remark. Fury then gestured towards Rega, saying, "Rega, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., possesses formidable strength." He added, "Captain, he hails from your old adversary, Hydra." Upon hearing this, Steve's expression darkened. "You are from Hydra?" Rega replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. I am the former Winter Soldier of Hydra." Fury shrugged. "I imagine you have much to discuss. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and strode away. Rega and Steve locked eyes. "The Winter Soldier?" Steve pondered, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Well, it is not surprising that you are unaware, Captain, for although you are Hydra's long-standing opponent, the Winter Soldier did not exist at that time. By the time he emerged, you had already been buried in the Arctic." Rega explained as he moved aside to a neatly arranged row of sandbags. "What is the Winter Soldier?" Steve inquired again. "Interestingly, the Winter Soldier's connection to you is quite profound," Rega remarked. Steve looked perplexed. Rega picked up a sandbag and observed the spot where Steve had previously struck it, noting a hook above, which he then used to hang it. "Captain, you must be familiar with the name Bucky," Rega said softly. Steve's eyes widened, and he rushed forward, grasping Rega's arm. "Do you know Bucky's whereabouts? Is he still alive?" Rega chuckled, swiftly freeing himself from Steve's grip. "Calm down, Captain. It is a lengthy tale." Steve was taken aback. Indeed, Rega's strength was not to be underestimated. Rega assumed a boxing stance and lightly struck the sandbag a few times, continuing, "Back in the day, during your mission, an unfortunate incident occurred, and Bucky fell from a cliff, vanishing without a trace. I have always been concerned about that," Steve replied, his tone tinged with sorrow. "Fortunately, he did not perish from the fall." Rega raised a hand, signaling Steve to remain composed and allow him to finish. "He was rescued by your old foe." "Who?" Steve inquired. "The scientist from Hydra, Zola." At the mention of this name, Steve's brow furrowed. "When he fell, he broke his left arm, and Hydra provided him with a new one." Rega paused before elaborating. "A magnificent and powerful metal left arm." Steve's expression grew more serious. Rega attempted a few more strikes on the sandbag and said, "Captain, you have been enhanced by the super soldier serum, correct?" Steve nodded. "Then you must be aware of what transpired back then." Steve's face reflected regret and sorrow. "Yes, Hydra infiltrated with spies, and they murdered Dr. Erskine." Rega shook his head. "Not that." Steve frowned. Rega reminded him, "Red Skull." Only then did Steve recall that Red Skull had also injected the serum, albeit with disastrous results, transforming him into that monstrous form. Was it the serum left over from that time? Precisely. Later, Hydra refined the serum, which was subsequently administered to your dear friend Bucky, Rega stated deliberately. Thus he became the first Winter Soldier. Steve's expression shifted dramatically. After becoming the Winter Soldier, Hydra wielded a formidable weapon, striking with precision. "Impossible. Bucky is not that kind of person," Steve declared resolutely. He furrowed his brow as he gazed at Rega. In simple terms, he was brainwashed, controlled, and subsequently spiraled out of control. Rega paused. "Howard, you should recall this." "Yes, we fought side by side," Howard replied. "However, The following revelation may be hard for you to accept. Rega continued. Bucky killed Howard and his wife. This cannot be, Steve shouted, lunging at Rega, his eyes fixed intently upon him. Unfazed, Rega replied calmly. There is nothing impossible. I just stated that he was brainwashed. Every action was under control. Even if ordered to kill you, he would not flinch, let alone Howard. Hearing Rega's words, Steve gradually began to comprehend. Why are you telling me this? Steve asked in a low voice. Because I'm also a Winter Soldier. Steve's brow remained furrowed. Bucky did not kill Howard without reason. It was because Howard possessed something. Rega whispered, the Super Soldier Serum. I thought that after Dr. Erskine's death, the serum could no longer be produced. Clearly, this is not the case. Howard had several vials in his possession. However, he paid with his life for it. The muscles in Steve's face twitched. Once Hydra acquired the serum, they initiated further research, injecting it into new test subjects, all of whom were designated as Winter Soldiers. Wait, you just mentioned you're a Winter Soldier. Are you as well? Steve's eyes widened. Indeed, I also received the serum. Although not as perfected, I am nonetheless deemed a Winter Soldier. Rega felt a swell of pride. Later, I was selected for another experiment, which ended in failure and a catastrophic explosion. I alone survived. Steve's understanding dawned. Then you joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Rega nodded. Steve's expression softened. Rega too had a story to tell. Why choose S.H.I.E.L.D.? You could have gone anywhere, Steve inquired. Rega turned his head slightly. I have my reasons. Steve furrowed his brow but refrained from pressing further. This is unimportant. What I must tell you next holds significance. What else is there? Steve asked, puzzled. I encountered Bucky not long ago. Those words struck Steve like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly regained his composure and asked urgently, where did you see him? Is he well? Steve looked at Rega with anxiety, only to hear Rega say he was on a mission, but unfortunately, he crossed paths with me. Growing increasingly anxious, Steve stepped forward and grasped Rega firmly. What did you do to him? Rega remained silent. Speak. What have you done to him? Steve shouted. Rega continued to withhold his words. You bastard. Filled with fury, Steve launched a powerful right hook that struck Rega squarely on the left side of his face, sending him sprawling. As Rega rose from the ground, he touched his cheek and offered a wry smile, finally ready to engage. Chapter 47. The Battle with Captain America. Rega licked the inside of his cheek, smirking. In a moment of impulsive anger, Steve had sent Rega flying a considerable distance. After a brief pause, clarity returned to his mind, and he quickly apologized. I didn't mean to. But before he could finish, Rega interrupted him. Let's talk, let us fight first. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Rega's legs propelled him forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Steve, delivering a heavy punch to his face. Steve felt a flash of light before his body involuntarily flew backward. Of course, Rega had not unleashed his full power. He had even suppressed some of his physical strength, for he had long transcended the limits of ordinary humanity. Though Steve was a super soldier, he remained human. With the first punch landed, Rega pressed his advantage, moving swiftly to follow up with another blow. Steve's left cheek had barely registered the first impact before he felt another heavy hit to his right cheek, causing him to stagger and fall to his knees. Reeling from his successive blows, Steve shook his head, placing a hand on the ground, and glared at Rega with mounting anger. Rega, rolling his shoulders, spoke with an impassive expression. Aren't you curious about Bucky? Fight me, and if you win, I'll tell you. With that, he aimed another punch at the half-kneeling captain. However, this blow did not connect. Seeing Rega's fist come at him once more, Steve seized the opportunity, swiftly reaching out to grasp Rega's right arm like a vice. With a powerful twist of his waist, he executed an over-the-shoulder throw, hurling Rega against the wall with a resounding crash. Steve understood that this confrontation was unavoidable. The man before him had come solely to engage in battle. Thus, he resolved to see it through to the end. In matters of combat, Steve had never shied away. Though he possessed a kind heart, it did not mean he was a pushover. Countless lives had fallen at his hands, and he had engaged in many deeds best left unspoken. Ultimately, he was a warrior, a true and formidable fighter. Rising slowly, Steve exhaled a deep breath, fixing his unwavering gaze on Rega. Do you wish to fight? Then come at me. With that, he charged towards Rega. The basement was scarcely more than a few dozen meters wide, and the distance between them was less than 10 meters. Insignificant for Steve. Before the breath could fully escape him, he was upon Rega, delivering a long-prepared right straight. Rega extended his left arm, deflecting Steve's punch. Yet Steve's assault did not cease. His left fist followed closely behind. As if that were not enough, he unleashed a fierce roundhouse kick aimed squarely at Rega's midsection. Rega was taken aback by the sudden and ferocious assault from Steve. He managed to block the first couple of strikes, but the third was beyond his capacity to deflect. Steve's whip-like kick, imbued with tremendous force, struck Rega squarely in the waist. The momentum caused Rega's body to tilt sharply to the left before it was propelled rapidly to the right, crashing into the boxing ring's barrier. The resilient barrier instantly warped into a V-shape. Despite enduring a series of heavy blows from Steve, Rega's physical prowess was formidable. Such attacks were mere trifles to him. Harnessing the elasticity of the barrier, he launched himself at Steve with a speed that exceeded his previous onslaught. Steve, having successfully landed a hit, remained vigilant, anticipating Rega's counterattack. He sensed that this battle would not conclude so easily. Indeed, as he observed Rega continuing his assault, as if unscathed, Steve's conviction only strengthened. However, he had no time for contemplation. He faced Rega's aggression head-on, without evasion. Rega, hailing from the Winter Soldier program, and Steve, a master of combat, had both gleaned an understanding of each other's strengths through their earlier exchanges. Now, they truly unleashed their full potential, focusing intently on the fight. Steve's techniques were exquisite, flowing like a stream, not only powerful, but also visually stunning. In contrast, Rega's style was forged from his Hydra background, resulting in brutally aggressive strikes. Even though he had moved beyond his original ruthless demeanor, those instincts remained ingrained in him, compelling Steve to approach the confrontation with caution. The two were evenly matched, exchanging blows with vigor and intensity, their movements a blur throughout the basement. They collided with walls and pillars, the immense force fracturing the already weathered surfaces, leaving a trail of impact craters and deep fissures in several columns. At this juncture, Rega feigned an attack, retreating a few steps to evade Steve's strike, seizing the opportunity to exit the fray. Steve, still poised with clenched fists, regarded Rega with a hint of inquiry. Rega smiled slightly and remarked, "Indeed, you're Captain America. Your combat skills are truly unparalleled." "Flattery will get you nowhere," Steve replied coolly. "You've fought well. Now you can tell me Buck's whereabouts." Rega shook his head, stating, "Our initial terms were clear. If you defeat me, I will divulge the information. But as of now, you have not emerged victorious. That is merely a matter of time. And you know it," Steve urged. "Though your skills are commendable, you are not my equal. Such confidence is premature, Captain. Let us not pretend I'm bullying you." Rega laughed heartily, lunging towards Steve once more. Observing Rega's slightly frenzied demeanor, Steve furrowed his brow. Yet, as a competent warrior, he immediately adopted a defensive stance, ready to confront Rega's assault. As before, Rega launched a right hook, and Steve swiftly raised his arm to block the impending strike. However, when his left arm made contact with Rega's fist, his expression shifted dramatically. A tremendous force emanated from Rega's fist, and Steve could even hear the ominous cracking of his own bones. Subsequently, his body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing directly into the adjacent wall, which shattered upon impact, leaving a gaping hole. Coughing several times, Steve emerged from the cloud of dust and debris, his expression still one of astonishment. Rega grinned widely, exclaiming, "See, I told you so. Perhaps I spoke too soon." Without allowing Steve a moment to react, Rega swiftly moved, reappearing right before him. "Oh no," Steve thought instinctively, preparing to defend himself. However, the unleashed Rega was far beyond what Steve could withstand. Before he could comprehend Rega's movements, he felt himself being launched once more, crashing violently against the boxing ring. Rega paid no heed to Steve's plight. Their earlier exchange had merely been a display of combat technique, and now that he had the opportunity, he relished the chance to toy with the legendary Captain America, benefiting both his body and mind. Due to the vast disparity in their powers, Steve could only endure Rega's torrential onslaught, unable to muster even the most basic of defenses. As Rega delivered a punishing uppercut to Steve's abdomen, the latter was sent soaring into the air, colliding forcefully with the ceiling, which crumbled under the impact, before he fell heavily to the ground. Rega paused, deeming it sufficient. Steve pushed aside the rubble, pinning him down, struggling to rise. His attire lay in tatters, his face bruised and swollen, with blood trickling from his lips. His abdomen churned painfully, as if all his organs were twisted together, and he suspected several ribs were fractured. His once strong legs could no longer support him, causing him to sway unsteadily, gasping for breath on the verge of collapse. Yet he did not yield. Steve raised his arm once more, assuming a fighting stance, even though his fist could no longer tighten. Rega regarded him silently, declaring, "You are no match for me." Steve, drained of strength even to smile, replied resolutely, "Come on, I can keep going. I can keep going." This phrase seemed to have become Steve's mantra. As a superhero, unlike others, he lacked extraordinary powers, and his physical capabilities were merely average, not exceptional by any means. Yet he remained a formidable superhero, chiefly due to his indomitable spirit. This unwavering resolve was not something that emerged only after he became Captain America. It had taken root in him long before, during his frail youth. Even when faced with adversaries much larger than himself, he still clenched his fists and bravely retaliated. Furthermore, the super soldier serum only amplified this tenacity, rendering him even more unyielding. The word quit had never existed in his vocabulary. Rega felt a profound respect. To truly hear those words and experience them firsthand was a sensation entirely distinct from merely witnessing it on screen. He nodded slightly, paying homage to the captain, declaring him a warrior worthy of respect. Steve managed a faint smile. Since you are indeed a true warrior, I shall bestow upon you the respect you rightfully deserve. Steve clenched his fists tightly. Shortly thereafter, he felt a powerful blow, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Chapter 48, A Conversation. Rega gazed at the captain, who lay unconscious on the floor, silent and contemplative. The sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Is it over? Fury inquired. He then surveyed the wreckage around him. The walls were scarred, the boxing ring in the center of the basement lay in ruins, and Steve was unresponsive. He shook his head. Don't you think you were a bit too harsh? He merely fainted. Given his physical prowess, he will recover swiftly, Rega replied. Fury nodded. All right. Let us depart to a less dilapidated location. Rega hoisted the captain, and they proceeded out together. Have you pinpointed Loki's location? Rega asked as they walked. Not yet. That depends on Natasha. The object emits a faint gamma radiation, and we require Banner to locate it. At this point, Fury couldn't help but voice another concern. Are you certain Natasha can handle this alone? After all, we are dealing with Dr. Banner. What if? Rega waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured. Natasha is not the same as she once was. Trust in her. You will be astonished by her capabilities this time. Fury cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, I still wish to know what exactly transpired. Rega chuckled. Director Fury, do not fret. In due time, all will be revealed to you. The two continued their conversation and soon arrived at a spacious room upstairs. Rega laid the captain on the sofa and resumed, discussing Loki's affairs with Fury. Before long, the captain regained consciousness, albeit feeling somewhat weak. Hey, he croaked, noticing the two engaged in conversation. Ah, Captain, you're awake, Rega greeted him. The captain slowly sat up, rubbing his still dizzy head. Would you like some water? Rega inquired. No, thank you, the captain replied. After a moment, he felt more alert. Thank you for going easy on me. It seems I'm indeed no match for you, he said with a wry smile. Captain, do not feel too disheartened. After all, this individual is no ordinary opponent. You will come to understand in due course, Fury consoled him. The captain nodded and turned to Rega, earnestly asking, though I could not best you, can you tell me of Bucky's whereabouts? You truly care for him, Rega observed. Bucky has been my buddy since childhood, the captain replied. Ah, what a commendable friendship, Rega remarked with a hint of admiration. After a pause, he continued, I do not know Bucky's current location. I merely encountered him the last time I sought Natasha. I severed his metal left arm and then let him go. The captain's expression fell slightly at this revelation. Yet he exhaled in relief. So long as Bucky was alive, that was what mattered. Fury, upon hearing Rega's words, furrowed his brow. Bucky, the captain's childhood friend, is still alive? Indeed. Not only is he alive, but he has also become the Winter Soldier. Rega's words astonished Fury. Although he was aware of Hydra's Winter Soldier, he had no knowledge that Bucky was among them. Previously, I had no idea of his whereabouts. Hydra's traces are notoriously elusive, let alone the Winter Soldier. It was merely a stroke of luck on my part last time. Last time? Was it during the incident in Iran? Fury inquired. Yes. Why was this individual absent from Agent Romanoff's report? Because she was unaware she had been shot and knocked unconscious on the spot, nearly losing her life, and thus did not know the identity of her assailant. Rega shrugged. As for my failure to report it, I probably just forgot. Fury's expression darkened slightly. Observing Rega teasing Fury, the captain couldn't help but chuckle. Despite Fury's displeasure over Rega withholding this information, he had nonetheless received a valuable piece of news. The revelation that Bucky was also the Winter Soldier, having survived for so long alongside the captain, suggested he had likely undergone some form of experimentation. Fury immediately recalled several long-standing unsolved cases that could potentially serve as breakthroughs. However, matters concerning the Winter Soldier could wait. The immediate issues at hand required his attention. Fury silently devised his plans as he turned and retrieved a folder. This contains all the information regarding our current mission. Take a look, Captain. After stating this, he stood up, indicating he had other matters to attend to. Coulson will come to collect you shortly. Rega raised his hand in farewell, and the captain nodded in acknowledgement before beginning to sift through the contents of the folder. After a while, he closed the folder. I really should have looked at this earlier, the captain mused, shaking the file in his hand. Rega chuckled. Fortunate you didn't tea. Or else, I would have never had the chance to engage with the illustrious Captain America. So you had this planned all along. Ah, you caught me. Rega replied with a playful grin, but it truly was worthwhile. After battling you, my combat skills have improved significantly, which is immensely beneficial for me. I'm glad to be of assistance. The captain raised an eyebrow. Haha, thank you. Rega laughed heartily. Consider this a debt owed. If you ever need anything, feel free to seek me out to repay this favor. I certainly will, the captain smiled. His charisma was undeniable, exuding a generous spirit, and his warm smile was exceedingly comforting. May I call you Steve? Rega asked. Certainly, why not? The captain replied, then added, though I still don't know your code name. Code name? Rega was taken aback. Yes, everyone has a code name. Look at the names in this file. Hulk, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye. Even I have the moniker Captain America. Yet you're simply Rega. As Steve flipped through the file, he continued, a code name, indeed. Rega reflected wistfully. He once bore the name Winter Soldier, but now that he no longer served Hydra, it seemed inappropriate to continue using that designation. This is something I haven't contemplated yet. Rega mused with a hint of nostalgia. Steve shrugged, expressing his personal preference for Winter. Winter, Rega murmured. Indeed, you were once the Winter Soldier. Now, you may drop the soldier title and simply embrace Winter, Steve remarked, adding that it was merely his own opinion. Winter, Winter, Rega quietly repeated to himself. Much like Natasha, Rega harbored a unique affection for the season. Growing up in the harsh, frigid expanse of Siberia, he did not share the disdain many others felt for the relentless, white landscape. Rather, it deepened his fondness for winter. The biting cold of daylight, the snowflakes as large as hands, such scenes of swirling, feathery snowfall intoxicated him even in thought. In his leisure, he would often stand in open fields, arms outstretched, feeling the wild winds and snowflakes whirl past his fingertips. The fierce Siberian gusts stung his face. Yet this very pain served as a reminder of his vitality. Pain was proof of existence. When the winds were calm, the land, cloaked in silvery white, appeared extraordinarily serene and tranquil, radiating a quiet beauty. This blend of motion and stillness captivated Rega's heart, instilling a profound love for winter. Thus, when he became the Winter Soldier, he felt an exhilarating thrill, not solely due to newfound strength and resources, but also because of the allure of the codename itself. However now, the Winter Soldier was a relic of the past for Rega, while winter would always endure. Yet, his current ability was explosive, ill-suited for the moniker of winter. Shaking his head, Rega decided to postpone the nickname discussion, focusing instead on resolving Loki's predicament. What are your thoughts on this mission? He shifted the topic. Based on the information we have, this will undoubtedly be a tough battle, the captain stated, raising the document in his hand. He then shifted his tone, speaking gravely, however, if they dare invade our homeland, they must be prepared for death. Rega grinned. Indeed, a top-tier warrior, he was quickly entering a state of war. Let us deliver them a painful lesson. Chapter 49, The Sky Mother Ship. As the two continued their spirited conversation, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a suit. Coulson, it's been a while, Rega greeted warmly. Rega, Captain, good to see you both, Coulson replied with a gentle smile. Are you here to escort us? Did Fury send for you? Rega inquired. Yes, time is of the essence. We need to depart immediately, Coulson explained. A Quinjet awaits us outside. He led them to an open area outside before halting. But there's nothing here. The captain expressed confusion. Where's the plane? Coulson smiled slightly. Right before your eyes, Captain. Then, to the captain's astonishment, a massive Quinjet gradually deactivated its cloaking mode, revealing itself to the trio. Is this a stealth aircraft? The captain exclaimed in awe. Indeed, Coulson remarked, though I am reluctant to admit it, we owe this capability to Tony Stark. Upon hearing this, Rega smiled faintly. Stark, that troublesome fellow, is undeniably a genius. Such cloaking technology could be deemed revolutionary for Earth. As he spoke, the cabin gradually opened. Let us proceed, Coulson suggested. Although the Quinjet is referred to as a fighter, its functions lean more towards those of small transport aircraft. This was Rega's first encounter with a genuine Quinjet, and the interior was more spacious than he had anticipated. The cockpit housed 2 pilots, diligently monitoring the instrument readings. Prepare for takeoff, Coulson commanded. Yes, sir. The cabin door slowly closed, the turbines on the wings began to whir, and the aircraft gradually lifted off the ground, swiftly soaring towards the horizon. This is the ocean, Steve remarked, gazing through the glass at the vast expanse of water ahead. Are we headed to an island? Coulson smiled slightly, teasingly responding, "You'll find out when we arrive." Though Rega was aware of their destination, he refrained from disclosing it, instead choosing to sit quietly with his eyes closed. "To be honest, it is a true honor to meet you," Coulson said, rubbing his hands together, appearing somewhat anxious. "Really?" The captain, perusing the documents in his hands, glanced up and smiled warmly. "In fact, I have seen you before. While you were in a state of slumber, I observed you." The captain's mouth twitched. The thought of a large man watching him while he slept was unsettling. Did he have some peculiar obsession? Sensing the captain's discomfort, Coulson quickly clarified. "I meant when you were rescued from the ice. I was present at the scene and saw you then. It is truly an honor for us that you can join us." Coulson appeared somewhat flustered. Rega, overhearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. "Coulson, why so nervous? It's merely meeting an idol. You should know, not long ago, I gave your idol a good thrashing." Coulson's compliment lifted the captain's spirits, and he was about to express his gratitude when Rega interjected, "Can we not discuss that?" Rega laughed heartily. "Have you two crossed paths?" Coulson inquired, surprised. He had witnessed Rega's fierce battle with the destroyer, and now the captain had engaged in combat with Rega. "Yes, we sparred a bit. I was outwitted by this fellow." Rega protested. "A loss is a loss. Can it be termed as being outwitted? You concealed your true strength. Isn't that a form of deceit?" The captain replied with a smile. "Well, there were reasons for that. It was not deliberate," Rega chuckled. "We made some modifications to your uniform. I contributed a small design element." "Uniform?" The captain raised an eyebrow. "Do you not think those garments are somewhat outdated?" "Indeed, they are rather antiquated," Rega concurred, adding, "However, old fossils are well suited to old uniforms." The captain shook his head in exasperation. The aircraft soon arrived at its destination, and as the cabin door opened, the three exited. "Ah, the aircraft carrier," the captain remarked with a sense of nostalgia. "We had one back in the day. This one may differ slightly from the ones we had." Coulson chuckled. It was Regar's first time aboard an aircraft carrier, and he couldn't help but gaze around with curiosity. "Regar!" A voice of surprise rang out. Regar turned to see Natasha approaching in a form-fitting black uniform, embracing him, her alluring figure capturing the attention of numerous crew members. "Regar," he murmured, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "I didn't expect you to arrive so late." After their embrace, Natasha smiled and added, "Allow me to introduce, this is Agent Romanoff, and this is Captain Rogers." Coulson interjected. "Hello." The captain greeted politely upon witnessing the closeness between Natasha and Regar. Coulson nodded and bid them farewell, saying he would see them later. "Are you two a couple?" the captain inquired, turning to Regar as Coulson departed. "Just recently," Regar replied with a smile. "It required quite an effort on my part." Natasha shot him a playful glare. The captain chuckled, and as he gazed at the pair before him, he was momentarily reminded of his own former girlfriend, his heart growing heavy with wistfulness. Natasha, perceptibly sensing the captain's unease, deftly shifted the topic. "You are quite the prominent figure here now." I half expected Coulson to faint. "Did he ask you to sign his treasure card collection?" Natasha continued. "A card collection?" The captain found it amusing that a man of his stature would possess such things. "That is his pride and joy," Natasha laughed, as they walked and chatted. Regar soon noticed a middle-aged man in a gray suit, appearing somewhat disoriented as he surveyed the deck. "That must be Dr. Banner." Natasha gestured with her chin. "No issues, I hope?" Regar inquired. "Well, it went relatively smoothly. I managed to persuade him," Natasha replied with a smirk. Steve, having overheard their conversation, furrowed his brow and approached quickly. "Dr. Banner." "Hi. They told me you would be here," Banner said, extending his hand eagerly. He then turned to Regar. "You must be Regar." "Hello, Dr. Banner," Regar greeted. "Agent Romanoff has mentioned you. I understand you have a means of managing harm." "Doctor, we invited you to track gamma radiation. There's no need to resort to that," Regar clarified. Banner felt a flicker of admiration for Regar upon hearing this. "I hope to be of assistance." "You certainly will be," Regar assured him. At that moment, Natasha approached, saying, "Everyone, it would be wise to head inside. It will soon become difficult to breathe." No sooner had she spoken than a tremendous mechanical roar erupted from all around, prompting the group to rush to the side of the deck to investigate. To their astonishment, the waters on either side of the aircraft carrier surged, rising to reveal 4 colossal turbines. Subsequently, the turbines began to spin rapidly, forcefully expelling a torrent of seawater while whipping up a fierce gale that rustled everyone's clothing. Rega watched everything with great excitement, marveling at the might of human industry that could create such wonders. With this thought, he slowly soared into the skies above the aircraft carrier, hoping to witness the scene more clearly. The captain gazed at Rega ascending into the air, exclaiming in admiration, never expecting this fellow to possess the ability to fly. Banner, on the other hand, wore a solemn expression, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the bridge, numerous crew members observed Rega's flight, their mouths agape and a flurry of discussions erupting among them. Commander, Hill glanced at Rega. This one seems rather ostentatious. He won T turn out to be another Stark. Will he? Fury regarded the levitating Rega, pondering, regardless of his nature, we require his strength. The more powerful he becomes, the more advantageous it is for us. Hill nodded in agreement, turning to gaze out the window at the youthful figure above. Are you coming down? Natasha called out loudly, watching Rega float above. Hearing her, Rega descended immediately, grinning as he asked, would you like to take a look up here? I can take you. Never mind. I prefer not to be buffeted by the sea breeze. Natasha waved her hand. Gentlemen, we should head inside. The captain approached, patting Rega on the shoulder. Well done, mate. Banner also regarded Rega with a knowing look. Rega smiled and entered the cabin with the two of them. Chapter 50. Loki, Rega, and the others followed Natasha into the cabin, where the control room was bustling with activity. Fury, clad in a black trench coat, stood tall at the console, while a statuesque beauty directed the crew in various operations. Good day, everyone. Fury turned upon their arrival, greeting them. Thank you for being here. The captain stepped forward, producing a few dollars from his pocket to hand to Fury, then began to explore the surroundings. Fury accepted with a smile. Doctor, I appreciate your presence. Fury extended his hand. Banner, somewhat resigned, replied with a wry smile. Thank you for the warm invitation. I must say, your people are quite persuasive. Natasha chuckled at this. Fury glanced at Natasha before continuing, you need not worry. Once we locate the Tesseract, you can return to your life. That's what the VE told me. Banner pointed at the others, so let us commence our work. Fury nodded. Agent Romanoff, please escort Dr. Banner to the laboratory. Natasha acknowledged and exited with Banner, leaving Rega alone. Rega, Fury approached him. You never cease to surprise. Fury, Rega teased. You're always so predictably unremarkable. Fury, though he may have once found Rega's quips exasperating, had grown accustomed to his manner of speaking, now immune to it, chuckling lightly. What we just witnessed left a profound impression on us. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. You appear to have grown considerably stronger since our last meeting. Fury observed while surveying the control room's bustling activity. Indeed, I have made some progress, Rega replied, also watching the busy personnel below. Could you reveal the specifics? Fury inquired. Well, not at the moment, but you shall witness it soon enough, Rega replied, declining to divulge any information. Fury, unperturbed by Rega's reticence, had merely asked out of casual curiosity. He continued, we're in quite a predicament. Indeed, Loki is not one to be trifled with, Rega remarked nonchalantly. However, rest assured, we shall defeat him. I have never doubted that. Fury turned away. I am counting on you. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. All personnel were working diligently to locate Loki, with Banner's algorithm significantly enhancing the search efficiency. Rega leaned against the railing, conversing with the captain in the control room. Coulson just asked me to sign his card, the captain said, arms crossed and smiling. Oh, did you sign it? Rega inquired, intrigued. Not yet. He didn't have it on him, and besides, everyone is busy searching for Loki. We'll address that later. Just as Rega was about to respond, a report came in announcing the discovery of Loki. Upon hearing the name, Rega chuckled, realizing it was that rascal Hitweir, unaware that Fury had already set his sights on him. What location? Coulson asked. Stuttgart, Germany, 28, Kunin Street, Fury replied, turning with a serious demeanor. Captain, go retrieve your gear. I will summon Natasha, Rega stated. The captain nodded in agreement. The three swiftly prepared themselves, subsequently piloting a Quinjet towards Germany. Inside the cabin, observing the captain clad in a tight suit, Rega remarked, don't you think it's a bit snug? What? The captain responded, puzzled. The outfit. It appears rather constricting. Is it comfortable down below? Rega gestured playfully. The captain's expression darkened. Honestly, don't you feel any discomfort? Rega pressed. Get lost. I have no time for your nonsense. The captain retorted, slightly exasperated. Natasha, in the cockpit, chuckled softly, shaking her head at Rega's levity. Fearing the emergence of more peculiar inquiries, the captain quickly asked, I hear you are quite familiar with Loki? With that question, Rega refrained from jesting, adopting a more serious demeanor as he replied, I wouldn't say very familiar, but I do have some insights. In the dossier, you mentioned your last encounter with that metallic being? The captain questioned. Yes, Loki was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Rega affirmed with a nod. It seems he is quite a formidable character, Steve mused. He is indeed a challenge. However, being a villain, he will ultimately be vanquished by us protagonists. Rega laughed heartily. Seeing Rega so at ease brought a smile to the captain's face. Given Rega's current state of mind, he truly seemed to regard Loki with little concern. With his inherent strength and familiarity with Loki and the unfolding events, he approached the mission with unwavering confidence and a sense of ease. "We have arrived," Natasha announced, noting a group of individuals kneeling before Loki. "Wait, that elderly man is in danger." Natasha's voice grew increasingly anxious. Upon assessing the situation below, the captain made a swift decision, opening the hatch and leaping down. With his physical prowess, this height posed little challenge. A resounding thud echoed as he landed. "Loki, lay down your weapons and surrender," Natasha commanded through the aircraft's loudspeaker. Loki, however, remained silent, retaliating with an attack aimed directly at the plane. Before Natasha could evade, Rega appeared before the aircraft in an instant, dispersing the energy attack with a single punch. Loki's expression darkened. It was this very individual who had thwarted his previous plans, now re-emerging to disrupt him once more. Just as he prepared to strike again, he felt a sudden jolt to his chest. The captain's shield had been hurled at him. Subsequently, the captain unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Loki. Regrettably, as an Asgardian, Loki's formidable physique, coupled with his armor, rendered the captain's strikes ineffective. With a mere flick of his wrist, Loki sent the captain flying. At that moment, a cacophony of frenzied rock music erupted from the hovering fighter jet. Everyone turned to see a golden arc slicing through the night, as Stark soared in, accompanied by the thunderous sound of music. He unleashed an attack from his hands, sending Loki crashing to the ground. "Try to move again, you reindeer," Stark quipped, activating all his weapons and aiming them at the grounded Loki. After surveying the scene before him, Loki retracted his armor and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Well done," Stark remarked. Steve retrieved his shield and approached Stark. "Mr. Stark, Captain, what a grand entrance you've made," Rega called out, perfectly in line with your character. Stark observed Rega descending slowly from the air and chuckled. "It pales in comparison to your effect. You could pass for a prophet if you were holding a Bible." Steve, perplexed by their banter, inquired, "When did you two become acquainted?" "Oh, you mean this fellow? A few years ago he robbed me, and now he expects me to foot the bill," Stark replied nonchalantly. "Hey, that's called mutual benefit. I saved your life," Rega protested. "I knew you would say that." Stark rolled his eyes in response. Steve's confusion deepened. "All right, everyone. If you continue chatting, Loki will escape," Natasha cautioned through the aircraft's loudspeaker. As if he could. What could a reindeer possibly do? Stark shot back. Loki chuckled, unfazed. "Let's depart." Chapter 52. Conspiracy. Upon returning to the ship, Loki was confined within a specially designed cage intended for the Hulk, while his scepter was taken by Dr. Banner for examination. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury was naturally the first to interrogate Loki, but little progress was made. After discussing among themselves, Rega resolved to pay Loki a visit. "Where are you headed?" Rega turned to find Natasha leaning against the doorframe. "I shall pay a visit to Loki and engage him in conversation. Would you care for my company?" Rega smiled reassuringly. "There is no need for concern. Remain here and keep an eye on them. I shall return shortly." Descending to the lower deck, navigating through a labyrinth of corridors, Rega arrived at the specially designed glass enclosure. Inside, Loki sat with his eyes closed, exuding an air of calm. "Shouldn't you be with the others?" Upon noticing Rega's arrival, Loki opened his eyes. "I prefer to observe you from here," Rega replied. "What is there to observe?" Loki maintained his enigmatic smile. "I have a persistent feeling that something is amiss with you." Rega furrowed his brow, discomfort washing over him at Loki's expression. "What could possibly be amiss? You have already captured me, confining me within this cage." Loki circled within the enclosure, tapping the specialized glass walls. "The accommodations for that beast are quite commendable." Dr. Banner, listening through the ship's intercom, appeared visibly unsettled, a mixture of embarrassment and anger crossing his features. "Indeed, such a beast deserves to be caged, otherwise releasing it would certainly invite trouble," Loki remarked with a chuckle. "That may be true, but it is still preferable to your madness," Rega retorted coldly. Yet, Loki remained unfazed. He had long since developed immunity to such jibes. "Madness, is that how you refer to me?" Humanity often perceives the incomprehensible as madness, as mere folly. Copernicus, Galileo, your history is replete with foolishness. Alas, history is shaped by those you deem mad, and I intend to alter the course of human history. Within the cage, Loki held his head high, arms outstretched as if to seize the world, entirely oblivious to his status as a prisoner. Observing Loki's haughty demeanor, Rega merely shrugged. "You speak truthfully. Humanity does at times mistake genius for madness, yet more often than not, madness is simply madness." With that, he turned to depart. Engaging in verbal sparring, Rega realized he was no match for Loki. Prolonging the encounter served no purpose, for he was pitted against the god of mischief, whose thoughts were far beyond his grasp. Loki watched Rega's figure vanish through the doorway, still wearing a broad smile. In the corridor, Rega encountered a hurried Natasha. "You must go see. They are embroiled in a heated argument. This is bad. It must be the Mind Stone causing turmoil." "Rega, allow me to explain." Fury stepped forward upon noticing Rega's grim countenance. "What is there to explain? SHIELD is utilizing the Tesseract to manufacture weapons of mass destruction." The captain interjected. Fury's expression grew increasingly severe. "Do you have anything further to say?" Banner appeared agitated as well. "We had no choice," Fury asserted. "After the incident in New Mexico, we require this artifact." "Require what? Nuclear deterrence? Do you truly believe that thing is useful?" Tony interjected with acerbic sarcasm. "Stark, do you possess the right to make such claims? How did your wealth come to be?" Fury raised an eyebrow, retaliating with a barb of his own. "What is wrong with me? I have shut down the weapons department, yet you all remain obsessed with it," Tony retorted sharply. "How ignorant you all are. Do you truly believe that the Rubik's Cube is within your grasp?" Thor's tone dripped with disdain. "Why should we not? Are we to place our faith in your ethereal and charming rhetoric?" Silence. As the cacophony of voices escalated, Rega bellowed, striking the adjacent wall with such force that it created a sizable hole. The intensity of his reaction left everyone momentarily stunned, plunging the room into an abrupt silence. Natasha gently tugged at Rega's arm. "Rega, calm down. We have a big fellow here, and angering him could lead to dire consequences." The captain signaled for Rega to regain his composure. After the brief pause, he seemed to have regained his rationality. "Rega, do not be so incensed. The captain makes a valid point." She glanced around at the others, and Loki just mentioned Dr. Banner. Rega looked at Natasha in astonishment, surprised that she could deduce that. "Do you suspect he has ulterior motives regarding Dr. Banner?" Fury's eyes glinted with insight. "To be precise, I believe he has designs on the Hulk." With Natasha's prompting, an unsettling realization dawned upon the group, their expressions tightening as they turned their gaze toward Banner. Feeling the weight of their stares, Banner's countenance darkened considerably. "Agent Romanoff, please accompany Dr. Banner," Fury said slowly. "Where to?" "You have rented out my room, have you not?" Banner exploded in frustration. "That was merely precautionary in case Fury attempts to explain again," Natasha interjected. "Precaution for what? Is it not to eliminate me? I assure you, that is utterly impossible." "Remarkable. You are already contemplating the demise of your own team before the mission has even commenced." "Fury, you truly have a unique approach," Tony mocked once more. "Stark, Fury's actions are merely precautionary," the captain defended. "Oh, so you're now in support of Fury?" Tony's gaze turned hostile. "I do not endorse him, but extraordinary circumstances necessitate extraordinary measures." "Ah, extraordinary measures. What a delightful phrase. It appears you and he are indeed kindred spirits," Tony retorted, his anger morphing into sardonic laughter. "Today, he treats Banner this way. How can you be sure he won't do the same to you, or all of us in the future?" "I would never act against you," Fury asserted firmly. "Never? How can you say that? Banner is the first example." "Haha, you all are truly naive." Thor chuckled from the sidelines. "Big guy, enjoy your laughter while you can. Once you are confined in a cage, let us see if you can still find mirth." Tony added fuel to the fire. "What did you say? Who dares to imprison me?" Thor bristled with indignation. The argument reignited, the group oblivious to the search results displayed on the nearby computer screen. Just then, Natasha suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, a signal has appeared." Startled, Banner hurried over to investigate. "Goodness," he murmured, the location on the screen filling him with disbelief. Like a signal, a violent explosion erupted suddenly, shattering the entire room into chaos. The powerful shockwave sent everyone sprawling to the ground, with Natasha and Banner tumbling down to the next level. In the face of such a dire situation, all arguments were forgotten as everyone hurried to prepare themselves. The piercing alarm blared incessantly, urging all personnel aboard the ship to hasten to their designated stations. Fury shook his head and quickly rose from the ground, issuing a series of commands. He then turned to Rega and instructed him to check on Banner, hoping that no unforeseen incidents would occur. Rega nodded and tore through the floor to descend. However, it was already too late. Banner was in the throes of transformation, while Natasha stood nearby, desperately attempting to calm him. "Dr. Banner, you can do this. Control yourself, I assure you," Natasha implored anxiously. "Assure." At that moment, Banner's consciousness began to blur, rendering Natasha's words ineffective and only prompting a further metamorphosis. "Dr. Banner, you are forcing my hand." Upon uttering these words, Natasha extended her right hand, unleashing a torrent of icy cold that swiftly encased Banner within its grasp. "This is bad." Rega thought to himself, realizing that such a degree of ice would be utterly incapable of containing the Hulk and would only serve to enrage him further. Moreover, even if Natasha exerted her full strength, it would likely prove insufficient to restrain the Hulk, given his overwhelming power. Indeed, with a resounding crash, a towering green figure burst forth from the ice, unleashing a furious roar that reverberated throughout the entire aerial battleship. It appeared that combat was unavoidable. Gazing upon the green giant, Rega felt a heavy weight in his heart. Chapter 53. The True Scheme. Upon hearing Hulk's enraged roar, Loki allowed a faint smile to creep across his face. Loki may have been smiling, but Rega found no joy in the situation. The Hulk's immense form exuded an aura of intimidation, his bulging muscles brimming with explosive strength. His powerful arms were nearly as thick as Rega's waist, and the terrifying force he wielded could rend everything around him apart with a mere flick of his limbs. Natasha, you should leave this place and see what assistance they require. I will handle the Hulk, Rega stated, his gaze fixed intently on the creature before him. Can you manage alone? This is the Hulk we're talking about. Natasha expressed her concern. Have no fear if it comes to it. I shall simply toss him off the ship. After all, this fellow cannot die, Rega replied with feigned nonchalance. As if sensing Rega's mockery, the Hulk let out a deafening roar and charged forward. Run, Rega shouted, also rushing ahead. He clenched his right fist, channeling all his strength to meet the Hulk's blow head-on. Boom! The collision of their fists produced a violent explosion, sending steel fragments flying in all directions. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, obliterating the surrounding equipment. As Hulk's fist was halted by Rega's defense, his fury intensified, causing his form to swell even larger. With a swift left hook, he struck Rega, who was sent flying like a train had struck him, crashing through the wall behind him and leaving a sizable hole. Rega felt a wave of pain coursing through his body. He found it difficult to withstand the might of Hulk's fists. Shaking his head to regain his composure, he realized he was in an aircraft hangar and quickly turned over to rise once more. The personnel within the hangar were engrossed in their tasks when they suddenly witnessed a figure soaring through the wall, leaving them momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, they were gripped by terror as they observed Hulk tearing through the wall, prompting a frantic scramble for safety. Indeed, Hulk was formidable, and his punches felt as though they could shatter bones. Rega grimaced, rubbing his shoulder in discomfort. Hulk's extraordinary strength was renowned even in the Marvel Universe. In the films, he effortlessly obliterated a Chitauri battleship with a single blow, a feat that elicited awe from Rega. Even with his explosive abilities, he knew he was vastly outmatched. Clenching his fists and feeling the energy surging within, he took a moment to steady his breath. Although he could not defeat Hulk, fortunately, his objective was not to conquer, but to impede. Hulk, in a state of sheer rage, was consumed by thoughts of destruction. When Rega, who had just been struck by Hulk, rose once more, Hulk could not resist the urge to charge at him again with a deafening roar. Rega did not flinch. Instead, he propelled himself forward, gaining speed in an instant. He sidestepped Hulk's sweeping punch, finding the perfect opening to unleash his full force. With a resounding shout, he executed a powerful explosive punch that struck Hulk in the ribs, sending him hurtling backward and causing an adjacent aircraft to split in two. Hulk regained his balance, rubbing his aching ribs, his fury intensifying. He seized a wing of the aircraft and, with a mighty heave, hurled it at Rega like a whirling blade. Rega evaded the projectile, closing in on Hulk swiftly, and then leaped high into the air, positioning himself above Hulk. With both hands clenched tightly, he brought them crashing down. The thunderous explosion reverberated once more, creating a massive crater on the deck as Hulk was driven down to the lower level. Dust swirling around the gaping hole as Rega peered inside. Suddenly, a colossal green fist loomed large in his view as Hulk burst forth from the lower level, the thick steel deck crumpling like paper before him. Hulk's fist collided with Rega, smashing through the ceiling and propelling both of them to the main deck. Before Rega could regain his footing, Hulk seized him as one would a chick, flinging him out of the ship with tremendous force. Rega soared through the air, shattering the ship's glass as he flew outside. As he arced through the sky, Hulk clenched his fists in triumph, roaring to announce his victory, before turning his attention back to wreaking havoc on the ship. Watching the airborne aircraft carrier drift further away, Rega felt a sense of helplessness. Confronting Hulk had proven to be a grave miscalculation. Being discarded like refuse out of a window was a novel experience for him, but thankfully, he had mastered the art of flight. Otherwise, he would have met a dire fate. Rega twisted his body mid-air, halting his descent before quickly soaring back towards the ship. Hey, Hulk! Rega stood at the edge of the recent breach, calling out loudly. Hulk, engrossed in his struggle against Thor, paused in his actions. Curiosity piqued as he turned his head. Seizing the opportunity, Thor leapt high, delivering a knee strike to Hulk's back, causing him to lose his balance. Rega swiftly swooped in, muscles taut, and with a powerful heave, hurled Hulk out of the window. Unlike Rega, Hulk could not fly. Thus, he let out a thunderous roar of fury as he plummeted downward. Observing Rega's decisive action, Thor approached with concern, asking if everything was all right. No worries. That fellow won't perish, Rega replied, catching his breath. We should hasten to check on the others. Hearing Rega's words, Thor dismissed his worries, grasping his hammer and moving through the already dilapidated walls. While the duo dealt with Hulk, chaos reigned in the cockpit, amidst Barton's interference. Yet another engine of the aircraft carrier faltered. As Rega and Thor hurried down the corridor, the ship suddenly tilted alarmingly. This is bad. Another engine has gone out. Go assist Stark. He is likely in trouble, Rega instructed. And what about you? Thor inquired. I must seek out Loki. As his brother. It is my duty to find him, Thor responded. Thor, it is precisely because you are his brother that you should not confront him. I mean no offense, but your honesty could be your downfall. Loki is cunning, and I fear unforeseen consequences may arise, Rega cautioned. Thor, slightly abashed by the remark, nodded. Very well. You hurry to aid Stark. If that engine fails to restart, everyone aboard will be in peril. With a nod, Thor turned and departed. Loki, let me see what tricks you have left, Rega mused to himself as he swiftly approached the glass cage, discovering Loki seated within. Ah, you've arrived. I have been awaiting your presence, Loki greeted with a smile. Awaiting me? Rega replied, perplexed. Indeed, since you have made it here. I assume you have dealt with that beast. Loki continued with a grin, moving closer to the glass door. Had we been on solid ground, I might have considered surrender, but in the air, I have no fear of him. Although it took some effort, Hulk is indeed taken care of, Rega stated. So, you mean my brother has joined the fray? Loki raised an eyebrow. Rega ignored him. What is your true intention? Rega's expression darkened. Did you not foresee my little scheme? Loki taunted. Initially, I believed your aim was Hulk, but something seemed amiss, Rega replied. At this, Loki's smile grew ever wider. Leaning closer to the glass door, he remarked, You are correct. Hulk was merely a minor target. Then what is your grand objective? Rega stepped forward, locking his gaze with Loki's. My target is you, Loki whispered. What? Rega found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a series of melodic electronic chimes emanated from behind Rega, prompting him to turn around. Whereupon he discovered Barton standing at the control panel. Soon, a mechanical sound resonated, and to his incredulity, the glass door began to close slowly. Wait, closing? Was it just moments ago? A sense of dread washed over Rega. Loki's laughter grew more exuberant as he seized Rega by the collar and yanked him forcefully into the cage. In a swift motion, he slipped outside. By the time Rega managed to rise, the cage door had already shut. Observing Rega's astonished expression, Loki spread his hands, declaring, I told you, my aim is you. Chapter 54, Crisis. Loki stood outside the cage, reveling in the triumph of having ensnared Rega within it through a mere ruse. Such formidable combat prowess is seldom seen throughout Asgard, likely second only to my brother. Moreover, I possess a premonition that you shall grow rapidly and become even more formidable. Loki remained steadfast, gazing at Rega. As it turned out, my intuition proved accurate. What purpose do you have in confining me here? Do you intend to dispose of me? After the initial shock, Rega swiftly recalibrated his mindset. The most pressing concern was to extricate himself. Oh, I did entertain that notion, Loki chuckled. But that would be rather wasteful, wouldn't it? Rega appeared perplexed. Noticing Rega's confusion, Loki elucidated, you see, possessing such a powerful asset as you is far more beneficial than simply eliminating you. Do you truly believe you can control me, merely with that scepter in your hand? Rega scoffed. The scepter may indeed be powerful, yet you are separated from me by glass. It can only exert its influence upon direct contact. Rega approached the door, gently placing his hands upon it, and spoke slowly. And should you dare to touch me, I will ensure you comprehend the meaning of regret. In the face of Rega's threat, Loki remained utterly unfazed. He chuckled lightly and remarked, I am well aware of that. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, only my foolish brother could stand a chance against you. I'm certainly no match for you. Rega felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What was this fellow scheming? Loki paused, moved closer to the glass door, and softly stated, Fortunately, there exists more than one method to manipulate a person's psyche, especially someone of your ilk. Would you not agree? Winter Soldier. Rega's expression changed drastically. The title of Winter Soldier brought not only honor, but also anguish. To ensure absolute loyalty, each Winter Soldier had undergone brainwashing by Hydra, and Rega was no exception. Those words lingered in his mind like a haunting specter, a ticking time bomb ready to detonate at any moment. Although Rega had distanced himself from Hydra for some time, perhaps due to negligence or an instinctual aversion to recall those traumatic experiences, he had intentionally or unintentionally overlooked this matter, until Loki brought it up once more today. Damn it! Regret washed over Rega as he furiously pounded against the glass wall, cursing himself for not foreseeing the situation. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept in. How did Loki come to know of this? After all, he was an Asgardian and had no reason to concern himself with Hydra's affairs. Lifting his gaze, Rega caught sight of Barton beside the control console. Could he be the source? It was plausible, given that Barton was a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and as the Winter Soldier, such intelligence would not remain concealed from him. Furthermore, Loki's conspicuous interest in him made it clear that discovering a means to control the Winter Soldier would not pose much of a challenge. That wretched man. Clenching his fists, Rega prepared to force his way through the door. However, Loki wasted no time, immediately reciting those words. Desire, Rust 17. Dawn. Each Russian word tumbled from Loki's lips. The process of brainwashing was excruciating. It had been so in the past, and it remained so now. The moment those words reached him, memories surged forth, flooding his mind. Rega clasped his head in torment, letting out a desperate roar, his body crashing against the surroundings, causing the entire cage to tremble. His cries grew louder, his expression more agonized, as he relentlessly slammed against the walls, fissures cracking into their surfaces. One truck. Loki finished uttering the final word. At this point, Rega had calmed from his initial suffering and ceased his resistance. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Warrior? Loki inquired softly, a hint of uncertainty in his voice as he regarded the caged Rega. Slowly rising, Rega's gaze became vacant, staring ahead as he approached the now fractured glass door and mechanically uttered, I will obey the command. A satisfied smile spread across Loki's face. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Barton, who nodded and opened the hatch. As the door swung open, before Rega could react, Loki promptly touched his staff to Rega's chest, a blue light emanating from it, coursing up his neck until it reached his head, turning his eyes a piercing blue. Although Hydra's methods proved effective, Loki hoped for no unforeseen complications. With a chuckle, he retracted his staff. After this, Rega's previous stupor vanished, his eyes regaining their luster. Observing Rega, Loki nodded in satisfaction once more. Well then, let us commence our work. Barton, you will escort me from this place. As for you, Rega, Loki approached him again, scrutinizing him. You shall destroy everything here and eliminate everyone. Understood, Rega replied. No, this scene was witnessed by Natasha, who had hurriedly arrived, letting out a mournful cry. Having just received instructions from Fury, she was searching for Barton, intending to subdue him first, only to stumble upon this dire situation. Loki turned at the sound. Agent Romanoff, your timing is impeccable. While you may already be acquainted, allow me to reintroduce my new subordinate, Rega. Loki said with a beaming smile. You're seeking death. Natasha retorted coldly. This issue can be deliberated upon at a later time, but for now, you should focus on dealing with your beloved Rega. Loki remarked with a chuckle. Rega, eliminate her, he commanded, preparing to depart with Barton. Natasha's gaze turned icy. Barton, I will deal with you first. With that, she activated her abilities, vanishing in an instant to appear beside Loki and Barton, delivering a swift kick that sent Barton flying. He collided forcefully with a nearby steel pipe, his head twisting an unnatural angle as he lost consciousness. Natasha's display left Loki astounded. In his perception, she was merely an ordinary woman who had never exhibited any extraordinary abilities. This was hardly surprising, as Natasha's genetic enhancement had only recently occurred and remained undisclosed to the outside world, leaving everyone but Rega unaware of her newfound strength. Drawing the Edmund alloy dagger that Rega had gifted her from her leg, Natasha completely obstructed Loki's path, the razor-sharp blade mere inches from his face. Loki raised his hands, leaning slightly back, tilting his head as he said, I must admit, this is indeed unexpected. There are many unexpected occurrences today. You will not be leaving here, Natasha replied, her gaze piercing like a sword. Perhaps you are right, Loki shrugged, but unfortunately, Rega does not share your perspective. Before Loki could finish speaking, Rega suddenly materialized beside Natasha, delivering a punch that sent her flying. Observing the hole Natasha made upon crashing into the wall, Loki shook his head in disapproval. That was quite ruthless. Don't you think you were a tad excessive? Rega glanced at him. Enough with the jokes. We should leave promptly. Loki waved his hand, striding away with confidence. Chapter 55. A dazzling display. Rega swiftly escorted Loki to the flight deck, promptly arranging for him to board a Quinjet, enabling a rapid departure from the aerial mothership. As he watched Loki's aircraft recede into the distance, Rega turned and unleashed a powerful punch towards the deck behind him. A violent explosion erupted beneath him, creating a significant hole in the hardened flight deck, jagged cracks radiating outward from Rega's epicenter. This strike caused a tremendous tremor, immediately drawing Fury's attention to Rega's unusual behavior. This is bad. Rega might have fallen under Loki's control, Fury thought grimly, cursing the situation. Just as one Hulk departed, another harbinger of destruction had arrived. Damn Loki. Unaware of Fury's thoughts, Rega continued to wreak havoc upon the deck, which had become riddled with craters. His sights were now set on the aircraft on the deck, employing his fists, legs, knees, and elbows as instruments of assault. In a fit of fervor, he even launched his body at a plane, shattering it into two halves with sheer brute force. Sir, if this continues, Rega will completely obliterate this place. Hill exclaimed anxiously. I am aware, Fury replied solemnly. Stark, as soon as you finish over there, hurry back. We have a significant problem. I see it now. I'm on my way, Tony responded. Having witnessed Rega's unrestrained devastation on the screen, thanks to J.A.R.V.I.S. With the assistance of Thor, the engine was swiftly repaired, and he now stood unharmed beside him. Big guy, hurry over. Rega is likely under the control of that nefarious brother of yours, Tony urged. Thor, still bewildered by the unfolding events, promptly followed Tony into the fray. Rega, Natasha, having just endured a brutal blow from Rega that fractured several of her bones, found solace in her healing abilities, which allowed her to recover significantly in a short span. Following Fury's orders, she dashed to the flight deck. Upon witnessing Rega wreaking havoc, her fury ignited, and she shouted once more. Hearing Natasha's call, Rega halted and locked eyes with her, drawing the attention of everyone aboard. Suddenly, Rega moved, unleashing another punch towards Natasha. Watch out! Fury exclaimed from the cockpit, unaware of Natasha's capabilities, fearing that a second strike could be fatal for her. Seeing the emotionless determination in Rega's eyes as he charged at her, Natasha felt a pang of pain, her hatred for Loki intensifying. However, she resolved not to succumb easily. Her earlier lapse was due to distraction. Now, she understood that to restore Rega's sanity, she must first defeat him. As Rega closed in on her, just when it seemed her fate was sealed, Natasha's figure vanished, only to reappear behind Rega, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into a nearby aircraft, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Is this your new ability? Fury thought, a glimmer of realization in his eyes. Wow, quite impressive. When did you master that move? A flippant voice chimed in. Natasha turned to see Tony landing nearby, with Thor beside him, both visibly astonished by her display. Tony, this isn't the time for jokes. This version of Rega is formidable, Steve interjected as he approached, having received Fury's directive to arrive swiftly. Rega, observing the assembled group before him, smiled. Ah, everyone is here. Let us engage together then. With that, he beckoned Thor and the others with a flick of his finger. Though under Loki's influence, Rega's mind remained intact, and he was acutely aware that he could not overpower them in unison. Even Thor alone would be a challenge, not to mention the enraged Natasha, whose fearlessness he had engineered, fully aware of the terror that her freezing and teleportation abilities could unleash. Additionally, there was Iron Man, whose missiles might not affect him. But Rega understood the necessity of being cautious of his laser beams and physical attacks. And then there was Captain America. Though it might be harsh to admit, Rega did not regard him as a significant threat considering his current capabilities. Yet, Rega remained calm, for although he was outmatched, escape was certainly within his reach, given his ability to fly. Moreover, he held one crucial advantage, the S-H-I-E-L-D helicarrier. Once the situation turned unfavorable, he could disable 4 engines and cause this colossal steel beast to plummet within mere minutes. Natasha and her companions could hardly remain indifferent to such a crisis, and he would soon find himself disregarded. Additionally, Rega had another consideration. Ever since his strength had surged, he had not had the opportunity to test his newfound powers. The environment had not permitted it. If he unleashed his full might, the destructive force of each strike would create an overwhelming disturbance. Moreover, he could not find a suitable opponent. Though Thor was willing to spar, he was far away in Asgard, and when Hulk unleashed his fury, he struck with little restraint. Rega had no desire to seek out such torment. Opportunities like the present were indeed rare. In response to Rega's provocation, Thor could no longer contain himself and charged forward with his hammer raised. Rega swiftly leapt backward to evade the attack. However, before he could touch down, Tony Stark materialized beside him, delivering a solid punch to Rega's abdomen with his iron fist. This was not the end, as Rega's body was propelled uncontrollably backward. Natasha suddenly appeared at his side. He felt a chilling aura enveloping him, and before he could react, a powerful punch landed squarely on his face, sending him crashing into the side of a nearby aircraft, the immense force causing the fuselage to crumple. Rega extricated himself from the wreckage of the plane, half of his face and neck now encased in ice. He reached up to touch the icy layer, feeling its thickness, and couldn't help but smile. Natasha, you truly know how to strike hard. Natasha remained silent, aware that such an attack was trivial for Rega. Indeed, he twisted his neck and exaggeratedly grinned, causing the ice covering his face to shatter into fragments. Without a word, Natasha vanished once more. Observing this, Rega quickly dodged to the side. Just as he evaded, a massive ice blade materialized out of thin air, slicing through the air towards his previous position. The already damaged aircraft was cleaved in two, and the surrounding area was instantly enveloped in a frigid chill. The heavy ice blade crashed onto the flight deck, causing it to splinter, sending shards of ice flying in all directions, striking nearby planes, and producing a cacophony of sounds. Rega narrowly escaped the giant ice blade. Realizing how perilous the situation had become, it appeared Natasha was genuinely incensed, unleashing her most formidable abilities right from the outset. Yet, Natasha offered him no respite. Utilizing her teleportation skills, she reappeared behind him, a colossal ice sword forming silently, aimed directly at Rega. He twisted his body to evade the strike, and, seizing the moment as Natasha's attack had lost momentum, swiftly turned to deliver a punch that sent her sprawling. However, before he could catch his breath, Natasha reappeared before him once again, still wielding the imposing ice sword, her gaze fierce and unyielding. The weighty blade crashed against Rega's chest, and before he could utter a sound, he was driven deep into the deck. Natasha, empowered and relentless, flickered once more, materializing above Rega. With a deft motion, she grasped the sword hilt vertically, the blade pointing downward, and thrust it forcefully towards him. As the colossal, icy sword loomed larger in his sight, Rega's expression tightened, and an explosion of energy erupted from his being. The deck reverberated with a violent blast, shattering the ice sword conjured by Natasha's abilities, while she herself was propelled backward by the forceful shockwave, tracing an elegant arc through the air before plummeting from the aerial mothership. Yet, this setback posed no challenge for Natasha. Mere moments later, she reappeared before them, unfazed by the astonished gazes of the others, fixated intently on the gaping pit ahead, an aura of chilling energy radiating from her, eliciting furtive glances from Tony and the others. However, Tony's jesting remarks were met with a collective roll of the eyes. Be cautious, Stark. While Natasha's prowess exceeds our expectations, Rega is not to be trifled with. Should he unleash the same technique he employed against the destroyer, the fate of everyone aboard this vessel would be dire, Thor intoned gravely. In response, Tony exaggeratedly exclaimed, with Rega being so fearsome, I think it wise to keep my distance. Wouldn't you agree, Captain? The captain, equally astonished by Natasha's formidable display, pondered whether he had indeed fallen behind the times. This caliber of combat was beyond his capacity to engage. He reminisced about the days of World War II, when he was the mightiest scientific marvel. In this moment of distraction, the captain was abruptly brought back to reality by Tony's incessant calls. Hey, Captain, are you still with us? Indeed, I shall assist in restraining him. Thor tightened his grip on his hammer. Very well, let us proceed. Natasha, you are to divert Rega's attention first. Tony and the two of you will follow closely behind, aiding Natasha in subduing him. Loki remains outside. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable our situation becomes. He paused for a moment before adding, as for me, I will refrain from engaging in this battle and instead focus on coordinating the evacuation of this aircraft carrier while swiftly locating Loki. With that, the captain cast a serious glance at his companions, stating, I trust you all to execute this. The remaining three nodded solemnly in agreement. Thor swung his hammer, and blue lightning began to crackle. I will take the lead. Natasha, seek your opportunity. Natasha nodded and vanished once more, though their deliberations seemed prolonged. The passage of time was brief. As Rega emerged from the pit, having just regained his composure, he was met with Thor, who charged towards him, hammer in hand. The weight of Thor's hammer was formidable, and a strike would be no trifling matter. Yet Rega did not evade. He advanced to meet Thor head-on. Their collision ignited a fierce explosion, the deck beneath them fracturing into a distinct circular depression, while fierce winds surged forth, making it difficult for onlookers to maintain their footing. Thor was exhilarated. Rega indeed presented a worthy adversary. Crackling with electricity, Thor summoned additional strength, swiftly delivering a hammer strike upon Rega, and bellowed, "Now is the moment." Upon hearing Thor's words, Rhaegar was seized by an unsettling premonition. However, he was swiftly struck by Thor, leaving him momentarily disoriented and his body unresponsive. Just as he endeavored to regain control, Natasha suddenly appeared, embracing Rhaegar and vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Observing Natasha successfully relocate Rhaegar, Steve exhaled deeply and shouted, "Tony, Thor, hurry and assist Natasha. We shall handle things here." The two nodded in agreement and immediately took flight. Fury, stationed on the bridge, watched the entire sequence unfold with unwavering focus. His heart weighed heavily, not due to Rhaegar, but because of Natasha. Although Rhaegar had previously hinted that Natasha was no longer the same, the magnitude of her power leap was beyond his expectations. Currently, it appeared that Natasha possessed not only the ability to teleport, but also the capability to conjure ice at will. Furthermore, Rhaegar's punches were immensely powerful, as evidenced by the surrounding devastation. Yet Natasha had endured one of his strikes and reappeared unscathed, suggesting she might possess some form of accelerated regeneration. The more Fury contemplated, the graver his expression became. Each of Natasha's visible abilities was formidable on its own, but she now wielded 3 powers simultaneously. He pondered whether she had any additional abilities, and if so, the implications were truly daunting. He wondered where Rhaegar had acquired such capabilities. If S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed this kind of technology, many challenges would become considerably easier to navigate. Contemplating these matters, Fury sighed, recognizing that only Rhaegar held the key to this knowledge. Rhaegar would not readily share such advancements with S.H.I.E.L.D., yet he resolved to pursue every possible avenue. With his mind racing, Fury calculated every potential outcome, feeling an overwhelming allure towards this genetic technology that ignited a deep yearning within him. "Director, we must evacuate immediately," a clear and melodic voice interjected. It was Deputy Commander Hill. Chapter 56. Intense Battle with Rhaegar. Natasha clasped Rhaegar tightly, and, after a few swift flashes, they found themselves in a vast open space, far removed from the airborne mothership. Rhaegar was taken aback, realizing he was suspended in midair, surrounded by howling winds and drifting clouds, with the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft reduced to a mere in the distance. In a fit of rage and surprise, he drove his right knee forcefully into Natasha's abdomen. The impact caused Natasha to release her grip on Rhaegar, plummeting downward. However, thanks to her formidable regenerative abilities, she swiftly recovered and reappeared before Rhaegar, conjuring an ice block to stand upon, her gaze fixed intently on him. Rhaegar, witnessing Natasha clad in her sleek black attire, could not help but smile ironically in his fury. Indeed, she had become adept in her abilities. Facing her beloved, Natasha felt an overwhelming sorrow, intertwined with intense anger. The deep blue hue of Rhaegar's eyes, now a result of his control, was utterly repugnant to her. "Rhaegar, no matter what, I shall restore you. If words fail, then I shall resort to force." Natasha unsheathed the Edmund alloy dagger gifted to her by Rega, activating its powers as an ice blade gradually took form. Rega raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, it seems you possess a fair amount of confidence, Natasha. Allow me to test the extent of your abilities post-genetic enhancement." With that, he lunged toward her with remarkable speed. Natasha, perceiving the imminent threat, swiftly evaded. Yet the ice block where she had stood was pulverized by Rega's strike. Undeterred by the miss, Rega followed through with a powerful punch, unleashing a series of explosive detonations that enveloped Natasha, who was poised for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Tony and Thor were soaring through the skies, having been momentarily unable to keep pace with Natasha's rapid teleportation. Down below, the two had already engaged in combat. Thor exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting the fierce clash between Natasha and Rega amidst the unobstructed aerial view. "Understood. That Rega really knows how to make a scene. Thankfully, we managed to divert his attention," Tony muttered as he and Thor hastened their flight. They traversed the distance with astonishing speed, finally arriving at the scene of the intense battle. Natasha's figure flickered in and out of visibility, a spectral presence wielding her ice blade, leaving clear traces in the air. In contrast, Rega unleashed a torrent of explosive force with every strike, rendering Natasha's evasive maneuvers nearly futile. Had it not been for her extraordinary regenerative abilities, she would have succumbed to the onslaught long ago. Realizing Natasha was in dire straits and that Rega showed no signs of relenting, Thor hurled Mjolnir with great force, the hammer crackling with lightning as it hurtled toward Rega's back. Just as Rega prepared to launch another assault, he heard the rush of wind behind him, accompanied by the sharp crackle of thunder. He quickly pivoted, clenched his right fist, and retaliated with an explosive punch aimed at the incoming hammer. The collision sent him careening backward, while Mjolnir was also forcefully deflected by the ensuing blast. Thor! Rega's expression darkened. Moments later, Thor charged forward again, wielding his hammer. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha darted aside, conjuring an ice block to rest upon, gasping for breath. Tony, having arrived, hovered in the air, lifting his visor to observe the grim-faced Rega and the somewhat disheveled Natasha. With exaggerated mockery, he quipped, "Rega, you really know how to go all out. This is a lady we're talking about, not to mention your girlfriend." "Shut up, Stark, or you'll regret it," Rega growled. "Oh, I'm so terrified. Who will come to my rescue?" Tony feigned fear, placing his hands over his chest before abruptly closing his visor with a clang. "Come on, Rega." Rega silently contemplated, deciding to deal with Tony first. Compared to Natasha and Thor, Tony was the more manageable opponent. If he could incapacitate Tony's armor, the threat would diminish, and he would be left with only one adversary to contend with. Resolute in his determination, Rega swiftly charged towards Tony. Tony did not evade. He activated the thrusters at his feet, propelling himself forward to meet Rega. Confident in their respective strengths and eager for combat, both struck with formidable force. Rega's punch sent Tony flying a considerable distance, yet Tony's iron fist also dealt a significant blow to Rega. They staggered back but quickly regained their footing, resuming their fierce exchange. In the blink of an eye, they had engaged in dozens of clashes. "Sir, Mr. Rega's punches exceed our expectations. This approach is futile," Tony remarked, his armor now battered and his head somewhat dizzy. He blinked forcefully, realizing the armor was indeed outdated and lacked adequate protection. Unfazed by Tony's thoughts, Rega swiftly maneuvered beneath him and seized Tony's left foot. "This is bad," Tony thought as a sudden impact numbed his entire leg, only to discover that the thruster on his left foot had been damaged. With a grin, Rega relished his success in incapacitating one of Tony's legs and tightened his right fist, preparing to eliminate Tony's other foot. "Stark, I'm coming to assist you," Thor roared. Sensing the dire situation, Rega turned at the sound, spotting Thor charging with his hammer, prompting him to abandon Tony momentarily and charge at Thor instead. "Thor, I have long wished to engage you in battle," Rega shouted. "Likewise, Rega," Thor replied. Their collision unleashed a violent tempest, forcing Natasha, who was resting nearby, to shield her eyes. As one of Asgard's elite warriors, Thor's reputation resonated across the Nine Realms, and few could withstand his direct assault. Yet Rega did, igniting Thor's excitement. Although Thor's aerial maneuverability was limited, his strikes were no less formidable. "You truly are a formidable opponent. Come again," Thor exclaimed as he swung his hammer with tremendous force towards Rega. "Fear not," Rega retorted, swiftly countering with an upward kick that interrupted Thor's attack. Thor, undeterred, bent his left arm, driving his elbow with force against Rega's right leg. The two warriors, evenly matched, became increasingly exhilarated, their movements erratic yet powerful, escalating the intensity of the battle. Noticing that Thor was struggling to subdue Rega, Tony grew anxious. He soared into the fray, albeit somewhat unsteadily due to the loss of one thruster. Fortunately, the remaining thrusters remained intact. Otherwise, he would have seriously considered retreat. "Thor, we cannot afford to prolong this. It is detrimental to us," Tony urged. "What do you propose?" Thor responded, delivering a punch that sent Rega reeling. "Let us unite our might and deliver a decisive blow," Tony declared. Upon hearing this, Rega's eyes narrowed as he reappeared before Tony, poised to conclude the confrontation. However, just as he prepared to attack, he instinctively retreated, narrowly avoiding Natasha, who had just slashed at him with her adamantium dagger. The silvery dagger glimmered ominously, causing Rega's heart to tighten. Natasha had opted not to encase the dagger in ice this time. She wielded it bare in her hand. A single strike from it would be far more perilous than before. After a brief respite, Natasha had regained some composure, yet she was now at her limits. The battle against Rega had been exceedingly arduous, and the exertion from creating ice and utilizing her teleportation had drained her severely. Fortunately, her accelerated regeneration bolstered her physical condition. But the prolonged conflict was pushing her to the brink. If Rega did not succumb soon, she would plummet from the sky. "Your command, milady," Tony declared. Rega felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Natasha's approach had shifted from her earlier caution. Each strike now targeted Rega's vital points. The sharp adamantium dagger, combined with her teleportation ability, rendered Rega's situation perilous. "What is your plan?" Thor inquired, observing the unfolding battle. I have discerned that Rega exhibits a certain trepidation towards my laser beams. I intend to channel all my energy into a single, instantaneous discharge, Tony replied. Very well. I shall lend you my strength with lightning, Thor responded. With that, he pointed his hammer towards the sky, drawing in powerful blue lightning. Now, Tony shouted. Upon hearing his command, Thor aimed his hammer at Rega, who was preoccupied with Natasha's relentless assault. As Rega glanced up, he saw a massive bolt of lightning hurtling towards him, leaving him no option but to brace himself for the impact. Natasha, recognizing the imminent danger, swiftly teleported aside. Seeing that Thor had ensnared Rega, Tony commanded J.A.R.V. Ice to funnel all available energy into his arms. He then brought his hands together, unleashing two colossal beams of yellow laser towards Rega. Under the dual onslaught, Rega struggled to marshal his remaining energy. First, he had battled Natasha, then Tony, and now he faced Thor's relentless barrage. The ceaseless onslaught had nearly depleted his strength, and the overwhelming dual attack left him unable to endure any longer. Thor and Tony continued to pour forth their energies, intensifying the pressure on Rega. Ultimately, with a defiant roar, Rega managed to disperse their attacks, but he succumbed to exhaustion, plummeting downward. Natasha, witnessing this, immediately soared upwards, catching him and placing him upon a hovering block of ice. Tony and Thor exhaled in relief upon seeing Rega unconscious. Although it had required considerable effort, the outcome brought them satisfaction. No problem, Thor nodded, grasping both Rega and Natasha before soaring toward the S.H.L.D. aircraft carrier with his hammer raised aloft. Chapter 57, Preparation. In a daze, Rega heard someone calling his name. He inhaled deeply, attempting to move and sit up, only to discover that his limbs were tightly bound to the bed. As he strained to open his eyes wider and survey his surroundings, Rega realized he was confined within a glass cage, suddenly coming to the realization that he had been granted the same treatment as the Hulk residing in his quarters. Rega, Rega, a few gentle calls echoed once more. Following the sound, Rega saw Natasha standing outside. Natasha, Rega's voice was like fire, laboriously forcing out a few words from the depths of his throat, his tone wavering. How are you feeling? Natasha inquired, stepping closer and speaking through the glass. Not great. I was a bit careless this time, Rega sighed, his words still somewhat fragmented. Why is this happening? With your strength, Loki shouldn't be able to control you. Seeing that Rega had returned to a semblance of normalcy, Natasha approached the control panel and pressed several buttons. With a mechanical whir, the heavy glass door slowly opened. Because I'm a winter soldier, Rega admitted, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Natasha immediately understood. Barton was aware of it, and she, of course, had heard of this phenomenon, though the specifics eluded her. Then Loki discovered this and used it to control you, Natasha remarked. How'd he find out? Did you forget about Barton? Natasha suddenly recalled, realizing she had overlooked this detail. With Barton's insight, it would not be difficult for Loki, given his capabilities and intent, to uncover this method. Rega sighed again. The Hydra brainwashing techniques combined with that scepter are insurmountable, even for me. Natasha stepped forward, assisting Rega in removing the restraints. Then helped him sit up. Are you all right? She asked, sitting at the edge of the bed. Rega inhaled deeply. I'm fine. It's just that my powers have been growing too rapidly lately, and I've become somewhat overconfident. Natasha smiled at his words. This lesson will surely be etched in your memory. More than just etched. It's truly unforgettable. Rega shook his head, still feeling a bit dizzy, then asked, how did you help me recover? To be precise, it was a joint effort by Tony, Thor, and myself, Natasha replied with a smile. 3 against 1, you truly went all out. It's a pity I can't recall much of what happened before. Indeed, you certainly made quite an impression, Natasha said with a smirk. Rega chuckled helplessly and then raised his head to inquire. I caused quite a problem for everyone, didn't I? Hey, that's not your fault. It's all Loki's doing. Natasha reassured him gently. We'll soon go after him to settle the score. Rega closed his eyes and nodded slightly, no longer dwelling on the matter. What about Fury? I imagine his expression isn't too pleasant, right? Rega smirked at the thought of Fury's reaction. Natasha chuckled. You'll find out once you go outside. The entire aircraft carrier is practically in shambles because of you. Rega shrugged. Did your performance astonish him as well? He asked again. Many were quite surprised, Natasha replied. Rega, upon hearing this, appeared rather pleased. Fury didn't ask how you acquired these abilities, did he? Well, let him come. I certainly won't divulge anything, Rega said nonchalantly. The matter of mutant gene synthesis is of paramount importance, and, fundamentally, it is not something that merits public endorsement. Naturally, Fury does not experience any moral discomfort. The primary concern lies in the potential escalation of the situation, which could become exceedingly difficult to manage. Should the mutants catch wind of this, particularly Magneto's Brotherhood and the X-Men led by Professor Charles, Rega would find himself embroiled in significant trouble. By the way, what a Barton! Rega suddenly recalled that fellow. He had long since recovered and was now eagerly preparing to exact vengeance on Loki. Just then, Rega heard a cough, and upon leaning forward, he spotted Barton approaching. Rega, how are you feeling? Barton inquired. Not too bad. I didn't expect your recovery to surpass mine, Rega replied. After all, I was the one who was knocked out first, so of course my recovery would be slower, Barton quipped. Rega and Natasha chuckled at this, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Though our first encounter was rather unpleasant, we now share a common experience, Rega remarked. Indeed, but had I known you and Natasha would end up together, even if it had been more contentious, I would have relished the chance to spar with you first, Barton laughed. You would not stand a chance against me, Rega chuckled. Could you be a tad more diplomatic? Barton sighed in resignation. The captain sent me to inform you that if you are ready, we shall depart. Where to? Natasha asked. To find Loki, Rega stated, rising to his feet and nodding in agreement as he followed Barton and Natasha outside. Upon reaching the deck, Rega was struck by the extent of the destruction he had wrought. The entire deck lay in ruins. Conventional fighter jets could no longer take off or land, leaving only a few vertical takeoff-capable Quinjet fighters available for use. Rega smiled wryly. Captain, I apologize for the trouble. I'm fine. It's these fellows who are in a predicament, the captain remarked, gesturing to Thor beside him. Rega, I'm glad to see you recovered, Thor said with a smile. Next time, we must have a proper duel. Absolutely, Rega thought, looking forward to it. Loki is at Stark Tower. Tony has already gone ahead. Let us prepare to depart immediately, the captain instructed. The group nodded, and soon, a Quinjet soared through the skies, carrying Rega, Thor, Natasha, the captain, and Barton toward Stark Tower. Chapter 58, The Great Battle. Look quickly, what is that? During their flight aboard the Quinjet, Barton spotted an anomaly from afar. My goodness, the captain said, his expression grave and serious. A massive blue energy beam erupted from the top of Stark Tower, opening a vast wormhole in the sky. The deep blue energy against the black cosmic backdrop was vividly visible even from such a distance. Simultaneously, small entities began to pour through the wormhole, heading towards all corners of New York. Rega sighed inwardly, realizing they were a step too late. Loki had already activated the space bridge, and the Chitauri army was commencing its rampage in Manhattan. We need to accelerate our pace, Natasha urged swiftly. The flames emitted by the engine flared once more, propelling the Quinjet through the skies at an accelerated pace. Stark Tower loomed ahead, and Captain America, along with his comrades, gazed through the cockpit glass, witnessing the chaos unfolding below with clarity. A horde of grotesque extraterrestrial beings descended from the heavens, their shrieks piercing the air, brandishing energy weapons that unleashed havoc upon their surroundings. Numerous structures lay in ruins, flames erupted from the ground, and the populace, in a state of panic, screamed as they scrambled for safety. Were these monstrosities summoned by Loki? What a detestable wretch he is. Natasha clenched her fist. What are you waiting for? Why the delay? A voice crackled through the intercom, intertwined with the growls of Chitauri soldiers and the cacophony of explosions. Tony, not everyone possesses your swiftness, the captain retorted. We need assistance immediately. These creatures are multiplying. Tony's voice betrayed his urgency. Despite his usual flippancy, he remained dependable when it truly mattered. Hold on. We're on our way, the captain replied, surveying the terrain before gesturing. Let us land over there. We need to be on the ground. Shortly after they exited the cabin, Banner arrived, astride a battered motorcycle. Dr. Banner, you made it, Rega nodded. I apologize for earlier. No harm done. Thankfully you tossed me out. Or the crew would have been in peril, Banner smiled, waving it off, then added, the situation appears dire. We can handle any adversity, the captain asserted resolutely, glancing around. Because we are here. Natasha's words ignited a surge of confidence within Rega, Thor, Natasha, Barton, and Banner. As long as they stood together, what were the Chitauri? You still have time for banter? I brought everyone along, Tony remarked, swooping down rapidly, pursued by a Chitauri biotransport ship of colossal proportions. Even Thor, who was accustomed to traversing the 9 realms, seldom encountered such a creature, let alone others. Rega had only glimpsed it on film, and witnessing it in reality was an entirely different experience. The palpable sense of oppression and menace was beyond cinematic portrayal. This is utterly massive, Barton exclaimed, cursing under his breath. Banner, undeterred by the approaching behemoth, turned and smiled gently. I'll take care of the trouble I caused earlier. As his words settled in the air, Banner's form expanded dramatically within a breath, transforming from a timid scientist into the fearsome Hulk. Confronting the looming biowarship, he clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow to its head, the sheer force of his strike sending it crashing to the ground. In a display of raw strength, Hulk flattened the creature's skull with a single punch, its massive body plummeting from the sky, resulting in a tremendous explosion upon impact. The Chitauri were witnessing, for the first time, the annihilation of their main forces in such a manner, inciting a chorus of furious roars from their ranks. Thor and his companions were equally defiant, vocally challenging the surrounding Chitauri soldiers, especially Hulk, whose deep voice resonated with formidable intensity. Loki, observing the Avengers from above, remarked with indifference, "Send the rest out." Giant bioships began to surge from the wormhole in droves. The sudden appearance of numerous colossal creatures in the sky heightened everyone's anxiety. "Captain, what shall we do now?" Tony inquired, recognizing his leader with the address. "Barton, you scout from a high vantage point. Thor, use your lightning to hold them back. Tony, maintain aerial suppression and control the battlefield. Natasha, with your teleportation ability, assist in dealing with those lesser foes while ensuring the safety of civilians. This neighborhood is under attack, and I will seek the local police to help evacuate and protect the populace. Rega and Hulk, it's up to you to showcase your prowess. Keep each other informed and provide mutual support." The captain wasted no time in delineating their roles, demonstrating commendable combat proficiency befitting his title. Everyone nodded in understanding. "Very well. Let's make these monsters realize that coming here was their gravest mistake," the captain declared with fervor. With Hulk's roar, the battle commenced. Although Rega had yet to fully recover, he found it trivial to contend with the Chitauri foot soldiers. Hulk could fell a bioship with a single blow, and while Rega was not yet at that level, his combat style appeared far more brutal. Facing the rampaging beast ahead, Rega grit his teeth. "I shall deal with you first." The adversary seemed to sense Rega's intent, charging forward with a thunderous roar, demolishing buildings in its path. Rega gradually lifted off the ground, bending slightly at the waist, and repositioned his right foot back to hover in the air. He then began to gather power in his right fist, watching as the foe drew closer. The creature let out another deafening roar, and at that moment, Rega, with eyes ablaze, shouted fiercely, springing off the ground as if shattering an invisible wall, surging towards his opponent with explosive speed. Within mere seconds, Rega reached the beast, plunging directly into its gaping maw. Immediately thereafter, a long-prepared explosive punch detonated within the creature's mouth, causing its grotesque head to erupt like a watermelon struck by a bullet, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. After obliterating its head, Rega unleashed a barrage of punches into the creature's torso, unleashing a series of violent explosions that tore its body apart. The headless carcass swiftly transformed into a multitude of flesh chunks, raining down from the sky. Such a frenzied spectacle left all witnesses in awe, their eyes twitching involuntarily. "Goodness, Rega is extraordinarily brutal," Tony remarked, "but I must admit, I like it." The others could only shake their heads. After all, Rega had been under control moments ago, and now, with his spirits low, he required an outlet for his frustrations, leaving the unfortunate adversary to suffer the consequences. After dispatching one, Rega hurriedly sought another biological transport vessel. At this moment, Chitauri soldiers surrounded him from all directions. Even with Rega's formidable strength, it was impossible to eliminate all foes in a brief span. Directly in front of him stood several Chitauri soldiers. Just as Rega prepared to soar over and vanquish them, a glaring white cord unexpectedly shot forth from an unknown source, ensnaring the soldiers midair before they could react. The little spider had also arrived, prompting a smile from Rega. "Hey, my friend, how could you not invite me? I had to hear about it on the news before coming." Looking up, he spotted Peter, clad in a red and blue suit, waving from the side of a building. He chuckled, acknowledging the suddenness of the event. Peter executed a somersault and descended. The situation appeared dire. These are Chitauri, not the most amiable of beings." Peter approached one of the Chitauri soldiers he had ensnared, who was furiously shouting, "Ugh, they truly are hideous. How can they bear to exist looking like that? If all aliens resembled them, I'd prefer to avoid contact entirely." He was exasperated by the soldiers' incessant yelling. Hearing the Chitauri continue their raucous shouts, Peter shot another strand of webbing, sealing their mouths. Then, he feigned listening intently. "What did you say?" "Sorry, I can't hear you." Observing Peter's antics, Rega could only shake his head in resignation. "Who is that?" a female voice inquired. With her ability to teleport, Natasha appeared almost ghostly. That's Peter, a friend, Rega responded. He seems rather talkative. As Peter continued to jest with the Chitauri, Natasha felt a few dark lines form on her forehead. This was a battlefield. And he had the audacity to be a chatterbox? Yes, that's just how he is. There's no helping it, Rega replied with a grin. Hey, they really are annoying, oh. Pardon me, I didn't see you there. May I ask who this lady is? Peter suddenly leaped over, noticing the striking woman in black beside Rega. This is my girlfriend, Natasha. Natasha, this is Peter, Rega introduced with a smile. Hello, Natasha replied with a slight smile. Oh, hello. Peter exclaimed animatedly. I'm Peter Parker, but everyone calls me Spider-Man. I live in New York, but not in Manhattan. I'm from Queens. Natasha shot Rega a look filled with intrigue. Speaking of which, Peter resumed his chatter about the previous creatures. We really need to hurry. It would be disastrous if Aunt May found out. He rested his chin on his hand. Rega shook his head. After swiftly dispatching a few more Chitauri soldiers that charged at him, Peter inquired, Hey, what do you think we should do? They have numerous massive transport vessels. I know. I saw them earlier. Dealing with those creatures could be quite troublesome, Rega acknowledged. I shall deal with them. You take care of the foot soldiers and do what you do best. If you see anyone in peril, simply rescue them, Rega instructed. Hey, no problem. I promise to complete the task, Peter replied, his fingers on his right hand coming together as he performed a comical salute. Off I go. Your friend is quite amusing, Natasha chuckled. Though somewhat loquacious, he is undeniably reliable. Rega, with a swift punch, sent a nearby Chitauri soldier flying before continuing. Let us move. Chapter 59, Conclusion. Without hesitation, Natasha drew her adamantium dagger, swiftly forming an icy blade. In a flash, she cleaved a Chitauri soldier in two. Yet, more and more Chitauri soldiers surged forth from the passage, appearing to be inexhaustible. Their numbers seemed to multiply rather than diminish. This is far too inefficient, Natasha remarked, slicing another foot soldier in half. Observing the relentless chaos wrought by the creatures, she felt a surge of urgency. Tony, are there any civilians left on this street? She called out. None. The civilians have all been evacuated. The captain is over there, overseeing them with the police, Tony replied swiftly. What do you intend to do? A glimmer of blue light flickered in Natasha's eyes. No civilians? That is excellent. She descended from the air, landing in the center of the street, now entirely occupied by Chitauri soldiers. They swarmed around her the moment she touched down. Natasha sheathed her dagger, crouched down, and gently placed her hands on the ground. Slowly closing her eyes, an invisible wave of energy began to coalesce around her, causing the Chitauri soldiers to feel a sense of unease. Nevertheless, they continued to roar and charge at her. At that moment, Natasha abruptly opened her eyes, which had transformed into a brilliant ice blue. From her, as the epicenter, a thick layer of ice rapidly spread outward, instantly freezing the first wave of Chitauri soldiers into ice sculptures. Yet the ice did not cease. It seemed to possess a life of its own, expanding at an astonishing speed. Within mere breaths, the entire street was enveloped in frost, unveiling a crystalline world. The ice covered not only the street, but also parts of nearby buildings, encasing all the Chitauri soldiers in ice, their expressions of terror frozen in time. Suddenly, the street fell into an eerie silence, starkly contrasting with the chaos elsewhere. If Rega had brought about brutality, Natasha's arrival summoned an overwhelming sense of dread. Standing amidst the icy expanse, clad in her black attire, she inspired awe. With a deep breath, Natasha slowly rose, but her legs faltered beneath her, causing her to stumble towards the ground. Such a wide-ranging attack drained her considerably. Even in her prime, she could hardly sustain several of them, let alone after expending so much energy. Just as she was about to fall, Rega appeared at her side, catching her in his arms. Your actions are utterly reckless. How can such a widespread assault be unleashed so carelessly? Natasha turned to survey the snow-laden streets, where countless Chitauri soldiers lay frozen, a smile gracing her lips without uttering a word. Very well, you should rest. I will handle the rest. Rega gently lowered Natasha to the ground, planting a kiss on her forehead. That accursed woman. Loki, witnessing Natasha's remarkable feat, was consumed by a mix of fury and astonishment. Wow, Natasha, where did you learn that trick? Tony exclaimed as he observed the frozen streets from above, his voice filled with excitement. Haha, truly impressive. It seems I underestimated Earth in the past, Thor laughed heartily. We need to find a way to close that portal. Natasha's voice was faint. Yes, I understand. Do not worry, I will take care of everything. With that, Rega soared into the sky, his target set on Loki. Loki! At the sound of that furious roar, Loki was filled with dread. He was still at Stark Tower, having felt a sense of foreboding from Natasha's recent large-scale attack, and was preparing to relocate. He did not anticipate Rega's swift approach. Without a hint of deceleration, Rega launched himself at Loki, arms outstretched in the classic superhero flying pose, colliding with Loki's abdomen and propelling him through numerous walls before finally halting. Loki felt his insides churn violently, pain radiating throughout his body. Yet the formidable constitution of an Asgardian ensured he remained alive, clutching his abdomen with one hand and struggling to steady himself on the ground with the other. He rose with great effort. Rega stood before him, his gaze icy. "Rega, you." Before Loki could finish, Rega seized his arm, swinging him like a lifeless serpent, crashing him into the ground, creating deep craters around them. After being hurled multiple times, Rega, still not satisfied, lifted Loki and spun him in the air a few times before flinging him like a heavy hammer into a nearby building. After colliding with several walls, Loki found himself trapped beneath a pile of bricks. Having completed this, Rega exhaled deeply, conceding that the sensation was quite exhilarating. He slowly retrieved the scepter that had fallen to the ground, preparing to bring this to a close. However, matters seldom proceed without complications. On the computer screen in the conference room of the helicarrier, 5 individuals of varying ages and genders appeared. They were members of the World Council. Director Fury. "The Council has made its decision," one of the women stated. "I am aware the Council has decided, yet considering the absurdity of this decision, I choose to disregard it." Fury replied, his irritation palpable. "Director Fury, your worship is the closest. Dispatch a fighter," a silver-haired council member suggested, knowing that if Rega were present, he would recognize her as a high-ranking Hydra leader. "That is Manhattan, Counselor," Fury interrupted loudly. "Unless my team cannot withstand it, I will not order a nuclear strike against civilians. If you do not give the order, we are finished," the opposing member retorted angrily. "If we launch a nuclear missile, that would indeed be the end," Fury scoffed, then closed the dialogue box. "Commander, an aircraft is preparing for takeoff." Hill suddenly discovered the situation and immediately reported loudly. "Damn it," Fury cursed under his breath, swiftly shouldering a rocket launcher and sprinting outside. With a thunderous roar, he destroyed the aircraft's engine. However, he did not anticipate that another one had also taken off suddenly. It was too late to intercept it now. "Damn it," Fury cursed again, then promptly pressed the communicator at his ear. "Stark, an aircraft carrying a nuclear bomb is heading your way." "How long?" Tony inquired, fending off the Chitauri attackers. "At most 3 minutes. Think of something. If it explodes, it will obliterate all of Manhattan." "Got it. Everyone, an aircraft carrying a nuclear bomb is approaching us." Tony shouted to everyone. "What?" The crowd thought they had misheard. Were they insane? This place was filled with civilians. How could they possibly use a nuclear bomb? Damn Hydra. Rega couldn't help but curse. These guys just wouldn't go away. "Tony, are you sure?" the captain asked, equally taken aback. Fury himself said so. "We have less than 3 minutes." Tony replied. "What should we do?" "I'll intercept it." Without waiting for the others to respond, Tony shot out into the air. "Be careful," the captain urged. "I'll help you," Rega shouted, following closely behind. The two soared through the sky, and, in the distance, they spotted a missile trailing a long plume of fire. Upon seeing it, Tony accelerated. The missile was fast. Before he could react, it whizzed past him. He immediately turned in midair and swiftly pursued it. Rega, not as fast, lagged behind Tony. Seeing the missile approaching, he quickly summoned all his energy, seized it, and lifted it upwards with all his might. "Take it there," Rega signaled to Tony, then asked, "Barton, are you ready?" "Ready," came Barton's voice. Earlier, Rega had thrown the scepter to Barton and instructed him on how to close the portal. "Hold on, wait for my command." At that moment, Tony shouted, "Rega, leave the rest to me. You can't enter space, but I can stay up briefly with my armor." "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Rega shouted back, exerting himself to hoist the nuclear bomb towards the wormhole. Under the watchful gaze of the world, the two carried the bomb into space. Just as they passed through the entrance, Rega felt a bone-chilling cold wash over him, pain coursing through his body. Glaring at the Chitauri base looming ahead, Rega roared, and together with Tony, they pushed the nuclear bomb forward with even greater force. A brilliant explosion erupted against the cosmos' dark backdrop as the Chitauri base was engulfed in flames. Immediately, all Chitauri soldiers on the ground collapsed as if cut off from power, leaving those ready for battle in a state of confusion. They succeeded. The captain, bloodied and bruised, looked around at the scene with a sense of relief. Once the two emerged from the passage, Barton unhesitatingly aimed Loki's scepter at the Tesseract. In an instant, the colossal beam of light that spanned the heavens vanished without a trace, and the portal in the sky swiftly closed. Thor smiled as he observed Rega and Tony, feeling a deeper admiration for Rega, while his impression of Tony had also significantly improved. Although both were in a dire state, their collaboration allowed them to retain consciousness. Particularly, thanks to Rega's assistance, Tony's armor still had enough energy to sustain flight. With one hand resting on Tony's shoulder, Rega slowly descended from the sky. Concerned, the others rushed over to check on them, and upon seeing that both were unharmed, they collectively exhaled in relief. It was over. The captain patted Rega on the shoulder, his tone filled with respect. "Ah, it is finally over," Rega smiled before closing his eyes and fainting. Chapter 60. The Spell. Following the battle in New York, Rega took the rare opportunity to rest for a few days. Since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, he felt he had scarcely had a moment of respite, first dealing with Stark, then with Spider-Man and the Lizard, followed by encounters with mutants and Natasha, and then Loki and the Chitauri. It had been a relentless cycle, and even Rega felt a tinge of exhaustion. Now, with the conclusion of the New York battle, he prepared to take the time to recuperate. The impact of the New York battle on the world was monumental. Humanity had come to a profound realization that they were not the sole intelligent beings, for the universe was teeming with countless races, not all of whom were benevolent. The Avengers, who had shone brightly during the conflict, became the focal point of public discourse. Some regarded them as idols, believing them to be heroes saving the world, while others viewed them as a looming threat, asserting that such power should be contained. As the only female among them, Natasha garnered the largest fan base with her astonishing feat of freezing an entire street single-handedly. Additionally, Rega attracted many followers due to his violent destruction of the Chitauri transport ships. His combat style, striking with such force that it resulted in violent explosions, was both ferocious and imbued with a unique aesthetic, igniting a fervor in many, who yearned to join the fray themselves. Consequently, Rega earned the moniker Explosion Brother. Iron Man, of course, needed no introduction, as he already had a considerable fan following. Spider-Man, too, gained recognition for his exceptional performance, finally receiving an olive branch from S.H.I.L.D. that allowed him to escape his financial struggles. The Captain, Hawkeye, and Thor also attracted significant attention. Even the Hulk found himself with a following, as the once menacing green giant became endearingly perceived in the eyes of many. Though the outside world buzzed with excitement, Rega and his companions remained largely unaffected. However, upon learning of his nickname, Rega felt a sense of resignation. He had envisioned a cool, imposing title befitting of his prowess, yet found himself branded with something so trivial. Reflecting on the fact that the illustrious Winter Soldier was associated with such a moniker left him at a loss for words. Despite the absence of extraterrestrial troubles and the absence of anyone urging him to labor, Rega remained industrious, for he had more pressing matters at hand. "Are you certain?" Natasha inquired, holding a Russian dictionary. The memory of being controlled during the Battle of New York weighed heavily upon Rega's heart, a burden that others attributed to Loki's scepter, yet only he and Natasha knew the true reason behind it. Indeed, those damned words possess a considerable influence. I must find a way to resolve this issue swiftly. Rega's gaze turned icy as he recalled the trembling that overcame him when he marked those words in the dictionary with pencil just days prior. He found it impossible to articulate those terms, and even writing them provoked discomfort. This method was the only means he had to convey his struggle to Natasha. It was then that Natasha truly grasped the profound impact Hydra had on Rega. "There is someone who could assist us, though I'm not entirely confident in him." Rega pondered, thinking of Professor X, who could likely resolve this dilemma with relative ease, given his expertise. Yet, Rega hesitated to entrust his mind entirely to the professor. The risk was simply too great, not only for himself, but for the professor as well. Natasha nodded, acknowledging the necessity of avoiding any risks. A single misstep could prove disastrous. "Therefore, the best and most feasible approach I can conceive of is you." Rega lifted his gaze. "You will articulate these words, one by one, gradually fortifying my resistance against them. Is that acceptable?" Natasha expressed her concern. "Whether it works or not remains to be seen. Besides, even if I truly succumb to control, it would be at your hands," Rega replied with a faint smile. Natasha, upon hearing his words, squinted her eyes with a smile of her own. "Very well, since we have reached a consensus, let us commence. We shall begin with the first word today. Desire?" Natasha softly uttered. At the moment Natasha spoke, a command emanating from the depths of Rega's soul surged through him with an irresistible authority. He immediately clenched his jaw, shut his eyes, and tightened his fists, taking deep breaths as he struggled against the sensation. After a considerable period, under Natasha's worried gaze, he gradually regained his composure and slowly opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" Natasha inquired. "Not too bad, it has passed. After all, it was merely one word, and its power was manageable." Rega exhaled deeply. "Let us pause for now. We can continue later," Natasha suggested gently, recognizing that this was a process requiring patience. Rega nodded. "You are right. Although I long to resolve this issue immediately, such matters cannot be rushed." He understood that this approach was merely a temporary fix, a way to bolster his mental fortitude through relentless practice, thus gaining some resistance against those words, yet it ultimately could not address the root of the problem. Hydra indeed possesses a remarkable arsenal for mental manipulation. The series of trigger words associated with controlling the Winter Soldier cannot merely be erased or forgotten. For each trigger word carries a plethora of associated memories. For instance, for the Winter Soldier, the term desire serves as a command. Should this word be eliminated, he would forget all memories and emotions tied to desire, a terrifying outcome for any individual. However, Rega suddenly recollected a hero who emerged later in the Marvel Universe, Black Panther, whose homeland, Wakanda, is renowned for its advanced technology. It is conceivable that they could offer assistance, especially since Bucky, the Winter Soldier, later sought treatment there. Nevertheless, the paramount issue is Rega's identity as a traveler. He harbors mistrust towards anyone who might delve into his mind, not even Natasha. Thus, this avenue is rendered unfeasible. As it stands, only a select few high-ranking officials within Hydra are aware of the Winter Soldier's brainwashing system. Previously, aboard the helicarrier, they were unable to thwart Loki in time due to confinement. Otherwise, controlling Rega through incantations would be nearly impossible for an ordinary individual. However, contemplating the series of tasks he must undertake in the future, the issue of control remains a vexation. "What troubles you?" Natasha inquired softly, noticing Rega's furrowed brow. "Matters concerning Hydra," he replied. "What is it?" "Nothing, merely that this organization vexes me greatly, and I wish to see it eradicated swiftly," Rega replied with a faint smile. Weaving a lie. In truth, he had just recalled the scepter Loki brought to Earth. After the Battle of New York, he had fainted and failed to seize the scepter immediately. Upon his return, he discovered it had fallen into Hydra's possession, likely being used for human experimentation to create individuals with powers like Wanda and Quicksilver. Hydra is a formidable entity. You cannot dismantle it alone. I am aware. Yet with your assistance and a measure of patience, I shall persevere. Thus, your next objective is to confront Hydra? Natasha asked. Indeed, it is a personal obsession. Until Hydra is vanquished, I shall find no peace. Rega's voice took on a cold tone. What is your plan? I shall commence with the simpler tasks. There are many infiltrators within S.H.I.L.D. Chapter 61. Pierce Alexander Pierce has recently been feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. As the former director of S.H.I.L.D., a premier agent and one of Hydra's current leaders, he has keenly sensed unusual signs, a feeling that has intensified in the aftermath of the New York incident. Recently, Jasper Sitwell was summoned by Nick Fury for a discussion. Although Sitwell later claimed it was merely a routine meeting and arrangements, Pierce could not shake the unsettling feeling that lingered in his mind. A palpable tension began to permeate within the ranks of S.H.I.L.D. While the layperson might attribute this to the ramifications of the Battle of New York, after all, it marked the first instance of Earth confronting a large-scale extraterrestrial invasion in S.H.I.L.D.'s inaugural engagement with alien adversaries. Pierce harbored a different perspective. A storm was brewing beneath the calm surface, with dark currents surging ominously. Although Sitwell was not particularly significant, he was a capable subordinate, astute and obedient, making him quite convenient to employ. Furthermore, considerable effort had been invested in his recruitment. And with Sitwell now holding a respectable rank, losing him easily would be disheartening. This individual functioned like a machine, embodying absolute rationality, to the point of being deemed cold-hearted. He was the type who would sacrifice an entire city to secure victory in a war. While Sitwell was indeed an accomplished agent, he paled in comparison to Fury. As Pierce's confidant, Sitwell possessed an abundance of secrets pertaining to Hydra. One could only imagine what Fury might extract from him if Sitwell were to utter an indiscreet word. It could inflict immeasurable damage not just on himself, but on Hydra as well. Had Fury already sensed something amiss? Or had he inadvertently exposed himself? After years of meticulous caution, it seemed improbable that he would falter now, especially during this critical phase of the Inside Initiative, where any misstep was intolerable. 3 aircraft carriers were on the verge of completion, requiring only final adjustments before they could be operational. He had initially believed there was ample time. It appeared that the timeline now needed to be expedited. With this thought, he pressed a button on his phone, and the secretary entered. She informed Fury that the construction of the InSight carriers had been excessively delayed, and the World Security Council was growing displeased, necessitating an acceleration of progress to finalize the remaining tasks. Merely speeding up the construction of the carriers was insufficient. They also needed to be launched promptly, which required the approval of the World Security Council. However, these politicians were unlikely to comply with his desires without a degree of finesse. Pierce settled into his chair, contemplating his next course of action. His current advantage lay in his continued membership on the World Security Council. Should Fury truly become aware of something awry, he could not act against him immediately, as sufficient justification was required, a feat that could not be accomplished in a short span. Moreover, it appeared that Fury harbored no suspicions towards him, given their deep camaraderie. This was indeed a favorable development. A glimmer of determination flickered in Pierce's eyes as he retrieved his encrypted phone and dialed a number. "Director, what is the matter?" A raspy male voice inquired from the other end, laced with a palpable thirst for blood. "Conditions have changed. We need to meet tonight." "Understood." As night fell over Washington, the city sparkled with lights, yet Pierce's home remained shrouded in darkness. He sat calmly on the leather sofa in the living room, anxiously awaiting his guest, his expression betraying a hint of tension and urgency. Before long, a series of sharp and forceful knocks resounded from the back of the house, causing Pierce to spring to his feet. Upon opening the back door, he was met by a man clad in black, weathered by time, appearing to be in his 40s. "Commander," the man greeted him promptly. "Yes, come in," Pierce replied, glancing outside to find the street deserted. "How was your journey?" he inquired as they ambled down the dimly lit corridor. "Rest assured, there is no one following me," the man replied respectfully. Pierce nodded, harboring no doubts. This individual was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s finest operatives and a trusted confidant. If he claimed there was no threat, there was none. "Has something occurred?" the man asked after they took their seats. Pierce poured 2 glasses of whiskey, handing one to his companion. "There are some developments. We need to advance our plans," he said in a grave tone. "Did Fury notice?" the man inquired, startled. It would be concerning if he hadn't, Pierce mused, recalling Fury's perpetually somber demeanor. His expression soured as he considered the delays, which could jeopardize their position. "We must act sooner rather than later." "Understood," the man responded solemnly. "What do you need me to do?" Fury was not alone in this battle. He had many capable aides. "You must closely monitor their movements. When the time is right, we shall strike with overwhelming force." "Yes, I understand." "Very well, you may leave now." Pierce nodded. "I will reach out if necessary." The man acknowledged with a nod and swiftly departed the room. "Wait, I require your assistance." Chapter 62. The Winter Soldier Returns. Additionally, there was the commando, Rumlow. Although he was merely a somewhat stronger henchman, easily dealt with by Captain America. There was also another senator, a minor character, likely a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, who had previously troubled Iron Man. Moreover, there was an agent and his superior, though Reagan had forgotten the latter's name. Apart from these individuals, there was a leader of Hydra, Alexander Pierce, a current member of the World Security Council and Fury's direct superior, under whose command the aforementioned individuals fell. Crucially, there was another figure. Reagan only knew that he was a former member of the World Security Council, his name eluding him. He was, in fact, the true mastermind behind Hydra's operations, making him an essential target. However, merely eliminating this individual would not resolve the issue. As Hydra's famous motto states, "Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place." Killing one person is futile. To dismantle such a deeply rooted organization, one must uproot it entirely. As the leader, this individual undoubtedly held vast secrets, including Hydra's plans and the coordinates of their strongholds. Additionally, Reagan needed his assistance in locating the Inhuman wandering on the alien planet. Thus, he could not be acted upon just yet. Von Strucker's whereabouts were currently unknown. He might be conducting human experiments in Sokovia, and for now, his survival was essential. Dr. Rega had become a mere collection of data, readily accessible to resolve the situation in the underground facility where Captain America once underwent military training, posing no significant threat. Thus, the current objective was to eliminate the 5 individuals lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not solely comprised of these 5 Hydra operatives. They were part of the upper echelons, with countless subordinates whose potential for harm was no less severe than that of the higher-ups. Unless these individuals were thoroughly eradicated, considerable dangers would loom in the future. As for the senator, a mere hint to Fury would suffice. With his capabilities, locating the individual would be a trivial task. Determined, Rega prepared to embark on his mission when he received a message from Natasha. Coulson had been assassinated and was in grave danger. Stunned by the news, Rega wondered how Coulson could have met such a fate. He hastily donned his clothing and rushed to the address Natasha had provided. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found Coulson in the emergency room, accompanied by Natasha, Fury, and Hill. Unbeknownst to them, Coulson had been ambushed earlier that day and struck by 2 bullets. Fortunately, the shots had narrowly missed his heart, or he would have perished by now. The imposing Fury, his face darkened with rage, struggled to contain his fury. Coulson was one of his most trusted and capable subordinates, and the audacity of such an assassination in broad daylight infuriated him. Was it a sniper? Natasha nodded, indicating that the 2 bullets were of Soviet manufacture, with no discernible trajectory, making them impossible to trace. Rega immediately recalled the infamous Winter Soldier, unable to suppress a disdainful scoff. To his surprise, the assassin had resurfaced so swiftly, it seemed Hydra had reattached his arm. "What's wrong?" Natasha inquired, puzzled by Rega's reaction. "Just recalling some unpleasant memories," he replied, inhaling deeply before asking, "Do we know what the assailant looks like?" Hill shook her head. "According to our calculations, the shots were fired from 3,000 meters away. We never anticipated anyone would attempt a shot from such a distance, rendering us helpless." 3,000 meters? Natasha expressed disbelief, hearing this for the first time. "Is that even possible?" Fury, his expression grim, replied, "Unfortunately, Coulson is our first eyewitness." Astounded by the implication of such marksmanship, Natasha pondered the caliber of the individual capable of such a feat. Truly, the Winter Soldier was formidable. Rega internally scoffed again at the thought. At that moment, the operating room suddenly became frenetic as the monitor displayed a rapidly declining heart rate, accompanied by urgent alarm sounds. The lead surgeon brandished a defibrillator, signaling everyone to step back before commencing cardiac resuscitation. Once, twice, yet the ECG monitor remained devoid of a pulse. Ultimately, the physician was compelled to cease his efforts, glancing at the clock before pronouncing the patient deceased. "Yes, dead?" Natasha found it difficult to accept. "Impossible," Hill remarked, casting a glance at Natasha before turning to Rega with a sudden inquiry. "Do you have any solutions?" Rega shook his head, indicating his own helplessness. Natasha, having been injected with the X gene, had survived solely through her indomitable spirit. Setting aside Coulson's current condition, which was utterly unsustainable, even if it were manageable, time was of the essence. After all, that location was in Canada, and they would also need to contact Strucker. "I will not allow him to perish like this," Fury said, gazing at the serene face of Coulson on the operating table, an enigmatic light flickering in his eyes. With that, he turned and pushed open the door, leaving the observation room, closely followed by Hill. As they hastened away, Rega suddenly contemplated a possibility. If that were indeed the case, perhaps Coulson truly could be saved. "Let us depart as well. We shall leave the ensuing matters to Fury. He may indeed possess a solution." Rega gently draped an arm over Natasha's shoulder, speaking softly. "Really?" Natasha's voice carried a note of surprise, laced with a hint of skepticism. "Anything is possible. Earth is a remarkable place," Rega replied, casting a light glance at Coulson. Chapter 63, Meeting the Captain. Ever since Coulson had been attacked, Rega felt an acute sense of urgency. Undoubtedly, this incident was orchestrated by the infamous Winter Soldier, Bucky, indicating that Hydra had commenced their operations, leaving him with diminishing time. If he did not hasten his pace, significant troubles loomed ahead. He was well aware of Hydra's Insight program. Should those aircraft carriers ascend, the casualties would not merely be a handful, but rather in the tens of thousands. Speaking of Bucky inevitably brought Captain America to mind, as the two had grown up as childhood friends with an extraordinary bond. Now that he had news of Bucky, Rega deemed it necessary to confer with the captain, especially given their current adversarial relationship. Some matters were best clarified in advance. In the early morning of New York, before the dawn had fully broken, this pivotal city within the Marvel Universe remained ensconced in sweet slumber. Yet, in the picturesque Central Park, a lithe figure darted across the cobblestones, his fitted short sleeves accentuating his astonishingly muscular physique. Rega hovered above, observing the captain practicing long-distance running at a speed that would rival an ordinary person's sprint. He couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of such a display, though the captain possessed remarkable physical prowess. Lightly touching down, he approached the captain silently. As the captain was engrossed in his vigorous run, he suddenly caught sight of another figure amid the swiftly retreating scenery and promptly halted. "Rega," the captain panted, a look of surprise illuminating his face. "I didn't expect to see you here. So, you have taken up morning runs as well?" "Not quite. I merely observed your lengthy run and feared you might be somewhat lonely, so I came to engage you in conversation. Are you following me? The captain furrowed his brow. You wouldn't happen to be a stalker, would you? Rega nearly stumbled at the captain's words. Even the esteemed Captain America could crack such jokes? Observing Rega's awkward expression, Steve burst into laughter, for, as a soldier, he held immense respect for Rega's valiant stand against a nuclear threat. Since their last encounter at the Battle of New York, their meetings had become infrequent. This rare opportunity to reconnect warranted an earnest conversation. What brings you here? The captain inquired, casually patting Rega's arm. Rega, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, I have something to discuss. Noticing Rega's grave expression, the captain furrowed his brows. The captain resided in a modestly rented apartment, unremarkable in size, but sufficient for a single occupant. The furnishings were simple yet tidy, exuding a distinct military air, indicative of the captain's adherence to his military habits. Please, take a seat, the captain offered, pulling out a chair for Rega and handing him a glass of water. What is it? Thank you. Rega accepted the water and took a sip. You are aware of the recent assassination attempt on Coulson, correct? The captain nodded. Although their meetings were limited, Coulson had left a profound impression, not only due to his warm demeanor, but also because of the excitement that accompanied meeting a personal hero. How is he? Fury took him away. I hope all is well, Rega replied. But that is not the crux of my message. Do you know the circumstances of the assassination attempt? The captain's brow furrowed in curiosity. He was shot twice with a sniper rifle from 3,000 meters away, Rega articulated deliberately. The captain's eyes widened in alarm. 3,000 meters, a distance he understood all too well and what it signified. Have you identified the assailant? The captain asked, his tone grave. That is precisely what I wish to convey. Rega paused before continuing. It was your childhood acquaintance, the Winter Soldier, Bucky, with a sharp crack. The glass shattered in the captain's grasp. Bucky. The tremor in the captain's voice revealed his shock. How do you know this? The bullets were of Soviet manufacture, lacking any traceable ballistics. Do not forget, I was once a Winter Soldier myself. I am well acquainted with their methods. Rega spoke in a subdued tone. The captain inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He was aware of Rega's background. Fury had informed him of it during their initial meeting, a time when Rega had shared insights about Bucky. Have they captured him? The captain's voice quivered slightly. Rega shook his head. They do not even know who the assailant is, let alone apprehend him. My conclusions are drawn from the method of the attack and the remnants of the bullets. The captain exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. Psychologically, he did not wish for Bucky to fall into HALD's hands. Why are you sharing this with me? The captain asked, realizing his earlier distraction had caused him to forget the purpose of Rega's visit. Because this indicates that Hydra has mobilized once more. The gravity of this statement thickened the air around them. The Winter Soldier was Hydra's ace, not one to be deployed lightly. His last appearance was several years ago. Now, after such a lengthy absence, he resurfaces and immediately targets a high-ranking SHIELD agent. Clearly, he comes prepared. What does Hydra intend to do now? The captain's face contorted in distaste. In the last century, he engaged in an unrelenting struggle against this organization, ultimately triumphing over its leader, Red Skull. He believed that would mark the end of the conflict. Yet he was taken aback by how swiftly the adversary resurfaced. Are you not familiar with Hydra? In simple terms, it seeks to dominate the world. Contemplating Hydra's ultimate objective, Rega hesitated, deciding it prudent not to divulge this information to the captain, as the implications were far-reaching. They are indeed delusional, the captain scoffed. You know, despite my origins, I harbor no fondness for this organization. Rega leaned forward, indicating that their forthcoming actions would likely be substantial, thus he might require the captain's assistance. Of course, the captain affirmed resolutely. Should you need me, do not hesitate to call. He added, let them come. If we were able to thwart them once, we could do so again. Rega chuckled, I have no doubt. However, the captain then hesitated, but what about Bucky? Bucky is your comrade, your closest friend. When the time comes, he will be in your care. I will inform the others to refrain from interference, Rega replied. Upon hearing this, the captain felt a wave of relief wash over him and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Not at all. It is merely a small favor. Your grievances are best resolved by you both. Rega waved his hand dismissively. However, he may not recognize you then, so be prepared. Rega offered this reminder. Rest assured, I know how to handle it. The captain replied with a nod of solemnity. After Rega finished speaking, he leapt out of the window. As he watched Rega soar further into the morning light, the captain's thoughts turned to Bucky, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Upon returning to his apartment, Rega discovered Natasha had already risen and was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Have you completed your task? Natasha, clad in an oversized white t-shirt, approached with a glass of orange juice, which she handed to Rega, who was seated on the sofa. She then returned with French toast and sausage, a quintessential American breakfast. Yes, it went quite smoothly, Rega replied, accepting the orange juice with a slight smile. Natasha sat beside him, gently grasping his hand. Rega refrained from sharing the details of his errand. Ever since Coulson's assassination, a furrow had settled upon his brow, and though she noticed, she refrained from probing. Natasha was an exceptionally astute woman. She could discern that Rega was contemplating and strategizing something significant, though he had not confided in her. She understood that when the time was right, he would reveal it without her having to inquire. Thus, when she noticed Rega abruptly leave in the early hours, she felt no surprise and did not attempt to stop him. Now that he had concluded his business, he would surely share the pertinent information with her. Indeed, after taking a bite of bread, Rega spoke. Natasha, do you remember when Hill mentioned that the bullet that struck Coulson had no trajectory and was of Soviet manufacture? Natasha nodded. In truth, you have encountered this perpetrator before? Rega continued slowly, observing the puzzled expression on Natasha's face. It was the same individual who attacked you in Odessa. Natasha's gaze suddenly sharpened, and an icy chill emanated from her, causing the orange juice on the table to shimmer with frost. After the attack she endured, Natasha devoted considerable effort to investigate the matter. Yet despite her relentless search, she could never uncover the perpetrator's whereabouts. The Winter Soldier, Bucky, was the one who inflicted harm upon you. At that time, I had severed his metal left arm, and now he has resurfaced. How can you be certain? Because I was once the Winter Soldier. Natasha's facial muscles twitched slightly. Had it not been for Rega, she might have perished long ago. Observing Natasha's demeanor, Rega sighed. After all, this was the very individual who nearly took her life, so it was only natural for him to feel agitated at the news of the person's return. He reached out and gently caressed Natasha's cheek. Feeling the warmth of Rega's palm, Natasha managed a faint smile. However, I must inform you of this news, not only for that reason, Rega paused, but more so because of this individual's identity. Isn't he just the Winter Soldier? Natasha inhaled slowly. Indeed, Rega nodded, but this individual is not merely some random Bucky found on the streets. He is Bucky, the childhood companion of Captain America. Natasha's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? She stammered. It is the result of Hydra's human experimentation, Rega scoffed, a shadow passing over his face as he recalled his own past. In short, they provided him with a metal left arm and injected him with serum, transforming him into Hydra's most formidable weapon. So are you seeking Steve? Natasha asked urgently. Precisely to convey this information, Rega replied gravely. The captain has the right to be informed. After I shared this news with him, he expressed a desire to confront Bucky himself. I agreed to his request and assured him that I would prevent any outside interference. At this point, Rega appeared somewhat sheepish, realizing that Natasha herself had a score to settle with Bucky, yet he had unilaterally taken away her choice. Natasha smiled, taking Rega's hand, and softly said, It's all right. Since he is Steve's partner, it is only fitting that he handles it. Their relationship is indeed extraordinary, and as for me, you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Rega felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you. Natasha beamed at him, then composed herself. The emergence of the Winter Soldier signifies Hydra's return. What do you intend to do? I plan to obliterate it, Rega declared resolutely, his voice cold and laced with menace. How will you accomplish this? Hydra is a colossal organization, having withstood the test of time. You alone cannot bring them down. Rega nodded, fully aware of this. But this time I'm not fighting alone. Moreover, I possess certain advantages they are unaware of. Natasha appeared intrigued. Rega immediately feigned a mysterious demeanor, stating, The Buddha says it is unwise to speak of such matters. Sharing them renders them ineffective. Natasha rolled her eyes in exasperation at his words. Rega pretended not to notice, wearing a cheerful smile. Afterward, he spoke earnestly. Do you recall when I first met you in Fury, I mentioned that there were Hydra agents lurking within SHIELD? Yes, I remember, Natasha replied. The conversation between Rega and Fury was something Natasha believed she would never forget. This time, it was highly likely that they would emerge from the shadows. Why? Rega shrugged. Perhaps they feel the time is ripe, or their plans have matured. Or it could be a desperate act. Natasha concurred. Since Fury had been aware of the information back then, it was only natural that he would not remain idle. Any actions taken could easily raise the opponent's alertness. Thus, this matter would undoubtedly escalate, likely exceeding everyone's expectations. Rega first prepared Natasha mentally, ensuring she was somewhat ready for what lay ahead. If you're referring to combat, I believe I need not worry, Natasha asserted confidently. Indeed, Rega chuckled. With your current prowess, you have become quite an adept fighter. Your praise sounds somewhat awkward, Natasha remarked, slightly displeased. Rega burst into laughter. By the way, do you know the recent situation with Coulson? He suddenly inquired. It had been over a month since his ambush, and if Fury had taken him to Tahiti. There should be some news by now. Natasha shook her head. I'm not aware. Fury hasn't shared any information regarding that. It seemed he would need to investigate personally, Rega thought, as this pertained to the hidden Inhumans, and even the Kree. It was not something he could afford to overlook. Are you planning to find him? Natasha gently asked, observing Rega lost in thought. Yes, I must inquire, he replied. Now, the time should be appropriate. Rega glanced at his watch. It was 7 o'clock. He dialed Fury's number. Hello. Fury's indifferent voice answered. Director Fury, I have some matters to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? You're seeking me so early? It likely isn't anything good. That depends on your perspective. Come to headquarters. I'll be in my office. Fury concluded the call, hanging up. Rega kissed Natasha's forehead and swiftly left the apartment. Chapter 65, Resurrection. Nick Fury had neither a wife nor children, and his somber demeanor, shaped by past traumatic experiences, rendered him perpetually unapproachable. This very characteristic made him exceptionally suited for his role, allowing him to devote himself entirely to his work, becoming a quintessential workaholic. Over the years, Fury had seldom taken a day off. It was not only that he could not, but also that he did not wish to. Thus, when Rega was informed early in the morning to visit his office, he found it entirely unremarkable. The office door was ajar, and Fury was engrossed in reviewing documents when Rega knocked lightly. Rega, Fury looked up. You finally learned to knock. I believe it's a commendable habit, Rega replied, taking a seat on the sofa opposite. Speak. Why are you here so early? Fury wasted no time, diving straight into the matter at hand. For he was not one to engage in idle chatter. Indeed, I am not, Rega replied, shaking his head. Before discussing matters, you should first ensure the office is secure. Fury furrowed his brow and issued a command to seal the office. As his words echoed, metallic curtains descended gradually, transforming the office into an airtight fortress within mere seconds. Now we may speak, Fury declared, resting his elbows on the desk and cradling his chin in his hands. I wish to inquire about Coulson's condition, he continued without preamble. I have not seen him for several days, and I am somewhat concerned. Coulson's injuries were too severe. We could not save him. He has succumbed. Fury's voice was somber, tinged with melancholy. Rega remained non-committal. Did you not take him away last time? You assured me he would not die. That was merely a desperate utterance. You witnessed the events in the operating room. Coulson's heartbeat had ceased. Fury waved a dismissive hand. Is that so? Rega inquired with a knowing tone. Fury shot him a glance. What do you mean? I am aware of numerous methods to significantly lower a person's heartbeat, to as few as 2 or 3 beats per minute, Rega replied languidly. Furthermore, I possess knowledge of various techniques to restore damaged tissues. Rega's calm voice struck Fury like a thunderbolt, causing him to lift his downcast gaze, his sharp eyes sweeping over Rega's face. If you possess such knowledge, please share it. I could employ it to save Agent Coulson. Fury spoke flatly. Regrettably, the methods I know are currently unfeasible under these circumstances, Rega stated as he rose from the sofa and approached Fury's desk, locking eyes with him. However, you do not require this, do you? A dangerous glint flickered in Fury's eyes as he remained silent. Rega articulated slowly, cellular regeneration. Fury's demeanor shifted dramatically, his calm facade shattered, and he stood abruptly. SHIELD had mastered the technique of accelerated cellular regeneration, derived from a substance extracted from the half-blue alien corpse. The more pressing concern was that this information was classified at the highest level, accessible only to a select few involved in the research, as well as the director and deputy director. Even if Coulson had returned to his former self, he would remain oblivious to the true nature of the events, believing it merely a routine surgery. Who had leaked this information? Fury's gaze turned cold, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, consumed with a desire to obliterate the source of the betrayal. Rest assured, the number of individuals privy to this information is minimal. I came to know it under exceptional circumstances, not through any of your people, Rega shrugged, noticing Fury's darkening expression. At that moment, Fury recalled that Rega had made a similar statement during their initial encounter. He scrutinized the young man with his singular black eye, pondering what channels he possessed to acquire such vital secrets. Fury continued his examination, maintaining a steady gaze on Rega. After several tense moments, his taut body relaxed. Agent Coulson is in good condition. Is that so? In what sense is he well? Rega's interest was piqued. Eat when you must, sleep when you must. Just like any normal person. Oh, that puts my mind at ease. Fury glanced at Rega before taking a seat, once again adopting his usual impassive demeanor. You didn't seek me out merely to inquire about this, did you? What do you think? I sense you have a grand scheme in mind, Fury said slowly. Rega chuckled. How is your investigation into Hydra progressing? Based on the clues you provided, I've already uncovered some issues, but we must wait a bit longer. Our operations have only just commenced. You approached me regarding Hydra's affairs? Fury squinted. Rega nodded. Hydra has already begun its operations. The individuals who targeted Coulson last time were indeed Hydra's elite assassins. Fury's eyes widened in realization. How did you? That's a foolish question. Forget I asked. Fury shook his head. So what are your plans moving forward? Although we have differing views on most matters, our objectives align in this case. Thus, I believe we can engage in a collaboration. How would that collaboration manifest? I can provide intelligence and, if necessary, even a display of force. In return, you could grant me the green light for my operations or offer essential support, such as personnel, thereby benefiting us both, Rega articulated swiftly, clearly having prepared this statement for some time. Fury's right eye bore into Rega's. He felt a stirring of interest. Rega was formidable, currently the strongest in the Avengers after Hulk and Thor. With his involvement, even significant challenges could be managed. Furthermore, Natasha was now aligned with Rega, and after his enhancements, her capabilities were no less impressive. Their combined prowess would significantly bolster their combat effectiveness. Additionally, although the source of Rega's information was unknown, it was typically precise and crucial. In this battle, the significance of intelligence was unequivocal, especially now that Hydra operated from the shadows, retaining the initiative. Rega remained silent, patiently awaiting Fury's response. After a moment, Fury nodded. Splendid. Rega rose, eager to demonstrate his sincerity. I shall first provide you with a name. Who? Your old comrade, Alexander Pierce. Fury's body tensed instantly. His eyes widened, and his hands gripped the armrests of the chair so tightly that his fingers turned pale from the strain, revealing his shock and disbelief. This is no jest. Fury enunciated slowly. I'm not joking, Rega replied flatly. Now that I have given you a name, I have a request. Fury struggled to regain his composure. Speak. I wish to meet the one who has returned from the dead. Chapter 66. A meeting with Coulson. Coulson, it's been a long time. Welcome. Observing Coulson fully restored, Rega beamed. Rega, Natasha. Coulson maintained his warm demeanor. You have recovered? Natasha expressed joy tempered with surprise, seemingly affirming that Fury had indeed been truthful this time. Though the surgery was somewhat troublesome, he ultimately emerged alive, Coulson remarked with a smile. Indeed, it appears your health is quite robust. To be alive is the greatest fortune, Rega nodded, choosing not to dwell excessively on the matter. Please have a seat. I hear you wish to see me. Coulson surveyed Rega's new abode, having never visited before, and noted its simple decor. It should have been my responsibility to visit you, but I was unaware of your whereabouts. Hence, I appreciate your making the effort to come. Rega opened the refrigerator and presented a bottle of beer to Coulson. Thank you. Coulson accepted the beer, but may I inquire what brings you to me? Rega sat opposite Coulson, his expression grave. Fury should have relayed the pertinent information to you, correct? Yes, we are joining forces to bring down Hydra, Coulson nodded. The organization Hydra is notoriously elusive, with a long-standing history. The adage of cutting off one head only to have two more sprout is not mere rhetoric. Whether it aligns itself with other organizations or operates independently, it has endured for many years and may continue to do so, showcasing an extraordinary resilience. Yet this time, it cannot evade us, can it? Coulson countered immediately. One could say our odds are greater this time. Rega did not share Coulson's optimism, asserting that the challenges we face in eradicating them are far more formidable than we envision. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Rega continued. I sought you out today, primarily to discuss a particular matter. What is it? To the outside world, you are presumed dead. Such an advantageous opportunity would not be squandered by Fury, Rega observed Coulson intently. Has he assigned you a new mission, allowing you to leverage this advantage for some covert activities? Coulson looked at Rega, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Indeed, this was the case. And this task had been entrusted to him only recently. How did Rega come to know this? Perhaps Fury had informed him, as both parties were currently sharing information to a certain extent. Hence, Coulson did not refute the assertion. Indeed, Fury has tasked me with assembling a team to investigate and address matters that S.H.A.L.D. cannot pursue overtly. Rega's eyes brightened, confirming his suspicions. Have you finalized your team members? Almost, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these should be the individuals. Might you share who they are? Rega inquired further. Coulson regarded Rega with mild curiosity, wondering why he was so keenly interested in his team, yet he refrained from asking directly, opting instead to respond patiently. Two senior agents, Ward and May, two young but exceptionally talented scientists, Fitz and Simmons, along with a young female hacker, Sky, although she has not yet officially joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Ward. Rega finally heard the name he had been waiting for. This Hydra agent is formidable, having been raised by an agent foster parent, and, consequently, he too is a member of Hydra. He harbors significant psychological issues, which may not be immediately apparent, but will gradually become evident over time. Moreover, he occasionally displays a semblance of kindness, opting to take measures he deems appropriate in certain situations rather than blindly executing the orders of his superiors. However, Rega remains indifferent to this. Ward is a senior agent of Hydra, and the lives of countless individuals lie in his hands. Such a person is better eliminated sooner than later. Additionally, his enigmatic foster father also resides on Rega's list of targets. Is there a problem? Coulson, noticing the flicker in Rega's gaze, inquired. Natasha regarded Rega with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I merely find it concerning that you recruit such youthful individuals. Are you not afraid of potential mishaps? But you are quite young yourself, Coulson pointed out, gesturing toward Rega. Rega's expression turned to one of astonishment, followed by a hearty laugh. Suddenly, he ceased his laughter, stating, Coulson, I must remind you of something. What? S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a secure environment. I'm aware of that. Your surroundings are not safe. Coulson's gaze tightened instantly. What do you mean? Rega remained silent. You know who poses a threat. Indeed. Who is it? Coulson asked urgently, recognizing the implications for the safety of their operations and the very existence of S.H.I.L.D. He could not afford to be anything but anxious. After a moment of contemplation, Rega, sensing Coulson's impatience, slowly replied, the new agent you recruited, Ward. What? Coulson's voice rose sharply, and in a fit of urgency, he sprang to his feet. How could that be? Coulson struggled to accept the reality. It is the truth. I have no reason to deceive you. After a brief interval, Coulson regained his composure from the shock. Aside from that, do you know of anyone else? Your team is devoid of such individuals, Rega replied, shaking his head. As for the others, I cannot divulge their names at this moment. It's not that I am intentionally withholding information. I simply do not remember their identities. Thus, even if I wished to inform you, I would be unable to do so. This was not entirely his fault. After such a lengthy period, Rega had forgotten many details. It was only when Coulson mentioned it that he recalled Ward's name, let alone the others. More importantly, he needed to locate the deceased Kree, for only then could he uncover those Inhumans, and subsequently the portal. Coulson found it somewhat peculiar that Rega, unaware of their names, could ascertain that they were affiliated with Hydra. However, he refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and delving too deeply is seldom prudent. What do you need me to do? For now, nothing at all. Proceed as usual. Continue your work without exhibiting any suspicion. Rega reclined on the sofa. Should any issues arise during this process, feel free to approach me. I will lend you my assistance, and in doing so, I can discern which individuals are linked to Hydra. Coulson nodded. Upon discovering them, I shall inform you of the traitor. When the time is ripe, we could draw out the mastermind, and then you may take action. And what about you? Coulson astutely detected a flaw in Rega's words. Following the victory in this battle, it can be inferred that S.H.I.E.L.D. has undergone a thorough internal cleansing. The remaining matters are of significant complexity, and to speak frankly, they may very well exceed your capabilities. I shall take charge of them. Coulson furrowed his brow. Naturally, I cannot guarantee my success, should I require your assistance. I will reach out promptly, hoping only that you will not decline, Regan added. Upon hearing Regan's words, Coulson's expression softened. This time, we must not only rely on our strength, but also exercise patience. We must not act hastily, lest we alarm the enemy and drive them into deeper concealment, Regan continued. The Hydra organization is vast and populated by many. It is impractical to eradicate every single member. However, if we can eliminate the heads of the serpent, the rest will scatter like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree, and the threat will significantly diminish. I understand this, Coulson nodded. In that case, let us wish for a harmonious collaboration. Chapter 67, Underground Operations. Since Ward is affiliated with Hydra, how many others might also share that allegiance? How many trustworthy individuals remain within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Despite Regan's assurance that everyone except Ward is reliable, Coulson remained uneasy. Regan himself admitted that he does not know the names of every individual. Should he misremember or be unaware, and Coulson naively entrusts his back to the wrong person? He might find himself in mortal peril without understanding how he met his end. Coulson was unwilling to relive the harrowing experience of teetering on the brink of death. In that moment, he became increasingly wary, cultivating suspicion towards everyone around him. Yet he concealed this doubt deep within, maintaining the appearance of his usual genteel demeanor. These are extraordinary times. No hint of uncertainty must be revealed. The team's operations must continue, and moreover, he cannot afford distractions. As a plan known as the Centipede Soldier is gradually coming to light. Being aware of the presence of Hydra operatives nearby, Coulson instinctively associated the Centipede Soldier with Hydra from the very first glance. Could this be yet another super soldier initiative from Hydra? As a senior agent of SHIELD, he is well aware that Hydra has coveted super soldier serum since World War II, but thanks to Captain America's interventions, they have attempted various means, ultimately acquiring only a limited amount of serum. From his encounters with the Centipede Soldier thus far, it is evident that while this individual may not rival Captain America, he is undeniably formidable, dispatching ordinary soldiers with ease. Although this Centipede Soldier appears to be a mere prototype, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that, unlike Captain America, this type of soldier seems capable of mass production. Should they succeed, Hydra would wield a formidable army comprised entirely of super soldiers, a scenario too dreadful to contemplate. Shortly after these individuals appeared, he dispatched a message to Fury, reporting the recent developments. Fury's instructions were succinct and clear. Continue monitoring, remain calm, and contact Rega if necessary. Coulson remained uncertain about Fury's true intentions. Given Fury's nature, it was improbable that he would divulge his plans in their entirety, especially considering that this was an all-out war against Hydra, necessitating not only the tackling of formidable foes, but also the meticulous elimination of lesser threats. A process that required utmost confidentiality. Yet, as a loyal soldier, Coulson had always adhered scrupulously to his superior's commands. The Centipede warriors posed a significant challenge, causing Coulson some difficulties. However, he refrained from seeking out Rega. His motivations were twofold. He wished to seize this opportunity to hone his team and to ascertain whether others were indeed aligned with Hydra. Nevertheless, events swiftly escalated beyond his expectations. Following the finalization of various collaborations, Rega arrived at a secluded farm on the outskirts, a veritable secret base of Fury S. Despite its remote location, the facility was exceptionally well equipped. Of particular importance was a small hangar housing a Quinjet, specifically allocated to Rega by Fury, intended for rapid deployment in case of emergencies. Recently, there had been an eerie calm, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. Both SHIELD and Hydra were advancing their respective agendas, each believing they had the upper hand and insight into the other's vulnerabilities. The balance of power was precarious. Hinging on which side exercised greater caution, a single misstep could lead to downfall. At present, Hydra remained shrouded in secrecy, showing no signs of emergence. Thus, Rega immersed himself in self-improvement while patiently awaiting further developments. Natasha was not at his side, having been summoned by Fury. Her skills would undoubtedly prove advantageous. From a combat perspective, Rega had no difficulty in dispatching the individuals he faced, as they were largely ordinary, albeit with the possibility of some possessing extraordinary abilities. Yet he did not regard them as worthy adversaries. The dilemma lay in the necessity of not resorting to indiscriminate violence. He required the presence of additional minions to reveal themselves, alongside other considerations. In the foreseeable future, Rega would still need to coexist on Earth, necessitating certain prudences. The unprovoked assassination of a globally renowned high-ranking official would inevitably create a lasting impression on the world. Should he proceed with such an act, it would incite fear amongst the populace, leading high-ranking officials to live in trepidation, aware that Rega possessed the capability to eliminate them, as well as others. If he were to become displeased, or if someone were to provoke his ire, would he not unleash a reign of terror once more? Such thoughts, if allowed to fester, would trigger a chain reaction with unpredictable and dire consequences, for no one wishes to exist under the shadow of an individual capable of ending their life at a whim, particularly one whose actions are unchecked. In fact, this very rationale led to the inception of the Sokovia Accords aimed at the Avengers in the past, resulting in a division among them and igniting a conflict that was both senseless and devastating. Moreover, it is not solely the Sokovia Accords that emerged from such a mindset, but also the Mutant Registration Act and the Superhuman Registration System, among others. A more dire consequence is the potential for Hydra to manipulate public opinion following Rega's elimination of these individuals, thereby portraying him as a tyrant and elevating the slain to martyrdom. The power of public sentiment is formidable. It could very well crush Rega under its weight. Even if he were to rely on his formidable strength, disregarding such matters, the friends around him might still suffer the repercussions. Should they find themselves living in constant hiding due to his fleeting arrogance, what meaning would Rega's actions hold? Thus, considering all these factors, Rega refrained from impulsive actions, delegating the primary responsibilities to S.H.I.E.L.D. As the investigation delved deeper, certain truths would inevitably surface. A gradual unfolding would be the most prudent course. After all, as long as there exists a justification, violence is the simplest of undertakings. Rega sat on the sofa, energy swirling at his fingertips when suddenly his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Coulson. "Hello, is this Rega? I need your assistance." Coulson's anxious voice came through as soon as he answered. "Slow down. What has happened?" "Skye has been injured, shot at close range with a handgun, and is in grave danger." "Where are you?" "I'm on my way." Rega hastily ended the call, then opened the hangar doors and swiftly entered the cockpit of the Quinjet. The engine roared to life, and two massive turbofans lifted the aircraft into the sky. Soon, blue flames trailed behind as the fighter jet transformed into a streak of light, rapidly vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 68. The truth at a medical facility within S.H.I.E.L.D. Rega found a frantic Coulson and his team awaiting him. "Rega, you made it last." As the Quinjet landed, Coulson rushed forward, having been anxiously waiting. "Follow me. Allow me to introduce my team: Agent Ward, Agent May, Agent Simmons, and Agent Fitz." "Greetings." Coulson was about to continue his introduction when Ward interjected, "Rega, you're renowned for the incident in New York. It's a pleasure to meet you. You've certainly garnered much attention. Gaining attention is beneficial, provided it does not veer into fervor." Rega replied with an innocuous smile. Meanwhile, May regarded him contemplatively, while Fitz and Simmons appeared curious, oblivious to the unfolding situation. Coulson quickly glanced at the two. "Follow me. Skye is inside." As they entered the inner room, Rega beheld a girl lying within a specialized life pod. "Is this Skye?" Coulson's expression turned somber. "She recently joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and has already proven herself." Rega nodded, sensing the weight of Coulson's words. "What about the others?" Despite the absence of any additional individuals in the room, Rega whispered his inquiry. "They're also trustworthy allies." "Well, that's reassuring." After Rega finished speaking, he glanced at Skye in the glass chamber, a blend of Chinese and American heritage. Her features harmoniously combined the softness of Eastern beauty with the three-dimensionality of Western allure. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. "What did you summon me for?" "I am utterly inept when it comes to saving lives. I am aware, but my intention in seeking you is not to enlist your services as a physician." Rega's expression turned quizzical. "What do you mean?" "Nothing of consequence. After all, it is a S.H.I.L.D. aircraft. If necessary, I shall simply borrow another from Fury." The group quickly boarded the aircraft, transporting Skye within the life pod. Once airborne, Rega followed Coulson to his quarters. It must be said, as the proprietor of this premier airborne workspace, Coulson's room was nothing short of opulent. "Can we speak now?" Rega inquired, observing as Coulson secured the hatch and activated an electromagnetic shield, appearing quite cautious. "You know that I nearly perished. It was Fury who rescued me." Coulson's straightforward statement caused Rega to furrow his brow deeply. Though Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was often addressed by his first name by the Avengers, this was due to their unique statuses as, in a sense, extraneous personnel, listening to orders but not necessarily adhering to formalities, alongside their formidable abilities and transcendental positions. However, Coulson, as Fury's subordinate, would never so directly utter his superior's name, especially not someone as loyal as Coulson. Had something transpired? Noticing Rega's unease, Coulson let out a soft laugh from his nostrils. "Are you surprised that I refer to him in such a manner rather than as Director Fury?" Rega remained silent, simply regarding him. Coulson turned away. "How much do you know about Tahiti? A resort in the French Polynesian Islands. A perfect locale for relaxation and leisure." Rega feigned ignorance. "Indeed, a place imbued with enchantment. Coulson sight. I once believed that after my injury, Fury arranged for my recuperation in Tahiti. However, I was deceived. I never went to Tahiti, but instead entered an operating room, a non-existent one, where they performed surgery on me. Subsequently, they altered my memories, overlaying false recollections of Tahiti to mask everything concerning that operation." Coulson clenched his jaw, his fists tight, anger evident in his gaze. "How did you uncover the truth?" Rega's eyes flickered. He was aware of the details, but could not divulge them to Coulson. After a few seconds, Coulson steadied his demeanor. "Apologies, I digressed. But this is not the crux of my message. What do you wish to convey? Rega queried, given that I was able to recover under such circumstances. Saving Sky should not pose a challenge. So you intend to return to the place that saved you, despite being unaware of its location? Rega asked. I am well aware of it. I do not wish to deter you, Rega replied. I knew I had come to the right person. Coulson expressed his delight. Have you shared this information with your team? Coulson nodded, recognizing the necessity of their trust at this juncture. Now that the truth was known to everyone, including Ward, it was a significant reason for seeking your presence. Rega furrowed his brow. As I previously articulated, gaining access to such a highly secured location is far from a simple endeavor. It is invariably guarded by strict security measures and numerous defenses. Should we attempt to infiltrate, we would undoubtedly engage in confrontation, likely encountering unforeseen dangers. Given the capabilities of our current team, we may find ourselves somewhat lacking in strength. Your prowess is formidable, even among the Avengers. Thus I have summoned you primarily to address potential threats. Upon hearing this, Rega felt a twinge of apprehension, realizing he had been called upon as muscle. Additionally, due to the extreme confidentiality of this site, to deter any nefarious individuals, I require you to intimidate certain unscrupulous elements. I cannot allow this to fall into enemy hands. Rega nodded, understanding the rationale behind Coulson's request. Simultaneously, he felt a keen interest in this location. If his memory served him correctly, it housed the remains of a Kree, from which S.H.I.L.D. had seemingly synthesized a regeneration serum. If feasible, Rega intended to retrieve the body, as it could potentially yield valuable research opportunities. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, how can you proceed to a place you do not know? Rega inquired. I have provided the information to Fitz and Simmons. They are currently deciphering it and should have news shortly. At that moment, both men felt a tremor above them, as if something had landed on the aircraft. Sir, Ward's voice called from outside the door. What's the matter? Coulson asked as he opened the door. Ward quickly scanned Rega. It's S.H.I.L.D. They have dispatched 3 aircraft, a transport, and 2 F-35s, requesting the handover of Quinn. Who is Quinn? Rega asked curiously. The individual responsible for injuring Sky, Coulson replied, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Let's go see. Rega pondered, finding himself without any recollection of this person. Following Coulson through the corridor, they ascended to the upper level, where they encountered 2 individuals descending the stairs, one in front of the other. Garrett, what brings you here? Coulson questioned coldly. Upon seeing the imposing figure, Rega's memory suddenly surged with recognition. Chapter 69, Garrett. John Garrett was the very individual whose name had eluded Rega, a senior agent of S.H.I.L.D. and simultaneously an undercover operative for Hydra. He was the adoptive father of Grant Ward, the one who had led Ward down the path of Hydra. What could he possibly want now? Rega's mind was filled with doubt. The passage of time had dulled many of his memories. Fortunately, Coulson posed a question that lingered in his mind. What brings you here? I am carrying out orders, Garrett replied with a mysterious smile. You must immediately surrender Quinn. I need to transfer him to the cold storage, as there are individuals at headquarters who require his interrogation. At that moment, his gaze swept over Rega, standing beside Coulson. His eyes flickered, and he stepped forward, extending his hand, saying, I never anticipated that there would be an Avenger aboard Coulson's aircraft. Had I known, I would have brought along a notebook for autographs. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Agent John Garrett. Afterward, he gestured towards a nearby African-American. This is Tripp, my field specialist. Hello, Rega replied with a smile, shaking his hand. Coulson mentioned he encountered some issues and sought my assistance. I owe him a personal favor, so I had to make the trip. Issues? Garrett inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Coulson. Quinn injured one of my team members, who remains in a coma and could die at any moment. We are en route to Bethesda to save her. Coulson spoke rapidly, his tone brooking no dissent. Therefore, you cannot take Quinn away, at least not for the time being. Did Quinn act personally? Garrett asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Indeed, Sky infiltrated his premises last time and played him for a fool. He harbors a grudge. Coulson continued, I am also in pursuit of this individual and have lost 3 subordinates in the process. Thus, you should comprehend why I cannot allow you to take him. Garrett's tone turned icy. Because if she does not survive, then you shall. Coulson nodded gently. That will be most unfortunate. Let us proceed to examine the prisoner. The group descended the staircase and encountered Ward, who had been waiting for some time. Ward, Garrett exclaimed warmly. It's a pleasure to see you again. Likewise, sir, Ward replied. Rega observed the 2 men quietly, silently strategizing in his mind. Indeed, Garrett smiled broadly. After a moment, a knock echoed at his door. Coulson, come in. You hinted at something earlier. What transpired? Coulson queried. When Rega had left, he had given Coulson a significant glance, prompting Coulson to seek him out immediately after the interrogation. I once mentioned that there are individuals whose names I forget, yet I can recognize them upon sight. Garrett. He is also affiliated with Hydra, Rega disclosed, dropping a bombshell. Coulson's expression shifted drastically. Are you certain? Of course. Such matters are not to be taken lightly. I have known Garrett for a long time. We trained together under Fury in tactical maneuvers. Knowing someone for a long time does not necessarily mean you understand them. Rega stated coolly. Coulson exhaled sharply, gradually sinking into a chair. Rega quietly observed him, allowing him time to process this revelation. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Coulson's eyes as he lifted his head. So he is the clairvoyant. It all makes sense now. What? Rega responded. During the interrogation, that Quinn mentioned something about how the clairvoyant provided him with our information, enabling him to injure Skye and compel me to take her to my location for treatment, so he could ascertain what truly transpired. Rega's memories surged forth. Indeed, Garrett had long masqueraded as the clairvoyant, while in reality, he was merely an ordinary man. Though there are individuals in the Marvel Universe endowed with the ability to foresee the future, he is certainly not one of them. The ability to foresee the future? Rega feigned astonishment. Coulson scoffed, realizing there was no such thing as precognition. In hindsight, he was merely a highly authorized agent of S.H.I.L.D., capable of discerning our every move. However, the permissions required for my treatment were far too elevated for his clearance. If he wished to comprehend, he would need to witness it firsthand. Hence, he personally undertook the seemingly mundane task of transferring a prisoner. His true objective was not Quinn, but rather me, that location, and its secrets. Consequently, the Centipede Warriors, Quinn, and cyber technology were all orchestrated by him from behind the scenes. Thus, my initial conjecture proved correct. All of this was intended to fabricate super soldiers for Hydra. John Garrett, what a masterful play. Coulson muttered to himself. What are your plans now? Rega inquired. Coulson pondered for a moment. Since he wished to see, let him see. Moreover, there was no turning back now, as it would only arouse his suspicion. However, I had already discerned his true identity, and I would closely monitor all his actions. Besides, Coulson smiled, I have you, this formidable powerhouse, by my side, so I need not fear any upheaval he might create. Do not rely too heavily on me. I could depart at any moment. Rega cautioned. No worries. Just help me deal with any troubles before you leave. Rega shook his head, surprised by this side of Coulson. Meanwhile, Garrett was secretly conferring with Ward. I never expected Coulson to enlist an Avenger. Ward glanced back, noting no one was trailing them. I too did not foresee an Avenger actually coming. It seems Coulson's capabilities are indeed formidable. Garrett's expression darkened. Rega's arrival introduced numerous variables into his plans. What are you preparing to do now? Ward asked. We must go to Tahiti. It is where Coulson died and was resurrected. Thus this secret is imperative for me to acquire. Garrett pressed his chest, sensing his body was failing and weakening incessantly. If no measures were taken, his time was limited. After a moment of contemplation, Garrett coldly stated, there is no need to rush. What does it matter if an Avenger arrives? They are unaware of our identities, which is our greatest advantage. As long as I uncover the secrets of that place, I can attain a new lease on life. By then, the boss will likely have already set his plans in motion. Rega is bound to head toward HSD. He will no longer be our concern. Ward remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Sir, we have located the site. Chapter 70, Deserted Island. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Rega surveyed his surroundings. This was a desolate island, devoid of human presence. Not a single blade of grass grew here, and there were scarcely any plants or animals. The island lay far from shipping lanes, rarely traversed by vessels. The sole means of ingress and egress was by air transport. Such an environment and geographical positioning were ideally suited for a clandestine base. It appeared to be an abandoned isle. Ward swiftly scanned the surrounding area. Let's hope not. We still require the assistance of those within to save Skye, Coulson remarked, furrowing his brow. Do you believe they would willingly aid us in rescuing someone? Fitz, organizing the equipment at hand, was tasked with procuring medical instruments or supplies for Simmons. I would say your esteemed assistance is requested, Garrett quipped, raising the gun in his hand with a grin. Now, let us strive for a peaceful resolution. We are not here to seek vengeance. Coulson approached the door and pressed the intercom button. The personnel on the island had already spotted Coulson and his team through the surveillance cameras, eliciting some confusion. Given the island's remote location, it was typically devoid of visitors, especially since the recent withdrawal of medical staff left only a handful of guards to manage daily operations. Moreover, such places usually received prior notification before welcoming guests, and they had never encountered an unannounced arrival. Verify the code. a commander instructed, intently watching the monitor and signaling to his subordinates. The duty personnel nodded and pressed the intercom button, inquiring, "Was your journey from Istanbul smooth?" Hearing this nonsensical question, Coulson turned to Fitz beside him. "I found no standard response in SHIELDS database," Fitz quickly replied, shaking his head. Coulson, somewhat exasperated, pondered for a moment and endeavored to channel his diplomatic finesse, hoping his sincerity would resonate with those inside. "I am Agent Coulson. We have injured personnel in dire peril and require your assistance to provide treatment here." Seeing this, Rega patted Coulson on the shoulder. "Not everyone is as reasonable as you." It appeared they would indeed need to request assistance. Garrett chuckled, then stepped in front of the camera and shattered it with a shot. "What now?" "This door 1T opened by itself," Garrett queried. "Perhaps I can hack into their control panel," Fitz suggested, retrieving his tools. "Leave this to me," Rega asserted as he approached the steel door, knocked to gauge its thickness, then clenched his right fist and struck forward with great force. The initial explosive sound was followed by a resounding crash as the massive door shattered and flew inward, accompanied by a blaring alarm. "Let us proceed," Rega urged, brushing off the dust stirred by the impact, striding boldly ahead. Coulson shrugged and followed suit. Fitz, astonished, observed such a violent method of entry for the first time. Indeed, the Avengers were true to their name. Garrett and Ward exchanged glances, a shared sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. The manner in which Rega breached the door was utterly staggering, and the display of strength was formidable. Should their identities be discovered, their demise would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Armed personnel below stood in formation, shouting in unison, "Yes! Move out!" All lights within the base had been extinguished, leaving the interior shrouded in darkness. Unfamiliar with the terrain, Coulson and his companions struggled to navigate the shadows. "This is bad. We've descended too deep. The mountain is blocking our signal. We cannot contact Simmons," Fitz lamented. "It's all right. This is for the best. If we meet a tragic end, they shall remain blissfully unaware." Garrett grinned. "With Mr. Rega present, such a fate is unlikely." Fitz paused, taken aback by the unsettling remark, and quickly responded. Rega, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. "Bulletproof glass," Ward remarked, tapping on the glass door before them. "Leave it to me." The others nodded, finding their respective positions to conceal themselves. "Are you prepared?" Rega inquired, clenching his fist. "Let's begin." With a resounding crash, the thick bulletproof glass door shattered into countless fragments, a powerful shockwave lifting the tables within. "Open fire." A furious voice erupted from shadows. Instantly, a barrage of bullets rained down upon Rega, enveloping the entrance. The incessant gunfire echoed, the flashes illuminating the entire room. After pushing the door open, Rega remained steadfast, unmoved. Although the sight of so many bullets was intimidating, the accompanying force was insufficient to compel him to evade. "Be careful," Coulson shouted, swiftly leading the others into a counterattack. The dense hail of bullets whistled through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. As if sensing the inadequacy of their firepower, the guard within the facility promptly hurled 2 grenades. "Damn it!" Rega, aided by the illumination from the rifle fire, immediately discerned the 2 ominous objects. In an instant, he vanished from sight, and the next moment, he grasped both grenades tightly in his hands. The subsequent explosions reverberated in quick succession, the grenades detonating within Rega's grasp. Feeling the acrid scent of gunpowder in the air, Rega's expression darkened. These individuals dared to throw grenades, truly courting death. Initially, he had intended to toy with them, but now, a swift resolution was in order. Positioned at the center of the room, Rega swiftly unleashed 2 punches, resulting in a series of minor explosions in the air. The guards lurking in the darkness were thrown off their feet by the shockwave. Some perished, while others sustained injuries. A few, sensing impending doom, hastily turned to flee. At that moment, gunfire erupted behind Rega. Turning around, he saw Garrett, an intense expression on his face, brandishing a rifle. Clearly, he had just dispatched the remaining few. Coulson rushed forward, meticulously examining the fallen individuals, searching for any survivors from the recent skirmish. He needed them to reveal the whereabouts of the doctor. "Sir, I must say, having you here is truly a blessing." Fitz approached Rega, surveying the chaotic scene and swallowing hard. The earlier barrage of gunfire had startled him. With such formidable firepower, it was likely that without Rega, they would have faced dire casualties. There were unexpectedly many guards, but Coulson summoned me precisely to avert such unforeseen circumstances, Rega reassured him, patting Fitz on the back. "What's the situation?" Garrett inquired, observing Coulson's continuous inspections. "Most are dead, a few are still clinging to life. But I doubt they'll last much longer," Coulson replied, his concern palpable. The individual I spoke with earlier informed me that there is no doctor here. They have already evacuated. Then let us search for any medical supplies. Perhaps they may still save some lives. Although Rega was aware of the existence of the potion, he was oblivious to its precise location. The group dispersed, each member swiftly searching for the elusive elixir. Chapter 71. Tahiti. Damn it, we are fortunate to have Mr. Rega here, who eliminated those rascals just in time. Shortly after they scattered, Garrett suddenly cursed and gestured toward the surroundings. The beams of their flashlights followed his shrishang, illuminating a series of white plastic bombs densely arranged upon the ceiling and walls. Before they could even activate the devices, Ward kicked aside the corpse of a fallen guard, retrieving a timer from beside it, shaking it in disbelief at how swiftly the battle had concluded. Coulson glanced at Rega, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Had the adversary initiated those devices, they might have found themselves trapped beneath the mountain in their pursuit of the potion. Setting that aside, it was imperative to focus on the search. With that, Coulson cautiously ventured deeper into the bunker. Rega trailed closely behind, having visited this place before. Although his memories had been altered, he retained a greater familiarity than the others. The location was neither vast nor minuscule, yet guided by that sense of recognition. It was not long before Coulson stumbled upon a room marked with a biohazard symbol. Upon entering, they discovered a storeroom filled with neatly arranged shelves bearing an array of bottles containing various unknown chemical concoctions. After some searching, Fitz uncovered a metal box within a glass cabinet bearing the same symbol. Rega approached, forcibly tearing the cabinet door open, revealing 3 vials of blue-purple serum. GH-325. This is it, Fitz exclaimed, his excitement palpable, for Skye would be saved. Just then, Garrett burst in, accompanied by Ward, and upon seeing the 3 vials, he paused, an extraordinary gleam igniting in his eyes. Rega handed 1 vial to Fitz, urging him to save the girl. I certainly intend to take one. At that moment, Coulson's gaze inadvertently caught sight of something. Garrett and Ward exchanged glances before hastily departing with Fitz. What is the matter? Rega inquired. Coulson took a few steps forward, pushing aside a box to reveal the obscured contents. Tahiti, it truly is Tahiti. Coulson's eyes fixated on the acronym above, murmuring to himself as he slowly opened the door to the room. Inside was a laboratory brimming with various experimental apparatus and substances, and on a sealed metal door were the letters GH. Rega pressed a button, unlocking it to unveil a glass chamber containing a body, more accurately, half a body of an extraterrestrial. Staring at the alien corpse, Coulson was left speechless. An alien. A Cree, Rega corrected. What? How do you know? Because I have seen one. Coulson then directed his gaze toward the Cree suspended in the liquid. Suddenly, he jerked his head up. If it was an alien, then the serum. Rega firmly grasped him, reassuringly stating, It's all right, Skye will be fine. You cannot be certain. After all, this involves extraterrestrial beings, and the potential side effects remain shrouded in mystery. Coulson's emotions surged with intensity. Do you trust me? Rega grasped Coulson's shoulders firmly, locking eyes with him. If you believe in me, then relax. Skye will be unharmed. Gradually, Coulson's agitation subsided, and he began to comprehend that the matter at hand was far from straightforward. What else do you know? Not much, really. There are aspects I only grasp superficially, rendering me unable to provide a thorough explanation. Furthermore, this issue encompasses vast implications, so I cannot disclose everything just yet, Rega replied, adding, however, the truth will unveil itself soon, as this matter will inevitably arise. Coulson regarded Rega in silence. After a prolonged pause, he inquired, What shall we do now? I need to remove this body. How will we transport it? Simply place it in a container. Rega stated matter-of-factly. Coulson did not object. And this location? What about this place? Rega pondered. You emerge from here. I will defer to your judgment. Just as they prepared to re-enter, Rega emerged, hoisting a large cubic box alongside Coulson. What is contained within? Garrett queried. My spoils of war, Rega chuckled, gently setting the box down. Take off immediately, Coulson commanded. Do not close the hatch just yet. The aircraft descended swiftly, and Rega glanced at the altitude before leaping from the cabin, astonishing everyone. They hurriedly leaned against the windows to peer down, witnessing Rega suspended in mid-air, his aura swelling. Fists clenched as a brilliant light began to emanate from his hands. The luminosity intensified, growing in size, with an overwhelming force radiating forth. Upon reaching a critical threshold, Rega let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a barrage of punches downward, causing the island to be bombarded as if dozens of missiles had struck. leading to a cacophony of explosions that engulfed half the isle in flames. Furthermore, Rega's onslaught triggered a chain reaction, igniting buried explosives within the mountainside. With a resounding boom, their eardrums ached, followed by an instantaneous burst of blinding light, as if another sun had manifested in the sky. Everyone was momentarily plunged into darkness, blinded by the brilliance. The mountainside fractured and collapsed, emitting a thunderous crack. Countless rocks either disintegrated into dust or were hurled into the adjacent sea. The ferocious shockwave radiated outward, causing the surrounding waters to boil violently in response to the catastrophic explosion. Although the aircraft had ascended, it experienced violent turbulence due to the successive waves of energy, startling even May in the cockpit. When their vision finally cleared, the island lay in ruins, utterly transformed from its former state. The task you assigned has been accomplished, Rega remarked, casting a glance at Coulson as he hoisted the box once more and strode toward the cabin, under the watchful eyes of those filled with awe, reverence, and trepidation. Chapter 72, Troubles. Despite the repeated entreaties from Coulson's team and their insistence that Skye had yet to express her gratitude, Rega chose to depart upon reaching the base. Coulson summoned him for assistance, and now that the task was accomplished and he had obtained what he desired, there was no longer any reason for him to linger. Moreover, time was becoming increasingly precious, and the activities of Hydra remained uncertain. He could not afford to delay any longer. Rega, I appreciate your help, Coulson sincerely expressed. Not all. Do take care in your future endeavors. Rega replied with a smile. Coulson nodded gravely, understanding this as a reminder to remain vigilant against Hydra. Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again. Rega waved as he boarded the Quinjet, placing the large crate into the cargo bay before swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Not a problem, Coulson extended his hand, thanking him for his assistance. Safe travels. Garrett nodded slightly and departed aboard his own private aircraft. After transferring Quinn to S.H.I.E.L.D., Garrett promptly dialed a number. Sir, we have a predicament. There was a moment of silence on the other end before an aged voice responded. Come see me tonight. Later that evening, in the opulent residence of HSD, Pierce and Garrett sat facing each other. The matter at hand was of such gravity that discussing it over the phone was not an option. It required a face-to-face conversation. What he did not anticipate was that Garrett would bring news so swiftly, and it was bad news. What exactly has transpired? Pierce inquired in a low tone. Rega, the Avenger. I encountered him recently. Pierce was taken aback. The Avenger? How could Garrett have crossed paths with him? Indeed, Coulson is still alive. You are aware of his severe injuries. Yet Fury somehow managed to rescue him, and now he is full of life, assembling a team that poses considerable trouble for us. Yes, I am aware. Pierce's expression darkened significantly. The last time they dispatched the Winter Soldier to eliminate Coulson, the intention was to first eradicate Fury's invaluable asset. Initially, the Winter Soldier executed his mission flawlessly, 2 shots from 3,000 meters, both hitting their mark. He believed Coulson to be doomed. Yet Fury's unexpected intervention left him seething with frustration. You subsequently instructed me to investigate this matter and uncover the truth behind it. What are the findings? Coulson was indeed presumed dead, but Fury utilized a serum called GH325 to snatch him back from the clutches of death. GH325? Pierce furrowed his brow, having never heard of such a substance. This matter is strictly confidential, known only to a select few. Garrett's voice held a hint of excitement. This serum significantly enhances cellular activity, even achieving super regeneration. What? Pierce was startled. How did you come by this information? Naturally, initial preparations were made, gradually inducing him to realize that there was no alternative path. Well done. Pierce offered a subdued compliment. My plan was flawless, following Coulson to that location and obtaining the serum. However, Rega intervened unexpectedly. Even in the shadows, Garrett could not conceal the hatred in his eyes. He not only seized the remaining serum, but also obliterated the base. Pierce could not help but emit a disdainful snort. That damned Rega. However, he could not lay the blame on Garrett, as the prowess of Rega was undeniable, and they were simply unable to contend with him. Moreover, when he emerged, he had taken with him a large crate. Garrett added, What sort of crate? Pierce immediately inquired. It appeared to be about the size of a person, though I am uncertain about its contents. Garrett gestured. I asked him, and he claimed it was loot. Loot? Pierce pondered in silence. Based on Garrett's description, that base was likely the site of GH325 research. He had just mentioned that Rega had taken the remaining serum. Thus, it could be inferred that whatever was inside that crate was certainly related to GH325. Furthermore, the destruction of that base must have been at the behest of Coulson. Otherwise, Rega would not have acted so independently. It was highly probable that Coulson did not wish for the remaining items to fall into the hands of others. After all, a base harbors valuable assets that extend beyond mere research materials and finished products. It also contains a wealth of equipment and research data, all of which are exceedingly precious. Director, Rega is indeed a significant predicament, Garrett remarked once more. Pierce nodded in agreement. Indeed, with him around, certain plans were likely to fail. What do you intend to do? Pierce cast a glance at Garrett, whose rank was considerably lower than his, naturally privy to different information. Strack had made some progress, but it would still require a considerable amount of time before results could be seen, and the probability of success remained alarmingly low. Malik remained obsessed with that ancient legend, now lurking in the shadows and refraining from taking action, while Whitehall, similarly to Malik, was entangled in extraordinary abilities, still far from producing anything tangible. Only their side had shown the most significant results. The enemies of Hydra were numerous. To achieve their objectives, these individuals must be eliminated. The Insight program was designed as preparatory groundwork for this purpose. Once the aircraft carrier ascended, millions of threatening targets would be eradicated in a remarkably brief span of time. Thus, success was imperative. Understood, Garrett replied. Are you planning to take action against him? Garrett appeared unusually exhilarated. This was the director of SHIELD, and to eliminate him would be a momentous affair. Last time, he saved Coulson. I wonder if he can save himself this time. A cold glint flickered in Pierce's eyes as he spoke with chilling resolve. Chapter 73. Fury's Assassination. Fury lay in the operating room, battered and unconscious, surrounded by a group of doctors clad in surgical attire, busily attending to him. The news of Rega indeed caught him off guard. He hurried to the observation room, where Natasha, the captain, and Hill had already gathered, each wearing a countenance of profound sorrow. It was unexpected that Pierce would act so swiftly. He was indeed one of the leaders of Hydra. Not long after the assassination of Coulson, he had now set his sights on Fury, perhaps feeling a sense of urgency due to Coulson's survival. Uncertain, Fury appeared at my doorstep, battered and bruised. The captain leaned against the glass window ledge, his voice low and somber. Moments later, he was struck by a sniper from outside, the distance so close that I could discern the assailant's features. Do you know what the murderer looks like? Rega inquired. At his words, Rega felt a twinge of curiosity. Could it not be the work of Bucky? That metallic left arm was indeed his signature, perhaps concealed in some manner to avoid detection. What about the bullets? Natasha quickly asked, recognizing the significance of the clue. 3 bullets, no ballistic trace, completely untraceable. Hilton paused before adding, Soviet-made. At this revelation, everyone exchanged glances. Is it the same murder from last time? Natasha questioned. From the method of operation, it appears to be the same individual. The captain reflected, waves of turmoil crashing within him, accompanied by a hint of regret. Ever since Rega had informed him of Bucky's whereabouts, he had been searching in the shadows, yet to no avail. He never anticipated that Bucky would be so close, only for him to slip away unnoticed. Winter Soldier Bucky, Steve, he was your childhood companion, Hill said, her face devoid of expression. Rega glanced at her, suspecting that this information had been relayed by Fury himself. After all, Hill was among his most trusted allies, with little left to conceal. The captain remained silent, his head bowed. It seems Hydra has truly lost their sanity, openly attempting to assassinate Fury, Natasha remarked. As the director of SHIELD, Fury held considerable power, traveling in an armored vehicle equipped with an array of advanced technology, capable of even flight. Yet, despite these precautions, he fell victim to an ambush, sustaining 3 gunshot wounds. Then we too must take action, Rega declared. Indeed, all preparations are complete. We are merely awaiting the final opportunity to ensnare our target, Hill responded. As for Bucky, Hill glanced at the captain. Steve, I entrust him to you. Is that agreeable? The captain nodded solemnly. At that moment, the doctors in the emergency room suddenly became frantic, drawing the attention of the group. Will he survive? Natasha asked anxiously. Fury was her savior, guiding her onto the righteous path, and she could not bear the thought of losing him. Is in fate's hands now, Hill murmured softly. Despite the attending physician's frantic efforts, Fury's heartbeat continued to falter. Ultimately, the numbers on the monitor dwindled to 0. Natasha bowed her head in silence, while the captain clenched his fists tightly. This marked Bucky's second successful assassination of a senior SHIELD member. Rega raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Fury was deeply suspicious, revealing the truth to no one but Hill. However, Rega chose not to confront him directly. If Fury wished to feign death, then let him. With Fury lying here, it indicated that Hydra had officially commenced their operations, and Pierce would likely soon activate the Insight program. a perilous endeavor. The captain stepped aside, retrieving the USB drive Fury had entrusted to him before his demise, his heart heavy with doubt. With the news of Bucky's reappearance, even someone of his sunny disposition felt a tinge of apprehension. Fury's lifeless body was soon wheeled out, and, as the white cloth, a somber symbol of death, was gently draped over his face, a profound sadness enveloped the onlookers. "I shall take him away now," Hill stated firmly, pushing the gurney that bore Fury's still form. The captain watched the two fade from view, gripping the USB drive in his hand with increasing intensity. "It is time to depart. We have matters to attend to," Rega murmured as he approached Natasha. Once the trio exited the observation room, Natasha was the first to inquire, "Why was Fury with you that night?" The captain feigned innocence, replying, "I am not aware." In an apparent bid to evade the exposure of his deception, he swiftly redirected the conversation, asking Rega, "What are your plans moving forward?" "We must investigate Hydra's next moves to counter them effectively," Rega affirmed. The captain's response was abruptly interrupted by Ramlo's hurried approach. "Captain, they require your presence immediately." "Understood. I will be there shortly," the captain replied, intending to discuss subsequent actions with Rega. "They need you right now," Ramlo insisted, a hint of displeasure flickering across the captain's face. As a subordinate, Ramlo rarely spoke to him in such a manner. "Very well," the captain conceded with a nod. "Let us depart." Rega shot a knowing glance at the captain and took Natasha by the hand, leading her away from the hospital. Natasha, being an astute woman, immediately sensed that Rega had ulterior motives, and with her keen perception, she recognized the captain's earlier falsehood. His level of deceit was, to her, rather amateurish. As they turned a corner, they observed the captain surreptitiously inserting a USB drive into the vending machine, which elicited a bemused reaction from them. The most perilous places often conceal the greatest safety, and it seemed the captain was indeed employing some cunning. However, the title of the most dangerous place was not without its justification. Once the captain had vanished, Natasha promptly approached the vending machine and retrieved the USB drive. "Is the secret contained within this?" she mused, toying with the silver device. "Shall we uncover what secrets it holds?" Rega reached for the USB drive, examined it briefly, and then remarked, "Never mind. This belongs to the captain. Tampering with another's belongings could incite displeasure, and since Fury entrusted this to Steve, he alone is entitled to know its contents." Natasha scoffed slightly, noting, "The enemy has already revealed itself and commenced its operations. This is not the time for hesitance." Rega chuckled. "You are aware that this endeavor is orchestrated by Alexander Pierce from behind the scenes, correct?" "Yes, what of it?" Natasha nodded, recalling how Rega had shared certain intelligence about Hydra during the last incident involving the Winter Soldier. She had been taken aback upon learning the extent of Hydra's infiltration. However, Steve might remain oblivious, as Fury likely had not divulged this information to him, perhaps fearing he could not keep such a secret. Natasha smiled knowingly, indeed. While Steve is an exemplary warrior, he is a rather poor spy, for he is incapable of deceit. Steve is likely to encounter some troubles. You will meet him here. First escort him to our place, and then we shall discuss subsequent actions. As for you, I have a few matters to attend to and need to pay Tony a visit. After Rega finished speaking, he departed from the hospital. Chapter 74, Encounter. With a resounding crash, Pierce smashed the wine glass in his hand onto the ground, shards of glass scattering everywhere, while the expensive wine splattered in all directions. It had been many years since he had lost his composure. As a top member of Hydra, he always maintained an unflappable demeanor, making it nearly impossible for others to discern his innermost thoughts. However, just moments ago, he received a call from Sitwell, delivering news that was as dire as it could possibly be. Garrett and Ward had been apprehended by Coulson, effectively severing that line of operation. According to Sitwell, it seemed Garrett had inadvertently revealed too much, prompting Coulson to uncover his identity. Garrett was utterly incompetent, exposing himself at such a critical moment and jeopardizing the entire operation, leaving Pierce to clean up the mess. Even if Garrett and Ward managed to hold their ground, he dared not take that risk. It was imperative to eliminate the threat promptly. Delay was not an option, for the entire organization could be at stake. After contemplating, he made several phone calls. However, Sitwell also conveyed another piece of news. Fury had been confirmed dead. For Pierce, this could be considered a small consolation amidst the chaos. He steadied himself and poured another glass of wine. The issue with Garrett was already being addressed, and results would likely follow soon. Next, he would have to deal with Rega, this Avenger. Strength conquers all. No matter the multitude of schemes, before absolute power, they would only sigh in vain. Pierce was not one to succumb to despair. He believed that there was always a way out. He refused to accept that Rega had no weaknesses. Uncharacteristically, He sought assistance from others and deployed significant resources to search for talented individuals, ultimately leading him to a woman named Lorelei, reputed to possess unique abilities and a considerable following. Although Pierce had never encountered Lorelei and was unaware of her capabilities, he nonetheless dispatched personnel to make contact. Casting a wide net was always prudent, for who knew if this woman might indeed hold a solution. Moreover, Pierce had heard that this woman had garnered a considerable number of admirers, and any woman who could thrive amidst a sea of men must possess more than mere beauty. She surely possessed some extraordinary talents. Thus, he resolved to allow her an opportunity, as he stood to lose nothing. The envoy Pierce sent Max soon met with Lorelei in a lavish hotel in Las Vegas, adorned with opulent decorations, featuring exquisite biblical-themed murals on the dome and a small fountain embellishing the central hall. As Max stepped through the grand entrance of the hotel, he was promptly intercepted by the guard stationed at the door. "I am here on behalf of Minister Pierce, seeking an audience with your superior, Lorelei," Max stated. "Allow him to enter," came a seductive British-accented voice from within. As Max stepped through the door, he beheld a stunning red-haired beauty standing on a golden platform above the hall, her form accentuated by a fitted emerald gown that highlighted her endless allure and captivating charm. "Hello, I am here representing Minister Pierce." The moment he laid eyes on her, Max's gaze became somewhat entranced. He swallowed hard, struggling to suppress the fervent desires bubbling within him, and stammered, "Minister Pierce?" Lorelei furrowed her brow. "Who is he?" "He is a member of the World Security Council, and he requires your assistance in eliminating a man," Max quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Lorelei's interest waned. A decrepit old man dared to command her. She gestured dismissively to those nearby. "I do not wish to see this man again." Several imposing figures, waiting at the side, approached Max with a menacing demeanor. While he was no match for elite operatives, he managed to handle these men adequately, and after some effort, he swiftly brought them down. Lorelei watched with keen interest, recognizing the professional training evident in Max, in stark contrast to the ordinary individuals she had summoned. "You are quite the warrior," Lorelei remarked, her eyes glinting with intrigue. "Thank you for your kind words," Max replied, nearly bowing at her feet in delight. "But compared to the Regan I was about to mention, I am nothing." "Oh really?" Lorelei's interest piqued. "Indeed, he is an Avenger. Even Thor, the god of thunder, has praised him as a true warrior." Max's words ignited a spark in Lorelei's eyes. "This man is so formidable." She leaned over the railing, leaping down from the terrace, grasping Max by the collar, her urgency palpable. "Where is this Regan you speak of?" "Regan, long time no see, welcome." Pepper enthusiastically approached, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. "Hello, Pepper." Regan smiled in return. "Oh, what is this?" Pepper then noticed the box beside Regan. "A gift for Tony." "Is he around?" "A gift for Tony? You might be wasting your efforts." "He hardly understands the significance of gifts." Pepper laughed. "He is upstairs. You can head right up." "Thank you." Regan bid farewell to Pepper and took the elevator straight to the top floor. "Regan, you've arrived. Pepper just told me you brought me a gift." As the elevator doors opened, Tony's playful voice greeted him. "Indeed, it is a gift," Regan replied, patting the box beside him. "What a large gift." Tony stepped closer to inspect. What could possibly be inside? Will a gigantic doll leap out and scare me? While no doll would jump out, it was nearly as shocking. Regan said as he slowly opened the box. Before Tony's incredulous gaze, half of a blue alien corpse gradually came into view. The alien's lower abdomen had vanished, gently floating within a transparent liquid. "My goodness, Rega, you have truly bestowed upon me a remarkable gift," Tony murmured softly. "I knew you would appreciate it," Rega replied with a smile. "Wishing you an early Merry Christmas. As for the means, that remains confidential. Your sole responsibility is to conduct the research." Rega shook his head. "Forget it. I couldn't care less." Tony pouted, his gaze once again engrossed in the half-corpse before him. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. This affair is to remain between us. Inform me of any developments at your convenience." Observing Tony's obsession with the Kree body, Rega rose to depart. "By the way, this was extracted from that corpse. It possesses the remarkable ability to accelerate cellular regeneration. In simpler terms, as long as you have a breath left, this substance can save your life." Before leaving, Rega tossed a test tube to Tony. Tony caught it and examined the label, a look of confusion crossing his face. "GH325? Just a code. If you find it unappealing, you may refer to it as G-string 325, Rega shrugged. "Also, while this substance is potent, I advise against its indiscriminate use. The side effects can be severe." With that, ignoring Tony's bewildered expression, Rega turned and entered the elevator. After exiting from Tony's presence, Rega made his way to the garage, concluding that entrusting this to Tony was a prudent choice. With his capabilities, resources, and intellect, he would undoubtedly yield significant research findings in no time. As he approached his vehicle, he suddenly noticed a striking red-haired beauty approaching. Her alluring figure and expression captivating several men even in the dimly lit underground garage. A few drivers, so enraptured by her allure, collided with nearby vehicles. The woman approached him, surveying him with an air of arrogance, and inquired, "Are you Rega?" "Yes, and you are?" Rega replied, furrowing his brow. "Though you are quite beautiful, that expression of yours is rather irritating." After appraising Rega, the woman appeared thoroughly satisfied. She smiled faintly, extended her hand to caress Rega's arm, and softly said, "I am Lorelei." Chapter 75, Zola. "Captain, over here." Natasha had somehow appeared behind him, raising the USB drive in her hand. "How did you get that?" "How did you know?" The captain asked hurriedly. "Your ability to lie is rather poor, and your skills in concealment are even worse," Natasha teased. The captain, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her remark, quickly shifted the topic. "Where is Rega? Hand me the USB." Following the recent events at SHIELD, the captain's nerves were on edge. "Rest assured, we mean no harm. I know Fury entrusted this USB to you. It undoubtedly contains vital information we need to review," Natasha stated. The captain scrutinized Natasha, seemingly assessing her trustworthiness. After a moment, he nodded. "All right, as long as you don't mind that I am currently a fugitive." "You have become a fugitive? How could that be?" Natasha asked, surprised. SHIELD is hunting me." Upon hearing this, Natasha couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed that Hydra's operations had accelerated. "What shall we do now?" the captain inquired. The two settled their minds and sat quietly on the sofa for a while, yet Rega remained elusive. Natasha dialed Rega's mobile once more, but curiously, there was no answer. Could he be delayed with Tony? The captain pondered. "It's possible. Perhaps he has encountered some new ideas." Natasha nodded, deeming this a reasonable deduction. After all, one couldn't simply assume that Rega had been abducted. "Shall we wait for him? Time is of the essence. Hydra does not wait for anyone," the captain expressed with some urgency. Natasha contemplated briefly, then decided, "Let us first see what we can find here." She rose and gestured for the captain to follow her outside. "What is the matter? Going outside?" Natasha looked at him incredulously. "This USB drive has a tracking program. Once activated, they will soon come knocking at our door. I certainly do not wish to have my home turned into a chaotic mess by that lot." The captain shook his head and followed Natasha out of the room. They casually selected a computer at a nearby electronics store, and Natasha plugged in the USB drive. As she typed rapidly on the keyboard, the information on the drive began to materialize. The captain's expression grew grave upon witnessing the contents. "Do you recognize this place?" Natasha noted his unease. "I used to know it," he replied swiftly, yanking the USB drive from the computer. Just then, Langlois and his assault team arrived at the scene. "They're here," the captain said, glancing out the window, his gaze tightening. Natasha took a quick look at the intruders and remarked coolly, "There's no need to engage with them. Let's leave this place." She then found a blind spot of a security camera, grasped the captain's hand, and they vanished into thin air. "Your ability is quite convenient." On the interstate, as the captain drove, he marveled, "I can't help but want to try it myself." Natasha smiled slightly. "If you are interested, you might consult Rega about it." "Are you serious?" the captain asked. "Absolutely. If you bring it up, he should consider it." The captain chuckled. "Once I have made up my mind, I will seek him out. I hope his fees are not exorbitant." Natasha laughed again, knowing that the captain was merely jesting. For him, true strength was not merely about possessing extraordinary powers. It resided in having a heart of a warrior. It was this heart that enabled him to confront foes far more formidable than himself, to bravely engage in battle, to thwart, and even defeat them. If he were solely in pursuit of power, he would no longer be the captain. By the time they arrived in New Jersey, night had fallen. Natasha felt unfamiliar in this desolate encampment, yet the captain was well acquainted with the area. "This was where I trained as a new recruit." Nostalgia glimmered in the captain's eyes. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. After a thorough search, they discovered a hidden basement. Before the two individuals lay a multitude of antiquated computers and boxes brimming with hardware, all shrouded in a thick layer of dust, clearly indicating that this place had been long forsaken. However, Natasha soon discovered a pristine USB connector resting on the desk. Upon inserting the flash drive, the computer sprang to life, and the entire room seemed to awaken in an instant. If Rega were present, he would undoubtedly marvel at this technological marvel. Hydra had managed to achieve the physical storage of a person's consciousness and knowledge, a feat that dates back to World War II and is nothing short of extraordinary. In truth, he had instructed Natasha to bring the captain to seek him out with this very intention. He needed to meet Zola. hoping to unravel the mystery of how Hydra had succeeded in preserving a person's consciousness within a physical medium. If Zola's consciousness could be stored within a data tape stretching 20,000 feet, then with today's technology, they could surely surpass that, potentially creating a brand new robot that transcends even Jarvis. Unfortunately, he was not present, and this aspiration seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. Rogers, Steve, Romanov, Natalia Alexeyevna. Zola naturally articulated their names. Who are you? Natasha inquired, her brow furrowing. Zola. Zola? Natasha had never encountered this individual before. Zola is a scientist from Hydra. I fought him once, the captain explained. I thought he was dead. My body indeed perished, but my consciousness has achieved immortality, Zola replied with a sense of pride. At the time, I was afflicted with a terminal illness, and Hydra preserved my brain. You are now standing within my mind. What exactly resides within that flash drive? The captain interjected abruptly, his impatience evident. Upon hearing the captain's inquiry, Zola began to divulge the intricate details behind the scenes. Hydra, various assassination plots, the Insight program, and that remarkable algorithm, leaving both individuals astounded. They had not anticipated that Hydra had reached such depths. You are doomed, the captain uttered coldly. Perhaps, but regrettably, you too will not witness that day, Zola replied with a smug demeanor. I'm afraid this may disappoint you, Natasha said playfully. Zola responded, somewhat perplexed. In the midst of his exasperated outburst, Natasha seized the captain's hand, and in an instant they vanished. Following this, a brilliant explosion erupted as a short-range missile reduced the area to ruins. Chapter 76, The Missing Rega. The two took refuge in a house on the outskirts. A property Rega had once purchased on a whim, now proving unexpectedly useful. To think they would go so far as to launch short-range missiles domestically. Hydra is truly deranged. The captain seethed. They have entered their final frenzy. Someone of your heroic stature is undoubtedly their target, Natasha remarked dismissively. Our situation is precarious. Do you wish to inform Rega? The captain inquired. Natasha nodded, dialing Rega's phone once more, only to furrow her brow immediately. What's wrong? Rega's phone is off. Natasha set down her phone, a cloud of uncertainty enveloping her. Had he turned it off? The captain, too, found it peculiar. He had mentioned seeking out Tony earlier, suggesting she attempt to reach him, as he might still be there. After a moment's contemplation, Natasha dialed Iron Man's number, but the result only deepened her furrowed brow. Tony informed her that Rega was not present. He had departed the previous day. Where could he have gone? The captain felt a sense of incredulity. Yesterday, his calls went unanswered, and today his phone was switched off. Had Hydra taken action against him? Natasha lowered her gaze, contemplating this possibility. She was acutely aware of Rega's current prowess. Among the Avengers, only Thor and Hulk posed a challenge to him. Given such formidable strength, it seemed unlikely that an adversary could discreetly incapacitate him. Yet, one must not underestimate Hydra's capabilities. These individuals had managed to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. since the end of World War II, indicating they possessed considerable resources. What new inventions or equipment might they have developed over the years, and who might they have encountered? No one knew. Perhaps among these innovations lay something that could counter Rega's abilities. This thought sparked a wave of unease within Natasha. With Fury now deceased, she could not rely on him to locate Rega, and with S.H.I.E.L.D. now under Hydra's control, seeking their assistance was out of the question. Then she recalled Coulson. Rega had forged a partnership with him, and not long ago, he had come to Coulson's aid. Could he have gone to Coulson's side? Hastily, she picked up the phone to contact him, but received similarly disheartening news. He was nowhere to be found. Where could he have gone? Natasha had never felt such urgency before. Still no news? The captain inquired. Natasha nodded solemnly. Rest assured, he should be fine. His strength is formidable, and it is unlikely that an adversary could easily subdue him. There must be some other reason for our inability to reach him, the captain offered in comfort. Natasha closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to steady her rising anxiety. Moreover, the Hydra situation was pressing, and she needed to confront it. Once Hydra was dealt with, perhaps she could leverage considerable resources to search for him, making the effort more effective. Setting Rega aside for the moment, Natasha exhaled deeply, her gaze resolute. First, we tackle the Hydra issue. In Los Angeles, the morning sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel room, prompting Rega to shield his eyes from the dazzling light. He rose from a bed and glanced at the enchanting redhead lying beside him, his eyes filled with admiration. The wildness of the previous night lingered vividly in his memory, her abandon captivating him entirely. She was a beguiling creature. Rega gazed at her with affection, her curvaceous form beneath the covers outlining breathtaking contours, stirring a sense of desire within him. "Hello," Lorelei murmured, her eyes fluttering open, a lazy smile gracing her lips. "Hello," Rega replied, drawing her close and gently kissing her forehead. "Indeed, you are as formidable as they say." Lorelei reclined in Rega's embrace, her hand caressing his chest, her voice possessing a sweetness capable of melting hearts. "It has been 6 centuries since I have felt such fulfillment. Is that so? How have you spent these 600 years? Rega inquired. A shadow flitted across Lorelei's face. She pushed Rega away, abruptly rising to her feet, hastily wrapping herself in a bath towel. She then approached the window, gazing out at the bustling streets bathed in bright sunlight, slowly closing her eyes. Rega remained silent, merely observing her. After a moment, Lorelei spoke. "I am not of this world. I hail from Asgard." "Asgard?" Rega's interest was piqued. "I know a few individuals from Asgard, yet I have never heard your name." "It is not surprising that you have not," Lorelei replied with a cold scoff. "Those wretches imprisoned me for 600 years, placing a special collar upon me that rendered me mute. My name was buried deep, forbidden to be uttered by anyone. For 6 long centuries, I existed alone in a cold, damp cell, accompanied solely by endless darkness. I lost not only my precious freedom, but also the ability to utter a single word." Rega's heart ached upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the enchanting being before him bore such a tragic past. He immediately rose, gently embracing her from behind and kissing her neck. "Fear not, you shall no longer be alone. I will be by your side," he whispered softly. Lorelei nodded. "Moreover, I shall assist you in confronting those from Asgard. Even if it costs me my life, I will avenge you," Rega declared with determination. "I believe that," Lorelei replied with a radiant smile, turning to give Rega a deep kiss. Subsequently, her expression returned to one of calm. "Words alone are insufficient. How do you intend to assist me? Though most humans on Earth may appear frail, this world is far from simple. It is inhabited by many extraordinary individuals, endowed with peculiar and formidable abilities. We can recruit them." A mischievous smile graced Rega's lips. "Additionally, there are numerous powerful organizations, possessing vast resources and manpower. Many things are readily available for us to utilize." "Is that so? Such as?" Lorelei inquired, her excitement palpable. "For instance, Hydra." Rega slowly articulated the 3 words. Chapter 77, Cold Storage. Coulson. Rega sat on a private Falcon 2000 jet, simultaneously contacting Coulson. The jet was outfitted with luxurious amenities, all handcrafted and undoubtedly expensive. However, under Lorelei's compelling persuasion, they had effortlessly acquired it. "Rega?" Coulson's voice conveyed surprise. "Where are you? Natasha cannot reach you and asked if I was with you. What is the matter?" Regarding Hydra, Rega's tone grew serious. "I heard you capture Garrett, is that correct?" Upon mentioning this, Coulson appeared quite elated. "Indeed. It is thanks to your intelligence, my gratitude to you." "No need for thanks," Rega smiled. "However, I require your assistance with a matter. I wish to meet Garrett." Coulson looked somewhat perplexed. "Why?" "I have unearthed some information regarding Hydra and need to consult him for verification." "What is it?" Coulson's demeanor shifted to one of immediate concern. "Once I have confirmed it, I shall inform you." "Very well," Coulson readily acquiesced. It was due to Rega's assistance that he had apprehended these Hydra individuals. Thus, he had no grounds to refuse Rega's request, especially since Rega might bring forth new intelligence. They have been relocated to the cold storage facility, which is under strict surveillance. "Are you familiar with the place?" "I am. I was preparing to interrogate them. Yet entry to the cold storage necessitates certain protocols. Without the proper credentials, they may not permit your access. I shall accompany you." By this time, Coulson had already received news of Fury's demise, aware that Hydra had commenced their operations, and thus he felt compelled to inspect the cold storage. "Very well," Rega agreed without hesitation. "I will head there first. You can contact me when you arrive." "Understood." Coulson concluded the call. The criminals are in the cold storage, where there are many useful individuals. Rega turned to Lorelei beside him. "Let us hasten. I am eager to reunite with my forces," Lorelei replied with a captivating smile. "At your command, your majesty." The plane began to veer through the skies, heading directly toward the cold storage facility. Lorelei, clad in combat attire, was approached by Sif, whose commanding presence drew the attention of the rest of the team. On that day, Coulson and his team had suddenly detected a significant energy fluctuation, remarkably similar to the arrival of Thor, prompting them to rush over and confirm that indeed Asgardians were present. "Where are you headed?" Sif inquired. "To the cold storage, our clandestine prison. Rega has received some recent information regarding Hydra and wishes to verify with Garrett." No sooner had Coulson spoken than Skye leaped up, exclaiming excitedly, "I want to go too. He saved my life. I've yet to express my gratitude. Last time, Rega departed before she awakened, leaving her with a sense of regret for not having met him. Rega is an Avenger. Opportunities to engage with an Avenger so closely in real life are rare indeed. Then I shall accompany you. I too wish to meet him. Perhaps his assistance will be needed in this matter, Sif stated. Do you know him? Simmons asked. Sif nodded. We met during the encounter with the Destroyer, and I have not properly thanked him. Why would you thank him? Fitz interjected. He saved me once. He saved you as well. Sky exclaimed in astonishment. It was incredible that Rega had also rescued Sif. In that case, Coulson surveyed the group. Then let us all go together. Rega and Lorelei swiftly arrived at the cold storage facility. Due to the aircraft's inability to land, Rega took the daring step of leaping from the plane while cradling Lorelei in his arms. You never cease to amaze me, Lorelei exclaimed, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air. She wrapped her arms around Rega's neck, whispering sweetly in his ear, My dear, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Hearing the charming compliment from the beauty, Rega felt a surge of elation. The pair gently descended onto the rooftop, where Rega set Lorelei down and approached the bulletproof door with measured strides. The guards inside were momentarily taken aback, witnessing a man descending from the heavens with an enchanting woman in his embrace, leaving them in astonished silence. Upon seeing Rega at the door, they were rendered somewhat flustered. Open the door, Rega stated calmly. One guard, struggling to swallow his apprehension, attempted to compose himself and said, Sir, may I see your identification and clearance? I do not possess any, Rega replied. The guard squared his shoulders, seemingly trying to bolster his resolve. I'm afraid I cannot allow you entry without proper credentials. What did you say? A menacing aura began to emanate from Rega. Enough with the aggression, Lorelei interjected, stepping forward to gently place a hand on Rega's shoulder. She then turned to the guards, offering them a captivating smile. You will obediently open the door for us, won't you? Yes, they replied. Their gazes instantly clouded with enchantment as they pressed the button to unlock the door. Now, let's meet my soldiers, Lorelei said, swaying gracefully as she entered. Rega followed suit, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he stepped into the cold storage. Where's Garrett? Under the guard's guidance, they navigated through the labyrinthine corridors of the facility until they reached the lowest level, where Garrett was being held in isolation. Garrett, Rega called as he opened the door. What do you want, Rega? Here to mock me? Garrett's expression was grim. On the contrary, I am here to rescue you. Rescue me? Garrett scoffed. What new trick is your master S-H-I-E-L-D playing now? You are mistaken. S-H-I-E-L-D is not my master. Rega corrected him with a serious demeanor. Lorelei is. It was then that Garrett noticed the striking red-haired woman standing behind Rega, her petite frame having been concealed by Rega's imposing stature. Lorelei? Garrett furrowed his brow. Who are you? Lorelei stepped forward, extending her hand to grasp Garrett's arm, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I am your queen. In an instant, the look in Garrett's eyes shifted from skepticism to infatuation and fervor. Of course, your majesty. I hear from Rega that you are affiliated with Hydra. Indeed. And you have many capable soldiers? Yes, I personally oversee a project known as the Centipede Program, which can mass-produce super soldiers. The Centipede Program? Lorelei's expression soured immediately. Why choose such a grotesque name? Your Majesty, if it displeases you, I can change it at once. Garrett replied, his demeanor eager to please. Impressive, they can leap from heights of several meters without sustaining a scratch. The reinforced concrete before them appears as delicate as cake. Their swiftness is remarkable, and Garrett exhibits a certain pride, for they heed only my command. Now, they shall follow my orders, Lorelei corrected. Indeed so, Garrett replied with respect. Aside from Garrett, there are many others here at your disposal, Rega reminded, and an extensive cache of weapons is stored, including several extraterrestrial artifacts from the Chitauri. Very well, Lorelei said nonchalantly. Show me. The trio traversed the entirety of the prison, where every male inmate, without exception, became subservient to Lorelei, while all female inmates were sentenced to death by her decree, save for one. Your Majesty, this woman is under my charge. She possesses unique talents that could greatly assist us in our research. Garrett pointed to a black woman. In that case, let her remain, Lorelei shrugged. Very well, Garrett nodded. Then turned to Ward beside him. Gather the brothers and seize whatever can be taken. Understood, Ward nodded, leading a large contingent to commence the sweep. Let us depart. After meticulously loading the equipment onto vehicles, the group exited in grand fashion. Chapter 78. A startling revelation. Upon reaching the cold storage, Coulson and his team sensed something amiss. This location, a covert prison of S.H.I.L.D., is typically under stringent surveillance, Yet their arrival was inexplicably smooth, devoid of any scrutiny. Guard. Coulson knocked on the door, only to find no one on duty. What's wrong? May inquired. The personnel responsible for security are absent, Coulson observed, scanning the area. This situation was decidedly irregular. May narrowed her eyes. Where's Rega? He should have arrived before us. Coulson produced his phone, attempting to contact Rega. Hello, Coulson, Rega answered. Where are you? Still en route. I was delayed. Is something wrong? Hurry over. We have a situation. Coulson concluded the call. What is the status? May asked. Rega has not yet arrived, Coulson replied, drawing his firearm. We should enter and investigate. But this door is bulletproof, Fitz remarked. Leave it to me, Sif declared, swiftly unsheathing her sword. With a swift motion, the door splintered into 4 pieces. Let us proceed. Sif led the charge, while the others carefully followed suit, weapons drawn. The oppressive silence and dim lighting instilled a sense of dread, compounded by the eerie absence of any signs of struggle. It was as if everyone had vanished in a thin air. I don't know. The situation feels dire, Fitz admitted, unease creeping into his voice. As they ventured deeper, they soon arrived at the area where inmates were held, only to be met with a shocking and chilling sight. All the prison doors stood ajar, and the inmates within had completely disappeared. Look here, Skye shouted. Coulson and the others rushed over, their eyes widening in disbelief. A multitude of female prisoners lay sprawled across the ground, their lifeless forms mingling with the pooling blood that seeped from the heap, gradually spreading outward in the dim light, casting an eerie darkness. Even though Simmons had grown accustomed to the sight of the deceased, the sheer number of bodies before her was unsettling, and peculiarly, they were all women. May stepped forward to inspect the corpses closely and remarked solemnly that, judging by the wounds and their positions, they had been executed by gunfire. Executed? The others were incredulous. Execution was no trivial act. It implied that someone had gathered them together before unleashing a barrage from rifles. Yet, where had all the others gone? Who had carried out this execution? Had the guards collectively lost their minds and slaughtered them all? But then, what had become of them? Where were the male prisoners? Everyone was engulfed in confusion at the scene before them, except for Sif. Her face paled as she gazed upon the exclusively female corpses. In her understanding, only one individual possessed the capability to orchestrate such an act. Lorelei. What? Coulson could scarcely comprehend. This must be the work of Lorelei, Sif declared. Why? Skye inquired urgently. I mentioned earlier that Lorelei could control most men merely with her voice. If that fails, anyone she touches is invariably under her influence. Invariably? May pondered this phrase carefully. Indeed, she had once manipulated someone very close to me in such a manner, causing considerable harm. Consider the present circumstances. All the men have vanished without a trace of struggle, yet every woman has been slain. Only she possesses the ability to effortlessly infiltrate this place. And only she would choose such a method, as she cannot control women. Are you suggesting she controlled all the men here and led them away? Skye's face reflected shock. I fear it may be more than that, Coulson stated. What do you mean? The cold storage facility is a secret prison of S-H-I-E-L-D, known only to our personnel, and only senior staff are aware of its existence. Thus, Lorelei must have exerted control over one of our senior agents. Simmons interjected immediately. Not only that, I suspect she manipulated that senior agent, Coulson emphasized. Who? The others remained perplexed. Coulson retrieved his phone and dialed Rega, activating the speaker. Rega, where are you? Coulson asked. I'm still en route. Almost there. Please wait a moment longer, Rega replied before hanging up. I doubt he will arrive, Coulson said slowly. Regarding the group. Considering Rega's earlier actions and the recent phone call, Coulson's implication was unmistakable. Lorelei had exerted her influence over Rega, enabling her to access this location, abscond with these individuals, and seize every weapon she could carry. This revelation sent a chill down everyone's spine, leaving them shivering in terror. What are we to do? Skye asked anxiously. Coulson remained silent, acutely aware of Rega's formidable prowess, now inexplicably under the control of this enigmatic woman, turning into an adversary. The situation had suddenly grown dire. Sif had previously mentioned that Lorelei had been imprisoned until her recent escape, if she intended to muster an army to assault Asgard. Acquiring sufficient manpower would undoubtedly be her foremost objective. As a member of the Avengers, Rega was aware of numerous secret prisons operated by S-H-I-E-L-D, housing a multitude of heinous criminals, many of whom possessed superhuman abilities. If he were to escort Lorelei to these locations and enlist their aid, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Merely contemplating the criminals in the cryo facility was enough to give Coulson a headache. We must locate her swiftly and thwart her plans. or the entire planet will soon fall into chaos, Sif asserted. I concur, but the dilemma lies in the fact that she is not alone. She is surrounded by numerous allies, including Rega, an Avenger. We cannot contend with him, Coulson replied. Is there any possibility of summoning Thor? He should be able to subdue Rega. Absolutely not, Sif retorted decisively. This war must be fought solely by women. Women, Coulson mused, tapping his forehead. How could I have forgotten her? Who? Sif inquired, curiosity piqued. Natasha, Rega's girlfriend, Coulson replied with a faint smile. She would never remain idle while her boyfriend is being usurped. Chapter 79. Meeting Pierce Alexander Pierce. I believe I have heard of this individual before, Lorelei remarked, adjusting her posture in the uncomfortable cabin seat. Is he particularly renowned? While he possesses no extraordinary abilities, he is a member of the World Security Council and the Secretary of Defense, Rega explained, seated beside her. Moreover, he is one of the leaders of Hydra, a figure of considerable influence. Garrett, seated across from them, was taken aback by this revelation and quickly inquired, How do you know this information? It is classified. Rega cast him a disdainful glance. I possess knowledge far beyond what your feeble mind can comprehend. In fact, I was the one who informed Coulson of your affiliation with Hydra. Garrett's expression was one of astonishment. He seemed unfazed by Rega's scorn. Are you implying that Coulson has known I was with Hydra from the very beginning? Indeed, including that Ward, Rega indicated toward the cockpit where Ward was situated. I divulged this information to him as soon as he joined Coulson's team. Garrett then comprehended why Coulson had acted with such decisiveness and alacrity, without a hint of hesitation. He had been puzzled by Coulson's swift response. Even if he had inadvertently let something slip, it turned out that it was all premeditated. Feeling the tension between the two men, Lorelei interjected, What has transpired in the past is behind us. You are both in service to me now. So let us all coexist harmoniously, shall we? Recognizing their common allegiance, Rega pondered briefly before producing a small vial from his person and handing it to Garrett. Here, take this. The vial contained a blue-violet serum. Initially, 3 vials of serum were discovered on the island. One was utilized to save Skye. Another was handed to Tony for research purposes, leaving one remaining in his possession. This is the serum. Upon receiving it, Garrett observed the label affixed to the vial, his voice trembling slightly. He had ventured to that desolate island with Coulson specifically for this item, only to have it snatched away by Rager, rendering his efforts futile. He had once believed he would meet his demise without it, yet astonishingly, Rager now presented him with the very thing he had yearned for. Isn't this what you desired? I'm offering it to you now. Your body cannot endure much longer. Without this, you will soon perish, and then you will be unable to serve our queen. How do you know? Garrett inquired hastily. I have told you. My knowledge is vast, far beyond your imagination. Rager interrupted him impatiently. Thank you. Garrett moved his lips, ultimately expressing his gratitude, then carefully secured the vial. It represented his second chance at life. Rager waved dismissively. What is this? Lorelei asked, taking the vial from Garrett's hand and examining it with interest. GH 325. Is that so? Quite intriguing, Lorelei remarked playfully. Are there still Kree on Earth? Certainly. Earth harbors many secrets. We are merely not yet equipped to handle certain individuals. However, as we continue to expand, we shall soon establish a grand empire. And those individuals will ultimately serve us, Rager declared, extending his arms triumphantly. Yes, I like that, Lorelei replied, her face aglow with a smile. Kree? Garrett inquired, somewhat perplexed, unaware of the existence of such beings. A repugnant creature with blue skin. You will understand when you encounter one, Rager explained. By the way, was the body you took from that box Kree? Garrett suddenly recalled the large crate Rager had carried that day. Indeed, but that body is not with me. I have already given it to Tony Stark for research. Tony Stark? Lorelei interjected, intrigued by yet another name. A playboy, billionaire Iron Man, who became a renowned superhero through his self-designed armored suit. He is a top-tier scientist with an astonishing intellect, and one of our targets for conquest, Rager elaborated. Lorelei smiled brightly, clearly finding Rager's assertions about Earth compelling. Yes, we shall visit him soon, Lorelei stated. Indeed, but one must take small bites of food and step cautiously along the path. Our first priority is to find Pierce. Once he is under our command, many matters will become more manageable. After all, power is a vital force in any realm, Rager chuckled. Indeed, power is strength, Lorelei declared proudly, clenching her fist. Only Lorelei, Rega, Garrett, and Ward came to Washington to meet Pierce, while the others remained at Garrett's secret base on standby, ready to be contacted when needed. The four swiftly arrived at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. aboard a Quinjet, a fast and stealthy aircraft requisitioned by Rega from external base. As the hatch opened, they walked towards the building. This place looks quite impressive, Lorelei remarked, surveying her surroundings. Too bad it may soon be engulfed in flames. Rega replied with a smirk. Why is that? Lorelei inquired. Because beneath this structure lie 3 enormous aerospace carriers, Rega stated, arriving at the elevator and pressing the button. You know about this too? Garrett expressed his surprise once again. What? Lorelei asked. The Insight program of Hydra. The 3 aerospace carriers are equipped with formidable firepower and precise strike capabilities. Once the carriers are airborne, an algorithm allows the computer to identify individuals posing a threat to Hydra, and then commands are issued to eliminate them, Rega elucidated. Oh, Hydra is rather impressive, Lorelei remarked, her opinion of Hydra shifting. This is also our primary objective. Though the technology aboard the 3 carriers is rather outdated for Asgard, it remains highly advanced on Earth. We will undoubtedly face some adversaries, and with these 3 carriers, vanquishing them will be significantly easier. The elevator chimed, signaling their arrival at Pierce's office floor. Rega stepped forward and swung open the office door. Pierce sat at his desk, deep in thought about the forthcoming operations when the sudden intrusion startled him. He stood up, ready to reprimand the intruder, but his words caught in his throat. Rega, Garrett Ward, how did you all come together? Pierce stammered, his brow furrowing as he added. And who is this woman? Though Lorelei was breathtakingly beautiful, she held little allure for Pierce. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lorelei. She stepped forward, gently grasping Pierce's arm. We are your queens, and also your queen. Chapter 80. The meeting at the time Natasha received Coulson's call. She was situated beneath an abandoned dam, a remote location seldom visited, serving as another secret base for S.H.I.L.D. Rega had previously informed her that Sitwell was affiliated with Hydra. Thus she and the captain had set their sights on him, intending to extract some new intelligence from his lips. With their exceptional combat prowess, capturing Sitwell would pose no challenge. It was through him that they acquired critical information. Pierce had sensed the impending threat and planned to launch the carriers ahead of schedule. The two were anxious, yet they could not simply storm into Washington. Pierce currently held dominion over S.H.I.L.D. and had issued a manhunt for them, making their detection exceedingly probable. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, Hill arrived. Come with me. Someone wishes to meet you. With a sense of bewilderment, the two followed Hill to this location. Upon seeing Fury lying in the hospital bed, disbelief washed over them. Hello. Fury weakly raised his hand in greeting. Are you dead? I witnessed your demise, Natasha asked urgently. So you deceived us all? The captain's expression darkened. I don't know whom to trust, Fury defended himself. Your actions have proven me wrong. Where's Rega? Why hasn't he come? Fury glanced around, noticing Rega's absence. I don't know. We haven't been able to reach him, Natasha replied, shaking her head. He has been missing for several days. Fury's expression fell. Could Rega also be under Hydra's control? Uncertain. With his formidable strength, he should. Natasha's words trailed off as a sudden realization struck her, her eyes widening. What is it? The captain inquired. He was previously Hydra's winter soldier. Hydra possesses a method to control winter soldiers. If they have temporarily confined Rega and activated that program, it is possible that they could successfully control him, correct? Fury's face darkened with concern. Natasha nodded. If that is the case, we are in serious trouble. Suddenly, Natasha's phone rang. It was Coulson. Fury gestured for Natasha to answer. Coulson. Natasha, it's Coulson. Rega has been taken control of. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Their worst fears had materialized. The one controlling him is a woman named Lorelei, Coulson continued. Who is Lorelei? Natasha had never heard of her. She is a fugitive from Asgard, capable of commanding all men, posing a significant threat. Sif has been dispatched to apprehend her. Given the recent events, we suspect that Rega has likely fallen under her control. Fury couldn't help but roll his eyes at the mention of Asgard. We haven't yet dealt with Hydra, and now Asgardians are here to create further chaos. All right, I understand, Natasha replied. Be cautious. Do not confront her alone. If Rega is indeed under her control, you would be in grave danger. Where are you? I shall bring Sif to you. Natasha glanced at Fury. This place is not ideal. I will come to you instead. Where are you located? Hurry over. I am at the base on the outskirts of Washington. We believe they have likely gone to Washington based on various signs. Understood. Natasha then hung up the phone. It seems a trip to Washington is unavoidable, Fury remarked. If you were to go to Washington, you must not go empty-handed. With that, he subtly signaled to Hill, who promptly retrieved a box. Insert these 3 chips into the 3 aircraft carriers. We may still salvage the situation, Fury instructed, pointing to the 3 chips. However, he had yet to finish his statement when he was interrupted by the captain. We shall not salvage anything. Our objective is not merely to annihilate these aircraft carriers, but to obliterate S-H-I-E-L-D as well. What? Fury questioned, suspecting he had misheard. You yourself stated that S-H-I-E-L-D has betrayed us. Hydra has thrived right under your nose. At this moment, the organization may be infested with their agents. What need is there to salvage such a S-H-I-E-L-D? The others watched in silence as the captain rebuked Fury with righteous fervor. So what do you propose? These carriers pose an immense threat and must be destroyed. Such weapons must not fall into anyone's hands, the captain asserted decisively. Furthermore, to eradicate Hydra, S-H-I-E-L-D must be dismantled, as the two have become inseparable. When the time comes, we will unveil all secrets to the public, allowing everyone to see the atrocities Hydra has committed. Natasha, I entrust this matter to you. Natasha nodded in agreement. The public may not be prepared to accept these revelations, Fury cautioned, fixing his remaining eye on the captain. You are not the public. Their capacity to endure far exceeds your imagination, the captain replied coldly. Fury glanced at Hill, who also concurred, and thus he ceased to insist. He shrugged and reclined against the chair's backrest, adopting an expression of resignation. After all, in the eyes of the world, he was already considered a dead man. Nevertheless, you will require these chips. To obliterate 3 carriers, mere brute strength will not suffice. Once these chips are inserted, we can command the carriers to attack one another, thus easing your task and preventing Hydra from utilizing the carriers to harm innocent civilians, Fury explained. The captain cast a glance at the 3 chips and nodded slightly. Moreover, I do not believe Hydra will allow you to enter effortlessly and destroy their secret weapon. You will undoubtedly encounter some obstacles, Fury continued. Are you referring to Bucky? The captain inquired solemnly. If I encounter him, leave it to me. That would be best, Fury mused, but as you heard from Coulson, Rega may also be in Washington, along with an Asgardian, and she may have others at her disposal. I trust one need not remind you of the difficulties posed by Asgardians. Those 2 brothers inflicted considerable losses, which you have experienced firsthand. I am aware, Natasha interjected. I will handle Rega, and I will deal with that woman as well. With all due respect, you are no match for Rega. Even with Sif, who hails from Asgard, you may still find yourself at a disadvantage, Fury remarked calmly. I am well aware of that, but who said I would be going alone? Natasha's eyes gleamed with determination. There are more than just Rega on this planet. In that case, Fury surveyed the group. Let us commence our operation. I wish you all good fortune. Chapter 81, The Operation. The water in the pool gradually receded, and metallic panels below slowly opened, revealing 3 fearsome steel behemoths. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft carrier's anti-gravity engines roared to life, emitting a thunderous cacophony. As the 3 aerial motherships ascended gracefully into the sky, Rega could hardly conceal the astonishment in his eyes. Not only he, but everyone standing beside him was equally awestruck. The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D also rushed out of the building to witness this rare spectacle. Pierce, unable to contain his excitement, felt that after waiting for so many years, this day had finally arrived, and he was witnessing it firsthand. From this moment on, history would be rewritten, Pierce proclaimed loudly. Indeed, this marks the first step toward the establishment of our supreme empire. Lorelei's eyes sparkled with admiration. At that moment, one of her subordinates approached with news of a group that had breached the perimeter. Oh, it seems we have some troublemakers, Lorelei remarked. In that case, let me witness the power of this new weapon. No problem, Pierce replied, snapping his fingers and signaling to someone nearby to prepare the aircraft carrier. Should we go take a look? Rega suggested, pointing to the ever-rising carrier, where the view would be clearer. That would be splendid, Lorelei said, reaching out to drape her arm around Rega's shoulder. The central one is mine, she declared, turning to Pierce and Garrett. As for you 2, you may board the other 2. The 2 men nodded in agreement, which was precisely their intention. Let us proceed, Rega said softly, lifting Lorelei gently as they soared upwards. They soon arrived atop the carrier and entered the bridge. Through the vast windows, as the scenery below diminished in size, Lorelei's feelings of satisfaction and conquest surged within her. After this event, the world's attention will be focused on you, Rega stated. I know, but should a queen not naturally command attention? Lorelei replied with a charming smile before inquiring, what about those intruders? There are 4 in total. Captain America, Steve, Natasha, Hill, Rega paused, and Sif. Upon hearing this name, Lorelei's expression turned icy. She is here to hunt you down, isn't she? Rega asked. Lorelei nodded, feigning a pitiful demeanor. This woman is truly troublesome, always trailing behind me, tirelessly pursuing, as if she will never cease. Fear not. I shall handle her, Rega assured, thumping his chest. She is no match for me. I believe in you, Lorelei said gently, stroking Rega's face. However, while Sif poses no challenge, Natasha is somewhat more complicated, Rega added. Why? Does she possess any special abilities? She's my girlfriend. I have enhanced her through bodily modifications, granting her accelerated regeneration, teleportation, and freezing abilities, making her quite formidable. Your girlfriend? Lorelei smiled slightly. Can you handle her then? Of course, it is no issue. She holds no significance for me now. For you are my everything, Rega replied, his eyes filled with adoration. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. The two individuals swiftly exited the bridge, discovering Natasha and Sif standing resolutely on the deck. Beside them, a Quinjet bore a shallow dent, a remnant of Sif's recent encounter with the Hydra soldiers. Is it your girlfriend? Lorelei inquired, regarding Natasha, whose demeanor was filled with fierce intensity. Indeed, came the reply. Lorelei scrutinized Natasha once more before provocatively bestowing a deep kiss upon Rega. Rega, Natasha seethed, witnessing her beloved's intimacy with a stranger. He is mine now. You have been forgotten, Lorelei chuckled lightly. Natasha clenched her jaw, gripping her adamantium dagger tightly. Calm down, Natasha. Rega is merely under Lorelei's influence. Once we defeat her, he will regain his senses. Sif gently pressed Natasha's shoulder. Upon entering, they had noticed 3 aerospace carriers lifting into the sky and witnessed Rega soaring with Lorelei. In desperation, Natasha hastily transported herself and Sif to the central aircraft carrier. Why are only the 2 of you here? Where's Steve? He is not suited for this. He's gone to find Pierce, Sif replied. Oh, he should encounter his good friend Bucky then. They share quite the connection, Rega remarked with a grin. Enough of this idle chatter, Lorelei interjected impatiently. Rega, dispose of them. Of course, Rega nodded, propelling himself towards the 2 women with remarkable speed. Natasha, hold Rega off. I will deal with Lorelei, Sif declared, drawing her sword in preparation. Natasha remained silent, but nodded resolutely. However, despite their well-laid plans, Rega was not one to allow them to fulfill their desires easily. In a flash, Natasha reappeared beside Rega, wielding a long blade of ice. With a swift motion, she struck fiercely at Rega, her blade glinting with frost. Feeling the chilling aura, Rega grinned, tightening his fists and launching a powerful counterattack. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending Natasha hurtling away. Meanwhile, Sif was nearing Lorelei when Rega scoffed, unleashing a surge of energy that propelled him forward, reaching Sif in an instant. Without hesitation, he struck her brutally in the abdomen, sending her crashing into a Quinjet. Having temporarily dealt with Sif, Rega wasted no time as he charged towards Natasha. Although her teleportation abilities were formidable, Rega's reflexes surpassed hers. His strength had notably increased, and he unleashed a barrage of explosive punches towards Natasha. No matter how deftly she attempted to evade his strikes, she could not escape his relentless onslaught. Were it not for her accelerated regeneration, Natasha would have succumbed countless times by now. Above the aircraft carrier, explosions erupted one after another, the deafening roars assaulting the eardrums of all present. Due to the overwhelming intensity of the explosions, the continuous shock waves caused the entire aircraft carrier to sway violently. Sif forcefully extricated herself from the steel that ensnared her and leaped from the aircraft. As an Asgardian and one of its finest warriors, her physical prowess was extraordinary. Thus, although she felt some pain from Rega's earlier blow, it did not inflict significant harm. Nevertheless, her spirits were weighed down, for compared to their last battle against the Destroyer, Rega's power had surged immensely, and she was well aware that she stood no chance against him. In combat with Rega, she understood that her role would solely be to endure punishment. Natasha had already proven to be formidable, yet she still fell short when compared to Rega, primarily because her movements were restricted during battle, while Rega fought with reckless abandon. The recent chaos was evidence of that. If they could not defeat Rega, they would be incapable of overcoming Lorelei. The situation was dire. Chapter 82. The Arrival of Many. Rega stood calmly on the deck, shielding Lorelei behind him. Natasha possessed the ability to teleport, and Sif was undeniably strong. Thus, he could not stray too far from Lorelei, lest she become vulnerable to a surprise attack from either of them during his confrontation. What were they to do? Rega was overwhelmingly powerful, and even their combined efforts were insufficient to contend with him. Gazing at Rega's contemptuous expression, Sif's countenance darkened. I knew it would come to this, Natasha remarked, which is precisely why I called for assistance. No sooner had she spoken than a crimson high-energy laser swept across from behind Rega, the terrifying heat instantly carving a deep trench into the once sturdy deck. Sensing an imminent threat from behind, Rega swiftly scooped up Lorelei and leaped aside. Turning to behold Iron Man hovering in the air ahead, Rega's expression darkened. "Tony, Rega, it's only been 2 days, and I see you've already changed girlfriends. Your pace rivals my former self," Tony quipped, lifting his visor, his tone playful as his gaze swept over Lorelei. "I must say, you have excellent taste." His words elicited a round of eye rolls from Natasha. "I didn't expect you to arrive as well. I was quite content at home, sipping drinks, conducting research, and nurturing my relationship with Pepper." Tony gestured towards Natasha, but then I received a call from her, saying you were under someone else's control, and it was a woman. That piqued my interest, so I came to investigate. Tony scanned the surroundings, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Though you've switched partners, your penchant for destruction remains unchanged." The brief skirmish between Rega, Natasha, and Sif had wreaked havoc, resulting in numerous dents on the deck and several Quinjet fighters rendered inoperative. "Shut up, Tony. Do you not fear a beating while flaunting that insufferable demeanor?" Rega replied coldly. "Not at all. I am a beloved public figure, an Avenger, a billionaire. The public adores me. How could anyone dislike me, let alone strike me?" Tony retorted, unfazed by Rega's sarcasm. "However, your current demeanor is hardly endearing." Lorelei regarded Tony, encased entirely in his formidable steel armor, with considerable intrigue. "Is this the Tony Stark you mentioned?" she inquired. "Indeed," he replied, as Lorelei continued to scrutinize Tony. Her interest deepened. Despite being a superhero with a commendable mental fortitude, Tony was not susceptible to mere auditory manipulation. Physical contact was essential. However, the distance between them was too great, and the thick layers of metal that enveloped him rendered her unable to make contact. Sensing the intensity of Lorelei's gaze, Tony emitted a peculiar sound. "My lady, while you're undeniably beautiful and your figure is quite striking, cough, cough, believe me, if we were not adversaries and I were not already in a relationship, I would invite you for a drink to discuss the ideals of life. But for now," he abruptly shut his visor. "First, I must defeat you." With that, he spread his arms wide, directing his focus toward Rega and Lorelei, unleashing a column of golden energy from his palms. Meanwhile, Captain America successfully boarded the left side aerospace carrier, where he encountered a multitude of Hydra soldiers. Despite their formidable firepower and his mere shield, he swiftly dispatched the group and descended into the control room, intent on inserting the chip as per the original plan. However, he suddenly spotted a figure clad in black lurking in the shadows. "Bucky?" The captain's heart raced with excitement. Bucky's eyes reflected confusion. He had never seen this man before, yet felt a peculiar familiarity. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. The individual before him was his target, and his mission was clear. He stepped out from the shadows, removing his black mask to reveal a handsome, yet somewhat melancholic visage. "Bucky, is it truly you?" the captain exclaimed. "Do you not recognize me? I am Steve, your dearest friend." The captain's face lit up with joy as he approached eagerly, only to be met with Bucky's cold, unyielding fist. Reacting swiftly, the captain raised a shield to deflect the blow, the impact resonating with a thunderous clang. Immediately following, Bucky delivered a right hook that sent the captain sprawling. In that moment, the captain comprehended Rega's words. Although Bucky appeared unchanged, his mind was no longer under his own control. "Bucky, I know you still recognize me." "They have muddled your mind," the captain said, taking a deep breath. "Rest assured, after this is over, I will find a way to save you. But for now, please step aside. I have work to do." Bucky stared coldly at the captain, unmoving. With a sigh, the captain suddenly hurled his shield. Thus, the battle commenced. Both had been enhanced by the super soldier serum, their combat skills honed to perfection. As legendary figures and childhood companions, neither was at a disadvantage, making them formidable opponents. One sought to vanquish Hydra, while the other regarded the former as his designated target. Each possessed compelling reasons and unwavering convictions to emerge victorious. Consequently, their clash was marked by an extraordinary intensity and fervor. On the third aircraft carrier, Coulson's team swiftly approached aboard Quinjet fighters. However, before they could land, they were met with a barrage of fire. Not only did several Quinjet fighters pursue them, launching missiles, but Garrett also summoned the heavy artillery from the orbital carrier to engage them. Nevertheless, with May's exceptional piloting skills, they managed to land, albeit barely. As the hatch opened, they were immediately met with overwhelming firepower. Garrett and Ward appeared on the deck, confronting the beleaguered Coulson and his team. Raising his hand, Garrett commanded an immediate ceasefire. "Phil, I never expected you to find your way here," Garrett remarked, his demeanor revitalized. "I understand your intentions, but ultimately, you will confront an inevitable defeat. Soon, you will fall under Lorelei's command, and then we shall stand side by side once more. I refuse to become that woman's pet, Coulson retorted, taking cover behind a container and, signaling, May to prepare for an assault. You can keep that for yourself. Garrett chuckled dismissively. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. After all this time, I've finally achieved my objective. What objective? Coulson inquired. The serum, GH325, I have acquired it. Regan gifted it to me. Coulson cursed under his breath and glanced toward May, who gave him a thumbs up. I imagine my escape from the cold storage must have displeased you, Garrett taunted. Rest assured, when I capture you this time, I will find you the most luxurious of accommodations. Before Coulson could finish his sentence, he dashed out from behind the container, brandishing his weapon and opening fire. Simultaneously, May appeared beside Ward, engaging him in combat. Skye, Fitz, and even Simmons picked up their firearms, joining the fray. In an instant, the deck erupted into chaos, bullets flying and gunfire echoing. Chapter 83, Hulk. Tony felt unwell. He had never experienced such a constraining battle before. Relying on his self-designed Iron Man armor, Tony's combat style had always been straightforward, absorbing enemy attacks with his formidable defenses while retaliating with overwhelming firepower, unleashing laser cannons and a barrage of mini-missiles in succession. Typically, this would conclude the skirmish. Yet, Tony had his reasons. He was still clad in outdated armor. Time had elapsed, and his armor had undergone numerous upgrades, with all systems now state-of-the-art. Despite this, he still felt a profound sense of frustration. Bombs proved ineffective against Regan. He had tested this. Initially, he assumed the explosives lacked potency, but after several attempts, it became evident that Regan seemed immune to their destructive force, leaving Tony incredulous and enveloped in a deep sense of powerlessness. Realizing that explosives were futile, Tony endeavored to engage in close combat, only to quickly discover that this choice was dreadfully misguided. Rega's combat prowess is extraordinarily formidable, second only to the captain. Each punch and kick generates a tremendous explosion, subjecting Tony's armor to immense strain. Furthermore, although the armor boasts substantial protective capabilities, it cannot entirely dissipate the force of the blows. The inherent shock absorption features are proving inadequate at this moment, as Rega's relentless assaults transmit overwhelming pressure through the armor, swiftly leaving Tony with numerous bruises. Meanwhile, Natasha and Sif are not idle. They too have joined the fray. It is abundantly clear to them that Tony alone cannot overcome Rega. A collective effort is essential. Moreover, the current circumstances do not permit them to ambush Lorelei, as Rega remains highly vigilant, offering them no opportunity to strike. Additionally, Lorelei is far from a defenseless damsel. Her Asgardian physique alone suffices to handle most situations. With ice daggers in hand, Natasha collaborates with Sif to flank Rega, alleviating some of the pressure on Tony. Both are skilled combatants, and in a 3-on-1 scenario, Rega finds himself unable to swiftly eliminate any of them. The clash escalates rapidly, the battlefield shifting continuously. The deck of the Quinjet is either shattered into fragments or sliced apart, with debris occasionally plummeting from the sky, creating craters in the S.H.L.D. headquarters below. The already pockmarked deck is now a veritable wreck, aflame and splattered with metal shavings, bearing the marks of blades and fists, while molten or frozen steel is strewn about, leaving no intact section on the entire deck. As the trio's attacks intensify, Rega's heart grows heavier. Should this continue, the aircraft carrier will be rendered inoperable. Seizing a moment of respite, he feigns a strike and leaps out of the combat zone. Why have you ceased? Lorelei inquires, visibly displeased. Are you unable to contend with them? Certainly not, Rega replies with a stern expression. Even against 3, they're not my match. However, if I unleash my full power, this aircraft carrier will be destroyed, jeopardizing several of our plans. What do you intend to do under the pressure of their attacks? I overlooked a simpler and more effective solution. Rega gestures towards the heavy artillery around them. This vessel is, after all, a mobile fortress, equipped with an array of weaponry. You can inform them to surrender immediately. Otherwise, I shall activate these weapons, putting those below in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Lorelei smiles, recognizing the wisdom in finding Rega. Meanwhile, Tony and the others, witnessing Rega's sudden cessation of hostilities and his murmuring alongside Lorelei, feel perplexed. Soon, they observe Lorelei gracefully approaching them, her hips swaying. Are you prepared to surrender? Sif inquires. Lorelei chuckles softly. The ones who should surrender are you. What did you say? Tony pretends not to understand. Listen closely, you lot. Surrender at once, or I shall direct these turrets towards the city below. While the altitude may not maximize the effect, I believe it is still feasible to obliterate thousands, if not tens of thousands in one fell swoop. Upon hearing these words, several individuals' expressions changed dramatically. They never anticipated that Lorelei would devise such a nefarious scheme. "You vile wretch," Natasha spat coldly. That remark ought to be directed at Rega, for it was he who proposed this suggestion to me. Lorelei's words further darkened Natasha's countenance. "Ah, you there, Iron Man, is it not?" Lorelei gestured towards Tony. "What of it?" Tony's expression also soured. "I demand that you exit that armor at once and obediently approach me, or else I shall send those people to their demise." Lorelei indicated the residential area below. "Tony, don't." Natasha immediately interjected. "You heard her. If I do not acquiesce to this woman's demands, she will take the lives of countless innocents," Tony lamented. Feeling the weight of vulnerability, realizing he had little choice, after a brief hesitation, he stepped out of the armor. He walked slowly towards Lorelei, intending to buy time with words, only to find his wrist seized in an instant. He then heard her declare, "From this moment forth, you are mine." This is dire. Sif recognized the inevitability of this outcome the moment Tony relinquished his armor. She wanted to rush in, but feared Lorelei might indeed command an assault on the civilians, leaving her helpless to watch as Tony fell under her control. "Now, you two, assist me in dealing with those two loathsome women." Observing the infatuation in Tony's eyes, Lorelei issued her command. "As you wish," Tony replied, raising his hand as the armor encased him once more. Natasha and Sif felt their palms grow clammy, their bodies tense with apprehension. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from above, capturing everyone's attention. They all looked up to see a figure plummeting from the sky. Moments later, the individual crashed deeply into the aircraft carrier, producing a thunderous sound. It was so absurd. Just as they pondered this, a bone-chilling roar resonated from within the ship's hull, followed by a thunderous crash as a green behemoth in purple shorts burst through the thick deck, causing the entire vessel to tremble. Hulk! To their astonishment, he had also arrived. Rega's eyes narrowed, prompting him to hastily instruct Lorelei to activate the ship's weaponry. "Natasha, Lady Sif, do not worry about this vessel. We have implanted the chip, and the commands have been rewritten. You may fight with confidence." A voice echoed from above. Natasha looked up to see a winged figure, though she did not recognize him. "Allow me to introduce myself, Sam Wilson, codename Falcon." Just moments ago, while everyone was engaged in battle, Falcon had stealthily inserted the chip. At Banner's behest, he had then cast the adversary from the heights. With Hulk on their side and no concerns to weigh her down, Natasha's confidence surged. With a blade in hand, she vanished into the air. Chapter 84, Clash with Hulk. Hulk, bellowing and with crimson eyes ablaze, fixated his fierce gaze upon Rega. Regar's gaze shifted to a serious demeanor. Even in the face of Natasha, Tony, and Sif's combined assault, he had not approached the situation with the gravity it warranted. Driven by a desire to protect the Celestial Mother ship, he had refrained from unleashing his full power. However, the circumstances had now changed. This was the Hulk. He needed to give it his all, for anything less would lead to consequences far beyond mere defeat. Simultaneously, a thrill surged within him. As the strongest physical force on Earth, Rega had longed for the opportunity to confront the Hulk. Although he recognized that he was still no match for him, he was eager to gauge the extent of their disparity. The last encounter during the New York incident had seen Rega swiftly hurl the Hulk from a vessel. A seemingly small victory achieved more through cunning and the assistance of Thor than through genuine prowess, and it did not signify that Rega was superior to the Hulk. Despite his fervent desire, the opportunity had eluded him. Banner was reluctant to engage in violence, and Rega deemed it unnecessary to force a confrontation, believing himself not bold enough to initiate a fight. Yet now, the chance lay before him. Rega felt every cell in his body igniting with fervor, and he instinctively clenched his fist, unleashing a series of small explosions in the air. "What is this?" Observing the imposing figure before her, Lorelei was struck with trepidation. The Hulk, during the previous battle in New York, had inflicted severe torment upon Loki, Rega remarked, "and I suspect your abilities might not be sufficient to control him. His mind is in disarray, and his spirit is exceedingly agitated. Approaching him recklessly could result in being reduced to pulp. Is that so?" Lorelei narrowed her eyes. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, he possesses tremendous strength and is exceedingly formidable, not to mention highly dangerous. "I may not be able to protect you. Exercise caution." Regar's gaze remained fixed on the Hulk. "Understood." Lorelei slowly retreated. Rega glanced at Iron Man, poised for action, and spoke in a low tone. "Tony, leave the Hulk to me. You handle those two." "No problem." Tony activated his thrusters and soared towards Natasha and Sif. "Hey, Hulk!" Rega shouted, waving his fist. "You must be here to deal with me. Come on, let me see what you've got." Before he could finish his sentence, The Hulk let out a mighty roar and charged at Rega with lightning speed, delivering a punch that sent him soaring into the air, crashing through the bridge in the distance. Rega found himself amidst twisted steel, grimacing as he rubbed his chest. The Hulk's fist was colossal, although aimed at his face. It had also struck his upper body. This cannot continue. If I engage the Hulk here, it won't be long before this aircraft carrier is destroyed. Kicking away the debris, pinning him down, Rega surged forward. Empowered, he propelled himself straight ahead, becoming parallel to the ground. With his fists clenched tightly, he struck the Hulk's abdomen with tremendous force. However, this strike did not conclude the confrontation. Harnessing the momentum, he propelled Hulk towards the ground, intent on shifting the battlefield to solid ground, aiming for a direct clash with Hulk. Feeling a sense of weightlessness, Hulk roared once more, delivering a fierce blow to Rega's side. The force of this punch was immense, bending Rega's body into a shrimp-like shape, causing turmoil within his abdomen, and rendering his hands incapable of grasping Hulk, resulting in him being sent flying again. Subsequently, the two collided with the ground, carving two long trails upon impact. Rega, utilizing his abilities, twisted in midair, forcefully embedding one hand into the earth to halt his descent. On the other side, Hulk, with his formidable defenses, was unperturbed by such friction. They raised their heads simultaneously, locking eyes, igniting intense sparks of battle within their gazes. Witnessing the descent of these two titans of destruction, bystanders gasped in alarm and scattered in haste. Remaining in proximity could result in an unforeseen catastrophe. Come, Rega thundered, clenching his fists and launching the first strike. Hulk, consumed by the singular focus of combat, roared in response and charged forward. The collision of their fists echoed through the air, shattering the ground beneath them, the solid stones splintering into myriad fragments. A visible shockwave radiated outward from the epicenter of their clash, shattering nearby windows into a cascade of glass. A stalemate. Rega gained newfound respect for Hulk's strength. He had unleashed his full power, sparing no effort and even activating his explosive abilities, yet Hulk stood steadfast. Undeterred by a failed attempt, Rega's eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly twisted his waist and delivered a powerful kick to Hulk's side. The pain reverberating through Hulk's torso elicited a roar, causing him to stumble and momentarily lose his balance. An opportunity. Seizing the moment, Rega followed up with another explosive punch, striking Hulk's face and sending his massive form crashing through a cluster of trees. Shaking off the impact, Hulk rose from the foliage, seething with fury as he glanced at a nearby car, seizing it and hurling it towards Rega. Faced with the descending vehicle, Rega did not flinch. Instead, he executed a sideways flip, channeling the overwhelming energy in his legs to split the car in two. Yet, as he landed, Hulk charged after him, delivering a crushing blow that sent Rega hurtling backward into the wall of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, creating a gaping hole. Observing Rega's flight, Hulk pursued relentlessly, storming into the building's interior. Rega turned and scrambled to his feet, his appearance disheveled and bearing several scrapes. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the absence of others, deducing they had all fled. In this fleeting moment, Hulk had already reached Rega, seizing his right leg and forcefully flinging him across the hall, shattering the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem at the center. Rega pushed himself off the ground and swiftly sprang back to his feet. Upon witnessing Rega's resilience, Hulk let out another thunderous roar, leaping high into the air to crush Rega with the weight of a mountain. Unyielding, Rega bent his legs, exerting force through his feet, causing the ground beneath him to crack like a spider's web. Clenching his fists, he surged upwards to meet Hulk head-on. The two collided in midair, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to suspend before the immense force propelled them in opposite directions. Again, Rega bellowed as he charged forth from the rubble. He had not shied away even once today, determined to confront Hulk with sheer force. Hulk, increasingly infuriated, felt the sting of Rega's explosive punches. The vast, towering structure of S.H.I.E.L.D. stood empty, transformed into an ideal battleground for their fierce confrontation. They barreled through the building, refusing to yield, as the thick steel and concrete walls crumbled before them as if they were mere paper. Explosions echoed relentlessly, leaving gaping holes in their wake. The cacophony of explosions reverberated through the air, with debris scattering, dust swirling, and flames erupting intermittently, accompanied by Hulk's deep, thunderous roars that sent chills down one's spine. The walls of the building continued to disintegrate, with hardly a room remaining intact as the two warriors fought on, relentless in their struggle. Rega was now utterly fatigued. Hulk's powerful strikes bore down upon him with immense pressure. To withstand Hulk's frenzied assault, he knew he had to channel the energy within him for defense. Simultaneously, he had to unleash his full might in attack, for his explosive punches had inflicted considerable damage on Hulk. Yet Hulk's regeneration surpassed even Wolverine's, leaving Rega battered and bruised while Hulk appeared unscathed. Damn it, Rega cursed, gazing at the still vibrant Hulk before him. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists once more, focusing all his remaining energy into his right punch, which radiated a blinding white light, resembling a miniature sun. Even in his foggy state, Hulk sensed the threat emanating from Rega's fist. Yet, this only fueled his anger further. After all, he was the Hulk, the invincible Hulk, and it was audacious for anyone to challenge his dignity, an act worthy of death. Hulk let out a roar of defiance, both a warning to Rega and a rallying cry for himself, before tightening his fists and charging towards Rega. Madness gleamed in Rega's eyes. He was determined to take down this green giant today. The clash of the white light and Hulk's green fist seemed to freeze time for an instant. Then, an unprecedented explosion erupted, akin to a thunderstorm within the building, the thunderous sound soaring to the heavens. The shock wave from the blast flattened everything in its vicinity, reducing all decor, walls, and floors to rubble. The entire structure trembled violently, collapsing like a house of cards bereft of its foundation. After an indeterminate duration, the haze of smoke had yet to dissipate, and for the depths of the earth, covered by immense steel and concrete, a roar resonated. Chapter 85. The Dissolution of S.H.I.L.D. Rega opened his eyes, and the familiar surroundings elicited a bitter smile. He found himself once again in a hospital. "You're awake." Just from the slightly husky, yet alluring voice, Rega knew Natasha had been by his side all along. "Indeed," Rega replied with self-deprecation. "It seems I have a peculiar affinity for hospitals." Natasha chuckled softly. "Well, you do tend to push yourself to the limits every time." Rega sighed, reflecting on the fact that within such a brief span, he had been hospitalized 3 times. Once battling the Destroyer, once during the Battle of New York, and now, yet again, after clashing with the Hulk. "What transpired after that day?" Rega inquired, rubbing his temples. Natasha handed him a glass of water and recounted the events that followed. That day, during his fierce battle with the Hulk, Rega had exhausted all his energy and succumbed to unconsciousness, pinned beneath the relentless weight of steel and concrete. However, after enduring the ordeal, the Hulk regained much of his rationality. Thus, he cleared the rubble, rescuing Rega from his dire predicament. After Tony was ensnared by Lorelai's control, he began to assault Natasha and Sif. Yet, Natasha's adamantium dagger proved excessively sharp, and she showed no mercy towards Tony. Utilizing her teleportation abilities, Natasha swiftly dismantled Tony's power source with her dagger, leaving deep gashes across his armor. Subsequently, she encased him in a block of ice, rendering him immobile. Once Lorelai was vanquished, those who had fallen under her sway regained their senses. Observing the tide turning, the Hydra agents attempted to flee, but the agents of S.H.I.L.D. refused to permit such an escape. The captain, with his extraordinary will, subdued Bucky and promptly apprehended Pierce, thwarting his escape. With the assistance of Falcon, Ward and Garrett were also defeated by Coulson's team, returning them to captivity. Following the captain's insistence, 3 helicarriers were destroyed, their wreckage raining down. The spectacle of the colossal vessels, engulfed in smoke and flames as they plummeted to the earth, became an indelible memory for many. Fury also staged a dramatic resurrection, suddenly appearing before everyone and, alongside Pierce, unlocking the security codes of S.H.I.L.D., allowing Natasha to make all documents public. The release of S.H.I.L.D.'s files incited widespread controversy across the globe, revealing not only Hydra's secrets but also some of S.H.I.L.D.'s own dark dealings. Many of these were highly encrypted. Nonetheless, the disclosed information left the populace in shock, as they had never anticipated that Hydra could flourish right under their noses, nearly realizing their catastrophic plans that would have led to the demise of millions. In a swift turn of events, protests erupted across the nation. A relentless tide of outcry questioning the government's governance and why such matters have been allowed to transpire. Reporters from various major media outlets flocked like flies drawn to blood, desperately vying for exclusive insights or inside information. Washington officials were equally irked, while the primary objective of S.H.I.L.D. is to maintain global peace. It simultaneously serves American interests, with its senior officials predominantly American. Moreover, S.H.I.L.D. harbors numerous secrets linked to national security, and Natasha's public revelations have placed the United States in a precarious position, forcing the abrupt cessation of numerous projects and rendering substantial prior investments futile. Her actions left them in a state of disarray, yet they found themselves powerless to retaliate, as even if they wished to apprehend her, they lacked both the capability and the means to do so. The events of recent years have demonstrated that Earth is far more fragile than most perceive, necessitating a cadre of guardians, of which Rega and his companions are quintessential. Furthermore, after years of operation, SHIELD has inevitably garnered many adversaries. These individuals, upon accessing the leaked information, felt an exhilarating thrill, discovering that SHIELD's secrets lay bare online, merely awaiting download, an opportunity previously deemed inconceivable. These secrets could not only be monetized but also strategically exploited to seize SHIELD's assets swiftly, inciting a frenzy within the underworld. Once a formidable and seemingly invincible organization, SHIELD has now become a pariah, reviled by both the public and authorities alike. Members face consequences commensurate with their ranks, either becoming fugitives or facing dismissal. Coupled with various assassination attempts from old enemies, the remnants of SHIELD are compelled to live in hiding, navigating each day with utmost caution. After hearing Natasha's explanation, Rega could not suppress a sigh. He had not anticipated such a dismal outcome. While the formidable power of the three cosmic carriers is undeniably alarming, and their destruction by the captain is understandable, he disagreed with the dissolution of SHIELD and the indiscriminate exposure of its secrets. The organization is shrouded in too much obscurity. Regardless of their purported noble intentions, the darkness remains. And society cannot accept such revelations, not at least for the time being. Moreover, the involvement of Hydra complicates matters further. Discerning which actions were taken by Hydra and which by SHIELD has become nearly impossible after years of their intertwining. The timing and conditions for declassifying secrets are critical. Some truths can only be unveiled once the public has largely forgotten the events as their interest wanes. Even amidst past indiscretions, the populace did not experience the events viscerally, thus evoking no intense reactions. Rushing to disclose all secrets could only result in societal upheaval. Rega had intended to prevent the captain from proceeding with such actions, but unexpected control by Lorelei thwarted his efforts, leaving him with profound regret. Rega raised his hand, signaling to Natasha to press the button beside the bed, allowing him to elevate his upper body. What are the Avengers? The SHIELD has now been disbanded, and the Avengers, devoid of a superior authority, have devolved into an informal organization, currently overseen by Tony and Steve, Natasha remarked. Rega nodded. The two were the very essence of the alliance, and their collaborative efforts complemented each other, ensuring the organization's continued functionality. What banner? Rega inquired further. You know his disposition. He harbors little interest in combat and constantly fears harming those around him. That day, it was only after much persuasion, prompted by the threat you posed, that he reluctantly agreed to assist, Natasha explained. Rega quietly acknowledged her words. However, there is good news. Hydra has been effectively dismantled, and your objective has been achieved, Natasha added with a smile. Yet, this is merely the first step, Rega countered, shaking his head. Lopping off one head only allows two to sprout in its place. This adage is not to be taken lightly. The recent events have indeed dealt them a significant blow, yet it is insufficient to eradicate them entirely. Do you possess any further plans? Allies? With SHIELD fallen, how do you intend to secure such a formidable ally? Natasha queried. Rega offered a slight smile. Chapter 86, Collaboration. Coulson, we meet again, Rega announced, opening the door with a beaming smile. Rega, Natasha, Coulson replied, maintaining his usual composed demeanor. Natasha reciprocated with a smile and a nod, inviting him to sit. This is not an opportune moment for a meeting, Coulson remarked as he entered, noting that the place had not changed much since his last visit. Yet he had come due to the urgency you mentioned. Indeed, I have something of great importance to discuss with you, and it must be with you specifically, Rega stated, pouring a glass of wine and handing it to Coulson. Thank you, Coulson said, accepting the glass. What is it that you wish to discuss? Rega took a seat across from Coulson, his expression turning grave. It pertains to Hydra. Coulson furrowed his brow. Do you recall Alexander Pierce? Natasha interjected. The former Secretary of Defense, a member of the World Security Council, and the leader of Hydra. Did you not apprehend him? A hint of embarrassment crossed Natasha's face. We did capture him, but during the iris scan, I became preoccupied with releasing the documents of SHLD and Hydra online, and to my astonishment, the old man chose to end his own life. Suicide? Coulson asked, visibly surprised. He took his life right under your noses? Seeing no hope for escape, he bit down on the poison he had concealed in his teeth, succumbing to its effects within mere seconds. Fury, and I barely had time to react, Natasha replied. It seems he did not wish for us to extract further information from him. Coulson finally understood. Hydra indeed harbored many such individuals, particularly among the elite, whose unwavering convictions could drive them to such desperate acts. I can comprehend this, yet I fail to see how it pertains to me, Coulson expressed, still visibly puzzled. Rega leaned back slightly, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Of course, this pertains to you. Pierce's suicide, Bucky's mysterious disappearance. Though the captain has gone in pursuit, it is unlikely that results will manifest in the short term. Meanwhile, Hitler has met his demise amidst the chaos. Yet you hold 2 Hydra captives in your custody, Garrett and Ward. Am I mistaken? Coulson nodded. Although they may not possess the high rank of Pierce, these 2 certainly harbor a wealth of secrets. We must uncover this information to eradicate Hydra. Rega paused before continuing. Moreover, you are still the director of SHIELD. Though your manpower may not be as plentiful as it once was, you still possess resources that are superior to ours. What do you mean? I failed to comprehend. Coulson's eyes flickered momentarily, but he concealed his emotions well, maintaining his signature smile. The director of SHIELD is Fury, and he no longer exists. You all were the architects of its destruction. How could I possibly be the director? Coulson continued to deny it. Rega shook his head. I am not jesting. Fury appointed you as his successor. Coulson retracted his smile, fixing his gaze intently upon Rega, as if attempting to see through him. After a prolonged silence, seemingly realizing that denial was futile, he spoke in a low voice. How do you know this? I cannot disclose my sources, but this information is indisputable, is it not? Rega inquired calmly. Coulson's expression remained impassive, but after a moment, he finally nodded. Coulson, we require your assistance, Natasha said earnestly. You both possess such formidable strength. I am merely an ordinary individual. How could I possibly aid you? Coulson felt a twinge of discomfort. Fury's appointment of him as director of SHIELD was the most confidential of secrets, now laid bare by Rega, instilling a multitude of doubts within him. I understand your confusion and your curiosity regarding my knowledge. Perhaps you wonder if there is some internal issue, but I assure you, no one has betrayed you to me, Rega stated. Coulson maintained a cold demeanor. You know I have no reason to deceive you. Mentioning this is merely to ensure our future collaboration proceeds smoothly, avoiding any unnecessary complications, Rega said, leaning his hands on the table. Of course, you may also interpret this as a demonstration of my capabilities, yet deep down, you know I have no need to do so. Coulson narrowed his eyes slightly. The dissolution and subsequent reformation of SHIELD presented a myriad of challenges. Although it retained the name, it now operated as an underground organization, lacking official recognition, complicating many undertakings, particularly in terms of personnel. Previously, SHIELD boasted a substantial number of superpowered agents. While few could reach Rega's level, they were certainly preferable to a complete absence. Now, however, he found himself starting from scratch. He was unable to command the Avengers, and his closest allies amounted to only a handful of senior agents, rendering many missions unfeasible. Fury had departed, leaving behind a colossal mess for him to address, and he could not simply walk away. If collaboration with Rega is established, leveraging both his and Natasha's capabilities, future challenging tasks would become significantly easier. Additionally, there remain the prisoners who recently escaped from the cold storage that require management, and Rega could provide assistance in this regard. Coulson's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. We harbor no malice. As Natasha indicated, we sought you out because we require your aid. Observing Coulson's wavering resolve, Rega continued, our objectives align. Your desire is to safeguard this world, and vanquishing Hydra is a means of protecting it. Achieving this goal unilaterally would prove arduous, as you must realize, ultimately causing suffering only to the populace. After a brief pause, Coulson finally spoke. What do you need me to do? Rega exchanged a glance with Natasha before turning to Coulson and solemnly replied, we require your assistance in utterly obliterating Hydra. Since you've broached the subject candidly. Coulson saw no reason to conceal anything, yet he cautioned, my resources are not as plentiful as you might envision, and some matters cannot be rushed. I fully comprehend that. I do not expect Hydra's eradication to occur today. Very well, let us proceed, as before, intelligence sharing and joint operations. Coulson nodded, assuring. I will inform you promptly if any developments arise, and may also need your assistance in certain situations. Naturally, a mere phone call will suffice, Rega replied with a smile. Coulson nodded, reclaiming his previous smile as he rose to his feet, expressing his hope for a fruitful partnership ahead. You shall not be disappointed, Rega assured with a gentle yet resolute tone. Chapter 87. Symbols. After bidding farewell to Coulson, Rega contemplated the subsequent plans meticulously. The most pressing issue now is that he can no longer operate with omniscience as before. He must proceed step by step, adapting to circumstances as they arise. Hydra, being an extensive organization with a global presence, infiltrates nearly every domain, and its leadership undoubtedly extends beyond those few he is aware of. Therefore, to dismantle Hydra, he requires Coulson's assistance, as no one understands Hydra better than S.H.O.D. Simultaneously, Rega does not intend to idly await Coulson's outcomes. In fact, he initially considered a trip to Sokovia. However, after some deliberation, he abandoned that notion. As an Avenger of Asian descent, his presence would inevitably attract attention, and he cannot ascertain whether Strucker is currently in Sokovia. Moreover, even if Strucker were there, Rega lacks precise location details. A hasty approach could result in failing to locate him and instead alerting their adversaries, complicating future searches. While a journey to Sokovia is unfeasible for now, there are other matters to attend to, such as the former official of the World Security Council. Through extensive research, Rega finally acquired the name of this individual, Gideon Malik, a figure of considerable influence, deeply involved in the affairs of numerous nations, holding a pivotal position in the global political landscape. However, Rega was not inclined to take action against the other party at this moment, not only due to the latter's identity, but also because he harbored many uncertainties regarding the enigmatic leader of the Inhumans, as well as the whereabouts of the Black Stone Portal, which remained undiscovered. It would be prudent to seek the other party once everything had been clarified. After all, Malik was merely an ordinary individual, akin to a pawn in Rega's game. If he so desired, he could extinguish Malik's life at any moment, rendering haste unnecessary. With a clearer understanding of the opponent's identity, Rega found himself less anxious than before, redirecting his focus onto the Inhumans in hopes of unearthing clues about these individuals. Just as he was delving into the relevant information concerning the Inhumans, he received another call from Coulson. The secret base where Coulson now resided was modest in size and considerably more austere than before. Yet, given the current circumstances of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson could do little to improve the situation. The arrival of Rega stirred excitement among the other members of the team, especially within Sky. Their first encounter had been while she was unconscious, and the second had been marred by the incident involving Lorelei. After such a lengthy period, Sky was finally able to meet her savior, and the proximity in their ages only deepened her sense of connection. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you," Sky exclaimed, quickly extending her hand, her voice slightly stammering due to her nerves. "I am Sky. Thank you for saving me last time." Rega offered a gentle smile, responding, "No need for gratitude." Although she had seen him on television, the reality was strikingly different. Sky animatedly remarked, "You and I are not far apart in age. Yet you are an Avenger. My goodness, that's incredible." "Thank you. You're impressive as well." "Coulson informed me that you were an exceptionally skilled hacker," Rega replied. "Oh, it's merely a pastime," Sky said, her smile widening at the compliment from Rega. The others nearby watched with amusement as Sky continued to chat excitedly in front of Rega. It was then she realized that Coulson had summoned Rega for an important discussion, and her starstruck demeanor seemed inappropriate. Quickly regaining her composure, she said, My apologies. Ahem, you must have urgent matters to discuss with Coulson. I shall take my leave." With that, she hastily averted her gaze and walked away, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Rega chuckled and nodded, noting that Coulson had managed the situation regarding Ward quite well. Sky had not invested too much emotional energy into the Hydra agent. "Let us go," Coulson said, turning to indicate that he would show Rega something. As they approached Garrett, who was imprisoned, Rega advanced slowly. "Rega," Garrett exclaimed, visibly exhilarated, his demeanor brimming with energy. "I never expected to see you again. What a surprise. It appears that prison life suits you well. You've taken to artistic expression," Rega remarked, gesturing towards the walls adorned with intricate carvings. "Oh, you mean these?" Garrett chuckled, lifting his right hand to reveal notable scars on his fingertips. "I had to document them, believe it or not. Acquiring a piece of chalk from Phil is quite the challenge." Coulson whispered to Rega that some time ago, he had requested a knife, claiming he wanted to carve something. Fearing he might either attempt suicide or seize an opportunity to escape, they denied him. Subsequently, he sought a marker for similar reasons, and again, they did not comply, as even a pen could become a lethal weapon in the hands of a trained agent. Rega nodded. Indeed, a pen could serve as a deadly implement in the eyes of a skilled operative. Then the issue arose. Unable to procure a pen from them, he resorted to biting his own fingers, using his blood to inscribe strange symbols upon the walls. Fortunately, they discovered this in time and managed to halt him. Rega cast a glance at Coulson, recognizing that the director of SHALD was not appointed without reason. He was, indeed, exceedingly cautious. As time passed, the peculiar symbols proliferated, covering the walls entirely, yet their meaning remained elusive, prompting them to seek your assistance in unraveling the mystery. At this juncture, Garrett erupted in laughter, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his voice tinged with zeal, proclaiming it a revelation, the dawn of a new era, an elevation of evolution. He insisted that they must all undergo this transformation, asserting that he had foreseen it within his mind, declaring it as their inevitable fate. Coulson, having heard such rhetoric numerous times, inquired if Rega understood Garrett's intentions. Rega shrugged it off, dismissing it as mere brainwashing. What do you mean? Coulson pressed. As he entered his office, Coulson promptly locked the door, eager to comprehend Rega's cryptic words. After pacing a few laps around the room, Rega casually remarked that to understand Garrett, one must confront their own inner self. Coulson's face betrayed a hint of unease. I do not grasp your meaning. No, you do. Rega halted his stride, fixing his gaze upon Coulson. When did you begin to draw? Coulson's countenance shifted dramatically. The 88th map. Ever since he had witnessed the symbols crafted by Garrett, Coulson felt as though something within him had been awakened, prompting a deluge of thoughts in his mind and an uncontrollable urge to transcribe these symbols. In the quiet solitude of night, he would activate the large screen in his office and commence his drawings, etching a series of symbols with a knife. Given the bizarre and uncanny nature of his actions, he buried this secret deep within, confiding in no one, hoping to unravel the enigma through his own investigation. However, his inquiries yielded no results, primarily because he needed to safeguard his secret. Yet as his affliction intensified, compelling him to draw those symbols incessantly, even during daylight, Coulson realized he could no longer postpone addressing this issue. Thus, he sought Rega's help. Since you have come to me, you should understand that deceiving me serves no purpose, Rega remarked, observing Coulson's evident turmoil with calmness. Upon concluding his statement, he pressed a button, and the large screen ahead gradually ascended, revealing a wall behind it, inscribed with symbols. I find myself unable to restrain my thoughts, as Garrett remarked. I must inscribe them, lest I feel as though my head might burst, Coulson lamented. I comprehend. Do you know what this is? Why do I experience this? Coulson's visage was etched with anguish, yet his eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. Regan glanced at Coulson and remarked, there are many secrets entwined within this. Are you certain you wish to hear them? Certainly, until this matter is resolved. I shall find no peace, Coulson replied earnestly. Very well, then I shall enlighten you, Regan continued. Do you recall the Tahiti project? Coulson nodded, recognizing it as a plan he had initially spearheaded, only to later recommend its cessation. It granted him a second lease on life after his demise, yet also stripped him of his memories. The crux of the Tahiti project lies with that extraterrestrial being, specifically a Cree, I had previously taken his remains. A flicker of understanding ignited within Coulson. You and Garrett are two entirely distinct individuals, yet you presently exhibit identical symptoms. The sole commonality being that both of you received an injection derived from the alien's body, Regan said slowly, GH325. Coulson's facial muscles twitched. Are you suggesting this is connected to the alien? Regan regarded him and continued. Earth is a wondrous realm. Humanity's history spans merely a few million years, with modern civilization emerging only in the last few centuries. Yet this planet welcomed visitors long before. The Kree, Regan nodded, are just one faction. Many others exist, though that is not our focus today. Firstly, let us discuss biological expansion. For any organism to survive, it requires specific resources, should the resources available become insufficient. It is left with but two options, to perish or to migrate elsewhere. This principle governs all forms of life. Animals, plants, humans, even microorganisms, bacteria, and viruses all adhere to this law. Are you implying that the Kree arrived here in search of resources? More precisely, a unique resource. Regan gestured towards Coulson. Humans. Coulson gasped in astonishment. History is replete with instances of one faction enlisting another to fight their battles, such as the Agent Wars, Reagan remarked. The Kree were no exception. They initially came to Earth seeking suitable humans for transformation, to wield as warriors in their conquests. To this end, they expended considerable effort, conducting numerous experiments, and even constructed a city. What relevance do these symbols hold? Coulson inquired. Most Kree departed, yet some remained, only to meet their demise in an attack, resulting in the body you encountered, and thus everything unfolded. We too possess the same yearning, Coulson interjected. Indeed, what we have sketched is essentially a map. However, I have searched extensively and found no corresponding match. That is because your perspective is flawed, Reagan chuckled. This is a distinctive map, a blueprint of the city which cannot be discerned on a flat surface. However, Rega made a gesture of rotation. In a three-dimensional perspective, the truth becomes apparent. Coulson's face was alight with excitement. Indeed, but what a sky. I have observed her for quite some time. She too has undergone the injection of that substance. Why is she unharmed? Coulson inquired hastily. This pertains to the experiment I mentioned earlier. Like humanity, the Kree possess factions, the Warhawks and the Neutrals. When the Warhawks held power, they conducted biological experiments on numerous planets, creating biological weapons. As a result of their modifications, a new breed of superhuman emerged on Earth, which you may refer to as Inhumans. Inhumans? Coulson echoed the term, furrowing his brow. Inhumans are those cultivated by the Kree. Most resemble ordinary humans, thus one would not recognize them upon encounter. However, the numbers are scant, leading them to conceal their identities from the world, with many unaware of their own inhuman heritage, since they have been altered by the Kree for their service. They possess a portion of Kree genes. Consequently, when you inject Kree blood into them, ordinary individuals will be affected, while these beings will remain unaffected, Rega explained. Are you suggesting that Sky is an extraterrestrial? Coulson's grip on the table tightened, the revelation difficult for him to fathom. I merely state that she carries a fragment of alien genes within her. Rega shrugged. It is not a matter of great consequence. How then shall we identify them? Coulson pondered Rega's earlier words and inquired further. The Kree have left behind a method of identification, the key element being an obelisk. Upon hearing this term, a flicker of realization crossed Coulson's face. You are aware? Rega asked immediately. At the inception of SHIELD, an extraterrestrial artifact was obtained, specifically an obelisk. So that object is within SHIELD. Rega asked eagerly, uncertain of its exact location due to lapses in memory. Coulson shook his head. After SHIELD's dissolution, the majority of assets were seized by the government, including that artifact. Recently, we discerned its specific whereabouts and dispatched personnel to locate it, but they failed due to the emergence of a superhuman. What sort of superhuman? Rega inquired. According to Ward, he possesses the ability to transform into any material he touches. Rega's interest was piqued. This ability indeed held some intrigue. The adversary is cunning, and we are currently unable to ascertain his location. You see, with such complications arising, Coulson gestured toward the wall adorned with symbols. This is precisely why we sought you out. After a moment's contemplation, Rega declared, leave the superhuman to me. You focus on locating this city. How shall we search? Identify all individuals who receive that injection. As you draw, they will surely also be drawing. Gather all the symbols, and the city will be uncovered, Rega stated. Suddenly, he recalled a certain individual, and his expression darkened in an instant. What is the matter? Coulson inquired, somewhat perplexed. We must act swiftly. We are searching, and Hydra is undoubtedly on the hunt as well. If they find it before us, we could be in serious trouble.